Chapter 511, knowing that I have a man outside. It took 9 days to return, and stayed in Blackstone Town for another day. Total, I gave Wang Haibing 10 days. If he couldn't produce the blueprint, Wu Heng would doubt whether he was lying before. Wu Heng took it and looked at the blueprint, which showed the size and shape of the boiler. If we make it according to the blueprint, we can replace the boiler. Right? Yes, we need to grasp the specifications. If it is too large or too small, it will be difficult to match the original equipment, Wang Haibing said. Wu Heng put away the blueprints. Okay, I see. You did a good job on this. I should have done it. The base saved us. Wang Haibing smoothed his bangs. You go, and do your work first. When I need you, I'll find you again. Okay, I'll go and do my work first. Wang Haibing nodded, turned and left. Chi Hankai still stood aside, and asked curiously, if the power supply can be restored, we should be the first base in the province to restore power supply. From the current point of view, there should be no problem. Chi Hankai nodded, without saying much. If the base can restore power supply, not only can various high-power production chains be restored, but it will also be a good thing for the survivors in the base. Life will be more convenient. After talking about the power plant, Wu Heng continued, prepare the convoy. Let's go clean up the zombies. Okay. I'll prepare now. Chi Hankai pressed the intercom on his chest, and began to organize the convoy to come. Wu Heng continued to say to the Bone Demon No. 1 transformed from the Corpse King beside him, mobilize 30,000 spear skeletons, 20,000 axe skeletons, 20,000 longbow skeletons, 5 skeleton flying dragons, and 22nd level deformed skeletons. Gather at the factory gate. As the order was issued, the skeletons stationed in various parts of the factory, like boiling water, began to move. They marched in neat steps, gathered towards the middle road, walked out of the factory gate, and waited at the door. The Bone Demon is a 4th level deformed zombie killed by Wu Heng, and has a stronger ability to transmit information. The big-headed skeleton. The way to mobilize is to mobilize hundreds of them at a time, and give orders frequently, reflecting the characteristics of various skeletons executing orders. The Bone Demon is more direct, and can mobilize tens of thousands of troops at a time, and can also act at the same time. It is more convenient to mobilize. After the skeleton army was ready, the convoy also drove out. Chi Hankai replaced the driving position, and Wu Heng also sat in the co-pilot. Surrounded by the army, they drove towards the central area. A block. The corpses with broken bodies and missing limbs gathered towards the center from all directions, like a black torrent, surging and rolling forward. There was no end in sight. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air above the head, and a skeleton flying dragon with a wingspan of several meters, with a roar of breaking through the air, passed by the head. Dense iron bullets, like a rainstorm, fell from the sky. The earth trembled, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. The surging zombies emptied in an instant, leaving only the remains and broken bodies on the ground. But the explosion attracted more zombies, which continued to gather from all directions, forming a torrent again, rushing over. Wu Heng looked at the distance of the zombies, and gave an order. Let the archers shoot arrows. The archers behind the spear formation all shot arrows. They fell into the zombies, with a crackling sound. A large number of zombies were shot into hedgehogs, falling to the ground, tripping the zombies behind. After the skeleton dragon replaced the magazine, it flew out again, and continued to drop bombs. Thick smoke rose again. Uncle, there are many deformed zombies gathered in the building over there. One level 3. And the rest are level 2 and evolved zombies. Xiao Xiao flew back and pointed at the building in the distance. Wu Heng looked at the Orange Express Hotel. Through the broken glass of the broken mirror, he could vaguely see a figure standing in the dark. Is the highest level 3 zombie? The highest level is level 3. Xiao Xiao said he was sure. Wu Heng glanced at the hotel again. These distorted zombies were obviously observing the battlefield, and might choose to escape in the end. Go and call Glinda down, Wu Heng said. Yes. Xiao Xiao flew directly to the top of his head. Soon, Glinda and Xiao Xiao flew down together, revealing their figures. What's wrong? Glinda asked. Wu Heng said, Xiao Xiao found some distorted zombies over there. You take the evil sword and go over to kill them, to prevent them from escaping. Glinda turned his head and looked. What level? The highest level 3 distorted zombies, corresponding to level 15 professionals. Okay, give me the evil sword. Wu Heng took out the evil sword, and instructed, leave the skeleton team, and draw the sword again. I know, it's not the first time I've used it. Glinda took the evil sword and flew quickly towards the hotel. After getting away from the skeleton team, the evil sword was unsheathed. Sword lights flashed quickly, and heads fell one after another from the zombies along the road. It was like plowing a deep ditch in a dense rice field. He rushed straight into the hotel. Wu Hung set his sights on the battlefield again. After 4 waves of bombing, the speed at which zombies gathered on the road had begun to slow down. Most of them only had mutilated limbs. They continued to stagger forward. Push forward, Wu Hung ordered. Clang. The spear skeleton on standby stood up, held the spear, and began to move forward. The zombies that rushed up were pierced by the spear. Kill all the zombies. Glinda returned the sheathed evil sword to him. Kill them all. Yes. Wu Hung put away the evil sword. Glinda continued to fly in the air to be on alert. Wu Hung opened the experience panel and took a look. Level 17, 221782/265000. This time, almost 90,000 more experience points were added. There are still more than 40,000 points to level 18. No matter how you calculate it, you could upgrade in the next wave. When I think that I will become a 5th level professional, each faction is a top level powerhouse, I feel a little excited. I glanced at the sky. I can't continue to upgrade today. The night has no effect on the skeleton, but there are still many dangers. Having come this far, it is still good for me to be more stable. I need to be more diligent. I will come back to upgrade after I settle the furnace. Wu Hung muttered. Soon, the battlefield was cleaned up. The bodies of the deformed zombies and the evolved zombies were piled on one side. The 3rd level deformed zombie in the hotel was a giant zombie with black keratin on its body. Wu Hung had killed it before, but it was not as easy as it is now. The transformation began. Skeletons stood up from the broken meat, and the corpse cores were stored in a space ring. Then, he continued to release dead corpse battlefield along the way, and skeletons stood up one by one and joined the team behind him. There were already many skeletons brought, and now they are even more densely packed, filling the entire street. There was no end in sight. After everything was over, Wu Hung took out the walkie-talkie. Chi Han Kai, bring some people over here, see if there is anything to loot, and then we'll go back. Got it. The convoy drove over from the rear. The survivors looted the nearby shops along the way, first moving the important supplies onto the trucks. The rest will be carefully looted later. When the looting was almost done, the sky darkened. The convoy, escorted by the army, began to return to the factory. Through the gate, returned to Treasure Island. Wu Hung first went to the room of the skeleton alchemist, and sent the newly obtained corpse core over. The research on the 3rd level corpse core potion seems to have made greater progress. Several high-level alchemy skeletons began to enter the stage of preparing the potion, completely different from the previous tests. This gave Wu Hung hope in the corpse core potion. I just hope that I can get the potion before I reach level 18. After standing aside and watching for a while, Wu Hung walked out of the room again and walked downstairs. As soon as I walked down the first floor, I saw Minnie and 2 new maids playing shuttlecock in the yard. The laughter spread in the yard. I saw Wu Hung coming out. The 2 maids immediately stopped smiling, bowed and said, Master, it's okay. Let's play. Minnie ran over and said, Master, Sister Chanella sent a message during the day, saying that she was delayed because of something in the tribe. Did you receive it? Or did you read the records? Minnie replied, It's written in the Skull Investigator's record book. Well, I'll go and take a look. Wu Hung went upstairs again and walked directly into the radio room. After taking a look, the record of the skeleton investigator at the location of Shannara's radio station, there was an extra line of text on it. The tribe's affairs delayed my contact with you. I'm fine here, don't worry about me. Just as Minnie said, Shannara sent a message. There was no difference in the content. After thinking about it, I still picked up the microphone and tried to contact her. Shannara, can you hear me? It was quiet for 3 or 4 seconds. In the radio, a familiar voice came. Is it used like this? Yes, just hold it and talk directly, it's very simple. Wu Hung explained, then asked, How are you doing over there? Why did it take so long to send back the news? A soft sigh came first, followed by Shannara's voice. It's okay, don't worry. After saying that, Wu Hung felt even more worried. Tell me about it, maybe I can help, or just listen to you. The other side was silent for a while, then said softly, The elders know that the amber pendant was used, and also found out that I have a man outside. Chapter 512, 18th level hero shaping. Amber pendant is a kind of protective item. After the first use, you will develop a sense of dependence on the target you see. If there is danger later, the amber pendant can still play a protective role, but the side effect of the item will only be effective for the first target you see. That is, the target will not be changed after seeing Wu Hung. Otherwise, every time you use it, you will develop a sense of dependence on it, and you will really not be able to rely on it anymore. Did they embarrass you? Wu Hung asked. Shannara said, you are under house arrest now. The elders are investigating this matter. It will probably be soon that they will find out about you. Are you scared? No. We are in a free relationship. What is there to be afraid of? I have a husband. Shannara reminded softly. You didn't say that in bed. Hateful. Shannara said softly. And then said, don't worry. It won't affect you. I'm really not afraid. As long as you don't change your mind. Yes. I won't change. Shannara's voice was gentle. Wu Hung thought for a moment. Then said, where is your race? I will find a way to rescue you. Shannara said seriously, don't come. And don't interfere with the things here. I am imprisoned in my own mansion. And I don't have to worry about food and drink. If you come, it will make things worse. Wu Hung recalled her living habits. And this didn't seem to be considered imprisonment. Shannara always went to bed late and got up late. Unless the fleet docked, she would never go out. This was not much different from her previous life. Wu Hung asked again. So you're going to keep me locked up like this? I'll be released once the investigation is done. Shannara continued to explain softly. What results? Is your husband investigating? Wu Hung was curious. Shannara said. How is that possible? He also has his own woman. We agreed to be husband and wife and not interfere with each other. The Elders' Council suspects that I'm using my position as the president to damage the interests of the Star Flower and the Wood Elves, and is mainly investigating these matters. That shouldn't be a problem. When Shannara was in Treasure Island, she didn't give Wu Hung any special conveniences as the president. The subsequent discounts were also because Wu Hung purchased items in a certain amount, becoming the largest customer on the island. And he deserved the discounts. He was not afraid of their investigation. From Shannara's tone, it seemed that she was just waiting for the results. Well, then wait a moment. If they don't let you go, I'll find a way to kill them and save you. Shannara complained. What are you talking about? This is my home. What do you mean by killing them? That's so ugly. I'm afraid you'll be wronged. It's okay. Everything is still under control. Well, it's okay. Wu Hung said. Shannara continued, I'll let you know if there's any news. Don't worry about my safety. Okay. I'll wait for you to come back. Yes. After the call ended, Wu Hung leaned on the edge of the table and thought for a while. Shannara went back. And she was actually facing this matter. Even if the investigation shows that Shannara did not use her privileges to gain benefits for herself, her own status will be affected. She also needs to prepare in advance. If, when she comes back, she will arrange a ship to pick her up to avoid any problems. Walked out of the room and sat upstairs for a while. And we also came back from outside. Dinner was served on the table, and several people sat around the table to eat. Wu Hung looked at the two new maids and asked, Robe, Annette, what are your professions? You can't play with Minnie every day. You also need some training and professional improvement, otherwise, if there is any danger, it will be difficult to protect yourself. Master, I am a thief, level 3. Robe said. Robe is less than 1.5 meters tall, and a thick cushion is placed under the chair. Annette whispered. Master, I don't have a profession yet. I'm saving money to buy a profession scroll. Like Minnie, it's rare for someone to have no profession at this age. What profession do you like? Wu Hung looked at her and asked. Minnie interrupted. Let's switch to a boxer. Boxers are good. The master servant is a level 18 boxer. You can learn from him. Robe carefully reminded. Annette, a thief is not bad either. When we were hungry before, I could always find food. Annette looked at the two carefully, then looked at Wu Hung, and hesitated to say something, but still said, I want to listen to the master. Wu Hung smiled. Choose what you like. The lop-eared rabbit girl hesitated, and said, I want to choose a warrior. It is said that warriors are healthy and not easy to get sick. Why choose a warrior? There are warriors everywhere. Minnie said. And we are also followed suit and advised. The master will help you get the job transfer scroll. Don't worry about it yourself. I still want to choose a warrior, Annette said, and then asked in a low voice. Is it okay? Yes. Let Minnie take you to the association to get the job transfer scroll tomorrow. And walk around the city by the way, Wu Heng said with a smile. Thank you, master, Annette said. Minnie and Robe, each on one side, began to persuade quietly, trying to make her change her mind and choose another profession. After dinner, several people did some simple training together. Wu Heng took Minnie and Annabelle to take a bath and rest. The other two hid in their rooms early. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng took the ghost train and went directly to Lopez City. With a hidden cloak, he walked directly into the VIP room of the Snake Emblem Consortium. He waited in the room for a while. The door opened, and the elf Lady, who was wearing a blue long dress with lace decorations on the collar and hem, walked in with a smile. Good morning, customer. Good morning. Wu Heng took up the emblem. Help me check, is the last order completed? Lelilai was well prepared, opened the door, and clapped her hands. Several staff members, carried in coffins one by one. There are 7 bodies in total, 2 alchemists, 1 in pharmacy and 1 in alchemical bombs, 2 mechanics, both in equipment improvement, 1 blacksmith, 1 chef, 1 gardener. Lelilai introduced them one by one. It should be, I haven't come over for a while. The number of corpses, more a few times in the past. How many levels are they? According to your order requirements, they are all level 15 professional. Wu Heng browed. I glanced at each other suspiciously. Level 15 special occupation, it was relatively rare. Regardless of the kingdoms, still a famous chamber of commerce, it is also the target of key protection. Being assassinated in the past, or it can be understood at the end of life. Let's come here 7 now. Let Wu Heng start to doubt again, are they to complete the order, murder everywhere? Even if the corpse is what he needs. But he doesn't want to cause any chaos or leave hidden dangers for himself because of this kind of thing. Letty Lee noticed the other party's gaze and explained with a smile. You haven't come here for a while. We have transferred the corpses from various consortiums. You can rest assured that it will not cause you any trouble. Yes. Wu Heng nodded and continued to ask, have you found any results for the props that can hide your identity and appearance? No. If there are props, I will collect them for you as soon as possible, Letty Lee said. It seems that this kind of prop is really scarce. Let's settle the bill. Wu Heng collected all the corpses. Letty asked the staff to settle the bill, and asked, guest, will you continue to purchase corpses? Continue to purchase. And I need a new commission. Please wait. Letty personally filled out the commission to continue purchasing corpses. Then asked, what is the content of the new commission? Wu Heng took out a drawing and handed it to the other party. According to the size and specifications on the drawing. Make a fire furnace magic building. Letty took it and looked at it. No problem. How long will it take to complete? Letty replied. If you are in a hurry, we can speed up the process and deliver it to you in 5 days. The price will be about 5% higher. Okay. Speed up. I will pick it up in 5 days. Letty smiled and nodded. And filled out the second commission. Wu Heng also paid the balance for several skeletons, considering the transaction completed. Wait for things to be over. Wu Heng walked out. Lady Li and others escorted him out. Aroused a lot of discussion, guessing his identity. Walked out of the wild, called the ghost train, returned to Treasure Island. Returned to Treasure Island. Wu Heng went directly to the association. Entered the association hall, greeted the staff along the way, and went to the deacon's study. Knocked on the door, after receiving a response, opened the door and walked in. Zalagwi was wiping her weapon. And her assistant Yali was sitting beside her, sorting out documents. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, Zalagwi raised her eyebrows. Where have you been recently? I haven't seen you. I left the island and bought some things. Wu Heng sat down beside her. Assistant Yali brought tea. Zalagwi also sat back in her chair. You mentioned the application for the second port. I have submitted it. Whether it will be approved depends on how you write it. When I go back, I will also write a request for expansion. And let the association allocate funds to us. Zalagwi didn't mention this matter. And he almost forgot about it. Last time he came to see Zalagwi, he talked about the new dedicated port. At that time, the ships of the association and Treasure Island will be separated from the commercial and civilian ports. Wu Heng felt that this would benefit both the association and himself. and he could not afford to pay for it himself. After talking about this, Zalogwi seemed to agree. Yes. Zalogwi nodded. Wu Hung continued, I came here to discuss with you the captain of the Flying Fish Pirates. Zalogwi said directly. He is a third-level wanted criminal, with crimes such as robbing caravans and murder. There is no way to let him go. Let him go today. And then, there will be no problems. They will all be in trouble. So even if he dies on the island, he can't be released. Wu Hung thought about it, and felt that it was not right to release him. Everyone should bear their own sins. But, he did save Philippa. If he was killed directly, Philippa would probably find it difficult to get over it. Is it possible to give him a chance to make amends? After all, he saved Philippa and the secret talker of the association, which is considered a special performance. Wu Hung thought about it and said. Zalogwi frowned. How do you want him to make merit? I don't know either. You are the deacon. You can see how to make up for his mistakes. Zalogwi was silent for a while. Keep him in jail first. I will tell the headquarters about this matter. If the headquarters is willing to give him a chance and cancel the arrest warrant, we will discuss it. If not, we will execute him directly. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. This is the best way. Whether he can have a chance to make up for his mistakes depends on his fate. If the association does not cancel the wanted order for him and lets him go, it will only bring trouble to both of them. This matter is over. Zalogwi smoothed the hair on her forehead. Where did you buy the prop that releases cool breeze in your residence? In 2 days, I will ask you to install one. Wu Hung said generously. I will give you money. Why do you need money? The whole island belongs to me. Why do you need money to arrange a prop for a good friend? Wu Hung said indifferently. There are many air conditioning stores in the zombie world, and this one is not bad. However, I will have to hold down the photovoltaic panels for her. Zalogwi smiled. Then I will thank the island owner. You're welcome. Do you want a place to stay? Yes. The two chatted. The assistant Yali, who was not far away, leaned on the table, watching the two people chatting happily, and smiled. Return to the island owner's manor. The sky has darkened. 1 day has passed. In the training room, the oval-faced, droop-eared bunny girl carried a long sword and followed a skeleton warrior to train. Hoo-ha-ha, the shout was loud, but there was no momentum. It was not much different from the beginning, the fancy mini. Master! Several people shouted in succession. Change job? Minnie sighed. I can't do anything. She decided to be a warrior. I think warrior is good. Annette smiled shyly, then saluted. Thank you. Master. Wu Hung nodded. Yeah, warrior is also good. The career direction is clear. Train well. I will rely on you to protect everyone in the future. Yes, master. Annette's face flushed slightly. Wu Hung returned to the study, and several maids continued to train and chat. The entire island owner's manor was more lively than before. The next day, the zombie world. Wuyong Commercial Street. The skeleton army formed a tight spear formation, trampling the broken bodies on the ground. They advanced step by step. The zombies that rushed over were pierced by the spears, struggling, and pushed back little by little. Finally, they were stabbed into a hornet's nest and fell to the ground. Ding! Level increased to level 18. Constitution +2. Intelligence +2. Charm +1. Unlocked feature, Hero Shaping. Chapter 513, Magical Mansion Technique level increased to level 18. Constitution +2, Intelligence +2, Charm +1. Unlocked feature, Hero Shaping. The sudden appearance of the prompt made Wu Hung happy. Finally reached level 18. Before he could react, the prompt continued to appear. Unlocked expertise, Necromancer. Unlocked ability, Independent Soul. Unlocked skill, Modern Mansion Technique. Wait for the prompt to stop completely. Wu Hang's eyes were still wide open. Not only did Hero Shaping and 2 master-level specialties appear, but even Modern Mansion skills, which I had seen before, was not unlocked. After this upgrade, they were all unlocked. Was it because of insufficient level before? Or some other reason? But being able to unlock it also eliminated the previous confusion. After all, mansion skills. I spent a lot of money to buy it. I still feel a little sad that I can't unlock the skills. I looked at the battlefield. After confirming that no accidents or dangers would occur, he directly opened the panel to take a look. Name, Wu Hung. Level 18, 7411/305000. Reputation, level 18, 7242/48,000. Attributes: Strength 41, Agility 31, Constitution 47, Intelligence 50, Perception 29, Charisma 32. Features: Hero Shaping. Features: One-handed sword expertise, intermediate. Staff expertise, advanced. Untiring focus, Necromancer. Abilities: Great Eagle swordsmanship, intermediate. Breath of the dead, God's presence, independent soul. Skills: Bone servitude, death breath, animated objects, lightning beam, mirror image, preset armor, modern kin mansion. Hero creation: Your reputation is known all over the world, and you have a significant influence on the road of practice. Often your attitude will determine the decisions of others. This characteristic is reflected in reputation. Grand Necromancer: You have a high level of attainment in the Necromancer faction. The effect of this faction: spells plus 100%, learning ability plus 100%. Independent soul: Your soul energy has achieved a breakthrough enhancement. The body is only a temporary container, and the death of the body will not cause your soul to be destroyed. After death, 100% to become a ghost. Modern kin mansion: You can build an extra-dimensional space within the casting distance and summon the appearance of the residents at any time. The attributes of the panel are pretty good. My intelligence has reached 50, my constitution is 47, and my strength is 41. One is brain power, and the other is body, which are both relatively important attributes in Wu Heng's opinion. Now it seems that my agility, my perception and my charm are indeed a bit low. Especially my perception, which has only reached 29. In the past, reconnaissance was done by 2 ghosts, especially after the ghosts unlock the spiritual vision. It is more convenient to find the target, and you basically don't have to observe and speculate by yourself. But the shortcomings of its own attributes still need to be compensated. Strive to become a full attribute without any shortcomings. Continue to look down. The experience points required for upgrading have reached 305,000. A level that looks quite scary. But in terms of the current way of clearing zombies, 4 or 5 zombie waves will almost reach the standard for upgrading. In addition, there is an additional reputation level. The number required is 48,000, which is linked to hero creation. Added a limit to the upgrade. Not a good thing. Unlocked expertise, ability, skills, there are 4 in total. The first is hero building, which mentions the reputation spread all over the world, and the path of self-practice. In fact, it is the explanation of the reputation level. You need to reach a certain level of reputation. It's quite similar to faith. The other world says that there are gods, and some professions also rely on gods to gain power. And gods need priests to spread doctrines and collect people's faith. It feels similar to the reputation mentioned in the hero creation. The second one is Necromancer, which increases the spell effect of this faction by 100% and the learning ability by 100%. It is the most direct improvement. The introduction of independent soul below is easier to understand. After death, it will directly become a ghost. This reminds him of the 18th level prophet and the 18th level boxer he killed. Both of them turned into ghosts instantly after death. It is very likely that this ability will appear at level 18. The last one is Modern Kin Mansion Technique. I have read this skill book 4 or 5 times, and I can even recite the beginning paragraph. I also unlocked it directly with this upgrade. This is a good thing, proving that I didn't buy a fake skill book at a high price. I suppressed the urge to test the skill. Close the panel and look at the battlefield again. The battle is coming to an end. When the last zombie was picked up by the skeleton's spear and thrown aside, the whole area fell into silence again. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. The bodies of the deformed zombies and the evolved zombies were dragged closer. They piled up into a mountain of corpses. Bone service technique was released, and the skeletons stood up one by one. The corpse cores and the mincemeat were collected and put into the space ring. Then, they began to release dead corpse battlefield. The gray-white light circle spread out, and the coverage area almost covered 1/3 of the battlefield. The densely packed skeletons stood up, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other resounded throughout the area. The efficiency of the transformation was greatly improved. This is really good. It also saves the time of previous transformation. All the skeletons have been transformed. A large number of skeletons slowly joined the queue. Once again, they filled the entire street. Chi Honkai, bring the convoy here. Wu Heng pressed the intercom. Got it. The sound of the car engine sounded. The convoy drove directly from the back. Chi Honkai jumped out of the car and looked at the shops around. Let others search along the road, collect the important items first, and bring people over tomorrow for the rest. Wu Hung ordered. Okay. Chi Honkai picked up the intercom and handed over the task. The survivors who were accompanying him got off the car one after another and divided into several teams. They searched the shops along the way. This is a commercial street with the most specialty stores on both sides. The prices on the labels proved that they were famous brands. Wu Hung took Chi Honkai and several skeleton attendants and walked into a gold shop in the distance. There were broken glass all over the floor, as well as scattered gold jewelry. Collect all the gold, Wu Hung said. The skeleton started to move, and Chi Honkai also took out a bag and began to pick up gold jewelry from the floor. After searching the shop, they continued to go to the shop next door and continued to search. Soon, several skeletons and Chi Honkai came back with bags. It can be about 250 to 60 kilograms, which is better than the gold shop in our hometown, Chi Honkai said with a smile. It's a lot. Wu Hung collected all the gold. He continued to walk around, and the other survivors kept carrying supplies. When the sky gradually darkened, Wu Hung arranged some skeletons to stay behind, and the convoy began to return to the factory. The remaining supplies, more trucks and survivors will be dispatched tomorrow, and they will be carefully looted. Returned to the factory, the convoy stopped at the door of the warehouse and began to move the looted supplies. Wu Hung took a few skeletons and walked to a deserted place. He took out all the coffins. These were the bodies that came from the Snake Emblem Consortium yesterday, and they still had to be transformed before returning to Treasure Island. Let the skeletons open the coffins. Wu Hung released bone art one by one. One by one, the skeletons stood up and walked out of the coffins. Throw the coffins aside and follow me back, Wu Hung said directly. Several skeletons followed Wu Hung back, returned to the dormitory where they lived, passed through the boundary gate, and went to the zombie world. Returned to Treasure Island. Several maids followed the skeletons in the training room to train. Wu Hung took several skeletons and went to their respective required positions. The alchemist skeleton went to the alchemy room and continued to study the third level corpse core potion. There were already 6 level 15 skeleton alchemists, which was not a small number. They should not be unable to develop even a level 3 potion. The skeleton mechanic went to the drawing room, and including the 2 newly added skeletons, there were already 4 level 15 skeleton mechanics. The blacksmith stayed in the zombie world. The chef was arranged in the kitchen, and the gardener was responsible for the flowers and plants in the courtyard. After everything was ready, they returned to the courtyard. I started to experiment with my newly unlocked mansion technique. For this skill, which requires reaching level 18 to unlock, I was still a little curious. I concentrated my mind and operated my magic. The next second, it was like a crack that cut through space appeared out of thin air, forming a huge stone door with ancient and exquisitely carved patterns, which appeared out of thin air in front of me. With a thought, the stone door slowly opened, revealing the magnificent and empty and simple hall inside. Chapter 514. This is a living bodhisattva. The space is larger than the hall of the island owner's mansion, like a long vacant, dilapidated palace. What kind of mansion is this? Wu Hung muttered, and began to recall the contents of the skill book. Because he had not unlocked it before, he had read this book at least 3 or 4 times, and could recite a large section at the beginning. Many contents also became more profound. According to the introduction in the book, this different dimensional space was opened up and constructed by the spiritual power of the caster. The items and props inside can be fully presented with imagination. His eyes were still looking at the hall behind the stone door. His mind moved. The brown floor began to cover the ground. The chandelier hung from the top of his head, and a huge oil painting was hung on the wall, which contained paintings of himself and several maids. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was a bit taboo to hang characters on the wall, so he replaced it with a landscape painting, sofa, bookcase, gorgeous carpet, and sunlight coming in from the window. In the blink of an eye, the originally empty room has become a luxurious living room, and precious artworks and paintings are filled in the room. It's amazing. Wu Hung suddenly felt like a creator. After the decoration was completed, Wu Hung glanced at the courtyard and waved to the skeletons not far away. You guys, go in and take a look. Several skeletons holding rifles walked down from the wall. They went straight through the stone door and walked into the building. After seeing that there was no danger, Wu Hung directly closed the skill, and the space cracked and the stone door disappeared at the same time. He came to the other side of the courtyard and released the mansion technique again. The stone door opened again, and the two skeletons were still standing at the door, without any changes. Okay. Come out. The skeletons came out and returned to their posts. Interesting ability. Wu Heng did not continue the experiment. Maintaining the mansion technique would consume a lot of mental energy. Wait for the future. And then a little bit of experimental results. But it is obvious that the effect is really good. There should be a lot of places that can be used. Not long after, Minnie notified us to eat. Wu Heng also walked towards the dining room. At the dining table, Wu Heng asked roughly about the training of several people. The two newly joined maids answered seriously. They have lived here for 2 days. They have already got some understanding of this place. There is not much work to do every day. Most things are done by commanding skeletons. They never thought that the life of a maid would be like this. Even in Rentam City, those powerful ladies, they probably live like this, living in such a big house, eating the same food as the master, and having high-level skeletons accompany them in training. It was hard to believe. The two were even more grateful to Minnie. Master, do you think it is better for Annette to use a two-handed sword, or a sword and shield combination? Minnie asked curiously while eating. The warrior profession can use a wide range of weapons. In addition to swords, conventional military weapons and civilian weapons can all be used. For example, sticks, axes, hammers, and even crossbows can all be specialized. Wu Heng thought for a while. It depends on what Annette chooses. Minnie said, Annette can't choose either. Wu Heng thought for a while. I feel that the sword and shield are not bad. The training of the two-handed sword requires long-term training and mature skills. Mistakes on the battlefield are fatal. The sword and shield are easier. Annette raised her head. Then I will listen to the master and practice the sword and shield. The growth of each profession requires long-term training. Wu Heng said. Master, I will try my best. After saying this, Anweer began to talk about some things in the city hall. The other 3 people could not interrupt, but just listened while eating. After dinner, Wu Heng went upstairs, and the maids also took a break and went to the training room to continue training. Full of fighting spirit. Back to the study. Wu Heng poured himself a glass of water and sat down at the desk. He took a sip. Involuntarily, he began to think about the future development. He had reached level 18, which was already considered a top strongman in the other world. I Lu is so awesome. But he is only level 18. For me, I need to collect some high-level skill books. The effects of ordinary skills are not up to par with my level. The effect of the mansion technique is very good, but it is not directly used in combat. I still need to collect more high-level skill books. The old mage dean should have it. I will ask him if I have a chance. I will borrow it to read it. It should be no problem. The next is the development of the 2 worlds. Zombie world, when the power is restored, all production lines will be fully operational to make up for the shortage of bullets. Treasure Island is still expanding and purchasing various materials. If you only purchase items, the money will be spent sooner or later. It is better to have your own industry. Firearms must not be sold to others. It is best if you have them only, and others can't even imitate them. We need to think about it carefully. There is also hero creation. The newly added reputation, which is considered to be an increase in level, has added another restriction. But after thinking carefully, I still have a certain advantage. In the other world, I have 2 territories, Rentam City and Treasure Island. Even though the population of this world is small, I have a certain foundation. As long as I promote it more, I can still increase my reputation. On the other side, in the zombie world, I have several bases, but the number of survivors is not that large. In the past, a city with millions of people would probably fill up my reputation. You can use the radio station to promote yourself. Especially before the food for gold thing. It has spread not only to the cities where you set up stations, but also to other cities and countries. Ask Wu Heng to exchange food with them. Do something to increase your reputation. It can also help more people survive. How did those who became heroes do it? They didn't really travel all over the place. He thought about everything. Open the door again and go downstairs. As soon as he reached the stairs, Anweer came up in a nightgown. Master, I'll help you take a bath. Wu Heng smiled, put his arm around the little fox girl's shoulders, and walked towards the bathroom. Where's Minnie? She's reading comics with Robe and the others. The next day, Wu Heng boarded the ghost train and headed for the city of Netail in the Yeko Kingdom. He got off the train in the wild, and felt a tense sense of oppression as soon as he approached the city wall. The city gates were heavily guarded, and there were not many people entering and leaving the city. Wu Hung showed the association's emblem, and was not embarrassed. Walking into the city, the atmosphere was equally depressing. There were no pedestrians on the street, and a large number of guards frequently shuttled through the streets. Along the way, he was questioned 3 or 4 times. Without a carriage, he could only walk to the Mermaid Tavern. The tavern was closed, and the Underground Snake Emblem Consortium was also closed. He came here this time, intending to use potions to exchange for rare items. Now it seems that something has happened in the kingdom of Yek. Most of the shops in the city have been closed. Wu Hung found a weapons shop and walked in directly. The owner was the only one in the room, and it seemed that he was going to close. "What do you need?" "These are the only ones on the wall," the owner said. Wu Hung glanced at them and asked, "Have you sold them all?" These are the only ones left." Wu Hung picked a one-handed sword and a fine iron round shield. "I want these too." "Okay. A total of 375 silver. I'll wrap them up for you." The owner began to take out linen and rolled up the weapons and round shield together. Wu Hung walked over and asked, "Boss, I just came back. What happened in this city?" "Customer. Don't ask. Go home quickly. Don't go out if you have nothing to do recently," the boss immediately instructed. Wu Hung took out a few silver coins and stuffed them into the other party's hand. "Tell me what you can say. Forget about what you can't say." The boss pondered for a moment, and still said softly, "Something must have happened above. The guards are arresting people everywhere." "Who are they arresting?" "They say it's a traitor." Wu Hung narrowed his eyes and nodded. At this time, a guard saw Wu Hung and came in to check. Wu Hung took out the emblem and looked at the other party again. The guard turned around and left, urging the boss to close the shop and not to cause trouble for himself. Wu Hung put away the weapons he bought and walked out of the shop. After leaving the city, he returned directly to Treasure Island. Returned to the island owner's manor. Wu Hung handed the weapons he bought to Annette. Although they were not very good equipment, they were suitable for her usual training. Sitting in the living room and waiting for a while, Minnie came back from outside in the skeleton carriage. Said, "Master, the information collected from the Nautilus Tavern is not much. It is said that many fleets have cancelled their plans to go to Natalia's city, and Millicent will continue to pay attention to it. It should be that the information has not been transmitted yet. The normal route takes a long time. Well, there may be some changes recently. Nothing important, you guys don't go out yet." Wu Hung instructed. "Yes, Master." Several mates nodded. Wu Hung went upstairs again. He opened the gate and headed to the zombie world. Wu Hung walked out of the room. He saw the survivors hanging red lanterns around the dormitory building and on the street lights in the factory yard. Shi Hankai came over and said, "Tomorrow is the new year. Well, time flies so fast." Wu Hung sighed. "Yes, so fast," Shi Hankai echoed, and said, unknowingly, "I have lived to this day. Don't always say such things. It will get better and better in the future." Shi Hankai smiled. "Yes, I know. By the way, it's the new year. I have a plan, and I need you to notify the public." Shi Hankai's expression became serious. "What plan? Who to notify?" "Go into the house and talk." The two walked into a house on the side, and Wu Hung expressed his thoughts. A residential building. A slovenly middle-aged woman, sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding the young girl wrapped in a quilt in her arms. "Mom, go away, don't worry about me," the girl whispered softly. "The high fever won't go away, there's no medicine, and the food and drink are not enough. In the current situation, I can only wait to die." The middle-aged woman still held him, whispering, "It's okay. It's okay. I wish this was a dream. Am I dreaming? What a terrible dream," the girl said softly, her eyes half closed and half asleep, gradually closing her eyes. The woman's tears fell one by one. She picked up the girl and walked to the window. The biting cold wind poured into the room, and there were zombies wandering below. As long as she took a step, she and her daughter would wake up from this horrible nightmare. "Mom is with you." She raised her foot. Zzz. The harsh electric current came from the old modified radio. Then a voice came out. "This is the Xinfu City Rescue Team, and we wish all the survivors in the radio a happy new year. Starting tomorrow, we will follow the order of our leader, Yan Luowang, to provide food and medicine to all our compatriots. All members of the shelter, please hang and lay red signs at the locations where supplies can be received, and we will airdrop supplies. I repeat, we will drop supplies at the locations where the red signs are. May the new year bring you courage and strength to overcome the difficulties you face. Leader Yanluo Wang, Xinfu City Rescue Team. I wish you all a happy new year and all the best. The woman, who had half a foot out of the window, suddenly turned back to look at the radio. When the second sentence was repeated, she was sure that she had not heard it wrong. The rescue team from Xinfu City came to the province to deliver supplies. She lit a fire on the ground to boil water and fed it to her daughter. Mom, the daughter whispered. The woman hugged her daughter and cried, "It's okay. It's okay. We don't have to die. We don't have to die." The same report in Xinfu City, Anhui City, and in Zhou City. The same report was broadcast. This is the Xinfu City shelter. I wish you all a happy new year. At the same time, starting tomorrow morning, the leaders of the city can leave the shelter to collect food supplies. May the bell of the new year bring courage and strength to everyone. Let us work together to overcome the difficulties in front of us. May every base remain strong and optimistic. I believe that with everyone's joint efforts, we will be able to rebuild a beautiful home and usher in a brighter tomorrow. Leader Yanluo Wang, Xinfu City Rescue Team. I wish you all a happy new year and all the best. Different from the fixed point airdrop in the provincial capital, these three cities, the zombies on the road, have been almost cleared. We will provide food and medicine exchange at the exchange point. After both sides informed. Inside the radio station, it was instantly boiling. Xinfu City, this time they directly distributed food. I said that gold is an excuse, they are just helping us. This is not a living Yin Wang, this is a living Bodhisattva. Chapter 515, Your brain has been eaten by zombies. Soon, the news of distributing supplies during the new year spread in different frequency bands in various places, and it immediately became a hot topic. It is hard to imagine that, in this environment, someone would distribute food to the shelter for free. And it is not just a rescue team in name. Xinfu City Base, Yanluo Wang, these two names are known to more people. Military Factory, in the conference room. Wu Heng sat on the chair, looking at his panel. Reputation, Level 18, 7351/48,000. Since the broadcast began, Wu Heng has been paying attention to the changes in reputation. From 7242, it has risen to 7,351. The increase is relatively small, but it also proves the feasibility of radio broadcasting. What is done in the name of Yama King will also fall on himself. This point makes him a little confused. How does the system determine that? Yama King refers to himself, rather than attributing the reputation to the Yama King in the myth. Anyway, this is a good thing. But it's a little slow. Knock, the door knocked. And Chi Honkai walked in directly. It has been notified. Tomorrow, we will deliver supplies to the marked shelters. Wu Heng nodded. Let everyone work hard to pack the supplies. It's already being prepared. Chi Honkai continued. Wang Haibing has also received news that the circuit leading to the factory has been repaired. The parts in the transformer were removed from other places. When the power is turned on, it will need to be tested. The circuit has been repaired? It has indeed been a while. I see. When the furnace is finished, try to see if we can achieve the desired effect. Yes. The two chatted briefly. Chi Honkai left, and the organizers continued to prepare for the delivery of supplies. Wu Heng also returned to his room. Returning to Treasure Island, it was approaching dusk. Going downstairs, I saw Philippa standing on one foot on a stone chair, dancing, and telling Robe and Annette about her glorious deeds at sea. And the two beast girls, who had just arrived at Treasure Island, their eyes were full of admiration. Philippa was talking happily, and subconsciously turned around, and saw Wu Heng coming out. She said something to the two maids, and ran over quickly. She held his arm and said, "Come here." Wu Heng was pulled back to the living room, and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Philippa sat on his lap naturally, and asked, "Did you help me with my friend's matter?" "It turned out to be the pirate matter," Wu Heng said. "I talked to Zalagui, and she said that your friend had robbed merchant ships and killed people. It's not too much to die 8 times. He is a pirate. Of course he robbed a caravan," Philippa emphasized. "So things are a little bit difficult to handle. When you received the blank envelope before, when you went to rob the fleet, didn't I let you chase for a while, and then let you go? It was also because I was afraid that it would be difficult to explain later," Wu Heng explained. Does he have to die? Philippa was a little disappointed. If I had known, I would have let him go at sea. I thought we could save him. Wu Hong gently hugged the other party, let him lean on his arms, and said, I have discussed with Zalagui, and will mention some of his things to the headquarters. After all, he saved you before. If the headquarters is willing to give him a chance, there is still hope. If the headquarters thinks his behavior is not worthy of forgiveness, then, what do you think? After all, he is your friend. Let's do it in a more glorious way. Philippa frowned. People are dead. What's the point of being glorious or not? At least, it proves that the captain of the Flying Fish Pirates is also a well-known figure. Philippa sighed. Then let's bury him at sea. Pirates must return to the sea. Wu Hong felt a little funny, thought about it, and said, I promise Zalagui. Install a prop like the one that blows air for her. Tomorrow you take the skeleton to install it for her, and then ask about the situation. Okay, you mages are still smart. Philippa also understood what he meant. Wu Hong patted the other person lightly. Speak more calmly, don't always act like a pirate, and use dirty words. Don't worry, I understand. After that, Philippa continued, when are you going to sea again? I'm so bored on the island. Why do you always want to go to sea? Philippa lifted the hem of her clothes a little. You're almost as white as the inside. Wu Hong reached in and held her chest. It's not good to be a little white. No, it looks like you don't have much fighting power. Wait until there's something else to do before going to sea. If you want to maintain your skin color, get more sun exposure. Okay. The two chatted for a while. Minnie came from behind. Master is going to eat. Wu Hong stood up and walked towards the dining room together. After dinner, several maids went to the training room for training. Wu Hong walked into the courtyard and continued to study his skills. Luxury house technique released. The huge and simple stone door appeared again, slowly opened, revealing the luxurious living room that had been decorated before. There was no change. It was the same as before, and it is the same now. During the day, I looked at the explanation of the luxury house technique again. Confirm under what circumstances the danger will arise. Taking a deep breath, he also stepped into the mansion behind the stone gate. He stamped the floor, and then sat down on the sofa in the living room. Everything in the room was just like the real thing, without any difference. He picked up the flower pot beside him. He walked directly outside. He passed through the stone gate smoothly, but the flower pot constructed by the mind did not come out with him. It was left on the ground at the inner door. Can't the things inside be brought out? Things outside can be brought in, but things constructed by the mind can only exist in the open space. Wu Hong concluded. He thought quickly in his mind. He looked around again, and his eyes fell on a straight wooden stick. Go and get that wooden stick. The skeleton walked over quickly and took the wooden stick. Wu Hong took it in his hand and walked back into the open space. He urged his mental power, and a crossbow was formed in front of him, pointing outside. He used the wooden stick as a crossbow arrow and placed it on the crossbow. Bang! The string rang and exploded. The wooden stick went straight through the stone door, and with a bang, it shot at the opposite wall. The huge force broke the stick into pieces. It really works. Wu Hong was pleasantly surprised. The things inside could not be taken out, but a launching device could be set inside to shoot out the things brought in from outside. Arrows, crossbows, or cannonballs and missiles. It really works. I said it. A skill that is unlocked at level 18. How could it be useless? People who can reach level 18 also have a high status. What can't be gained? It takes so much effort to build such a space. Continue to maintain the operation of the luxury house technique. Then conduct the experiment. With a thought, two ghosts flew out of the body, one on the left and one on the right, floating in the air. As soon as they appeared, they noticed the luxurious hall behind the stone door at the same time. Uncle, you changed the house again? Is it an illusion? Wu Hong explained. Do you remember the luxury house technique you bought at the auction before? The one that you never learned? Glinda asked back. Well, now I have learned it. The effect is like this. Wu Hong said. Wow! So handsome. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in applause. And then flew in directly. Glinda followed him in and looked around the room, curious about everything. Wu Hong also followed him in. According to Xiao Xiao and Grinda's ideas, a few pieces of furniture were added to the space. It felt like a combination of modern and ancient Europe. Okay, let's go out first. Maintaining skills also consumes a lot of mental energy. Wu Hung said. With the two ghosts, he walked out of the stone door directly. Skill cancelled, the crack and the stone door disappeared at the same time. Let the two ghosts move on their own, Wu Hung walked into the room. Stepped into the door. Philippa ran over from a distance. I'll stay with you tonight. Minnie followed behind. Why stay? Go back to your tavern. I'm not, I've finally come here. What are you doing? It's not far, you're talking as if you live far away. You accompany me every day, and you're still fighting with me. Wu Hung hugged the two of them, and said, Let's go together, the bed is big enough anyway. Then, look behind. Is Ware coming? And Ware's face was slightly red, and she was a little embarrassed. Wu Hung said with a smile, Come on. Let's take a shower first. Yes, master. And Weir nodded and followed him. They walked upstairs together. The other two newly joined maids also blushed, and watched them go upstairs together. The next day. The zombie world. The skeleton dragon circled over the province again and again. The supplies were dropped to the marked locations. The radio station was also in an uproar. We received the supplies. There are really supplies. Who said there is beef in it? Why don't I have it? Leader. I don't have any beef. The cows are all dead. Your brain must have been eaten by zombies. I believe there is beef. Chapter 516, Black Robe Team and Sarcophagus. I am from Xingfeng City. When will the Xingfu City base come to our side? I count out to you. Thank you for the supplies. The channel was bustling. It was much more lively than before. It was more like the new year. Military factory. Wu Hung looked at his growing reputation and felt that it was still too slow. He was a little suspicious. Other people were also increasing so slowly. Or was his way wrong? But there is no way to confirm such things. After all, other people don't have a panel. And they can't give accurate information. At present, in terms of reputation, we can only accumulate it bit by bit. I sat on the chair and waited for a while. Chi Hankai came over. The delivery of materials is going smoothly. The radio station is discussing this matter. We are famous. Suddenly, all the frequency bands were discussing their own shelters. Everyone in the base was excited. Well, our development speed does need some fame. Wu Hung said casually. Chi Hankai nodded and handed over the backpack she was carrying. Some of the accessories you ordered before are all inside. Wu Hung opened it and took a look. The axle, bow pieces, adjustment bolts and other accessories were all inside. This was the last time. I took the compound bow drawings and asked Chi Hankai to arrange for people to make it. Yes. Wu Hung nodded and put the things away. Tonight, will you celebrate the new year with us? Chi Hankai continued to ask. I won't go over. You guys make arrangements and organize some activities. Wu Hung said. Well, that's fine. Chi Hankai continued. Sister Yang is planning to come over in the next 2 days. She probably misses you. It has been a while since I last visited Liang. When she comes, let me know in advance. Okay. Then I'll leave it to you. Wish everyone a happy new year for me. Chi Hankai smiled and nodded. Wish you a happy new year. Wu Hung walked out of the room, went upstairs, and returned to his dormitory. Then he opened the door and headed to Treasure Island. Come down from upstairs. Wu Hung called out, Minnie. Master, what's wrong? Minnie ran over from a distance. The bow arms and bowstrings that we ordered last time, are they not ready yet? The production of compound bow accessories is divided into many parts. Accessories such as axles, bow pieces, bolts, are made in the modern world, while the bow arms and bowstrings are ordered from another world. Especially bowstrings, in another world under the end of the world, it is difficult to find those that meet the standards. But the other world is different. There are bowstrings of different strengths, and there are more types than you can imagine. I'll go ask, it should be ready. Yeah. Minnie changed her clothes, took the skeleton attendant, and left the island owner's manor in a carriage. Not long after, Minnie returned in a carriage. Master, it's done. Minnie took the things out. Wu Hung took a look, and gave the previous accessories to Minnie. Send it to the mechanic upstairs, and let them assemble and test it. Oh, I understand. Minnie nodded, and ran directly upstairs. Then, the mechanic came down from upstairs. He began to test the assembled compound bow. Bang, bang. The sound of arrows piercing the wooden target rang in the courtyard. The mechanic stood aside, taking notes with a notebook. Wu Hung continued to return to the room. He took out 2 books and sat at the table to read them. It was approaching dusk. The The door knocked again. Then, Minnie's voice came in. Master, Deacon Zalogwi is here. In the living room downstairs. Zalogwi is here? I'll go down now. Wu Hung went downstairs directly, and saw the elf deacon with golden hair tied up, sitting in front of the sofa in the living room, waiting silently. Seeing him coming down, she smiled. Good evening, Deacon. Wu Hung smiled, and sat down opposite. It's not evening yet. Sheila Gui rolled her eyes at him, and then said, I'm here for business. What business? Have you heard of Kakujima? Sheila Gui looked over. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and shook his head. I originally thought that he was here to talk about the pirates of Philippa's friend. It seems that I was overthinking. Zalogwi explained. I got some information. There are suspicious people gathering on Lujiu Island. Among them, there are some slaves or refugees. Didn't you arrange people to investigate? No. From the intelligence sent, there are high-level professionals on the other side. It would be dangerous for ordinary team members to investigate. What do you think? Zalogwi looked at him directly. Let's go and take a look together to avoid any problems. Wu Hung was speechless. Zalogwi is the deacon, and I am the owner of Treasure Island. There may be dangerous situations, and 2 people are needed to go out. Why do I feel something is wrong? But after thinking carefully, Treasure Island is really the only 2 high-level professionals. Aren't you afraid that it is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Transfer us out of the island, and then occupy the island? Wu Hung asked back. No. This matter was passed to me secretly, and the location of Lujiu Island is not far from Treasure Island. These skeletons on your island are enough to hold on until we get back. Wu Hung saw that she looked serious, and asked directly, when do we leave? Tonight. Don't tell anyone. We will leave the port quietly. Okay. Meet at the port then. Then I will go back first. After saying that, he got up and left. Wu Hung also explained his leaving with Minnie. Help yourself to prepare something. Nympho. Late at night, Wu Hung took the skeleton attendant, arrived at the port, laid on the prepared ship. Philippa's face was a little excited, seeing Wu Hang's boarding, come over and ask, when will we start? What about Shicha? With 2 teams in the cabin. Date, Greek Rose walked up in a cloak, said, Nothing, let's go, it is easy to attract attention for a long time. Good. Philippa responded, started to direct the skeletons to act. The ship slowly left the port, and headed for the depths of the sea. Wu Hung and Zalogwi entered a cabin. You see? It is good to separate the private and civilian ports. You don't have to be so careful next time. Wu Hung brought up the matter again. You are thoughtful. Okay. Zalogwi took out a blanket, and began to make the bed. Wu Hung continued to ask, do you want to rest? I'll chat with you for a while. And then rest. By the way, why haven't we received the reward from last time? It's been so long. Wu Hung asked directly. Zalogwi thought for a moment, and said with a somewhat uncertain tone, maybe there are too many to be distributed, and none of them have been distributed yet. If they are distributed, we will be rich. Well, it would be good if the rewards were as generous as last time. It would be very helpful for personal combat effectiveness. Zalogwi agreed. It would definitely be more convenient for Deacon Yamilo. He is in the headquarters, and can be directly selected. Why? Indy. You could apply to be transferred to the headquarters. Zalogwi said jokingly. Wu Hung shook his head. Forget it. It's good to stay on the island. There are heroes and leaders there. And I'd rather be the island owner. You think too much. Wu Hung saw that her bed was made. So he stood up and twisted his neck. You take a rest. I'll go back and take a rest too. There are several level 15 skeleton servants on the ship. So don't worry about anyone getting on board. Zalogwi smiled. Who dares to get on your ghost ship? The ship is full of skeletons. And their eyes are glowing blue. A ship controlled by skeletons. Don't you think it's cool? Necromancers are really different from others. Okay. Take a rest. Yeah. The 2 said goodbye. And Wu Hung also walked out of the room. Go to your cabin, make the bed, and prepare to rest. Before resting, there was a knock on the door. Philippa poked her head in. I finished the instructions, and the skeleton can control the ship. After that, she took off her coat and leather armor, and crawled into the bed, in Wu Hang's arms. It's too crowded, let's go on the floor. Philippa said directly. Wu Hung spread the blanket on the floor. Philippa lay on her back, opened her arms. Come on, let's see how powerful I am. Put the soundproof pot next to her, forming a barrier. After getting this prop, I didn't have many opportunities to use it. I didn't expect that I would use it in this situation. Wu Hung gently pressed on the other person, still a little worried, and said, "Don't talk. It's not good for others to hear. If they hear it, what are you afraid of? Be good. Keep your voice down." Wu Hung coaxed softly. Philippa's cheeks turned red. "You say that. I feel weird. Do you like to hear it? Dad, I love you so much." The next day, afternoon, several people gathered on the deck. Philippa pointed to the island at the end of the line of sight. "That's Deerhorn Island." Wu Hung picked up the telescope and took a look. Near the island, 2 ships could be seen. There were no flags, so their identities could not be identified. "Release the tamed beasts," Zalagwi said to the people behind him. One by one, the tamed beasts flew up and flew towards the distant island. Wu Hung also secretly released the ghosts and kept a small vigilance around, while Granda went to the island to investigate the situation. The speed of the ghosts was obviously faster than the tamed beasts. After Granda flew back, he went directly into the body and shared the scene on the island. The sight started from the sea. First, he checked along the ship. The interior was in a mess, and no flag was found. But it was more like a pirate ship. Leaving the ship, following the shore, flying towards the interior of the island. The first thing he saw was the guards wearing leather armor and black cloaks, guarding the road. Behind them, there were a large number of slaves wearing shackles, both men and women, and there were nearly 100 people, guarded by more black-robed teams. Through the perspective of spiritual vision, the highest level is 15, and the rest are around level 10. In terms of Wu Heng's current level, it is not considered high. But in the market, it is already a considerable force. Even if it was a former pirate group, a leader of level 15, a team of hundreds of people, it was also a large pirate group. Glinda circled above the crowd, found a single black-robed figure, walking into a building nearby. He immediately changed direction, flew directly to the building, penetrated the roof, and looked down from above. In the middle of the room, there was a circular magic circle. In the middle of the magic circle, there stood a stone coffin with intricate patterns and designs. Stone coffin? Grinda wanted to move forward to check. Suddenly, he seemed to sense some danger. His body quickly retracted outside the wall. After hesitating for a moment, he flew back directly. Chapter 517, Awakening by Blood. The shared screen ends. Wu Hung released Granda again. His brows were still furrowed. A team wearing black cloaks, a large number of slaves, and magic circles and sarcophagi. No matter how he thought about it, it felt a little wrong. On the other side of Zalagwi, the ranger of the association team also began to report the situation on the island through the taming vision. There were also ships whose identities could not be identified, the number of enemies, and slaves in chains. There was no mention of the magic circles and sarcophagi in the building. Tamed animals are not ghosts. If they lower their altitude, they will be detected. It is also difficult to fly into the building to investigate the situation. After listening to the report, Zalagwi asked the ranger to take back the tamed animals. She looked at Wu Hung. There are still a lot of people, and there are still many slaves. Wu Hung glanced at the direction of the island. It's not a big problem. Let's go directly over. They must have done something bad hiding here. Yeah. Zalagwi nodded, turned to the team members and said, "Prepare for battle, check your equipment." Wu Hung also turned to look behind. Philippa and the green-feathered parrot were standing together, competing and eating sunflower seeds. The sunflower seed shells were all over the deck. "Philippa!" Wu Hung shouted. "Ah! What happened?" Philippa looked up. "Move forward. Get closer to the island ahead." "Got it." Philippa immediately went to the control room and gave orders. Wu Hung also began to command a large number of skeletons to walk out of the cabin and prepare for battle. Deerhorn Island. As soon as the ship flying the flags of the Association and Treasure Island approached, it attracted the attention of the people on the island. A large number of people began to mobilize. Several trained animals flew into the sky and began to investigate the situation from a distance. Confirm the number of ships. When they found that there was only one ship flying the Association's flag, they obviously relaxed a lot. The 2 ships immediately turned around and headed towards the approaching ship. On the deck, the crossbows and ballistas turned around and prepared to sink the ship once they met. On Wu Heng's side, the ship was still approaching at full speed, without any slowdown. Their ship is coming, and there are sailors operating crossbows and ballistas. Someone shouted loudly on the mast. At the bow, Philippa set up the machine gun, patted his chest, and said, "Leave it to me." The ships of both sides approached. Philippa opened fire directly. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion was deafening, and the ship in front of the left side exploded quickly in an instant. Fragments flew all over the sky, and the hull was split in two, and slowly fell silent. Then, the muzzle was turned again, and the machine gun spewed out flames again. Another cabin exploded directly, and a fire rose from the stern, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Done! Philippa gave a thumbs up to the others. Even though the team members had seen the effect of machine guns destroying ships, they were still a little surprised that it was so easy to solve. On the sea, such ships were as good as paper. They were completely unable to resist such weapons. Wu Hung looked at the slowly sinking ship, and the people crying and wailing in the sea. He ordered, "Go to the sea and kill them all." Crash! The skeletons on both sides jumped into the sea one by one and pounced on the people, who fell into the water. Slash the opponent with the weapon, or drag it directly to the bottom of the water. The battle is over. Wu Hung stood on the deck. Release dead corpse battlefield. And the gray-white light circle spread out, and all the corpses floating in the sea turned into skeletons. Get on board. Rope ladders were hung on both sides, and the skeletons climbed onto the deck. The ship moved forward again and stopped outside the Kaku Island. The battle just now also attracted the attention of the rest of the people on the island. The remaining black-robed people blocked the slaves in shackles in front of them, forming a human wall to separate the two sides. Association? A person shouted loudly from a distance. Hiragwi stood on the deck and shouted, "Surrender. Go back and be investigated." The figure behind the hostage sneered and said again, "I don't care why you came here. Leave now. Otherwise we will kill these ordinary people first. Your association should not watch them die here." Hiragwi's eyes narrowed instantly, and her face turned ugly. She tilted her head and asked softly, "What should we do?" "I will kill the man who spoke. He is level 15. I will attack him immediately after he dies." Wu Hung set up the sniper rifle and said directly, "What if they kill the hostages? If we don't come, they will die faster." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Wu Hung aimed, and then said, "Continue talking to him." She loudly spoke to the distance again, in a tone of persuading the other party to surrender. And Wu Hung shot directly from the deck the moment the other party stuck his head out. Bang! The gunshot exploded. The level 15 leader, who was speaking, his body suddenly leaned back and fell to the ground. "Kill all those holding weapons." Wu Hung gave the order immediately. The skeleton rolled off the deck and rushed towards the island. The slaves were in chaos. The black-robed people also seemed extremely panicked. They fought the skeletons with weapons, and some followed the slaves to flee. In the fierce fight, the number of black-robed people decreased, until they were all killed. Zalagwi led the team members to the island. The skeletons had already started dragging corpses and cleaning the battlefield. Zalagwi looked at the messy battlefield and didn't know what to say. "Even though I have seen this kind of scene before, the quick resolution of the battle is still shocking. It completely changed the previous practice of the strong having the upper hand. What a level 15 professional. What a large fleet. In this kind of equipment, everyone is really equal." Zalagwi took a deep breath and continued, "Team 1 will collect the slaves, confirm whether there is any danger, and ask where they come from and their identities. Team 2 will guard the ship and stay alert. If there is any danger, notify me immediately." "Yes." The two teams responded and immediately began to act according to the order. In Wu Heng's ears, Glinda's voice as soft as a mosquito's hum sounded. "Blood is gathering in the building." Wu Hung frowned. Immediately went to observe the blood on the ground. The blood after the corpse's death seeped into the soil, but it was still as if being pulled by force, gathering in the building on one side, forming a series of linear dark red traces. After Zalagwi finished explaining the task, she just turned her head and followed his gaze to look at the blood on the ground. "What's going on?" "There are magic circles and sarcophagi in the building, which may be related to these," Wu Hung explained quickly and continued. "Let's go and take a look." With the skeleton, they quickly approached the building, and the moment they opened the door, the pupils of the two of them shrank. Dark red blood, surging upwards along the cracks in the stone bricks on the ground, forming blood streams, flowing into the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is sucking blood. Zalagwi held her hand on the hilt of the sword, staring at the front. Wu Hung pulled her back a step and ordered, "Go and have a look." Skeleton Caxu was about to step forward. The coffin lid slowly opened with a harsh friction sound, and fell to the side with a bang. And inside the coffin, stood a figure, with a shriveled appearance and pale skin. Naked, without male or female characteristics, with arms in the posture of pushing open the coffin lid, and the huge flesh wings that were folded up could be vaguely seen on the back. It was like a dried corpse with intact skin. Then, the tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing bloodshot eyes. Glenda's voice sounded again. Level 18. Level 18 professional, good fellow. Kneel down. Swoosh, boom. Just as the hoarse voice sounded, a silver-white lightning beam suddenly struck. The figure who had just stepped out of the sarcophagus suddenly flew back, crashed into the sarcophagus, and fell backwards. Wu Hung pulled Zalogwi behind him, and then said, "Kill him!" Caxia rushed out instantly, and Karamu supported the ground with one hand, releasing the cloud and mist technique. A large cloud of smoke instantly filled the room. "You all deserve to die!" A roar was heard in the room. Karamu had already appeared behind the mummy. The evil sword in his hand slashed horizontally, sweeping towards the neck. Puff! The sound of piercing the flesh sounded, and the long sword was grasped by the dry hand. The flesh wings spread and flapped, and a violent gust of wind blew away the clouds and mist in the room. Boom, boom. At this time, the skeleton Caxu also rushed in front of him, with great force, smashed the shrunken body again and threw it against the wall. The sound of bones, crackling. Caxia kept on walking, quickly following up, hitting with fists like raindrops, and exploding with fist force. The shrunken body, flesh and blood kept exploding. The blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. Roaring like a wild animal. He hugged the other's body with his arms, and suddenly threw Caxia's body, flying it out. His chest swelled up quickly, and he opened his mouth and sucked hard. In the formation, the remaining blood was sucked into the stomach. The wounds on the mummy's body healed quickly, and the originally shriveled body became fuller and fuller. It gradually formed the image of a middle-aged Western man, with a broad forehead and sunken brows. Little elf girl. Your blood must be delicious. Necromancer. You stink. Wu Hung and the other man also looked at each other in surprise. They had basically guessed each other's identity in their hearts. A blood clan. Not the kind of pale-blooded person who used a strange object and developed hemophilia. But it is a real vampire. Go! Wu Hung gave the order again in a cold voice. In the current situation, there is no need for mediation at all. If it is delayed, the opponent's strength will continue to recover. After receiving the order, the two skeletons moved again. Karamu's body disappeared again, appeared behind him, and slashed with the long sword in his hand. The vampire leaned forward, avoiding the slash, grasping the hilt of the long sword in Karamu's hand, trying to take the sword. Karamu bent his legs and kicked the opponent. Caxia followed quickly, and the wind of his fist exploded, and fell on the opponent like raindrops, with a sound of explosion. The opponent was level 18. And Caxia was also level 18. Even after being transformed into a skeleton, some of his abilities had disappeared. But the boxer profession, close combat skills, still had a strong advantage. In the blink of an eye, the blood clan's body burst into blood holes again. The tough skin on the epidermis could not withstand Caxia's punch. Wu Hung still did not let Zalogwi step forward, and his body instantly turned into 6 people. Pathogenic rays, weakening rays, lightning beams, acid splashes. All of them fired at the same time. Then, they distributed machine guns. 5 people held submachine guns, and another person began to release the mansion technique. Caxu, move aside. Caxia moved aside. Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets fired in a fan-shaped manner towards the target in front. The blood clan's eyes condensed, and the flesh wings instantly wrapped around the body, and dense bullets, and fell on the blood clan's body with a crackling sound. Blood splattered, and the body staggered. Behind, the ancient stone door in the crack opened. A crossbow loaded with arm-thick crossbow arrows appeared behind the door, pointing forward. Shoot! Bang! The crossbow string exploded. The crossbow arrow whistled out instantly, hitting the target instantly. The powerful force sent the vampire's body flying, crashing into the wall behind. The wounds on his chest and abdomen were bleeding. You damn guys. I will find you. Drain the blood of your family. Brew blood wine. And taste it bit by bit. The vampire vomited blood and cursed loudly. The next second, a bloody wind howled in the room, and the Blood Clan's body spread like bloody smoke. It went out through the cracks in the simple wall. Get out. He wants to escape. Wu Hung had seen the blood mist trick before. He also knew that this was a trick to escape. Several people rushed out of the room quickly. After leaving the house, the blood stain recondensed into a human form, half kneeling on the ground, vomiting blood. The scorching sun made his pale skin turn red instantly, and pustules and blisters covered his body. The bloodthirsty eyes swept across the scene, locking onto the dense crowd of people wearing shackles. Stop him. Wu Hang's voice sounded behind him. A large number of skeletons blocked the slave in the distance, separating him from the vampires. When the vampires saw several figures chasing them again, they gritted their teeth and cursed, spread their flesh wings, and rushed directly into the sky. Escaped far away. He's trying to run. Shilagui shouted, and her figure rose from the ground, with white wings spread on her back, and the exposed skin also gradually showed the characteristics of bird feathers. With wings flapping, he chased after the other party. Wu Hung also followed him out of the room. Don't. Wu Hung wanted to stop him, but Shilagui had already caught up with him. The other party was a level 18 professional, and chose to escape when he was surrounded by him. But it was definitely not something that Shilagui could deal with alone. If I had known earlier, I should have let Caxu use the warrior chain to restrain the other party. I don't believe that he can fly away with Caxu. I saw two figures chasing and leaving. Wu Hung could not care about so much. He took out the Barrett, raised the gun. After aiming, he pulled the trigger. The next second, the vampire in the air, his left shoulder and wings exploded instantly, and his flesh and bones fell all over the sky. The vampire's pupils widened, and his eyes were full of fear. What kind of person did he run into? Or, the other party had been prepared, and waited for him to come out, to deal with him. He was horrified, and his body began to lose control. Suddenly, another powerful force came, and a big hole appeared in his chest. The head and lower body were completely separated, and the broken flesh and internal organs scattered from the sky. Shilagui followed closely at this time, and the long sword in her hand emitted bursts of cold air. She chopped the head, and it fell rapidly from the sky. With a bang, it hit the ground. The Blood Clan looked extremely miserable at this time. The head was connected to the remaining chest, but it was still not dead. He tried to speak, but he couldn't speak clearly. Wu Hung approached and shot directly through the head. At the same time, the bone prison rose from the ground, trapping the ghost who tried to leave invisibly in the middle. The ghost hit the guardrail again and again. When it found that it could not escape, it turned around, with a ferocious roar. You can't do this to me. I want to see Lilith. She can't treat her own people like this. Hearing this, Wu Hung and Shilagui both frowned. If there is no duplication of names, Lilith is the leader in charge of the Whisperers. What should I do? Shilagui flew down from the sky and asked. Wu Hung glanced at the distance and said, I will control him first and then go back. Then, he took out a new magic soul pot, put it into the bone prison. The bone prison began to gradually compress the space. The magic soul pot also began to generate suction. The Blood Clan ghost's tone became more panicked. You are a human, your life is short. I can help you have a long life, and you, elf, I can give you wealth, so that you can live more abundantly in the future. We can talk about it. You can't treat an elder like this. Damn it, you damn guys, I curse you. Amidst the increasingly fierce screams, the ghost was sucked into the magic soul pot. The bone prison disappeared. Wu Hung put away the magic soul pot and put it into the space ring. Let's talk about it when we get back. Shilagui nodded, indicating that she understood. The two of them simultaneously released the state of the strange object. Wu Hang's brain was tingling, Shilagui's body was covered with frost, and her body was trembling. Ta-ta-ta, the dense footsteps sounded. The two teams, and Philippa with the skeleton, ran over quickly. Protect the two in the middle, and be alert all around. The sudden situation just now also scared everyone. No one expected that, inside the dilapidated stone house on the island, there was another enemy. Spreading his wings, he almost let the other party escape. The captain of a team asked, Island Master Deacon, are you okay? The side effects of the strange objects on the two gradually disappeared. After drinking the potion, they basically returned to normal. It's okay, Wu Hung said. Shilagui also stood up slowly, and said directly, the defense of the ship and the port will be carried out by Philippa and the skeleton. You check again. Don't rush to act if there is any danger. Come back and inform us. Understood. The two teams quickly dispersed. Philippa also took the skeleton and returned to the ship, and guarded the nearby area and the slaves. After carefully checking the island, the two teams returned one after another. Deacon, we checked it. There is no danger. The formation in the stone house has been destroyed. Only the sarcophagus is left. Zalogwi breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, what about those slaves? The captain of a team said, the villagers of the Yeko kingdom were tied here by these people. Villagers? This was really unexpected. Well, the villagers. They can tell the detailed address. And they can confirm that they are all villagers from the same village. They said that a few nights ago, these people landed in the village and killed some people. The rest were captured and brought here. No one knows what they are here for. The captain continued to explain. Zalogwi rubbed his temples. It involves the kingdom and the residents. Things are going to become complicated again. After thinking for a while, he said, keep an eye on them. Take them back to Treasure Island first, and then try to negotiate with the Yek kingdom. Yes. The team replied and left quickly. After the others left. What do you think? Are you going to capture these people for? Zalogwi looked over here. Wu Heng did not think much, and answered directly. I suspect they want to use these people to revive the one we just killed. It's the same as I thought, but the human race rarely has any connection with the blood race, especially such a weird blood race. Zalogwi touched her chin, and said while thinking, let's ask the corpse, so that we can write a report when we go back. Okay. Wu Heng called the skeletons, and dragged over several black-robed corpses that were obviously a little shriveled. Dead conversation release. The first corpse slowly sat up. Wu Heng asked, who are you? The corpse replied, we are followers of the Tianming cult. Wu Heng looked at Zalogwi, who shook her head to indicate that she had never heard of him. Wu Heng continued to ask, why did you capture these people? Following the bishop's order to awaken the powerful professionals. Chapter 518, who are you? Bishop? Powerful professional? It sounds like the Destiny Church is quite formal. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and asked, what position does the leader who brought you here today hold in the church? He is our protector of the church. The corpse said. Protector of the church. Now it seems that the status of the Destiny Church is not as high as that of the Divine Punishment Church. In the Divine Punishment Church, the protectors of the church are all level 18 professionals. Each of them dared to fight against Imolo. And the two of them even killed their way to Treasure Island. A level 15 professional in the Destiny Church has become a protector of the church. A whole level lower. Wu Heng continued to ask, did you know before that the person in the sarcophagus was still alive? The corpse paused for 2 seconds, and then answered, I don't know. I just followed orders. Wu Heng then asked, where is your bishop? I heard that he is developing the church in the Yek kingdom. After 5 questions, the corpse lay back on the ground. Zalogwi said on the side, it seems that the Destiny Church got this coffin through some means, and is preparing to wake up the person inside. Well, even level 18 attaches so much importance to it. It seems that there are not many high-level professionals in the church. Wu Heng added. Zalogwi glanced at him unhappily. You sound as if level 18 is easy. Only he dared to comment on a level 18 professional like this. Wu Heng did not continue to talk, but continued to the next corpse. Releasing talk to the dead, he began to inquire about the situation. He asked several corpses in succession, asking about the sarcophagus and the Destiny Church. The Destiny Church was only established in recent years, when the kingdom of Yek was in chaos and the surrounding management was lax. He began to infiltrate the kingdom. They planned to recruit believers and increase their influence. This time, they raided a coastal village at night under the leadership of the caller and gathered all the people here. They prepared a ritual and planned to wake up the person in the sarcophagus. They didn't know who was inside the sarcophagus. They asked several corpses and didn't know who was inside. They only knew that they were level 18 strong men who would help them develop the church. Wu Heng felt that the intelligence of these people was not very high. That vampire was obviously not easy to control. I'm not afraid that after waking him up, he will kill the rest of them, and then walk away. The situation is almost understood. Wu Heng did not continue to ask. He asked the skeleton to drag the corpse that had been interrogated to the side and bury it. This destiny cult. It really deserves to die. After hearing this, Zalogwi gritted her teeth. Her character is still the type that adheres to justice. I remember when Wu Heng first came to the island, when he said that he was a necromancer. Zalogwi almost drew his sword, looking like I would strangle you to death even if I was punished. Later, Wu Hung saved her several times, and he never did anything bad. The relationship between the two improved, and they felt like they were protecting Treasure Island together. Wu Hung said, "After we go back, report the incident, and have all places investigate this sect before they develop. See if we can destroy it directly." Zalagwi nodded in agreement. Human sacrifice, and involving so many people, is enough to classify them as a cult. Their bishop may be in the kingdom of Yeko. Don't forget to report it. Okay. The two chatted briefly. Wu Hung set his eyes on the head of the vampire again. The upper body. Only the head and shoulder bones were left, and the lower body was the waist and legs. The chest and abdomen were completely gone, and I didn't know where they were scattered. The missing parts, more than half, were already gone. It was difficult to transform into a skeleton. He said to the skeleton beside him, "Go over there and see if you can find the fallen body. Level 18 professional. Can also fly. If it can be assembled well, it will definitely be a rare skeleton attendant." The skeleton beside him received the order. He quickly moved towards the place where the vampire flew and began to search carefully. Zalagwi heard his order and guessed something in her heart. Have you heard of the Race Protection Act? You wouldn't say that the vampires are also a rare race? Wu Hung turned his head. The Rare Race Protection Act means that some special and sparsely populated races will receive corresponding protection. The corpse cannot be used for experiments or any form of slavery. But in Wu Hang's opinion, these are all restrictions on the surface. If the corpse has a special function, someone will still choose to do experiments secretly. As long as they don't spread it everywhere, it's hard to investigate such things. And no one will investigate. This news was told to Wu Hung by the assistant Deacon Moya when he killed the Spider-Man. Now, I didn't expect that. The Blood Race also came out with a restriction bill. Zalagwi nodded, confirming that the Blood Race was also included in the bill. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. I did it secretly. What do you mean by quietly? So many people saw it, and the other party obviously knew the leader Lilith. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Zalagwi said softly. When the other party died, he clearly mentioned Lilith. This matter is not that simple. As the two talked, the skeleton who was searching for body parts came back. He found a broken arm, a broken wing, and some scattered internal organs. It was a bloody pile. However, even these were not enough for the transformation. In addition, what Zalagwi said made sense. If the other party was really a high-level member of the Blood Clan, it would be easy to cause trouble if he enslaved him. Moreover, I had some contact with Lilith before, and their relationship was pretty good. It can't be destroyed easily. Yeah, that makes sense. Wu Hung said, then took out the organ jar. Put the organs here. The skeleton picked out the organs, and put them into the organ jar with blood. Zalagwi's eyes widened. He won't stop until he gets something good. But he just watched, and didn't say much. The corpse was so broken, the loss of organs was easy to explain. Wu Hung put the organ jar into the space ring. He continued to give orders. Go and carry out the sarcophagus inside. The skeleton entered the stone house, and carried out the sarcophagus directly. He stuffed all the vampire corpses into the sarcophagus. Zalagwi put them directly into the space ring. The rest was some finishing work. Zalagwi arranged for the rescued villagers to board the boat, and Wu Hung released the dead corpse battlefield to transform all the remaining corpses on the ground. Although the 18th level corpse could not be transformed, there was still a 15th level corpse. It was a little short, but it was not a wasted trip. After everything was arranged, everyone boarded the ship. With Philippa's loud shouts, the ship began to return. At night, in the cabin, Zalagwi put down the tableware in her hand and said, Island Master, it will take some time to inform the kingdom of Yeko. Before sending these people back, you have to arrange a place for them to stay. Even if these people are from the kingdom of Yeko, they can't be sent back directly. Negotiations must be made in advance. After confirmation, then, they can be sent back. Especially, this matter also involves the 18th level vampires, cults and other things. The association may arrange people to investigate, and these villagers are witnesses. During the time they stay on the island, their accommodation and food and drink will all be provided by the island. The previously expanded area can be used for them to live temporarily, and food and drink can also be provided temporarily. We will have to ask the kingdom of Yek to reimburse us at that time. Wu Hung emphasized. Not only did they rescue the people, but they also provided food and accommodation. It would cost a lot of money to provide food and accommodation for these hundreds of people. Zalogwi continued in a calm tone. I will explain the situation of the Destiny Church and the 18th level vampires to the headquarters. Do you want to tell Chief Lilith as well? Normally, Zalogwi does not need to tell Lilith about this matter alone. But it involved the vampires, which made things a little complicated. Wu Hung thought for a while, and said, I have collected the ghost. Let's ask about the situation tomorrow, and discuss how to write the letter then. Okay, let's do it. Zalogwi also agreed with this statement. After talking about the matter, the two also chatted about some unimportant things. The only problem with this operation was the vampires in the sarcophagus. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the other party did not kill him directly. Wu Hung continued, Is the air conditioner easy to use? It's easy to use. Sure, Yali also likes it. She also wants to dismantle it to study the array inside. I didn't agree. Do you like it? Zalogwi said with a smile. I like it too. Well, when the island is rebuilt in the future, it will be better than now. You are quite confident. One day and one night later, the ship slowly entered the port of Treasure Island. Zalogwi led everyone back to the association to perform an autopsy on the corpse in the sarcophagus and to re-verify the identities of the villagers brought back. As the island owner, Wu Hung didn't need to worry about these things. He just had to wait for the results. Philippa arranged for someone to repair the boat. Wu Hung called a carriage and returned to the island owner's manor first. After returning to the manor, as soon as he entered the gate, Minnie came up quickly, her face full of joy. Master, you are back. Behind him, Robert and Annette also followed, bowed slightly. Master, is everything fine at home? Wu Hung asked. Nothing, Minnie replied with a smile. I'm glad you're fine. Wu Hung touched Minnie's head. The latter smiled and leaned forward coquettishly. Minnie continued to ask, Do you want to prepare dinner? Let's eat together when Ware comes back. Okay. Minnie nodded. I chatted with a few people downstairs for a while, and watched Robert and Annette's training. The sky gradually darkened, and Weir came back from outside. Philippa also arranged the boat, and came here to eat. The table was full. Philippa talked about the Battle of Kakujima. The rest of the people listened carefully. After dinner, Wu Hung went upstairs directly. He released the two ghosts to move freely, and he returned to the room. On the ship, you can also rest in the cabin. But the ship sways severely. When it is violent, people will fly into the air. It is still not as stable as resting on land. After a simple wash, go to bed to rest. In my heart, I can't help but think of the vampire I met today. He looks like a middle-aged man. But why doesn't he have male or female characteristics? When he came out of the sarcophagus, he was naked, and there was no gender characteristics on his body. Are all vampires like this? No, there is nothing. How can I go to the toilet? Lilith, a nice name. Isn't it like this too? Thinking in my heart, I gradually fell asleep. The next day, in the morning, in the basement of the association, Wu Hung mixed the gold powder and blood, forming a closed-loop magic circle on the ground in the middle. Dark energy permeated from the magic circle, making the entire basement even more chilling. He continued to take out the magic soul pot containing the vampire ghost, and put it into the magic circle. A blue ghost floated out of the magic soul pot, forming an illusory translucent shape. The ghost quickly looked around. Then it flew backwards, trying to escape from here. However, the magic array was like a barrier, trapping him firmly in it. No matter how it collided, it could not leave the range of the array. Finding that it could not escape, the ghost looked at him with ferocious eyes. You are indeed from the association. You damn guys. Asked. Wu Hung looked at Zalogwi. The latter shook his head. You should ask. What are you going to do? The ghost roared loudly. Wu Hung looked at the corpse and asked, What's your name? And the ghost sneered. Wu Hung activated the power of the dead spirit. And energy whips formed in the magic circle, which whipped the ghost. During the whipping, the ghost kept disintegrating and condensing, howling in pain. I tell you! I tell you! The ghost shouted loudly, Melanie Badley? My name is Melanie Badley. Why are you locked in the sarcophagus? The hibernation of the Blood Clan. You should listen. Wu Hung activated the magic again, and the energy whip whistled out. The whip hit the ghost one after another. I'm exiled. The ghost shouted loudly. The whip still whipped. The soul body kept disintegrating and reorganizing, and the wailing continued. Really, it's true, I didn't lie to you. Lilith sealed me in the sarcophagus and exiled me. It means I will always be sealed in the sarcophagus and will never be allowed to come out. The whip stopped. The disintegrating soul body slowly condensed. Wu Heng continued to ask, why exile you? The ghost looked outside carefully, explained, I was young, because of greed for blood. I did some wrong things, killed some people, they were all small things, and I was punished. Wu Heng and Shi Logui looked at each other. He said that he killed some people, and it was definitely not a few, or some of them were people of high status. When the Pirate King reached level 18, he was pardoned. How could pirates do less bad things? The person in front of him had reached level 18 earlier, but was sealed in a sarcophagus and exiled for killing people. He must have caused a lot of trouble. Anything else you want to ask? Wu Heng looked aside. Shi Logui shook his head. I don't have any more. The ghost in the magic circle immediately said, wait, you are a necromancer, you need ghosts, I can work for you, I know many secrets, I can definitely help you. Wu Heng did not speak. Activating the magic power. The magic pod generates suction. Think about it. I also have a lot of knowledge that you humans don't have. Don't worry about me. You need. The ghost's body was stretched thin and was taken back into the magic pot. Wu Heng bent down to pick up the magic pot and put it back into the space ring. He is a criminal. It should be no problem to kill him, Shi Logui said. This time, the questioning was also to confirm the identity of this person. The Tianning sect is not a threat. To put it bluntly, it is a cult that deceives ordinary people. But this level 18 vampire still has some connections. Before reporting, we still need to confirm the other party's identity and the reason why he was sealed in the sarcophagus. Well, when reporting, right, that we were forced to fight back. Okay. Zalogui nodded. The two walked out together. And Zalogui asked again, do you think it's inappropriate for me to write this letter to Chief Lilith? It's really not good to send the report from the headquarters and Lilith's letter at the same time. Wu Heng also thought about it and said, how about this? You report to the headquarters, and I will write a letter to Chief Lilith from a personal perspective about the vampires and explain this matter. Okay. Let's do it. Zalogui smiled and nodded. The two walked out of the basement together. Zalogui returned to the study to prepare a report. Wu Heng also took a carriage and returned to the manor where he lived. After returning to his residence, Wu Heng went upstairs to the study. He sat on a chair and thought for a while, and took out a pen and paper and began to write. Lilith and Beshmet, there is a Deer Horn Island near Treasure Island. On the island, we found a group of mysterious black-robed people who brought more than 100 villagers and found a formation and a strange sarcophagus. The association's ship approached, and a battle broke out with the enemy. During the battle, the blood of the dead was absorbed by the sarcophagus, and a skinny man with wings on his back rushed out of the sarcophagus and fought with us. In the end, we won by luck and killed the enemy. After investigation, the black-robed organization was called Tianning Cult. In the coastal villages of Yek Kingdom, they killed villagers, kidnapped more than 100 people, and tried to perform a ritual to wake up the person in the sarcophagus. The person in the coffin called herself Melanie Badley, a member of the Blood Clan, and was extremely arrogant, and kept shouting that he wanted to kill everyone else. In this incident, more than 100 people almost died. He also witnessed the other party rushing out of the coffin, shouting to kill all living things. He was afraid that this incident would have a negative impact on the blood race, and that the reputation accumulated by Lilith for many years would be damaged. He wrote a letter to report the incident. Treasure Island flag bearer, Wu Heng. The last stroke fell. Wu Heng reconfirmed it. When writing to Lilith, he still had to confirm the wording. After checking and confirming that there was no discrepancy, put it in an envelope, open the door, and go downstairs. 3 maids, riding bicycles in the courtyard. Robe is limited in height, and looks a little reluctant. The addition of 2 new maids does not bring much change to the manor. But for Minnie, she is indeed much happier. When Wu Heng and Andawei are not around, she has someone to accompany her. She doesn't have to stare at the flowers and plants in the flower bed every time she comes back. Master! Minnie jumped and waved, with a smile on her face. Minnie, go out for a while, and deliver this letter to Sheila Rose at the association, and ask her to mail it together. Wu Heng waved and ordered. Okay. Minnie ran over to take the letter, leaving with the skeleton attendant. The other 2 maids carefully put the bicycle aside. Go back to the living room, clean up. Wu Heng glanced at the time. Put on the train conductor's hat, get on the train, and disappear directly into the courtyard. Lopez City, Snake Emblem Consortium, VIP room. Wu Heng sat in the room for a while. The person in charge, Lei Dilly, walked in with a smile, with a beautiful face, and gorgeous earrings on her pointed ears. She was wearing a purple silk dress, with a slender figure. Good afternoon, guest. Lei opened the conversation as usual. Good afternoon. Has the fire furnace I ordered last time been made? Wu Heng asked directly. Lei smiled confidently. It's made. In the warehouse outside, I'll take you to see it. Okay. Wu Heng stood up and followed her out of the room. Walking through the corridor, they came to a warehouse in the backyard. Opening the door, the stone furnace divided into 3 parts was revealed. The surface of the furnace was engraved with dense and complex runes. The shape and specifications are all made according to your requirements. Lei Dilly introduced with a smile. Wu Heng looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. I am very satisfied. Lei Dilly smiled even more. As long as you are satisfied. It's good. However, we agreed that if we speed up the progress, we will pay 5% more. Of course, there is no problem with what we agreed. Wu Heng put the things into the space sachet. He returned to the VIP room with her and settled the balance. Lei Dilly's face was full of smiles. She was also lucky to meet such a rich man, and her performance here would probably far exceed that of other resident consortiums in the surrounding area. If you need other magic buildings, you can come here at any time, and the efficiency can be guaranteed. Lei Dilly said again. Yes, I may really order some later, and come to you then. Wu Heng said. If the experiment is successful this time, Xinfu City and Anhui City in the future will also adopt similar methods. On the basis of the original power plant, replacing the furnace to generate electricity. It is easier than rebuilding the power plant. That's good, I'll help you check it. Well, I'll come when the time comes. After settling the final payment, Wu Heng also walked out of the building. Wu Heng nodded and walked out of the building directly. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Heng went to the zombie world. Took out the walkie-talkie, said, Chi Han Kai, let Wang Haibing prepare, let's go to the power plant. Got it. Chapter 519, This is unscientific. Wu Heng stood downstairs and waited for a while. 2 trucks and a bus drove over from the garage. Wu Heng got on the co-pilot seat. And several skeleton attendants who accompanied him also sat in the back seat. Is Wang Haibing following? Wu Heng asked. Chi Han Kai said, in the bus behind, there are also several members who are familiar with electricians who also followed. This time, it was obvious that they were going to see the power plant. Without Wang Haibing, it would be useless for them to go there any more times. Wu Heng nodded. Let's go! The convoy started and drove out of the factory directly. It drove towards the power plant. It took about 20 minutes. The convoy arrived at the power plant. The gate was re-welded with iron plates. And the weeds and snow inside were also cleared. Skeletons guarding the surroundings could be seen. It was no longer as dilapidated as it was at the beginning. The group got off the car and went directly into the combustion area and the room where the boiler was located. Wu Heng began to command the skeletons to move the fire furnace for assembly and replace it with the position of heat conversion in the combustion zone. In the back, Wang Haibing and the others watched the skeletons work together to move the huge objects. They were all a little dazed. They gathered together and chatted quietly. Didn't you say that the power was going to be restored? What are these big stones for in the equipment room? I don't know. It seems to replace the equipment. Put fuel in the stone? If the equipment is damaged, it can't be repaired in the current situation. We just have to watch it. Maybe it's something with supernatural powers. We are all out of date. At this time, footsteps were heard behind him. Make way, don't block here. Make way, and then you can see 2 people carefully carrying containers, which contain orange gold liquid. Walk to the place where the skeleton assembles the stone. Pour the golden liquid in your hand, along the gap of the furnace array, directly into it. Reconnect the broken array. When the golden liquid solidifies little by little, and shows its original golden color again, a wave of magic suddenly spreads, and then a red flame suddenly rises in the furnace. In an instant, the scorching heat fills the entire room. The people who were discussing in the back suddenly widened their eyes, looking at the flames rising inside in disbelief. Wang Haibing muttered, This is impossible. This is not scientific. This is not scientific at all. He had seen the video that Chi Han Kai showed him. A furnace that can smelt iron. The original plan was to use this thing to replace the position of the combustion zone and provide heat. But he didn't expect that this thing would raise flames out of thin air. And the temperature was so high. This is completely contrary to common sense. Wu Hung confirmed that the furnace was working properly, and turned to ask, "Can it generate electricity?" Wang Haibing recovered, and said, "I'll go and have a look." After that, he left quickly. Wu Hung led the others outside. They stood in the yard and waited for a while. There was a noise of machines running in the building. And then a click. The emergency light in the gatehouse came on. Everyone was happy. Wang Haibing also ran out from one side and shouted, "It's successful. It can operate normally. It's successful." Over at the military factory, "Can it be used normally?" Wu Hung continued to ask. Wang Haibing thought for a moment and said conservatively, "We need to test it again, and then supply power little by little, so as not to push the voltage back. When? Before noon. It will be finished." Wu Hung nodded. "Okay. You guys can handle it together." "Yes." Several people nodded in unison. Noon. Everyone returned to the factory. Wait for a while. The dim workshop suddenly lit up, and the shutdown machines were powered on, with a buzzing sound. Emergency lights and overhead light tubes also lit up one after another. The survivors who noticed all this cheered instantly. They echoed throughout the factory. "There is electricity. There is electricity. Everyone has electricity. We will definitely be the first to restore power. I have collected so many electrical appliances, and finally I can use them. Long live the king." Even if there were photovoltaic panels to use electricity. But there are also usage requirements, and it cannot be used at high power consumption at any time. Especially in winter when the days are short, not to mention the stored electricity. Now, the power plant supplies power, which means restoring the power supply requirements before the disaster. Inside the room, Wu Hung glanced at the reputation on the panel. More than 100 points were added, but it was the same as not adding any. It may not be the military factory, because the power was restored. In the radio station, his name, and it was also spread through other people. Maybe it was in this aspect that his reputation was increased. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Chi Hankai walked in with Wang Haibing. Both of them were happy after the power was restored. Wang Haibing said, "Chief, the power supply has been restored. The voltage and line are normal. The supporting facilities here are of high standards. There is no problem with normal use." "Well done." Wu Hung praised, and then said, "You will be responsible for the work of the power plant in the future, and some people will be assigned to help you." Wang Haibing smiled even more, saluted and promised, "Thank you for your trust. Chief, I will do my best." Wu Hung also smiled. We agreed. The two had agreed before. Wang Haibing asked the power plant to restore power supply. Wu Hung would let him be in charge of the power plant work and give him some people. "Thank you, Chief." Wang Haibing thanked him again. Wu Hung continued, "I have 2 more things to give you." "You tell me." Wang Haibing restrained his smile. "In addition to giving you some members of the base, I will also arrange 50 skeletons for you. You need to teach them how to operate the power plant in a short time, and also inspect and repair some work," Wu Hung said directly. Wang Haibing opened his eyes. A little embarrassed, he said tentatively, "Leader, we will take care of the power plant. No need to bother these skeletons. This involves the second thing I want to tell you. The other bases and subsequent power plants will also need to be restored. I plan to let the skeletons take charge, and you will mainly take care of the factory," Wu Hung said. Now there are enough skeletons under his command. And as the level increases, the intelligence of the skeletons is no worse than that of ordinary people. They can also learn some abilities. The power plant is one of them. It needs skeletons to complete it. Whether it is the other bases, or the planned factories in the other world, it will be used to a great extent. Wang Haibing carefully looked at Chi Hankai on the side, and saw that the other party did not want to talk. So he nodded and said, "I will try my best to teach these skeleton friends." Wu Hung nodded, and said to Chi Hankai, "In the next 2 days, arrange someone to take him to the other bases to see the power plant conditions there." "Understood." Chi Hankai agreed. Wu Hung continued to say to the skeleton corpse king beside him, "Bring the skeletons I picked over here. Starting today, follow Wang Haibing." The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from downstairs. 50 skeletons gathered downstairs. "Okay, you go back first. I'll leave the power plant to you." "Yes, Chief." Wang Haibing agreed, turned around and left. Wang Haibing left. Chi Honkai was no longer so serious. With a smile on his face, he said, "We should be the first to restore normal power supply. If other bases know about this, they will definitely be envious." When the photovoltaic panels on his side were supplying power in the radio station, it is already the envy of many bases. Now the power supply of the power plant has been restored directly. And it is a power supply method that does not require fuel consumption, as long as it is spread out. I am afraid that the main station will express surprise and envy. Don't announce it to the public yet. We can use it ourselves. Wu Heng said. I understand. Make a fortune in silence, Chi Honkai said with a smile. Wu Heng continued to ask, how is the blueprint at the main station? No news yet. I will ask later. Well, ask them about the situation first. And prepare for the next 2 days. Let's occupy the airport first. Okay. I will plan the route then. The two sat in the room and chatted for a while. Chi Honkai went to arrange the operation of other production chains. And Wu Heng went through the boundary gate. Returned to Treasure Island. Returned to the study. Wu Heng changed his down jacket. The temperature difference between the two sides was too big, which was actually quite uncomfortable. After changing clothes, he poured himself a cup of tea. He sat down at the desk again. He began to think about the future development plan. In the zombie world, the military factory has resumed power supply, and the production chains of the other workshops can also start working. What he needs to do is to provide sufficient raw materials. By then, the problem of bullets can be completely solved, and there is no need to worry about not having enough bullets. In fact, the use of the flame furnace in the power plant also gave him an inspiration. Other magic buildings, can they also be combined with modern machinery to create new things? This can be studied. There is also the issue of one's own reputation. This kind of thing has now become a complete obstacle, and it is slow to improve. And there is no accurate way to find it. Some are not easy to do. The development of Treasure Island is still expansion. But the expansion of the new area also needs to prepare for power supply in advance. At that time, we need to discuss it carefully with the island's designers. Wu Heng took a sip of water. Also, the skill book. 18th level skills are a bit hard to find. I bought the mansion art at the auction of the Snake Emblem Consortium and the Treasure Island Association. The Exchange of Merit does not have a level 18 skill book. It is difficult for me to obtain it. The old dean, he said that he can join their research association at level 15. Maybe I can give it a try. At that time, the skills released by the old dean were very likely to be level 18. Apart from other things, it's not a loss to learn those two moves. I sat in the study and rested for a while. I also opened the door and walked out. Going downstairs, 3 maids were planting flowers in the flower bed. Master. Robe and Annette saluted. Master, do you want to have lunch? Minnie asked. Not hungry yet, you guys go ahead, I'll test the magic over there. Okay. Master. Minnie smiled. Walked to the open space on the other side. Wu Heng began to study his skill modern Ken Mansion technique. Last time when dealing with the Stone Coffin Blood Clan, the crossbow inside the mansion technique was activated, and the opponent was blown away. The effect shown was still very good. As long as it is well constructed, it can play a huge role. After releasing the mansion technique, a crack appeared out of thin air, and the ancient stone door inside opened with a bang, revealing the luxurious hall behind and the crossbow at the door. The release of the mansion technique will be different in size according to the space. In the open space outside, the height of the stone door is nearly 6 meters, and the width is nearly 4 meters. Last time, in the stone house on Kakujima Island, only the stone door more than 2 meters high was opened. The interior layout did not change much. Only the entrance door changed. In the distance, the 3 maids also put down their work. They looked over curiously. They whispered and guessed, but did not come over. Wu Heng stood at the door and took a look, and began to conceive the internal structure. As the idea rose in his mind, the building behind the stone door began to change. Trapezoidal iron frames were set up, and machine guns were placed on the iron frames, pointing far ahead. The shells can be provided by themselves. They can be fired at that time. No, the remaining space inside is not used at all. Then, the interior changes again. Under the iron frame, an entrance is formed, which is the same size as a normal door and can lead to the room. But I still feel unsatisfied, and it does not show much characteristics. Changes began again. after several changes. Finally, there is a gate more than 2 meters high below, which can lead to the inside normally. The second floor is 3 machine guns, and the third and fourth floors are machine gun fortresses. The interior is no longer a luxurious living room, but all the furniture has been cleared out. It serves as a storage room for soldiers. When the boundary gate cannot be used, you could open the mansion technique to mobilize troops. The machine guns and cannons above form a fortress, which can be used for some defense and attack. After several changes, I am quite satisfied with the current situation. I commanded the skeletons to move some ammunition in, and then operated the machine guns and turrets. It feels not much different, and my magic power has also been consumed a bit seriously. Then he cancelled the mansion spell, and the stone door disappeared. He returned to the living room and chatted with the 3 maids. It was almost dusk, and Enduir came back from outside. They went to the restaurant for dinner. Wu Heng asked, "Wire, is there any news about the caravan that purchased white gunpowder and other materials?" Wu Heng was the one who discussed the goods with the caravan. The island owner's appearance would make things look more reliable and easier to proceed. But the follow-up matters. It is an agreement signed by the city hall and the caravan. Anwir said, "No news has been sent back yet. I will ask someone tomorrow and tell you then." "Well, tell them to hurry up. It's been a few days." "Okay, I'll go tomorrow." After dinner, Wu Heng also went to the training room to practice swordsmanship. Everyone went upstairs to rest. The next morning, just after breakfast, Minnie came in with a member of the association. "Master, Deacon Zalogwi has arranged someone to come to you." Wu Heng looked over. He was a member of the association's team. He saluted and said, "Island Master, Deacon Zalogwi wants you to come over. Do you know what's going on?" "I don't know," Deacon didn't say. "Okay, I'll pack up and go over." The team member saluted again, then followed Minnie and left the manor. If there was any case, or someone was arrested, they would come to him on their own initiative. Now they asked him to come over. There must be something going on at the association. After a simple pack-up, he left the manor. Take the carriage and go to the association. Stand in front of Zalogwi's study and knock on the door. Then open the door and walk in. In the study, Zalogwi sits behind the desk, and assistant Shiryali stands not far away. "Looking for me?" Zalogwi looks up and says directly, "The association's rewards have come down. 2 first-level merit items, 7 second-level merit rewards, and a total of 727 gold coins." Chapter 520, Wu Heng was suddenly delighted when he heard the reward. But when he heard the number at the end, he felt something was wrong. I vaguely remember that there were 13 flags of large pirate groups reported, and more than 140 flags of medium-sized pirate groups. No matter how you calculate it, it is impossible to give this much, especially they killed the original island owner of level 18. With their strength at that time, it can be said that they were facing great danger. "Is the number wrong?" Wu Heng asked. Zalogwi walked out from behind the table. The headquarters checked the information of the Emerald Sea wanted order, and most of the flags were not on the wanted order. The merit was not calculated according to the number of pirate flags sent, but according to the corresponding wanted orders. When collecting flags, Wu Heng really said that all the flags salvaged should be reported, regardless of whether they were killed this time. It seems that the association has its own way of calculation, and it is not so easy to fool. The number is not right either. We are at a disadvantage. Wu Heng looked at her. Zalogwi said, "I feel that if Deacon Imolo had not been at the headquarters, the settlement reward would have been less. The file was recorded according to our report." After hearing this, Zalogwi accepted the reward this time. As for the file record, in fact, it has little to do with Wu Heng being appointed as the island master. He has already left the original promotion system. No matter how much he is promoted, he cannot be removed from the position of island master or transferred to another place. More importantly, it is still some improvement in reputation. But it doesn't matter. The entire Gold and Silver Island campaign has gained a lot of gains. A small island that is recognized by all forces, value is much higher than these props. Even if you don't do anything in the future, as long as you operate the island well, the tax is enough to live for a lifetime. "Okay, I have no opinion. What are we all for us?" Wu Heng moved forward. Greek Rose sat down on the opposite side. "Stretch your hand." 2 props appeared on the coffee table. The first level merit rewards are the same. Wu Heng looked at the coffee table. There are 2 in total. The first is a belt with various colors. The second is iron gray, a round hollow metal with religious characteristics. 100 Soldier Space Belt, special item. Effect, adapt to body changes, return to the spirit storage. Side effect, physical weakness. Description, a belt full of strange magic, like a decorative accessory. Belt of the 100 Soldiers robe, suit, in terms of color matching, the two items are very similar. It should be the suit of the 100 Soldiers. Now it seems that it is called the Space Belt of the 100 Soldiers. The effects are adapting to body changes, soul recovery and storage. It even has a storage effect. If it were only these effects, it would not be worth the first level merit. At least it is not as practical as the robe of the 100 Soldiers. Thinking in his heart, his eyes turned to the second reward. A medal. Immortal Holy Light, strange item. Effect, guard the spirit/consciousness. Summon the Night Attendant, 4th level. Side effect, the sinner will spontaneously combust. Description, Holy Light will protect the believers from evil erosion. Looking at the second strange item, Wu Heng's brows suddenly frowned, and his body subconsciously leaned back, keeping a certain distance. The church's strange things. The side effect is that the sinful and filthy will spontaneously combust. Why give him a necromancer to distribute the church's things? Take the opportunity to kill him. Or just warn him. If he doesn't trust himself, he can just not give him the island. He has been promoted one after another. And this happened again. There are so many types of props. And he has been given such a reward. He has to think deeply about the purpose behind it. What exactly does the association want to do? Wu Heng frowned and speculated, no longer feeling the joy of receiving a reward. On the side, Shi Logui stood up to make tea for him, while the assistant Shi Yali slowly walked over with a notebook. After taking a look, she softly introduced. The first item is the 100 Soldiers Belt, which is described in the information sent as one of the accessories of the 100 Soldiers robe, with the additional effect of soul resurrection, which is equivalent to the full mental state of a 15th level mage, and the second point is that it has 100 cubic meters of storage space inside. Wu Heng was attracted by the other party's words, and put his attention back on the belt. The soul returning technique is to restore mental power. It can reach the full mental state of a level 15 mage, which basically resets its own consumption. This is still very powerful. On the battlefield, it can be regarded as having more opportunities to release skills. 100 cubic meters of storage space is not bad, but it feels a bit strange. Who would take things in the belt? It is not convenient. Wu Heng thought in his heart. Shi Yali continued. The third feature of the belt is that it can be used in conjunction with the effect of the robe. The more clones there are, the less the internal storage space will be evenly divided. Hearing this, Wu Heng's eyes suddenly condensed. Asked, what this means is, my 100 Soldiers robe can be divided into 6 clones, and the belt can provide storage capacity for the 6 clones at the same time. Yes, but the more clones there are, the smaller the internal space will be divided into. Shi Yali explained. After hearing the confirmation, Wu Heng was delighted. No wonder it is called a set. It turns out that they are used together. Every time the effect of the 100 Soldiers robe is activated, the space ring will only take effect on one of them. Whether it is props or distributing guns, it is a bit troublesome. With this belt, this problem can be solved completely. As for taking things out of the waste, whether they are strange or not is not so important. He looked up and saw Shi Yali still looking at him. He smiled and nodded. Go on! The side effect of the belt is weakness. And the strength of the weakness is related to the physique. Shi Yali continued to look at the next item and continued to introduce. The second item is also a strange item, called Wu Wei Shenghui, and it also has 2 effects. One is to protect the wearer's spirit and consciousness, which can block the attacks of most 5th level professionals. The second is to summon a light element night servant. The servant's strength will be improved by killing undead and dark creatures. The current servant level is level 4. The side effect is that if a person is deeply sinful, they will spontaneously combust after wearing it. After the introduction, Shi Yali paused, even Shi Logui frowned and looked over. There was something strange in her eyes, and some questioning. Shi Yali looked at the introduction again. I didn't read it wrong, it says so. Obviously, this thing should not be given to a necromancer as a reward. Zalagui came back with a teacup, put it in front of Wu Heng, asked, what was it before? I didn't notice it, why did you get this? Wu Heng shook his head. I don't know, maybe the reward was not enough, so I just picked one. From his understanding of the association, the other party should not do such a thing. Even if They suspected him, they would arrange for an inspector or someone to investigate him, rather than just giving him such a thing. How is it possible? Zalogwi was surprised. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and asked, what is the standard for serious crimes? Occupation? The number of skeleton servants? Or what bad things have been done? Sure, Yali looked at the information sent again. It has nothing to do with occupation. It depends on whether a person does good or evil. Then you should be fine, Zalogwi said. But Wu Hung was still a little unsure about this matter. How to judge good and evil? He had killed many people, especially the special inspector of the association. Does this count as evil? Can it be changed? You can write a report to the headquarters and apply for this matter. But it may take a little longer. Sheila thought for a moment and said, you can try it and see if it works. How can I try it? He spontaneously combusted. Sheila took out a heart-protecting mirror and handed it to him. I'll lend it to you. I don't think this badge will work on you. Guardian heart-protecting mirror, special item. Effect, substitute death. Side effects, used 3 times. Description, a heart-protecting mirror that follows the knight's will. Will protect the wearer. What's your reward? Sheila nodded. This breastplate looks much better than his own. At least the effect is simple, and the side effect is only the number of times it is used. Wu Hung did not hesitate, and directly picked it up and put it on. Then, he took out the emblem on the table and put it on the other side of his chest. The moment he put it on, he could clearly feel a warm current wrapping his spirit. The 3 of them concentrated and waited for a while. Nothing happened. The spontaneous combustion and the side effect did not appear on himself or the breastplate. Look! I told you that you are fine. You have passed the inspection. What is there to worry about? Zalogwi said, and took a leisurely sip of the teacup. She completely forgot her nervous expression just now. Wu Hung carefully took off the heart-protecting mirror, and there was no reaction. His own mental power and consciousness could still feel that he was protected by a force of energy. Putting aside the side effects of spontaneous combustion, the effect of the strange object was quite good. Wu Hung took it off again. Why don't you use it? Give it to me next time you have a reward. Zalogwi opened her eyes and pushed it back. I don't want it. It's too dangerous. Damn it! Zalogwi smiled and said, it's okay. Spontaneous combustion doesn't happen immediately. If there is anything wrong, just take it off. When there is a chance, I will change it. Okay. Then, Zalogwi continued to take out the remaining rewards. There are 7 second-level merit rewards in total, all placed on the table one by one. Elf magic carpet, magic item, effect, man flight, side effect, weightlessness. Companion Een Jade, magic item, effect, increase the power of the dead, nourish the spirit servant, side effect, cold. Soul whip, magic item, effect, against souls, void creatures, it has deterrent and attack effects. Linbing Jade talisman, magic item, a prop made by the hero, it can provide combat assistance after use. Iron golem model, mechanical construct, can be used as a servant to attack the target. Corpse explosion, skill book, pre-embed magic in the corpse, produce an explosion effect. Severe injury, skill book, release severe injury on the target creature. Those with weak physique will be seriously injured. There are 7 items in total, 2 strange objects, 2 magic props, 1 construct, and 2 skill books. Elf magic carpet, it is a rolled up wool blanket. The style is quite good, it has some patterns that elves like, such as curly grass, feathers, flower crowns, etc. From the introduction, it looks a bit like the magic carpet in the movies. It can carry people and fly in the air. Now I really lack props for flying. After all, I can't carry the bone dragon with me. It can be regarded as an increase in my ability. The side effect is the feeling of weightlessness. After seeing spontaneous combustion, this is nothing. Companion Een Jade normal pendant size. A little dark on the surface. Gently shake it, and it seems that there is water shaking inside. The effect is completely suitable for necromancers. It can improve the power of the dead, and it can also nourish the spirit servants. It should be a natural wonder. The side effects are not great, and it is cold. 2 magic items. 1 is Soul Whip, which can attack the soul. The second Living Jade Talisman is a prop made by the hero, which can help, and sounds quite powerful. Iron Golem is a magic construct. The one in front of us is just a model. I heard that the normal one reaches a height of 4 or 5 meters, which can protect oneself or attack the enemy. The remaining 2 are skill books. Corpse explosion and severe injury. Both are level 15 skills. It seems that the association has done some research on me and knows that I don't have these two skills. It was given to me as a reward. After Wu Heng finished reading, Shiryali also introduced the functions and characteristics of the second level merit. After confirming that there was no problem, he put away the information and sat back in his seat. Shilagwi continued to take out 2 bags of gold coins and handed them to him. The last one, the bounty. More than 700 gold coins, it is not a small amount. Wu Heng also collected them all. Are you satisfied? Shilagwi said with a smile. It's okay. I thought we could get dozens of first-level rewards. There will be opportunities in the future. If you take too many things, it will be easy for people to remember you. Shilagwi was more open-minded. Wu Heng nodded and continued to ask, what is the effect of your other first-level item? Shilagwi said, an armor. Better than the one I have. It provides defense. Yours is quite practical. Yours is also good. If you are worried, don't use the emblem for now. It is safe enough on the island. Yeah, that's right. Wu Heng agreed, looked at the time, and continued, how about celebrating together in the evening? We agreed to have dinner together before, but we haven't had the chance for so long. It's not good. Shilagwi hesitated. Is it okay? What's wrong with it? It's not a bad thing. Shilagwi looked at Shiryali. Do you want to go? Shiryali smiled. I won't go, so as not to disturb you. Shilagwi frowned. What are you talking about? Wu Heng also persuaded. Let's go together, otherwise she will always worry. Shiryali glanced at her sister, and then at Wu Heng. Thank you, island owner. Wu Heng smiled and nodded. It's still a little early, I'll let the carriage pick you up in the evening. Okay. Leave Shilagwi's study. Wu Heng was not in a hurry to leave, and went to the meeting room. He asked the staff of the association to go to the city hall to call the dwarf designer of the island. Entering the room, the dwarf bowed and saluted. Master Island Owner. Sit down and talk. The dwarf jumped onto the chair with a serious attitude. Wu Heng took out the design of the island and said, I need you to choose a location on the island to build a factory. The requirement is to provide energy to Lighthouse Street and the central area. Chapter 521, You really know how to enjoy yourself. We have talked about the factory issue before, but the dwarf designer didn't expect to start addressing today. Even though he was a little unfamiliar with the term providing energy, he could vaguely understand what it meant. He took out the map he carried with him from his bag. He spread it on the table, standing on a chair, pointed to a location and said, Sir, this is the location we have chosen these days, which can take into account the 2 areas you mentioned. Wu Heng looked at the location he pointed to. It is a newly developed area, a location in the east. In fact, the number of residents on the island is not as large as in the modern world. The power supply capacity provided by the main station can fully meet the needs of the entire island. Wu Heng listened to the other party's description of the advantages of this location, and nodded to confirm. It's okay here. Arrange people to clean it up first in the next 2 days, and wait for the strange machine master to make a plan, and then start construction directly. Okay. I'll arrange people to start work when I go back. Yes. Wu Heng nodded, and after talking about the site selection of the power plant, he asked, How is the expansion area going? The dwarf sat back in the chair. It's going smoothly. The next step is to build houses. After the bricks are delivered, we can continue. According to the previous plan, some of the buildings will be built larger and more magnificent. Understood, sir. After talking about the dwarf, Wu Heng thought about it. And since there was nothing else to do, he said, Okay, let's do this for now. If there are any difficulties during the construction, tell Ann we're in time. Don't waste time. Yes. Then I'll go back and explain the work. Go. The dwarf stood up, bowed slightly, and left the meeting room directly. After the other party left, Wu Heng also stood up and went to Lighthouse Street. Along the way, he bought some alchemical materials in the shops. In a tavern called Red Coral, he booked a private room. I also thought about booking a private room in the Nautilus. After all, it was my own business, and it would be more convenient. But after thinking carefully, I chose to stay outside. It would be better for me and Shilagwi to stay out there less. It was getting close to dusk. There was a knock on the door of the private room. The door opened, and 2 figures with hoods covering their faces walked in one after the other. Seeing that Wu Heng was the only one in the room, they also took off their hoods. revealing the elf sisters who look similar, but different. Zalagwi, with long golden hair tied behind her head, smooth and shining, white and tender skin, a chubby face, but a pair of eyes that are unusually bright, and a cute face, with a kind of sharp momentum in contrast. Sister Shiryali, with short golden hair, a more mature face, but with very similar facial features, wearing golden earrings and pendants, with a smile on her face, gives a more gentle feeling. Is this a new pub? Zalagwi sat down at one side of the table and asked. Shiryali followed and sat beside her, folded the hoods of the two and put them away. It's newly opened. I heard that the food tastes good. Wu Hung poured the two of them some summer tea. They must have some cooking skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't be competitive on the island. Zalagwi said. We've ordered all the signature dishes. Let's try them later to see if they are competitive. While the two were talking, the bartender's voice came from outside the door. But the bartender didn't come in. Instead, the skeleton servant guarding the door brought the food in directly. They placed them on the table one by one. Eat first, Wu Hung said. After a few bites, Wu Hung took a sip of the wine glass and said, I just met with the designer on the island. The expansion work has entered the stage of building houses. Where do you think the population will come from? Where? Zalagwi raised her eyebrows. You sound like you are kidnapping people. You necromancer. What? I mean, how can we attract people to live on the island? Wu Hung said. Zalagwi put the cut beef in her mouth and chewed it. Then said, there are two ways. One is to relax the restrictions on people going to the island. As long as you can settle down, you can obtain the right of residence. The second is to apply to the headquarters for population settlement. Some tribes or races without a fixed place of residence will be sent here to become islanders. Which one is better? Zalagwi shook her head. Actually, neither is good? Shiryali on the side followed up to explain. The first is to relax the restrictions on going to the island, which will attract some criminal fugitives. They can't survive in their original countries and come to live on the island. The second is tribal migration, which is also dangerous. Once they feel that there is something unfair, a tribe's resistance on the island is not a trivial matter. Zalagwi looked at him and nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. Wu Hung leaned back in his chair, thinking about what the two said. Relax the restrictions, anyone can live on the island. The first group may be criminals seeking refuge. According to the second option mentioned by Zalagwi, let the association transfer some tribes without stable residence to the island, which may cause bigger problems. Criminals are just a public security problem. A tribe should unite, and what they may do is to overthrow the island owner's mansion. Isn't there anything normal? Wu Hung asked. Zalagwi said, it takes time to be normal, just like you said before. Treasure Island is developing well. Naturally someone is willing to go to the island. Wu Hung looked at her. Let your people come to the island. Zalagwi raised her eyebrows. Go away, you are targeting me. Wu Hung smiled, just teasing her. They continued to talk about some things on the island. Zalagwi wiped her mouth gently, then looked at him and asked, 2 days ago, many brought people to the association to choose professional scrolls. I heard that you have 2 new maids? There was some questioning in her tone. Wu Hung took a sip of the wine glass, organized his words, and said, they are all Minnie's friends. When I left the island last time, she asked me to bring them here so that she wouldn't be lonely at home. You just became the island owner, you know how to enjoy yourself. Zalagwi said. Wu Hung explained again. It was indeed the slaves I bought. There are still dozens of them in the place where I was the captain. Slaves? Zalagwi was curious. Shiryali also looked over. Yes. The place where I worked before was a border city between 2 countries. There were slave traders selling slaves. At that time, there was a force of the Warhammer Party, which was a bandit. They planned to attack the city. Local merchants and those who had the conditions left. The worst ones could enter the city. But the slaves were still in the hands of the slave traders. I had no choice but to buy more. The rest stayed in the city over there and ran a small shop. The 2 elves looked at him in surprise. I originally thought that getting so many maids was for enjoying life. But now I heard such a story. A small captain actually paid for the slaves himself. Zalagwi said subconsciously, no wonder the holy light of immortality has no effect on you. You don't look like a necromancer at all. Wu Hung slapped his thigh and moved closer. You don't know? There were some rumors in the city at that time, saying that I bought those slaves for necromancy rituals. Many people looked at me like a butcher. Zalagwi was amused and smiled. Who told you to choose a necromancer? I can't help it. My dream is to be a prince. The kind who inherits the throne at birth. What's the use of a prince? Then, I will make you a minister. You deserve a beating. Right? The two quarreled, and Zalogwi forgot about the new maid. Shiryali sat aside, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the two with a smile on her face. She murmured, "It's great." Coming out of the tavern, the three of them separated outside, each taking a carriage back to their own residence. Back at the manor, it was already dark. Entering the hall, from the training room on one side, the sound of maids training could be heard. They were wearing modern sportswear, and their collars and backs were wet with sweat. The addition of two new maids brought up their enthusiasm for training. Seeing Wu Heng coming back, several maids came over quickly. "Master, have you eaten?" Minnie asked. "Yes, I ate outside." "Then I'll prepare some cakes for you," Minnie continued. Wu Heng touched her rabbit ears. "No, I'm full. I can't eat any more." "Oh, you guys continue to train. Don't get tired." "Okay, Master." Minnie took the other two back to the training room. Anweer followed Wu Heng to the living room. "Sit down on the side." Anweer wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Master, I contacted several fleets that ordered goods today, and their fleets will arrive at the port in the next few days. The caravan took a long time, but this is the first time for both parties to cooperate. Preparing goods, compressing copper or into copper plates also takes time. While you follow up, the gunpowder is stored in it. Don't let anything dangerous happen." Wu Heng handed her the space sachet. Now that he has the 100-soldier space belt, it can be regarded as an additional large-capacity storage item. "This one, I will give it to Anweer temporarily to carry the goods, so I am not afraid that it will be useful to me suddenly." "Yes, Master." Anweer took it, smiled and nodded. Then, Anweer took the iced fruit wine to the training room. Wu Heng also went upstairs and entered his study. The chandelier and air conditioner were turned on. A cool breeze made the temperature in the room drop sharply. He poured himself a cup of tea, sat down at the desk, and took out all the rewards for today. First, there were two first-level rare items. 100 Soldier Space Belt. Although it is an accessory of the 100 Soldiers robe, it plays a role that is not bad at all. In fact, it is the item that Wu Heng needs most at the moment. He is quite satisfied. Will there be other accessories from the association? Next time, when the first-level merit reward is given, just write a letter and give it to the accessories of the 100 Soldiers robe, so that you don't have to send it over, which is weird. Then, his eyes fell on the second item, Immortal Holy Glory. I have worn it before, and it did not produce the effect of spontaneous combustion, which proves that I am not a sinner mentioned in the side effect. However, the association gave this item to a necromancer as a reward. It makes people think more. The effect is to protect the spirit and the Night Squire, while the side effect is that it is natural for sinners. It seems to remind myself that the association can protect you. It can also kill you. Spontaneous combustion means don't seek death. The more I think about it, the greater the possibility. Who came up with this dirty trick? It wasted my reward. Fortunately, I can wear it, so it's not useless. After that, there is the second-level reward. Elf Magic Carpet. Soul Whip. Iron Golem. The effects are very clear, and there is nothing to see. I just put it away. My eyes fell on the jade in my hand. Just holding it in my hand, I can feel a chilly feeling all over my body. And in my body, the potential power of the dead spirits began to become active, as if an oxygen pump was added to the silent fish tank. It's not that strong, but you can clearly feel it. Active and boiling. It's really suitable for a necromancer. With a thought, two ghosts flew out of the body. One on the left and one on the right. "Uncle, what's wrong? We are resting?" Xiao Xiao said. Grenda also looked over. Wu Heng said, "I got a strange thing today, which can nourish you. I want to ask if you feel anything." I didn't pay attention. "Did you get cheated by the vendor?" Xiao Xiao said. Chapter 522, Light Night. Glenda also shook his head and said, "There is indeed no change." "Will it take effect in your body? Then come back and try," Wu Heng said. The two ghosts flew back to the body. After a while, they flew back again. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Wow, uncle, it works." Glenda also said, "The undead power in your body is more active. We are also affected. The absorption speed is about twice as fast as before." Nourish the ghosts. In fact, it can also be understood that the ghosts are upgrading in the body. The power of the dead nourishes them, and the experience value will slowly increase. But the effect is not high. It is better to devour other ghosts, which will come faster. The effect is so good? Wu Hong was also a little surprised. But after thinking about it, after all, the items rewarded by the second level merit, the effect must not be too bad. It's good if it works. Then do you want to go back? Wu Hong asked. Xiao Xiao said. I want to watch cartoons. I'm also walking outside. Good guy. It doesn't seem to care whether it nourishes or not. Then you guys go play by yourselves, and keep your voice down when watching cartoons. Oh! The two ghosts dispersed, and Wu Hong put the Aim Jade aside. Then, Wu Hong continued to take out the second piece of Lin Bing Jade Talisman. When eating just now, I also asked Shi Logui about the function of this Jade Talisman. According to the other party's study, it is a hero who seals one of his abilities in the Jade Talisman. When there is danger, crush the Jade Talisman to release the internal ability. This kind of props cannot be exchanged for merit, but only those who are paid more attention by the association will have this prop. It is considered a place for key protection. In Zalagui's second level merit reward, there is also one, the same one for both of them. Anyway, it is also a good reward. After reading about the strange objects and props, the last thing is 2 skill books. Pick up the teacup and take a sip. Come and pick up a book Corpse Explosion and start reading it. As a Necromancer faction, it is a typical powerful spell, as long as the level is reached, basically. It will be learned. The working principle is not much different from the Evil Explosion. But the effect is to make the corpse produce a huge explosion effect. Even if it cannot destroy the building, it is enough to kill the surrounding creatures. Especially this skill, it can also be matched. Corpse Servitude, Plague Worms, wait for the Plague Worms to die, and then trigger the Corpse Explosion. Form a set of combinations. The effect is still very good. Also because the ability can be matched, more Necromancers in battle prefer to control rotten corpses rather than skeletons. When the skill page was turned to the last page, the system prompt appeared. Unlocked skill, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion was finally unlocked. After thinking about it, I decided that the current situation was not suitable. So I gave up the idea of trying the skill. I put the Corpse Explosion skill book on the bookshelf at the back. After returning, I continued to read the second book, Severe Injury. According to the introduction of the book, Severe Injury is a curse spell that is a negative state. It is actually the same type as Weakness Ray and Disease Ray, but the level and effect are stronger. After releasing it on the target, it will be severely injured. Unlock skill, Serious Injury. The system prompt appears again. After reading the 2 skills, Wu Hong stood up and stretched his body. It was late outside the window. Not far away. 2 ghosts. One reading a book, and the other watching cartoons. You guys watch it. I'm going back to my room to sleep. The 2 ghosts nodded. Wu Hong went back to the bedroom, and went to bed to rest. The next day, after Wu Hong had breakfast, he went directly to the zombie world. The skeleton army gathered at the factory gate. The convoy approached slowly from the direction of the garage, and stopped at the side. Wu Hong got on the co-pilot seat. Chi Honkai handed over the tablet with the offline map opened, and said, the airport is a bit far away. The route is set to go around the periphery. Arrive at the nearest location, and then cross 2 blocks to reach the airport. The route of the convoy is to drive along the outer roads as much as possible, then cross a residential area. Although it is a detour, it is much faster than crossing the entire provincial capital. Of course, the zombies in the city are also included in the cleanup plan. But the airport must be occupied first. Okay, let's go. Wu Hong glanced at it, and said directly. Chi Honkai nodded, and picked up the walkie-talkie to notify others. The convoy started to move forward, surrounded by the skeleton army. The truck drove for a while. Wu Hong asked, how is Wang Haibing? There is no problem with the military factory power plant. It can run on its own without arranging people to manage it. Anyway, no one needs to fuel. Wang Haibing went to Xinfu City yesterday, and should have been checking the power plant today. No news has been sent back yet. Chi Honkai said while driving. Push him when the time comes. It's not time to slow down yet. Okay. I'll tell him when I get back. Wu Hong opened the bottle of mineral water and took a sip. How is the blueprint at the main station? Chi Honkai said. It seems to be still being drawn. There has been no news in the past 2 days. Once the airport is occupied, I will inform them and ask about the progress. Well, okay. The two finished talking about the power plant and the blueprint. Chi Honkai mentioned some news from Shinfu City. One of them was that Wonka married a member of the base. There was no certificate. Li Yong and several old people in the base were witnesses. Wonka was a nurse rescued by Wu Heng and Li Yong at the district hospital. She was hidden in the refrigerator and was found by Xiao Xiao. Moreover, what impressed Wu Heng the most was Wonka's grandmother, who worshipped many guardian gods. I don't know if they are effective, but it is incredible that she could survive in the environment at that time at such an old age. It's good, but it's a pity that I don't have the chance to drink at the wedding. I heard from Sister Yang that, in addition to worshipping her grandmother, she also kowtowed to you a few times when we got married. Chi Honkai glanced at them with a smile. How did they kowtow? Isn't it a bit unlucky? Sister Yang sat there in your place, but she represented you. Wu Heng thought for a moment. It scared me. I thought she kowtowed to the photo. In the future, let everyone live a good life. No need to do these things. Yeah, by the way, Sister Yang will come tonight. If we finish early, you can still see her. Chi Honkai said, and glanced at them a few more times. Okay. Try to speed up. It was not until noon that the convoy got off the road and entered the residential area. Roar. 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 The deafening roar resounded throughout the area. The huge group of zombies gathered from all sides to the center. A huge torrent formed and rushed forward along the road. The skeleton dragon roared out. Solid iron bullets fell like a rainstorm and fell directly into the group of zombies. Thick smoke rose up, and the crowded group of zombies on the road suddenly disappeared. But then, the zombies behind gathered again and continued to form and rush forward. The skeleton dragon flew over again, and iron bullets fell. The zombies fell down like wheat being cut. There are distorted zombies, all level 2, and there seemed to be 8 of them. After investigating, Grenda flew back. Wu Heng took out the evil sword and gave it to her. I'll give it to you. Okay. Grenda flew out with the evil sword. The long sword was unsheathed, and sword beams flashed. Zombies along the way fell down one after another. The bombing of the skeleton dragon continued. After 4 or 5 waves, the speed at which the zombies gathered on the road began to slow down. There are thousands of zombies, staggering, and continuing to approach this side. In the past, Wu Heng would order the skeletons to advance. Let the spearmen push all the way and kill all the remaining ones. Today, I have another idea. I stretched out my hand, and immortal holy light appeared in my hand. This item used by the association to warn itself can summon knight attendants to fight for itself. I am still curious about what effect it can show. Moreover, when Assistant Shiryali described the knight attendants, she also mentioned that the level would increase as the dead spirits were killed. Zombies should be considered a kind of undead. In terms of characteristics, there is no difference between them and rotten corpses. Wu Heng put the emblem on his chest and activated the power in it. A golden light shot out from the emblem, condensed into a knight composed of golden light in front of him. Helmets, armor, long sword in hand. Although composed of light, the outline is clear. It's like a figurine, with a light bulb of several hundred watts inside. The knight glanced around, and the next second, he suddenly raised his sword and slashed at the skeleton servant in front of him. Wu Heng, who was still observing, was startled and immediately shouted, Light Knight, stop attacking. The lightsaber was suspended and stopped abruptly, less than 2 centimeters above the skull helmet. But it was not retracted. Just stopped in midair. Good guy. He was really ruthless. If he had been a little slower, the sword would have fallen. Wu Heng pointed at the zombies rushing outside and said, Your target is those dead creatures. Go and kill them. For the church. Whoosh. The light knight turned into a stream of light, directly penetrated the dense team, and recondensed into the image of a knight from the front of the skull, holding the golden lightsaber. He rushed towards the zombies. The long sword made of light in his hand thrust forward, instantly piercing through the chest of a zombie. The zombie continued to roar. The next second, the flame suddenly rose, instantly enveloping the zombie. The lightsaber was drawn out, and the zombie turned into a charred corpse, slowly falling to the ground. Then, the light knight rushed into the zombie group, swinging the weapon in his hand over and over again. Even if the injury caused by the blade was not fatal, as long as it was hit and pierced through the flesh, the golden flames would envelop the zombie, directly turned into a charred corpse. On the battlefield, one after another, firemen appeared. Then, they quickly fell to the ground. Wu Heng was lifted high by 2 skeletons, watching the battle between the Light Knights. Good guy, this is a natural suppression of the undead. In the distance, the number of zombies is increasing. Surrounding the Light Knight in the middle, with the attack, the golden body is gradually becoming thinner. Wu Hung activated the emblem again. The Light Knight turned into a stream of light and drilled back into the emblem, almost defeated by the zombies. Then he ordered, "Move forward." Crash! The skeleton army began to move forward to deal with the remaining zombies. Skeletons are still useful. Chapter 523, Take a Bite of Them. The skeleton army begins to continue to clean up the remaining zombies. Wu Hung begins to summarize the characteristics of the Light Knight just summoned. From the appearance, the body belongs to the elemental type summoned creature. Not only the body, but also the armor and weapons are the same. The water element shark summoned by the water monster conch obtained before is an elemental summoned creature. The elemental attributes are different, but there is no difference in essence. The biggest advantage is that there is no physical burden. Although it will still be attacked and cause some damage, it will not cause fatal damage like the physical body. Moreover, the level of the summoned creature is not low. It is now level 4, and it can continue to rise as it kills dead creatures. If it reaches level 5, it will be equivalent to level 18. Indirectly add a high-level bodyguard. The attack method is ordinary slashing attack. The biggest feature is that after each attack, the target will be on fire. I haven't tested it yet to see if attacking ordinary creatures has this effect, but the greater possibility is that it is the suppression of undead creatures. Now it seems that this strange item is still good. It would be great if there were no side effects. Not far away, Grenda flew back and threw the sheathed evil sword over. All the deformed zombies are dead. Some zombies are in the building over there. Let the skeletons search for them. Well, with your help. The speed has increased. Wu Hung put away the evil sword and praised casually. Grenda floated aside and asked, "What was that glowing thing on your body just now? It feels a bit dangerous." Wu Hung explained. "Didn't the association issue rewards yesterday? One of the rewards was the emblem of the church, which can summon light attribute knights to help fight." Hearing the church, Grenda was slightly stunned. "You are a necromancer. Why do you want this kind of reward? It's so unlucky." The word sounded awkward, but he also understood the meaning. Even though Wu Hung has nothing to do with the church, his career development direction is the opposite of the church. It is easy to have problems if you have too much contact. I can't do anything about it. The reward is set by the association. Wu Hung paused for a moment, and then said, "Use it first. This kind of summon knight has a pretty good combat ability. I won't use it in the future. It's also good for Ware, Minnie and others to protect themselves. Okay. You can't go astray. Xiao Xiao and I are counting on you. Don't worry. We won't abandon you or give up." "Yeah." One person and one soul. They chatted for a while. The battle on the battlefield also ended. The skeletons automatically dispersed and began to clean up the battlefield. Wu Hung commanded several skeletons to go to the building where the zombies were killed in Granda and search for corpses. He stood aside and waited for a while. Not long after, the corpses of the deformed zombies and the evolved zombies were collected and piled together. Wu Hung began to transform, and then collected all the corpse cores and put them into the space ring. Then, he continued to release dead corpse battlefield along the way. One by one, the skeletons stood up, shaking their bodies, and joined the queue. When I came here, I only brought more than 50,000 skeletons. Now, the number has at least doubled. At a glance, it was densely packed with white skeletons. Wu Hung took out the walkie-talkie. "Let the convoy come over. And keep moving forward." "Got it." The convoy drove over from the back. Wu Hung got back on the truck and kept moving forward. The sound of the bombing was so loud that all the zombies around were attracted. The road ahead for the convoy became smoother. After driving for a while, the lead car suddenly began to slow down, and the other party's voice came from the intercom. "Sister Chi, there is a roadblock ahead, and there is a sign saying please detour for bridge maintenance. Should we move forward?" As she spoke, the convoy began to slow down and slowly stopped. Chi Honkai frowned, picked up the intercom and asked, "How is the maintenance? Can our convoy pass through? I can't see it in the car, and I'm not sure if we can pass through." The answer came from the intercom. Then, someone in the lead car opened the door and got out. She came over with a crumpled promotional paper and handed it to the window. "Sister Chi, it says this. Chi Honkai took it, glanced at it, and handed it to Wu Hung. The bridge ahead is under emergency repair. Please Dieter, the bridge ahead is broken. From now until June 8th. The bridge is under emergency repair. Please Dieter. If it causes any inconvenience, please forgive us. Liang Zheng, the construction manager. I'll arrange someone to go to the front and take a look. Chi Honkai turned around and said. Wait a minute. Wu Hung said. Wait for Xiao Xiao, who is in charge of high-altitude reconnaissance, to bring back the news. Wu Hung continued. It's okay. Keep going. It's too far to take a detour. Chi Honkai nodded, picked up the intercom and said, move the sign blocking the road ahead, and keep going. Got it. The roadblock in front was cleared. The convoy began to approach. As the convoy moved forward, Wu Hung also saw an orange fence that was nearly 1 person high, and the huge words please detour due to construction on the bridge connecting the 2 roads. Houses have been built one after another. Iron frame, colored steel plate, looks like a temporary sentry box, but it is also built solidly, can withstand the cold wind. On both sides of the bridge, the location connecting the road, it is cut off in front and back. Only the location of the house in the middle, supported by huge bridge pillars. At the cut-off location, like in ancient times, a suspension bridge is built to prevent zombies from wandering into the building, forming a unique shelter. The sound of cars is buzzing. A man approached quickly on a motorcycle and waved to the guard on the opposite side. The suspension bridge was slowly lowered. Waiting for the motorcyclist, he rode directly in. The suspension bridge was raised again. He threw the motorcycle aside, walked quickly into the building, and climbed up to the 2nd floor. Standing outside a room, he knocked on the door and shouted, Brother Liang, I'm back from getting information. Wait! A voice came from inside. Not long after, the door opened, and a young, but a little thin woman came out, lowered her head, and walked away quickly. The man on the motorcycle stared at the woman's back, looking at her for several times before entering the room. The room was dim, barely able to resist some of the coolness. A middle-aged man with a short haircut, less than 1.7 meters tall, slightly dark-looking, sat on the sofa and casually tied his belt. What was that noise just now? Did the army enter the city? The man on the motorcycle turned around immediately, speaking in a hurried tone. Brother Liang. It was skeletons. A large number of bone soldiers, wearing armor and holding iron spears, and bone-flying dragons. The one that threw food to us last time. And trucks. Liang Jing's eyes narrowed. Those people from Xinfu City? Definitely. I haven't heard of other bases with such flying dragons. It must be them. Liang Jing also became nervous immediately. What are they doing here? No. Where are they going? Will they come here? The younger brother said, I don't know. I suspected it was them, so I came back immediately. I don't know if they will come here. Tap tap tap. As the two were talking, footsteps were heard outside the door. Then, another person walked in quickly, his tone anxious. Brother Liang. It's bad. A group of skeletons are approaching this side. There are too many of them. Liang Zheng stood up suddenly, his eyes full of suspicion and fear. They are coming to him? This shouldn't happen. He has nothing to do with them. Why would they come directly here? Crossing the bridge? Yes. Crossing the bridge. Brother Liang. What should we do? Liang Zheng took out a pistol from a drawer and said, Let the brothers prepare their weapons. Let's go out and take a look. Brother Liang. They are from Xinfu City. There are too many skeleton soldiers. What nonsense. We have nowhere to run. Liang Zheng put on his pistol, put on his down jacket, and said, Maybe we can make a fortune. Several people walked quickly to the building on the other side. Through the window, you can see the convoy parked in the distance, and the endless skeletons. After swallowing, he said, Go and give them a walkie-talkie. I want to talk to them. After thinking for a while, he continued, Go and ask the brothers to prepare the explosives they got last time. Just in case. Not far away. The convoy slowed down again. In the walkie-talkie, the voice of the lead car reported, Sister Chi, you can see the bridge. It seems that a house has been built on the bridge, blocking the bridge. Chi Honkai frowned and looked at Wu Hung. There are survivors on the bridge. Wu Hung nodded. Let the convoy stop. Wait a moment. Chi Honkai picked up the walkie-talkie. The convoy slows down and stops. The convoy slowly stopped. And the skeleton army also followed and waited on the spot. The skeleton dragon fell to the ground, shaking its head and tail. The convoy had just stopped when a voice came from the intercom again. Sister Chi. Someone is coming from the other side. And they are sending an intercom. Chi Honkai said. Bring it to me. Someone walked quickly to the back and handed in an old intercom wrapped with yellow tape. The intercom battery was almost empty, and the indicator light kept flashing. Then, there was a rustling noise. Hello. Is this the shelter in Shinfu City? Chi Honkai pressed the button. Yes. We want to pass by here. Please give us a favor. The other side was silent for a while, and said, Oh, it's difficult. We have built buildings on the bridge. If you want you to pass, we have to tear them down. It's winter. Look at this. It's not easy. Chi Honkai said, outside. We have cleaned it up. You can find a building to spend the winter. It's safer than this temporary house. But we are used to living here, and we have no intention of moving out. Chi Honkai wanted to speak. Wu Hung said directly, Ask him what he wants. Do you have any requirements? It's really a big shelter. It's a constant in what it says and does. Give us 100 bags of food and one of your military trucks. We will immediately lower the drawbridge and send you over. The other side said. Chi Honkai glanced at Wu Hung. Don't agree to him yet. Chi Honkai said to the intercom. We need to discuss it. Wait a moment. Okay. Chi Honkai looked over in confusion. Wu Hung said, Wait a moment. Yes. Chi Honkai nodded, picked up the intercom on her side, and gave the order. After a while, Xiao Xiao flew back. In the shared vision, he heard the preparation of explosives. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed instantly. He whispered, Go, kill them. What? Chi Honkai thought he was talking to her, and asked softly. It's okay. Wait a while, Wu Hung said, and waited with his arms folded. On the bridge, inside the building, Liang Zheng and several others were waiting for the result. One person asked, Brother Liang. The conditions you offer are too many. They can't agree to them. Liang Zheng turned back suddenly, with a little excitement on his face. They must be in a hurry to get there, and they don't have time to waste with us here. We should take whatever we can get. We should eat them first. And when they pass, we will follow their way and leave here. We are not afraid of retaliation. Is this possible? Why not? Liang Zheng paused while speaking. His movements were stiff. His eyes were wide open, and he was full of fear. Crack! The sound of bones twisting was heard. Liang Zheng's neck suddenly twisted backwards, and his body fell to the ground. The remaining few people were shocked by the scene in front of them, and suddenly stood up from their seats and looked at this scene. Dead, Liang Zheng, who had swallowed the corpse core and had his body amplified. In such a weird way. He died here. I don't feel right, another person said with difficulty. With a face full of fear and disbelief, he took out a pistol and pointed it at his companion. What are you doing? Put the gun down. You're crazy. Aren't you? Bang. 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 The gunshots rang out. The bullets hit each other. The people in the room all fell to the ground, blood flowing on the ground. Help! One person struggled to climb out, shouting loudly. Then, the suspended pistol fired again. It hit the back of the head. The room was completely quiet. There are gunshots on the other side. They seem to be fighting among themselves. A voice came from the leading car. Chi Honkai looked at Wu Hung. They are fighting among themselves. Wu Hung nodded. Come closer. Chi Honkai picked up the intercom and gave the order directly. The convoy slowly approached the suspension bridge and stopped on the other side. Wu Hung looked at the suspension bridge and the height of several meters below. These people are smart. They actually came up with this way to prevent the zombies from approaching. Go over and lower the suspension bridge, Wu Hung ordered. The suspension bridge was erected, like a wall blocking the front. No matter how good the balance is, it is difficult to get through. Karama climbed on the back of the flying dragon and flew directly to the opposite side. He lowered the suspension bridge. Wu Hung said, There are explosives on the bridge. Arrange people who know this to go and remove them. Be careful. They are made by themselves. They are all homemade explosives. They are simple to make and easy to remove. Chi Honkai immediately gave an order, and someone went over and began to remove the explosives on it. Sister Chi, remove them all. There are only 4. Even if they explode, they may not be able to blow up our car. A survivor took it in his hand and threw it. Chi Honkai said, "Give me, continue to check the strength of the suspension bridge, and see if the truck can pass through. You guys take the skeletons to the building to see if there are other people." After the order was issued, everyone took action immediately. Some people began to check the strength of the suspension bridge, and several people took the skeletons and entered the building. They dragged out the bodies, and also brought out several men and women. Chi Honkai went over to understand. He also walked back, and handed over the explosive pistols he had collected, and then said, "The suspension bridge needs to be reinforced. In addition to the dead, there are 4 women and 2 men inside, and the men all know some mechanical maintenance. What are they planning? They are scared, but they should go with us." Chi Honkai replied. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and asked, "What is the relationship with those dead people?" They said they were all survivors nearby. They didn't know each other at first, but gathered here later. "It's possible that someone is lying," Chi Honkai said. "Spread them out, and keep them in the truck bed." "Okay." Chi Honkai continued to give orders. Wu Hung waited until the materials inside were moved, and then ordered the demolition of the building blocking the bridge. A piece of blue iron foam board, and some iron sheets. It was not difficult to dismantle it. Soon it was completely dismantled and piled aside. "Let's go! Let's go!" Everyone got off the car, and took down the heavy objects on the truck. The trucks drove over carefully one by one. And then, the skeleton army went over in batches. After everyone passed the bridge, they got back on the car and continued to move forward. After leaving the bridge, they continued to drive for a distance. A large group of corpses appeared in front again. The convoy stopped at the back. The skeleton dragon flew over the head, dropping bombs like a rainstorm. Explosions roared, and the world turned upside down. After several rounds of bombing, the zombies along the road began to gradually decrease. Wu Hung released the light knight again. "Don't attack the skeletons. Go kill the rotten corpses outside." The knight turned into a stream of light again, and appeared at the front of the team, holding a long sword. He chopped at the zombies one by one. The flames wrapped the zombies that were hit, and gradually formed a charred corpse, which fell to the ground, waiting for the light knight. His body dimmed again. Wu Hung took him back, and continued to let the skeleton army clear the road. After 2 consecutive battles, the light knight almost cleared nearly 1,000 zombies. In fact, the combat power is quite good. Especially it has a special effect on the undead. However, the level has not changed. Wu Hung is a little skeptical. The upgrade conditions will not be as demanding as his own experience points. If so, the light knight may not reach the 5th level in his lifetime. After the battle, he began to clean up the battlefield. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Wu Hung released Dead Corpse Battlefield to transform the corpses, and the headlights of the convoy lit up the entire road. Chi Honkai came with the motorcade and said, "The airport is just ahead. Do we have to wait until tomorrow?" Humans always think that the night is unsafe. According to human vision, Heition is indeed at a disadvantage. Wu Hung thought for a while. "Let's go over first and see what's going on." Chi Honkai nodded, looked at him carefully, and continued to ask, "What about Sister Yang? The radio just said that she has arrived at the military factory. She will definitely not be able to get back tonight. If there is nothing else, let her stay for one more day, and we will go back together tomorrow." "Okay. I'll tell her later. Don't talk about our intelligence on the radio. Just pass on the message." "Understood." After a short meal and rest, the convoy set off again, and drove for a distance in the night. Under the moonlight, the outline of the airport could be vaguely seen. The convoy turned off the lights, and fell into the darkness. Wu Hung released 2 ghosts at the same time, and began to investigate the situation. Soon, the ghosts returned. They entered the body, and shared the scene. The airport was in a mess, with claw marks and bloodstains in every corner. A large number of zombies were wandering around the room. In a compartment on the 2nd floor, a strange zombie appeared in sight. The skin on the body was black keratin, and the back was an oval bulging hard shell. You could vaguely see something like wings underneath. It stood there blankly. It was like a human-shaped rhinoceros beetle. Level 4 Zombie King. Chapter 524, It's So Ugly. The shared picture made Wu Hung frown. "I met the Corpse King again." The main station only announced the existence of the Corpse King, and no specific information was reported from various places. "I met 2 of them in a row. I don't know what kind of luck this is." I looked at the appearance of the Corpse King again. The skin is black keratin, and there is an oval insect shell on the back, like carrying a black pot. Under the insect shell, you can also see a structure similar to the arms of a dragonfly. Can fly, although I can't see it clearly. But it has evolved wings, which should mean it can fly. In addition to the zombie king, you can also see some other types of deformed zombies. But for Wu Heng, they basically pose no threat. After checking the shared screen, Wu Heng looked to the side. Let everyone replace the magazine for the skeleton dragon, and occupy the airport tonight. Chi Honkai was stunned, and immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll arrange it now. As he said that, he opened the car door, called the others on the intercom, and walked to the back. The airport is just ahead. I have already guessed in my heart that Wu Heng is likely to take action tonight. After all, it is very dangerous in the wild. It is better to fight directly, and all intercombat mode. It will be safer. After Chi Honkai left, two ghosts also appeared beside him. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, are we going to fight in tonight? Yes, we will fight in. Wu Heng thought for a while. Xiao Xiao will be responsible for keeping an eye on the corpse king, Glinda will stay with me, and be responsible for guarding the surrounding situation. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded, and flew out directly. Granda also flew overhead, responsible for monitoring the surrounding situation. Wu Heng got off the car. A large number of skeletons began to mobilize, forming a tight spear formation, surrounding the entire road, airtight. Wait a while. In the intercom, Chi Hansai's voice came. The skeleton dragon is ready. Okay, I know. After replying, Wu Heng continued to say to the zombie king skeleton beside him, arrange a skeleton to go out and lead those zombies over. Hua la la. A skeleton squeezed out of the team and walked quickly towards the airport in the distance. After getting close to a certain distance, he stretched out his fist and punched the roadside advertising booth twice. The sound of hitting the iron plate instantly spread in the night sky. The zombies wandering on the flat ground outside the airport turned their heads in unison and looked at the location where the sound came from. Then, the zombies were boiling. The roars and hisses became one. The skeleton turned and ran. The zombies outside the airport roared and rushed over. And the zombies inside the airport also broke through the doors and windows and gathered quickly, roaring in the dark night, running wildly. Wu Heng used spiritual presence and used his spiritual sense to control the skeleton beside him to look forward. Even though his perception was higher than that of ordinary people, his naked eye vision was still affected by the darkness. But through the perspective of the skeleton, he could clearly see the zombies rushing in. The distance was not much different, and the effect of spiritual presence was lifted. Wu Heng ordered the skeleton beside him. Skeleton dragon, start bombing. Whoosh! The skeleton dragon flew over his head. Then, there was a dense explosion. The vehicles on the road rose with smoke, and then, there was an explosion and a fire. The zombies that came rushing in, but also fell in large numbers. The second wave of zombies continued to fill the vacant positions. There are zombies rushing in from the alleys on both sides, but the number is not too large. Granada flew down and reminded. Wu Heng nodded, looked at the zombie king skeleton beside him. Send out soldiers to fight those zombies. The skeletons began to mobilize. Two skeleton teams, defending with spears at the entrance of the alley, blocked the small wave of zombies that were planning to attack. Then, the skeleton flying dragon flew over the head again, and started bombing again. After the second round of bombing, the zombies on the road were almost cleared. The remaining zombies staggered and slowly walked towards this side. Wu Heng was about to give the order to advance. A small voice came over in a panic. Uncle, the zombie king is flying over. Be careful. He looked up suddenly. He saw a figure flapping its wings, approaching the sky above the skeleton team. Want to rush in? Wu Heng stared at the other party. And when the target did not intend to lower the altitude, he realized that something was wrong. The target is the convoy behind. It thinks that the convoy is the main force of the team. Stop him. Let the skeleton shoot, Wu Heng said immediately. This time there is no machine gun off-road vehicle, but it is still equipped with some skeletons with guns. As the order was issued, in the middle and rear, there was already dense gunfire. Bullets were shot densely into the sky, and instantly hit the target corpse king's body. The bullets were stuck in the flesh, but did not penetrate the body. But the powerful force still made it wail in pain. He turned around several times, but he was still covered by bullets, and was forced to turn around, and landed on the roof of the scrapped car on the outside. He shook his body with a grin, and the bullet stuck in his flesh and blood fell down with a crackling sound. The skeleton fired, something in the sky is shooting him. Chi-Han-Sai's voice came at this time, and her tone was a little flustered. Wu Hung pressed the intercom. Hide back in the car first, don't come out. Okay. After hanging up the intercom, Wu Hung quickly glanced at the battlefield. The Corpse King that landed on the roof of the car, like an animal, crawled back and forth on all fours. The eyes with black keratin slits, hatred, watched the huge skeleton team vigilantly. When a large number of skeletons began to rush towards it, the Corpse King roared heartbreakingly at the direction of the skeletons. With a kick of his feet, he jumped directly into the sky, flapped his wings, and flew away. Wu Hung frowned. He reached out and took out the flying carpet and threw it to Caxiu. Go, catch up and kill it. Caxiu opened the flying carpet, lifted him into the air, and chased in the direction of the other party's escape. Wu Hung quickly threw the dancing light technique into the sky, and a ball of light flew out, illuminating the entire night sky. Then, he quickly took out his sniper rifle and pointed it at the flying figure. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the bullet instantly hit the Corpse King's waist. Bang bang. 2 more shots hit in succession. Blood splattered, and the flying body swayed in the air. Caxiu, who was riding on the flying carpet, quickly closed the distance between them. He jumped up on the flying carpet and landed directly on the other's back. The flying carpet was unmanned, and it rolled into a ball again and fell from the sky. The Corpse King felt a person standing on his back, and immediately began to struggle, trying to throw the person off. However, Caxiu held the person's wings tightly, and with his other hand wearing brass knuckles, he gathered strength and bit his fist. The next second, a punch fell. Bang! A sound like hammering a drum sounded. The Corpse King's body trembled, and dirty blood spurted out of his mouth. Then, punch after punch hit the back of the Corpse King's head and back like a rainstorm. The penetrating force of the great boxer can ignore the surface defense. The solid black shell could not stop Caxiu's attack. As punch after punch landed, a large amount of dirty blood flowed out from the cracks in the Corpse King's shell, and from his mouth and nose, and flowed down. The Corpse King screamed loudly. As his body fell downward, he kept struggling and fighting back, trying to throw the enemy on his back away and kill him. But it still had no effect. The two of them fell rapidly together. Boom! The Corpse King fell to the ground. Caxiu's light fall slowly landed. The Corpse King's body was stained with blood, the wings on his back were broken, and his limbs were twisted and deformed due to falling from a high altitude. While making an angry roar, it crawled away. Caxiu walked over slowly. He pressed the back of the zombie king with one knee, and held the head with both hands. Crack! A harsh sound was heard, and the zombie king's neck was twisted 90 degrees behind his head. Roar! The zombie king's head turned back, and still roared loudly, trying to bite. Caxiu punched the back of the neck. It broke it completely. The main battlefield. After the last few zombies were cleared, the whole road was instantly much quieter. The battle to occupy the airport was much simpler than expected. At least, the number of zombies at the airport was much less than that of the train station and passenger station that had been cleared before. The 4th level zombie king was just an accident. It did not cause any danger. After 2 encounters, Wu Hung gradually became familiar with the zombie king. With high attributes, he evolved many special abilities. But the improvement of intelligence also made him feel fear and danger. He met the zombie king twice, and chose to escape at the last moment. In the case that the sniper rifle can still kill them, running away will only make Wu Hung aim better. Of course, flying is still a bit unexpected. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. Xiao Xiao also flew back from a distance. Uncle, the Corpse King is dead. His neck was broken by Caxiu's punches. While speaking, Caxiu also walked over from not far away. He dragged the Corpse King's body with one hand. The broken neck was still connected to the head, and the other hand held the rolled-up flying carpet. After squeezing past the skeleton, he threw the body on the ground. Uncle, transform it quickly, and see if the skeleton can fly. Xiao Xiao floated on one side, urging him constantly. Wu Hung looked at the corpse, and directly released the bone service technique. The flesh and blood began to fall off, and a skeleton slowly stood up from the ground. The whole body of bones was wrapped in black keratin, and the back was an oval insect shell. When it was opened, the wings similar to those of a dragonfly could be seen inside. Sometimes it walked upright on 2 feet, and sometimes on all 4s. Now it looked more like a giant beetle than before it died. Huh? It's so ugly. Xiao Xiao shrank back. Chapter 525. Who is it? Wu Heng bent down, found a level 4 corpse core on the ground, packed it up separately and put it away. He opened the skeleton's attributes and took a look. Skeleton Flying Demon. Level 18. Attributes: Constitution 47, Strength 38, Agility 42, Intelligence 25, Perception 36, Charm 5. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul Flying. Ability: Mother Nest Domain, Hersey Armor. Features: Biological Deformation, Constitution Deformation. Flying: This unit is born with the ability to fly. Mother Nest Domain: The skeleton demon in the domain can pass instructions to the surrounding subordinate servants. Herculean Outer Armor: The thick keratin formed on the surface can provide a certain degree of defense and impact resistance. The name of the skeleton is Flying Demon. It also represents its own ability to fly. In terms of attributes, there are not many changes compared with the first Corpse King killed before. If you want to distinguish the difference from the attributes, the first Corpse King has a strong regeneration ability. As long as it is not fatal, it can recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This one, however, has no regeneration ability, and its special feature is flying. That is the difference. From now on, you will be called Flying Demon number 1. Go to the side first. Wu Heng named it. The skeleton Flying Demon flapped its wings and flew to the side. Looking around at the skeleton army, Wu Heng continued to take out the walkie-talkie. Turn on the lights. Got it. In the back, the headlights of the convoy all lit up, illuminating the surroundings. The skeletons dragged the bodies of the evolved and deformed zombies over, and Wu Heng began to transform the bodies, and then searched the ground for the falling corpse cores. After collecting the corpse cores, they continued to transform the remaining corpses along the way. When the battlefield was almost cleaned up, they called Shihan Kai, and together with a large number of skeletons, they rushed directly into the airport lobby. The lobby was already in a mess. The walls were covered with blood and claw marks, and the ground was also covered with dark red blood stains. Let the skeletons spread out to check, and all the floors and rooms in the building were checked. After confirming that there was no danger, let everyone in, Wu Heng said. Shihan Kai nodded, picked up the intercom and said, "Come in." The survivors waiting outside the door walked in quickly. Some were pulling rolls of wires, and some were holding steel bars. After coming in, they spread out very skillfully. They began to make some modifications inside the building. Temporary lights were hung on the roof, and the doors and windows were resealed with steel bars. The previous occupation of the train station was also similar, and the actions looked more skillful. Let the survivors rebuild here. Wu Heng continued to walk through the corridor and headed to the apron at the back. It was well preserved here. There were some blood stains, but they were not as serious as the hall. At this time, the sky was bright. The whole airport could be seen clearly. When he looked to one side, Wu Heng's eyes lit up slightly. Plane, a passenger plane with its door open, just parked there, and a lot of snow could be seen at the door. It's useless. After the subconscious surprise, it seems that the plane is of no use to me. No one knows how to fly it. Maintenance, fuel, are all burdens. And my skeleton, or flying carpet, is like no consumption, can meet the function of the plane, and there is no need to consider other problems. I stood below and watched for a while. Behind me, Shihan Kai came over and said, "No problem, the tasks have been assigned." Wu Heng said, "Well, arrange a few survivors to stay here. I will also arrange some skeletons to stay, and then build this place into an exchange point. Those who are capable of air transportation can come here to exchange food. Then leave 4 people first, and when I come next time, I will bring more people." Shihan Kai said, "Contact the main station then. We have occupied the airport, and their blueprints are all that's left." "Okay, I'll contact them when I get back." Wu Heng thought for a moment, and said as he walked, "Tell them that if they have gold and silver, some blueprints and weapons, they can also be sold to us in exchange for food. Also, tell them about the level 4 Corpse King, whose characteristic is the ability to fly." Understood. Shihan Kai took out a tablet and wrote it down on the memo. Returned to the lobby. Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to move all the dirt and debris in the hall out and throw them away. Try to make this place more suitable for human survival. They stayed here until noon. They arranged the personnel who stayed behind, and a large number of skeletons to cooperate in defense. Wu Heng and Shihan Kai, with the remaining vehicles and skeletons, began to return. returned to the military factory. It was approaching dusk. Wu Heng got off the car and saw Li Yong and several old members standing at the door of the dormitory building. When she saw Wu Heng coming down, she immediately showed a happy expression on her face and walked over to ask, "Is it going well this time?" "It's going well. We have already occupied it." Chi Honkai parked the truck in the garage and also walked over, looking at Li Yong, and said, "How is it here?" Li Yong glanced at the side. "I said he was biased. You have electricity here. You can use any electrical appliances." Chi Honkai smiled and replied, "Your power plant will be repaired in a few days. Don't worry. I'm not in a hurry." Chi Honkai nodded and said, "You guys talk first. I have to go to the radio station." Li Yong said, "Don't forget the business." Chi Honkai's eyes were erratic. "Got it." Wu Heng and the other old members chatted for a while and walked over. "What's the matter?" Wu Heng asked Li Yong. "Don't mind women's business," Li Yong said, and then lowered her voice and said, "I'll wait for you for 2 days. Are you free tonight?" "No. I'll accompany you tonight." "Let's go. Let's go eat first." The two of them walked towards the cafeteria together. Radio room. Chi Honkai picked up the intercom, cleared his throat, and said, "This is the Shinfu City base. Calling the main station." Inside the radio, a woman's voice came out. "This is the main station communication channel, Shinfu City base. Please speak. We have occupied the airport, and we can conduct subsequent transactions at any time," Chi Honkai said directly. After saying this, the radio station fell into silence. After 2 or 3 seconds, a sentence came. "Please wait." After a few minutes, a deep male voice came. "Shinfu City base, is the airport you are talking about a regular airport, or an open space that can accommodate aircraft landing?" Chi Honkai was stunned, and also reacted. This is to suspect that he has found an empty space here to serve as an airport. He answered confidently, "We have completely occupied the provincial civil airport, and established a defense base. You can come at any time." "Are you sure?" "Yes. We are sure. We will not joke about such things." The other party fell into a brief silence again. Then he answered, "The drawings promised to you are also being finalized, and we will contact you at that time to confirm the time of going there." Chi Honkai continued, "Our leader also mentioned this matter, saying that if there are gold, silver or some other useful drawings, we will exchange them for food." "Okay. We will do some statistics and tell you in advance." "Okay." Chi Honkai agreed and said, "During this attack, we encountered a level 4 zombie at the airport. Now I will report its characteristics and attack methods." This time the woman's voice returned. "Please speak." "The zombie is nearly 1.7 meters tall, medium build, black keratin on the skin, and insect-like wings on the back, which can meet the flying ability. It can be confirmed that the flying ability cannot fly for a long time, and needs to rest at the support point," Chi Honkai said in one breath. The other side was also recording in detail. "We have completed the recording here. Thank you for the exploration and summary of the Shinfu City base." "You're welcome." After hanging up the call, Chi Honkai sat down on the side, with his legs on the edge of the table, and continued to listen to other things on the radio. There was a pause of about 5 minutes. Other people's voices came from the radio. "Is Shinfu City so powerful? I remember the air transportation. It's been a few days, and they have occupied the airport? Before, they distributed food from all over the place. I suspect that their leader is a reborn person, and they started to prepare before the outbreak. Although I don't believe this statement, it seems to be more explainable. Shinfu City is so awesome. Can you help us here? Our base is willing to be a younger brother." "Does it need younger brothers?" Chi Honkai listened for a while, and retracted his legs from the table. He glanced at the time. The girl in charge of the radio station said, "Sister Chi, we're going to show a movie tonight. Should I reserve a front row seat for you?" Chi Honkai smiled and said, "No, Li Yong and I have something to do. You guys just watch." "Oh, okay." On the other side, after having dinner in the cafeteria, Wu Heng and the others returned to the dormitory room. Li Yong came out of the bathroom, wrapped in a white bath towel. While wiping her hair, she sat sideways on his lap, with a slightly complaining tone. "I thought you had forgotten me. How is that possible? I was just too busy." "Well, I believe you." Li Yong smiled, and then said, "Then you have to listen to me tonight." "Okay. You say it. But you are not allowed to be too perverted." "You are perverted." Li Yong took out an eye mask for sleeping from the backpack beside her. Put it on. And don't take it off under any circumstances. Do you hear me? I should wear it. We are so familiar with each other. There is no need. Wu Heng asked while holding it. Li Yong raised her eyebrows. Listen to me. Okay. Wu Heng covered his eyes, as requested by the other party, and his vision was completely dark. At the same time, when his vision was deprived, his other senses became more sensitive. He could hear the other party's location, heartbeat, and slightly excited breathing. Come and sit here. I agreed not to take it off. Li Yong supported him, sat down by the bed, and whispered in his ear. Got it. Just when Wu Heng thought that the other party was about to start, Li Yong did not take the next step. The door opened slightly, and a familiar voice came over, as soft as a mosquito's voice. Come on, be quiet, it will definitely scare him. What if he gets angry? Wu Heng was shocked. Chi Han Kai. Although the voice was subtle, it could be heard clearly. Chi Han Kai. She actually walked in when she and Li Yong were wearing almost nothing. I have agreed. What are you still hesitating about? Li Yong said in a low voice. The two tiptoed to the bed. Then, the delicate and cold hands were placed on his thighs. Wu Heng frowned. Who? Li Yong or Chi Han Kai? Chapter 526. How do you feel? The vision is blocked, and the senses are more sensitive. And Chi Han Kai's joining added a sense of excitement. He began to wonder in his heart, which one of them was kneeling in front of him. Chi Han Kai who came in later? Or, Li Yong was demonstrating something. When did the two of them become so good? The person in front of him worked harder, and he could hear the sound of his breathing becoming increasingly rapid on the other side. Wu Heng raised his hand, wanting to touch the other person's face, to identify who the other person was. As soon as he raised his hand, it was grabbed by another hand. We agreed not to move. The voice came from the front, which means that the person in front of him was Li Yong, and the person who was breathing rapidly beside him was Chi Han Kai. These two crazy people actually played this trick. Wu Heng calmed down and said in a puzzled tone, Did you close the window? Why do I feel like someone is peeking at us? Li Yong paused, and then said, Who is watching you? There is nothing to see. Maybe someone has this fetish. Li Yong took his hand and put it on her head. If someone is watching you, how would you feel? Who would be so perverted? Wu Heng gently stroked the other person's hair. Li Yong turned her head to look at the side, moved his hand away, and said, Don't move. Then, there was a slight moving sound, and another person knelt in front of him. Wu Heng didn't say anything, but he knew that it was Chi Han Kai's turn now. The hand on his leg was not so cold, but it was still somewhat soft. The rapid breathing, sometimes far and near, blew on his lower abdomen, very hard. Wu Heng was also in this novel feeling, more and more excited, making the other person swallow continuously, and the hands on his legs also gradually exerted force. Wu Heng raised his hand and gently stroked the other person's hair. Then he stroked her cheek. It was certain that it was Chi Han Kai. Chi Han Kai was 1 or 2 years older than Li Yong. Perhaps because of her awakened supernatural power, her skin was still well maintained. But Wu Heng still did not speak, playing his role. Not long after, Li Yong's voice came from the side. How do you feel? Suddenly speaking. Chi Han Kai's movements suddenly paused, and she was obviously a little flustered. She leaned back and coughed dryly. Wu Heng also took off his blindfold, looked at Li Yong, and then looked at Chi Han Kai in front of him with surprise. Chi Han Kai, what's wrong with you? Chi Han Kai became even more flustered, coughed twice. I'm sorry, Li Yong said. This is my idea. Are you willing to accept Chi Han Kai? Wu Heng pulled the bed sheet next to him, covered his legs. Naturally he didn't reject Chi Han Kai. But he was also curious in his heart, the idea of the two arranging this. Why do you say that? Li Yong said. How do you plan to arrange Chi Han Kai in the future? Now she is the deputy leader of the base. So many things are under her control. Are you assured to let her be with others? Or do you plan to let her be alone for the rest of her life? After all, you have to give her a man, right? This? Wu Heng was stunned. I had never thought about this question. Most of the affairs of the base are managed by Chi Han Kai, even more than Li Yong. Such a big power is given to her, and she is asked to marry another man. Wu Heng is a little worried. At that time, it is very likely that someone else will be replaced to manage it. But at present, there is really no suitable candidate. Whether it is Li Yong or Chi Han Kai now, their role in the base is more like a secretary. Wu Heng will pass on the things to be developed, and they will carry out the work according to the matter. Women are more careful when doing this kind of thing, and they don't have such big ambitions. If a man does it, his ambition is more difficult to control. Wu Heng looked at the two of them and asked curiously, when did you become so close? Isn't it because of you? If we don't unite, what can we do? Li Yong said with some complaints. Wu Heng did not continue to ask, and looked at Qi Hankai. Qi Hankai, are you willing? Li Yong laughed. Why did she become so straight? If she didn't want to, could she have helped you just now? Qi Hankai lowered her head, and her face became even redder. Wu Heng smiled, put on the blindfold again. Some people are a little shy. I'm better like this, you guys continue. Li Yong came over, pushed him gently onto the bed, sat on his waist. Remember, you can never abandon us too. Of course not, but you two have to work harder. The rustling sound of taking off clothes was heard. Another smooth body slipped into his arms from the side. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yong walked out of the bathroom. Then he saw the two people lying on top of each other on the bed, and said, Okay, let's start early in the morning. Don't kill Qi Hankai. On the bed, Qi Hankai's whole body was red, hanging on the other person like an octopus. I'm fine. What's wrong with you? Li Yong sat down beside him. After the two of them finished, they went to the bathroom to take a shower. After leaving the room, they went to the factory cafeteria to eat. Sitting at the dining table, Li Yong said, I'm going back today. Recently, several shelters have been discussing joining our base. There are a lot of things to do, and we can't stay here for too long. Those shelters that kill and rob people, it's best not to recruit them. It's easy to cause problems. Wu Heng instructed. Li Yong nodded. I understand. I'll try to check it out. Also, all those skeletons transformed from deformed zombies, send them to me. I'll make unified arrangements then. Wu Heng continued. Okay, I'll have someone drive them over after I get back. Qi Hankai, still ate in small bites, thought about things, and her face flushed from time to time. Qi Hankai. Wu Heng looked to the other side. Ah. Qi Hankai suddenly raised her head. The main station will continue to follow up, and if there is any news, remember to notify me. Qi Hankai immediately said, I understand. Li Yong looked at her absent-minded appearance, glanced at the other members, who were eating around, and whispered, You're still savoring it. Go away. Qi Hankai waved her hand hurriedly. After breakfast, the three of them separated, and went about their own business. Li Yong led the convoy back to Xinfu City, while Qi Hankai arranged for people to go to the airport to build an exchange point. Wu Heng returned to the dormitory, and returned to Treasure Island. He walked out of the boundary gate, and sent the corpse core to the skeleton alchemy room. He put all the corpse cores he got into the freezer beside him, and collected all the corpse core potions on the finished product shelf. Now, there are already 2 level 4 corpse cores. The most are level 1 corpse cores. Although they cannot be said to be mass-produced, they are obtained after each cleanup of the corpse tide. Nearly 100 are obtained. My people, can't digest these potions at all. I looked at the progress of the alchemist's potion research and development again, and walked out of the room again. I went downstairs. Minnie and the 2 new maids were sitting in the living room chatting. Master. The 2 new maids saluted. Minnie asked, Master, do you want to have breakfast? No. I've eaten. Wu Heng motioned for them to sit down, looked at the kitten and the lop-eared bunny, and asked, How is it? Are you still adapting here? The kitten Robe said, Thank you for your concern. Master, we never thought that we would have the life we have now. The lop-eared bunny Annette also nodded. Thank you. Master, what about training? How do you feel? Minnie arranged a skeleton instructor for us. We are training every day. We will definitely live up to the Master's expectations. Robe said again. It seems that, of the 2, Robert is better at communicating with others. Annette, on the other hand, did not answer much. Wu Heng nodded, took out 2 5-cubic rings from the space ring, and several bottles of medicine, and placed them on the table. Space ring, 1 for each of you. Store some things. The medicine can change your physique. When you take it, let Minnie watch you. The 2 people who were a little reserved suddenly looked up. Robert said, Master, the space ring is too precious. Annette also whispered, We can't use it. Space rings are rare items in Rentam City, and they are the kind of things that you may not be able to buy even if you have money. Some merchants who travel around, or leaders, have space rings. Slaves, at most, have heard of them, but may not have seen them. On Wu Heng's side, after killing the pirates, his space rings filled half of the drawer. Most of them don't have much storage space, but they are enough for the maids to use daily. One for each person. It's a benefit for the maids in your island master's mansion. Wu Heng said. Minnie also said, keep the one the master gives you. Look, I have one too. It's bigger than yours. She also stretched out her hand to show off and shook her space ring. After hearing what Minnie said, the two carefully took it. Thank you, master. Put away the potion. 2. Minnie will tell you some precautions later. Yes. The two continued to put away the potion. Okay. Let's go play. Robert and Annette bowed again, got up and left. Minnie did not leave, but still sat aside. She just waited for the two to go to the courtyard. Then she said, Master, the compound bow from last time has been made. Please take a look. As she said that, she took out a compound bow. It is a little different from the first version. The bow arm is made of iron gray wood, the main string is slightly thicker and dark red, and the two secondary strings are brown yellow. It seems that the material of the composite bow has been changed again in the past few days. Have you tested it? Wu Heng asked. The strange machine master let ordinary skeleton archers test it. Compared with ordinary longbows, the same amount of force is used to draw the bow. The power is more than 5 times. Chapter 527, The conditions are so high. He didn't know much about compound bows, but he only knew that they were improved traditional bows. He didn't expect that it would be improved to this effect, more than 5 times, and the bowstrings in this world are more resilient, more powerful, and better. Let's go try it outside. Wu Heng took the compound bow and walked outside with Minnie. He aimed at the wooden target in the distance and drew the bow. At the moment of pulling the bowstring, a force suddenly came from the wheel axle, making it easier to reach the full bow state. Whoosh, release your hand, the arrow whistles out. With a bang, it is nailed into the iron sheet on the surface of the wooden target in the distance. Wu Heng looked at the effect of the compound bow with some surprise. He has used ordinary bows and arrows, and also used strong crossbows, and because he was selecting suitable bows and crossbows for the skeleton army, he has studied for a while. He has some experience. The effect of this compound bow is a combination of the lightness of the bow and the speed of drawing the bow, and the power of the strong crossbow. It is not an ordinary strong crossbow, it is comparable to the excellent strong crossbow. How is it? Minnie asked, holding the quiver. Not bad. Better than expected. Those skeleton mechanics, with ordinary skeletons, experimented for several days, and broke several wooden targets. Minnie complained. It proves that success is obtained from countless practices. Minnie smiled and praised. The master is really cultured. Wu Heng handed her the compound bow, walked back and said, Minnie, when the time comes, you can continue to order some materials according to the final product. More. Minnie nodded. How many do you want? Let's start with 5,000 sets. Okay. I'll go now. Yes. They returned to the house together, and Wu Heng went upstairs again. Minnie called the other two and took a carriage to Lighthouse Street to order the parts of the compound bow. The parts of the compound bow are separated. The wheel set and fine parts are processed by lathes and machines in the zombie world. And the bow arms and bowstrings are ordered in this world. The bow arms and bowstrings have different strengths in the other world, especially the bowstrings, which are more resilient. The two places produce them separately, which also prevents the drawings from being leaked. It can be regarded as a confidentiality procedure. Wu Heng went to the radio room. I looked at the records of several radio stations. There was only the record of Shan Era, leaving a message for myself. Wu Heng picked it up and took a look, frowning. Last night I attended a noble's ball, and met my best friend Taddy. She had changed so much, she looked a little strange. I mentioned you to her, but did not reveal your identity, only said that we met secretly, and the promise we made, you know, these married ladies are very keen on these things. Good fellow. You tell everything when you go out. I also saw my nominal husband. We greeted each other. He also mentioned this matter to me. He can be said to be a very gentlemanly nobleman, the kind of gentleman on the surface, you may not know much about him. The first paragraph ends. Then the second paragraph appears. The skeleton investigator's annotation has no date, it should be after the ball, or the next day. The investigation of the Presbyterian Church has come back. Because of you, Treasure Island's performance is several times higher than before, and it was only in those 2 months. They put forward some conditions. I am a little unsure. Let's discuss it when we have time, and see what to do. This is the end of the record. There is no further content. I need to talk to myself. I didn't think much about it. I picked up the phone and said directly, Sanera. Are you there? Wu Hong called 2 or 3 times. Just when he thought that the other party was not there, he heard a yawn. Yes. I have a headache. Sister, you are still sleeping. Wu Hong was speechless. This habit of staying up late, I have to keep it up. Why don't I sleep? I don't have anything to do. Sanera counterattacked with a dissatisfied tone. Well, you are a rich woman, and you have the final say. How can you still be a rich woman? Wu Hong continued to ask. What do you mean by the conditions they proposed? What are they based on? Sanara's tone also became serious. She said, the conditions for setting me free. Tell me in detail. They found out that my man is you. This time, they also directly confirmed that the largest orders of Treasure Island are all the items you ordered, which made Star Flower earn a lot of money in a short period of time. They want to continue to maintain this transaction. To put it simply, they want to make money from you. It's not surprising that they found out Wu Hong. The Wood Elves had probably already found out and came here before. And now it is more confirmed. Wu Hong did not intend to hide anything. He and Shannara were in a free love relationship. But the other party's identity was special. What do you mean? Just put it simply. Shannara took a deep breath. After I bargained with them, they made the final request that they would let me go if I continued to cooperate with Star Flower in the future. Wu Hong frowned and thought for a while. When the island owner's mansion ordered items last time, Star Flower was not selected. Was this also the reason? Singziwa is short of this little money. And you are used as a bargaining chip? Singziwa is pursuing efficiency. And the situation of the caravan is indeed not very good. Besides, they will let me go sooner or later. After all, I have not harmed the interests of the tribe and the caravan. It is a personal emotional issue. Can they still execute me? Shannara said. Cooperation is possible. What kind of cooperation method is required? Wu Hong continued to ask. Within 3 years, orders of no less than 200,000 gold will be maintained. And the caravan's discounts will also be valid. Shannara said. 200,000 gold. Actually, it is not too much. Ordering weapons and equipment by yourself, it also costs almost the same. Seeing that there was no sound from the other side, Sanera said with some disappointment, It's okay, I will be released after a while, and I will find a way to go back then. Wu Hong reacted. I agree, I am worried about you staying there. I am very happy that you have this intention. You just became the island owner. Don't spend money on such a place. Sanara's tone was gentle. What are you talking about? Get up and pack up. Go talk to those old men now. I agree. Release them quickly. Really? Of course, I will arrange someone to pick you up, and we will talk about it after you come back. Wu Hong said. Orders? No problem at all. I still need to purchase a lot of materials. Especially the food of the Wood Elves. Even in spring, the food problem may not be solved. Moreover, as time goes by, the food looted outside also begins to mold. A large amount of purchases are still needed. The rest, there are white gunpowder, copper, lead, or other subsequent resources. These orders are enough to meet the other party's requirements. And Starflower is indeed a large merchant group. The transportation speed is also faster. Shannara's laughter was a little choked. You little man, I suddenly feel so reliable. What are you talking about? I feel like you are praising me, but it feels wrong. I am praising you. I will talk to them now. I will inform you when there is any news. Well, talk boldly, I will cover you. Okay. After the two chatted, they hung up the call. Wu Hong leaned on the table, thinking about the Wood Elves. Having money can solve many problems, and even make the other party release people in advance. Shannara must be brought back. Not to mention that they already have feelings for each other. She also arranged for me to be the island master. In terms of interpersonal relationships, she has strong ability. It is impossible for her to ignore the other party because of such a small matter. Yeko Kingdom, a coastal town. In the dim basement, rows of black-robed figures are neatly arranged, kneeling quietly on the ground, mumbling something with pious and focused eyes. At the front of the room, a person wearing a black robe, holding a wooden staff and a brown book, stands in front, leading everyone to pray in a low and infectious voice. At this time, there was a soft knock on the door. The figure holding a wooden stick in front of him looked sideways, motioned everyone to continue. And then he opened the door and walked out. Outside the door, There were several figures standing. One of them was a thief wearing leather armor, who was a sentry arranged outside. "What's the matter?" the black-robed man who came out asked in a deep voice. The sentry thief immediately said respectfully, "Master Protector of the church, the bishop has arranged someone to come over. Please go over." "Someone arranged by the bishop? Take me over." The thief took the other party to a room. The door opened, and in the small room, several unfamiliar figures appeared in front of him. One person was sitting, and the remaining four stood on one side. "Who are you?" the guardian asked. The man sitting at the table turned his head, took off his hood, and revealed his shrunken face. The figures behind him also took off their hoods, and they were skeleton servants with rising soul fire. "My name is Salvi. You should have heard of me," the sitting figure said in a hoarse voice. The guardian's eyes narrowed, and he immediately thought of this name. Church Death Salvi, responsible for punishing traitors, or killing high-level enemies who threaten the church. Sir Knight Salvi. The protector nodded, thought about the words in his heart, and spoke softly. "The people who were arranged to go out were killed by the deacon, and the owner of Treasure Island, and the associations in various places have also issued a wanted notice for us." Salvi asked, "What's the reason?" "Cult, human sacrifice." "Really accurate." Salvi sneered, and continued to ask, "Tell me about those people on Treasure Island. Isn't that the place where pirates are pardoned? I heard that the pirates were wiped out by the association in one fell swoop, and now the owner of Treasure Island is a respected necromancer, and the deacon is an elven swordsman." The thief replied, "Can a necromancer be an island owner?" The man was puzzled. "That's what I heard." "What level are they?" "I heard that both of them were promoted from deputy deacons, so their level should not be high." "Deputy deacon. That's level 12. Salvi stroked his chin and thought for a while, and said, "Owning an island may be more helpful to the church." Chapter 528, The Fierce Ghost. The island owner's manor. As dusk approached, the maids who had gone out all came back. They sat around the dining table, eating dinner and chatting. Minnie said, "Master, the materials for the composite bow have been ordered from the elf shop. They trust us very much and promise to put our order as early as possible and deliver it in advance." When Wu Hung first came to the island, he had cooperated with the elf shop. He had purchased a lot of elf wooden bows. It is also the race of Zalagwi, and there is some trust between them. Wu Hung said, "I will leave this matter to you, and follow up when the time comes." "Okay, Master. I will definitely take good care of it for you," Minnie said with great motivation. "Yes." Wu Hung smiled and nodded. Then, "And we are also said, Master. Today 2 caravans arrived at the port. The copper coins were stored in the warehouse on Lighthouse Street, and I put all the white gunpowder into the space sachet." As she said, she handed over the space sachet. "It has been a while since we ordered these things, and the first batch of goods has just been delivered." Wu Hung put away the space sachet and said, "Are there other caravans?" "They will come one after another in the next 2 days. I will follow up then," Anderwire said. Wu Hung thought for a while. "After dinner, let's go to the warehouse and take out all the goods." "Okay." Anderwire nodded. Wu Hung continued, "Let's talk to those caravans. If the delivery speed is still the same, we will change to other caravans. Their speed is too slow," Anderwire said. "I also talked about this with the caravan representative. They said that this is the first transaction. It took some time to prepare and process. The next order will be much faster. Then let's see the situation." "Okay." Anderwire nodded. Wu Hung gradually assigned some things to the maids. The improvement of his strength and status also made him not have to be as careful as before, and do everything by himself. He only had to make some important decisions. After talking about the important things, the few of them ate while chatting. Minnie talked about the things when they were slaves. It seemed that Minnie, Robert and Annette had a good relationship. They were the kind of people who survived the hard times together. No wonder Minnie was so persistent in bringing the 2 of them here. After dinner, Minnie and the other 2 went to the training room for training. Wu Hung and Anweer went to the warehouse area on Lighthouse Street and took out all the goods inside. After returning to their residence, Wu Hung returned to the study and opened the door to the zombie world. The materials such as white gunpowder and copper plates collected today were placed in different warehouses to avoid any danger. At the military factory, with sufficient power supply, all production chains began to operate. Bullets were produced and assembled one by one. Skeleton was at the tail of the conveyor belt, sorting and packing the assembled bullets, and moving them to the warehouse. 2 days later, in the morning, Wu Heng took a carriage and went to the association. One morning, just after breakfast, a staff member of the association went to the island owner's manor, saying that Zalagui asked him to come over. Zalagui rarely came to see her, unless there was something on the island, or some wanted criminals were found. Wu Heng simply packed up and went to the association. When the carriage arrived, there were not many people in the association in the morning. He walked all the way to the deacon's study, knocked on the door, and walked in directly. In the study, incense was lit. A faint floral scent filled the room. Zalagui sat in the study, while her assistant Shiryali sat by the window, leaning her chin on the window and looking out. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, she smiled and saluted. She poured him a cup of flower tea, sat back down, and looked out the window. Looking for me? Wu Heng asked. Zalagui handed over a document and said, take a look at the association's decision and direction this year, and then send a copy to the regional associations you are responsible for. What? Wu Heng took it and took a look. Association Action Manual, Association Decision-Making Guide. I flipped through it. Do not interfere with local affairs, and abide by the rules. Understand the characteristics of local governance and ethnic customs, maintain each other's legitimate rights and interests, and be able to distinguish between internal affairs and crimes. Differences between cults and local churches. Quickly and accurately identify the nature of the church. Propaganda of Level 18 professionals. Effectively promote Level 18 professionals. By deepening impressions and increasing influence, ensure correct and guided communication reputation. Handling major events. Flag bearers can take the lead in responding to major events, crisis events. Oh my god, there really is such a thing. Imolo divided his position into two, and gave them to him and Zalagui. He also mentioned the duties of the flag bearer, and some of the roles he played in the association. But all along, nothing happened to him, and he thought it was just a temporary position. But he really has his own work. It seems that the identity of the flag bearer is quite important, especially the last one. For major events and crisis events, the flag bearer can respond to a certain extent, and the local associations under his jurisdiction need to cooperate. At this point, the power is greater than that of the deacon. After a quick look, he looked up and asked, I need to send these to various places. Right? Shiryali nodded. Yes, I need you to arrange for them to be sent out, and you can also add some local matters, such as arresting pirates in various places, reporting information about pirates, etc. Just this one. Wu Heng raised the information in his hand. Find someone to copy it, or you can let your skeletons copy it. Shiryali shrugged, which means it's your business. Okay. I got it. Wu Heng put it away directly. It's nothing more than taking it back and making a copy, which is not a big deal. Zalagui continued, the body of the vampire has been transported to the headquarters. The vampires have also responded, saying that this person is a criminal exiled by the vampires. The reason is bloodthirsty killing and raping living beings. He was punished and exiled by the leader Lilith. He originally had no chance to see the light of day again, but he was dug out by those people from the Destiny Church. Punishment and exile? The exile of the vampires means being sealed in a coffin, sinking to the bottom of the sea, or buried in a deep mountain. They don't kill you directly, but let you experience loneliness and endless darkness for a long time. It's more like life imprisonment in the modern world. As for punishment, Wu Heng remembered the vampire at that time, which had no male or female characteristics. The tools used in the crime were confiscated. What a terrible trick. Did they say there was any reward for us? Wu Heng asked. After all, killing a level 18 professional and saving some villagers, who were almost sacrificed, was a credit anyway. Zalagui nodded. I feel that the response will count for our merits, and we'll see what happens then. What about the Destiny Church? Any new news? The association has updated the wanted order, but the Destiny Church is a newly established church, and the identities of the bishop and the main members are not clear yet, so we are currently in the stage of gathering intelligence. Zalagui rested her chin on her arms, and spoke softly. Well, we have done everything we can, and there is nothing else we can do. Wait for the news. The main things were discussed. Wu Heng continued to ask, is there no problem with patrols and security on the island? No problem. We can ensure the safety of the basic areas. Do you want to open a tourist beach for other people to play? Wu Heng said casually. Beach? What to play? Just swimming. Or sunbathing. There are many caravans on the island, which also attracts them. Zalagwi thought for a while. I can't say for sure. I don't know if it will have the effect you said. I'll have someone sort out an area first. Take you there to see it. And experience it first. Zalagwi smiled. Okay. Let me see what the difference is from normal swimming. The two chatted for a while. Someone from the team came to report something. So Wu Heng left the study and walked out of the association. Returned to his residence. Had lunch with the maids. After a rest, went upstairs again and headed to the zombie world. Waited in the dormitory for a while. Footsteps were heard outside the door, and then there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened. Chi Honkai brought Wang Haibing and walked in directly. Wang Haibing took 2 steps forward and said in a reporting tone, Leader, several bases have been inspected. There are no major problems with the power plant, and they can all be restored to power supply by replacing the boiler. There are quite a few bases in Xinfu City, and the lines need to be changed. Wu Heng looked at him, and his complexion has improved a lot in the past few days. Although his hair was still messy, he was obviously a little fatter. Even if the food was good, people would still gain weight. Have the blueprints come out? Yes. They are here. Wang Haibing took out the blueprints from his arms. There were 3 power plants in total, and 3 furnaces of different sizes were drawn, which would replace the fuel and provide heat. Wu Heng put the blueprints away. You will also be responsible for changing the line. Get it done as soon as possible, so that people in other places can use electricity freely. Okay. I'll go back tomorrow and change the line in advance, Wang Haibing said. After thinking for a while, Wu Heng asked again. Have the few skeletons I asked you to bring had any effect? Still learning. Some basic knowledge has been mastered. The operation and maintenance of the power plant are still being learned. These skeletons, gentlemen, they have a strong learning ability and should be able to learn quickly. Hurry up. Before other bases resume power supply, we need to teach a batch of them. Yes, I know. Wang Haibing wiped the sweat off his face. Go and get busy first. Get things done. Your job is easier than others. Yes, I'll do my best. Wang Haibing saluted the 2, then turned and left to do his own thing. After Wang Haibing left, in the room, there were only 2 people left. Wu Heng glanced at Chi Honkai. Today, she was wearing a white down jacket, a gray stand-up collar sweater, and tight jeans. It made her hips look rounder. Wu Heng patted his thigh lightly. Chi Honkai lowered her head, walked over and sat sideways on his lap. Wu Heng put his arm around her waist and asked, How is the main station going? The airport has been occupied for a few days, and the main station has not yet completed the blueprint. This made Wu Heng somewhat anxious. Chi Honkai replied softly, I contacted them yesterday, and it will be completed in the next 2 days. We will arrange a plane to deliver it to us. Hearing this news, Wu Heng was still happy. It means that, in the next few days, he will have complete drawings. Treasure Island and Rentam City can also start to arrange the construction work. Well done. Chi Honkai smiled and hummed softly. Wu Heng hugged the other party. The factory should have equipment that can copy. Right? Yes. Do you need to copy something? Wu Heng continued to take out the association manual that he got from Zalagwi. Please copy these for me. It should be clearer. Ordinary paper will do. Chi Honkai picked it up and took a look. There were strange words on it. I didn't think much about it. After all, Wu Heng had too many secrets. I nodded and agreed. Okay. How many copies do you need? 100 copies. I'll tell you if you need it. Wu Heng thought for a while and continued. There are people in the base who can do typesetting or advertising. You can pay attention to it. It may be useful later. Okay. I know. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Chi Honkai nodded. Yeah. The 2 continued to chat about the base. Chi Honkai was called away by the intercom, and Wu Heng also opened the gate and returned to Treasure Island. The next day, in the morning, Minnie brought Zalagwi to the island owner's manor. In a gold and silver armor, the waistline was shrunk, but the exaggerated figure could still be seen. What's wrong? Are you in a hurry? Wu Heng brought her a bottle of cold iced black tea. The members of the association's 4th team are missing, and there are ordinary residents on the island who have reported the disappearance of their families. I feel that there should be a problem. Zalagwi sat down, took a sip, and explained it quickly. Wu Heng said, Did you take the other party's items? Yes. Shiragwi took out a linen shawl and handed it to him. She knew a little about Wu Heng's strange items and props, especially the strange items that can be used to find people. When she was in danger at sea before, it was Wu Hung who used the strange items that can be used to find people to find her. That's easy. Wu Hung took out the tracing pendant and dropped a drop of blood on the skull of the pendant. The dead skull began to come alive. The chin moved left and right. Bringing the shawl closer, the skull began to tear and chew at the corner of the sleeve. The two watched carefully, waiting for the direction to appear, so that they could follow and investigate the location of the missing person. But after the skull chewed, the fire in the pupils went out directly, and there was no next move. Shilagui frowned. What's wrong with it? Wu Hung said, the person is dead, the dead can't be tracked. Dead? The family said that the person disappeared yesterday and died today? Maybe he encountered something. The person must be dead. Wu Hung thought about it, and saw that the skull did not respond, said, let's go, and go to the prophet to see. The two went upstairs together, and walked directly into the room of the skull prophet. The skeleton was wearing a loose robe, sitting in front of the window, silently looking out the window. Wu Hung said, here is a piece of clothing. Let's see what happened. The prophet took the clothing. One hand floated above the clothing, and the other hand grabbed Wu Hung's wrist. Wu Hung grabbed Zilagui's hand, and put it into the skeleton's hand. Show her. Without waiting for Zilagui to speak, the flames in the skeleton's eye sockets suddenly rose, and Zilagui's pupils also lost their spirits for a moment. Soon, the pupils regained their spirits, and said, the person was kidnapped. And those people were wearing hoods, and they were very neat and careful. Then, he said to the skeleton prophet, check. Where is the person now? He still didn't believe that the person was dead. Check it for her. Wu Hung said. The prophet used his power again, and Zilagui's pupils were blank for a moment, then recovered. Dead. Buried in the soil. What should I do? Zilagui took a deep breath and said, it must be someone who came to the island recently. I will check it, and let you know when the time comes. Okay. 10 o'clock in the evening. A carriage stopped far away in the second expansion area of Lighthouse Street, which was a residential area built before Wu Hung became the owner of the island. At that time, Millicent was kidnapped in this area. Now some people have started to move in, but not many. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps sounded, and a ranger from the association ran over quickly. The person is in the private room on the second floor of the tavern. There are people guarding the door. I'm not sure how many people are inside. Shiragui said, let everyone guard the surroundings. Don't let him run away. Yes. The team members left quickly. Shiragui continued to look at Wu Hung. Let's investigate first. If it's not a trap, let's rush in and catch him directly. Okay, I'll take a look first. Killing association members on the island obviously made Shiragui very angry. Whether it was just a few people, or someone else committed the crime. They planned to kill one first, and then search the corpse to find the others. Wu Hung released the ghost. Go to the room with the fire. Check the situation. The ghost flew out of the body and flew towards the distant building. Zilagui knew that Wu Hung had a ghost, and it was a small ghost. The reason she knew it was that the 18th level old wizard John Vito mentioned this matter last time, and Zilagui was beside him. Although she didn't say it, she also knew that Wu Hung had a ghost. Hearing Wu Hung talking to the air, he did not feel strange. He just waited silently. The tavern has 3 floors in total. Glinda, following Wu Hung's order, went into the room with the fire on. The room was a little dim, and many flying insects were flying around the dim light stone. The first place he entered was the outside of the private room. The table was filled with food, and wine glasses, potion bottles, and some sundries were placed in a mess. Glinda took a general look and saw that there was nothing to see. Then he turned to the direction of the bedroom, and could faintly hear a woman's humming. For this kind of thing, Glinda never had any psychological burden, and was even a little curious. The other party was targeted by the association, and he dared to come to the woman. The body passed through the partition, and went directly into the room with the bed. Clothes and pants were scattered on the ground, and the sheets were messy. A man with a slightly dark complexion and a strong body was supporting his body with both hands above the young woman. The woman's voice was a little hoarse. Her eyes were cloudy, and she was in a daze. It just made a slight sound as the other party moved. Glinda went around the bed, observed the faces of the two, and then began to check their levels. The woman's level was not high, about level 1. The man had reached level 15, and his level was not low. A level 15 professional. No wonder he easily killed a team member. Glinda checked their appearance and level. She also felt that the two's postures were monotonous. They only knew to lower their heads and work hard. And they didn't know how to say some love words. In short, they were not as good as their own necromancers. She was about to leave after passing through the wall. As soon as she turned around, Grenda was shocked. Not far behind her, two disheveled ghosts with hideous appearances flew towards her quickly. Chapter 529. The Necromancer is really difficult to deal with. The ghost coming out from the front startled Grenda suddenly. How could there be two ghosts here? Ambush? Necromancer? Grenda had a few thoughts in his mind, and he looked down at the man on the bed, but he was still working hard on the woman. It wasn't his ghost. Necromancer, it's impossible to be so close. I didn't notice it even when it was almost touching my face. Seeing the two ghosts rushing straight at him, Grenda didn't dare to take any risks. Turning around, he flew backwards, passing through the wall and leaving. Two hideous ghosts also passed through the wall and left quickly. The two people on the bed still maintained their original movements. In the carriage, there was silence all around. As time went by, Wu Heng felt something was wrong. The tavern was just in front, and with Granda's ability, it wouldn't take so long. I'll go down and take a look. It doesn't feel right. Wu Heng opened the door. As soon as he got off the carriage, Granda's voice came from the night sky ahead. Wu Heng! Wu Heng's pupils condensed, and he looked towards the voice, and his perception quickly gathered. Granda's soul body quickly flew towards this side, and behind him were two ugly ghosts like evil spirits. Granda's soul body was caught up by the evil spirit, and began to absorb the energy from his body. And then, the second evil spirit ghost also gathered together. Damn! Wu Heng cursed, took out the soul whip, and rushed towards the soul body wrapped in front. At the same time, he shouted, Shi Logui, catch him! Shi Logui had followed him down from the carriage, and heard the shout clearly, drawing his sword and rushing towards the tavern. Catch him, kill the rebels. Clang! A large number of team members rushed out from all directions, and rushed towards the tavern. Bang! The window of the private room on the second floor was broken, and several figures jumped down from above. They were blocked by the team, and the fight started instantly. Wu Heng stepped forward quickly. He jumped up, and the soul whip in his hand glowed dimly, and he whipped directly at the entangled souls. Snap! The whip passed through the air, but it seemed to hit a water ball. Screams and wails suddenly came to mind. The soul body instantly dispersed, forming three separate individuals, two hideous ghosts, and the other was Granda. They are hiding in the room, and they are higher than me, Granda said quickly. Wu Heng's eyes condensed, the bone cage rose from the ground. The two hideous ghosts quickly separated, trying to escape. The bone cage, as the ghost moved, extended rapidly. It seemed that the ghost was about to be controlled by the ghost. Granda's reminder sounded again. Wu Heng! Your shadow! In the dark night, a shadow-like shadow gradually became three-dimensional from behind, holding a knife in his hand, stabbing at Wu Heng's back. Wu Heng leaned forward, protecting Caxi beside him. The wind of his fist whistled, and he shattered the shadow in an instant. The shadow shattered, like broken ink, and disappeared in the darkness in an instant. The distraction just now made the two ghosts distanced. Wu Heng no longer tried to trap the two ghosts at the same time, and the cage closed instantly. Trapped a ghost inside, gradually pulled it back in front of him. And all around, except for the trapped ghost that kept screaming and struggling, it seemed to have fallen into silence again. There were no other attacks, nor the killer that just appeared in the shadow. I'll follow and see, Grenda said. Wu Heng shook his head. No, we'll discuss it later. Grenda nodded, flew back and followed Wu Heng invisibly. And Wu Heng took out a magic soul pot, put it in the bone prison, and put the ghost into the soul pot. Let the skeleton protect you. Wu Heng continued to look at Granda. Let me see what's going on. Okay. Granda went straight into his body. The shared scene started from entering the tavern. The messy dining table, the man working hard on the bed, and the fair-skinned woman. Then, the ghost suddenly appeared. As if it had been wandering around for a long time, it rushed directly to where Granda was. Then, Granda asked for help. Release Granda again. Help me guard the surroundings. Don't leave too far. Okay. Granda hid his figure again, following around. Wu Heng walked quickly towards the tavern. Outside the tavern, there were several bodies lying, one of whom was not wearing pants. He was the man who worked hard in Granda's sight. From Granda's sight, the other party was a level 15 professional. He was killed so quickly. All around, In addition to the team members who ended the battle, there were also a large number of skeletons rushing to help. They were densely packed, blocking the surroundings. Zalogwi exuded a burst of coolness, and there was white frost on her eyelashes and face. Kill them all, no one escaped. There is also a woman inside, go in and investigate. What is her relationship with these people? Wu Heng said. Zalogwi said to the team behind her. And the two teams went in directly to continue the investigation. Then, she looked at Wu Heng and asked softly, "What happened just now?" "There were two ghosts. And there should be a necromancer," Wu Heng explained. Zalogwi's face also became ugly. The more she came into contact with Wu Heng, the more she knew how difficult the necromancer was. He actually came to the island. Do you know who it is? It's not clear yet. But from what you said about someone missing, they should be collecting bodies, which may be troublesome, Wu Heng speculated. Now, it seems that things are very clear. Zalogwi said that someone was missing. And then it was related to the necromancer, which obviously means that he was collecting corpses. Any profession will change unconsciously because of its characteristics. Just like Wu Heng. Before he became a professional, he rejected corpses and even felt that it was unlucky. Until now, through different channels, he has obtained various corpses to transform into skeletons. It even feels like collecting cards before the end of the world. Others are similar. When they arrive at a place, or have a purpose, the first thing they think about is to expand their own advantages. The fastest way for the necromancer to expand his advantage is to collect corpses. After all, not everyone has a bronze key, and they can find tens of thousands of skeletons by just finding a door. Zalogwi looked around vigilantly, and saw only the skeleton guards on the island. She continued to ask, "What should we do next?" Wu Heng said. "Ask the corpse." Zalogwi nodded, and asked someone to carry the corpse to the alley on the side. Wu Heng directly released talk to the dead. The corpse sat up, and looked over here with cloudy eyes. Wu Heng asked directly, "Who are you?" The corpse replied, "Followers of the Tianming Church." "How many people are on the island?" 12 people. There are only 7 dead bodies at the moment, and 5 are not here. What is the purpose? Revenge for the members killed by the association before. Wu Heng and Zalogwi looked at each other. Both were a little surprised at what was happening before their eyes. A newly established church that had not even registered with the association actually went directly to the island to kill the island owner appointed by the association and the local deacon. What an arrogant person. He is even more arrogant than the Divine Punishment Church. When the two protectors came to Treasure Island for revenge, he still planned to lead them out, and he didn't really dare to go to the island and kill people. Wu Heng continued to ask the 4th question. "What is your highest level?" The corpse hesitated. "It's the Great Knight of the Church. I don't know the level." The last question. "What is the profession of the Great Knight you are talking about?" "Necromancer." Sure enough, there is this necromancer in the team. After answering the 5 questions, the corpse lay back down. Wu Heng continued to face the second corpse, releasing talk to the dead, and the corpse sat up again. "How many dead servants are there around the Great Knight who leads your team?" The neck of the corpse was cut horizontally, and the voice was hoarse. "I don't know. Probably 11 or 12. Why don't you know? These 2 days, we have been collecting corpses for the Great Knight, and the number is not clear. It was indeed the same as verified. Besides the Great Knight, how many high-level professionals do you have?" 1 level 15 protector, 2 level 10, and the remaining believers above level 5. By now, some information has been understood. There are only 5 people left in the Destiny Church on the island. The level 15 protector should be the one who died under his feet. Except for the Necromancer's Necromancer, there are no other high-level professionals. After confirming that the other party cannot beat him head-on, Wu Heng asked, "Where is the Great Knight hiding?" "In the eastern residential area. There will be 3 dots arranged horizontally on the door." After answering, Wu Heng directly dispersed the magic, and the corpse lay back down. "Put up the remaining bodies, and let's go catch people," Wu Heng said directly. The remaining bodies were rolled up, and Zalogwi put them directly into the space ring. The crowd took a large number of skeletons, and went directly to the residential area on the east side of Dingta Street. The whole block was shrouded in darkness. It was extremely quiet. A group of people quickly arrived at the door. "Go in." The skeletons behind them directly hit the door. With a bang, the door was easily knocked open, and the sound resounded throughout the night sky. The skeleton staggered into the room. "Pa, After the skeleton entered, there was a sound of breaking in the room. Wu Hung casually threw dancing light into the room, lighting it up. On the beam, there was a corpse hanging upside down. From the clothes, it was the missing member of the association that Zalogwi mentioned. The corpse's stomach and chest were still exploded. Several spiders as big as bowls bite the skeleton in the room. Chapter 530, someone has entered the manor. Archer! Shirugwi shouted to the back. Several team members quickly rushed over. Led by the 3 teams of dwarves, bows and crossbows, all aimed at the room. Swish! 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 Several arrows whizzed out. Short distance, resulting in a high hit rate. Instantly, the spider's bloated abdomen was filled with arrows and crossbows. Dark green juice flowed out of the wound, and then fell to the ground and died. Bang! 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 The violent explosion sounded across the sky. Necromancer, really difficult to deal with. The explosion disappeared, and the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The original room was in a mess. There were broken tables and chairs on the ground, as well as various foods and rolling wooden wine glasses. The corpse explosion technique was not as powerful as a bomb, but it was powerful enough to destroy some furniture in the room. 2 more skeletons were arranged to go in and walk around. After confirming that there was no danger, they walked in directly. Check the body, be careful of poison, Sarugwi said. Then, they entered the room on the side. This is the bedroom. The room is not big. There are scattered blankets on the wooden bed. There are also some bloodstains on the walls and the floor. The person ran away. He is not here, Zalogwi said. It is obvious that the other party left here in advance. If he did not leave, it is probably some conspiracy to lead them here. Well, let's see if we can find anything, Wu Hung said. Okay. Zalogwi nodded and agreed. With the team members, they began to search nearby. After searching for a while, Zalogwi came back and said, the body outside? It can be confirmed that it is a member of our team. The person is dead. Ah! After that, Zalogwi sighed. This is the first time that the association has lost members since she became a deacon. Moreover, he died on the island. The other party left the body. It is a provocation to us. We should catch him as soon as possible and avenge him, Wu Hung said. Yes. Zalogwi took a deep breath, and then said, we found some items. See if you can find the other party's location. With a whoosh, he took out a lot of things. The prophet did not follow him. Wu Hung took out the tracking pendant and began to drip blood to find the target. After verifying each item, the fire in the skull went out again and again. The target he was looking for was dead. These people are dead. Are there any others? Wu Hung put away the tracking pendant. No. The other party didn't leave anything behind. The explosion just now made this place quite chaotic. Wu Hung frowned and said, let's go back. Block the port and the inner city roads. And narrow the encirclement little by little. I don't believe we can't catch him. Okay. It can be seen that the other party is very careful and experienced. Wu Hung used all the profit and props, but was still a step late, and left no clues. In the end, he had to use a more primitive method to search. As long as he was in the city, he would not believe that he could not catch the other party. When he returned, the sky was bright. The team members looked gloomy. The death of a team member was an inexplicable pressure on everyone. No one knew whether the Necromancer would find him next. The deacon and the island owner did not catch the other party. It would be more dangerous for ordinary members like them to meet alone. Everyone was silent. All the way back to the central area. Association, conference room. Zalogwi sat at the head of the long table, listening to the reports of her subordinates. The woman in the tavern is a prostitute nearby. We met her outside the tavern. This was also confirmed by the tavern owner and bartender. The woman did not provide many effective clues. When she was doing it, she kept saying things like the great Lord bless and the Lord will bless the devout believers. She thought it was a distraction and did not think about the cult. After that, we checked their records of staying in the tavern. They checked in that day and had not lived here before. We also made portraits based on their memories. It can be proved that they knew the people we killed last night. Those who escaped were not among them. After one person finished reporting, he sat back down. Prostitutes and taverns all involved people who had been killed. There is no other news about the Necromancer and the remaining members of the Destiny cult. What about Team 2? Shilodwi asked again. The captain of Team 2 stood up. Said, we visited other residents in the surrounding area and sorted out the clues provided. The number of the other party is about 25. Among them, there is the stench of corpses and stiff walking. It should be the rotten corpses transformed by the Necromancer. Most of the missing people appeared in other residential areas around. We have arranged personnel to check the main roads and alleys. Wait for the captain of Team 2 to report. Zalogwi nodded slightly and looked around at everyone present. She concluded, it is certain that the other party is a member of the Destiny Church, and his position is a great knight. His profession is a necromancer, and his level is relatively high. The moral bottom line of this profession. She paused and changed her words. The other party is a member of the cult, and he is cruel and unscrupulous, and his goal is probably to retaliate against us. If we delay, everyone will be in danger, and the residents will also be in danger. Everyone nodded. This time, a team member died, and everyone felt a sense of crisis. If we don't catch them, they might come to kill us, Zalogwi said. Team 1 will go to the port to check all ships and personnel entering and leaving the island. Wu Hung will dispatch one of your armored vehicles to prevent any enemy from attacking Treasure Island. Yes. The captain of Team 1 nodded. Wu Hung also nodded, indicating that he was okay. Zalogwi continued. Team 2, Team 3, and Team 4. More skeleton guards will be assigned to you at that time. Start checking Lighthouse Street. The remaining teams will guard the central area and the central residential area. Yes, I understand. Zalogwi did not forget to instruct. If you find an enemy, don't rush to take action. Come back and tell us, so that you won't be in any danger. Yes. At 8 o'clock, Wu Hung returned to the manor. Walking into the courtyard gate, several maids ran out. They surrounded him and asked with concern, Master, are you not injured? No. Wu Hung touched the heads of several people, and was relieved to see that they were fine. Wu Hung could not trust the character of the Necromancer. He was afraid that he would come to his hometown to take care of him if he went out to catch him last night. With the defense of the island owner's mansion, even if a few level 18 professionals came, they might not be able to break in. But high-level ghosts might not be able to be dealt with. If the ghost kills the maid, there will be no place for regret. Would you like to have breakfast? Minnie hugged his waist and asked with her head raised. Yes, I am really hungry. Then I will prepare it, Minnie said, and ran to the kitchen quickly. Robe and Annette also followed to prepare. And Bill said, Master, the skeleton prophet stood on the balcony on the 3rd floor last night, staring outside all night. It seems that something invisible has come to the manor. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes instantly. His face also became ugly. As expected, he came. The manor was too obvious. How could he give up here? Perhaps he was afraid of the level of the skeleton prophet, or maybe his people chased too closely last night. The other party had no chance to attack here. I'll go see the skeleton prophet where. Don't go to the city hall today, take a day off, Wu Hung said as he went upstairs. And Ware nodded. Okay. Wu Hung went upstairs and went to the skeleton prophet's room. The skeleton, wearing a robe, holding a wooden stick, still sat on the chair, looking out the window. Wu Hung asked directly, was there any danger last night? What happened? You can write it down. The prophet stood up and turned slowly, looking at Wu Hung with his hollow eyes. Dry fingers grabbed his wrist. The next second, a series of broken pictures flashed through his mind. In the dark night sky, a ghost half spun over the manor, checking the situation below, and in the courtyard, a black shadow as black as ink quickly passed through the manor along the ground and climbed onto the balcony. Chapter 531, Killed him for fun. The shadow climbed up the balcony along the wall. Just when he was about to enter the room, the skeleton prophet rushed in directly. The wooden stick in his hand slammed heavily on the shadow on the ground. The shadow began to twist and struggle at the place where the wooden stick fell, forming a black palm, grabbing the skeleton's ankle. The prophet took a half step back, avoiding the opponent's attack. Level 18 prophet, possessed domain prediction, can form a personal domain around, foreseeing the dangers that will appear in advance. Whether the shadow wanted to bypass it or attack it, the prophet could take a step ahead and respond. In the room, and we are pressed against the door, staring at the scene with wide eyes, holding a pistol in her hand. She was also ready for battle. The shadow and the skeleton prophet were on the balcony, struggling for a while, and then fled from the balcony again, disappearing into the night. The ghost in the sky also left. The scene ended, and Wu Heng's pupils focused. He patted the skeleton's shoulder. Well done. Thanks to you last night. The prophet bowed slightly. With a respectful attitude, you continue to enjoy the scenery. The prophet sat back in his chair and continued to look out the window. Wu Hung rubbed his brows and suddenly felt a headache. It seemed that he really had no means to prevent ghosts. Even if he was not afraid, the maids were still in danger. The necromancer is so annoying. I didn't feel anything before, but now I'm facing a high-level necromancer. I just feel that this profession is really troublesome. I stood there and thought for a while, and then I opened the door again and walked out. Come down from upstairs. The little cat girl Roby ran over quickly. Master, a team from the association has come, the captain said. The deacon asked him to take the armored vehicle to the port, and everyone is waiting in the yard. The team from the association came. Got it, get busy. Wu Hung touched her little head. Robe smiled, her face was slightly red. Okay, master. After that, she jumped and ran to the restaurant. Wu Hung walked to the courtyard and saw a small group of people standing at the flower bed chatting. Seeing him coming, he immediately saluted. Island master. The steward asked us to bring the armored vehicle directly over. Zalogwi mentioned this matter during the previous meeting, worried that more people would take the opportunity to capture the island. An armored vehicle was needed. When Wu Hung came back, he glanced at the emerald sand table and confirmed that there were no suspicious ships. But Zalogwi's worries did make some sense. Wu Hung nodded, walked to an armored vehicle, and tapped on the window. The window opened, revealing a helmeted skeleton driver in the driver's seat. Wu Hung said directly, follow them to defend the port. If someone attacks the port, you can shoot on your own. Don't make any other offensive actions. The skeleton raised the window again, and the vehicle started. Wu Hung thought about it, and called 20 high-level skeletons to follow the armored vehicle. In fact, he was not too worried that someone would steal the armored vehicle and turn around to bombard him. After all, his skeletons had spent a long time learning from driving to operating machine guns. Buttons, circuits, etc. are very different from this world. Even if a strong man came to rob it, it would be impossible to control it. The armored vehicle, surrounded by skeletons, drove out of the courtyard and waited for a while. Wu Hung said to a small team, you go over too. Be careful. And don't be impulsive when you encounter anything. Yes, Island Master. Several people saluted again and left with the armored vehicle. Returned to the room again. Minnie and Annette have already brought breakfast to the table. Wu Hung sat at the table and ate, while the other maid sat aside, staring at him. What's wrong? Minnie asked. Master, is there any danger on the island again? Every time Wu Hung didn't let them go out, it meant that there was danger in the city. It has become a habit. Wu Hung smiled and said, we did encounter some dangers. Do you need our help? We train every day, just thinking that we can help the master if we have the chance. Minnie continued. Robe and Annette nodded. Envier frowned slightly and said nothing. She knew that someone had entered the manor last night, and the 18th level skeleton prophet only repelled the other party. How could these maids, who had been trained for a few days, be of any help? Wu Hung smiled and said, I know you work hard. The enemy this time is quite powerful. I will ask you to help next time when the level is similar. Is it very powerful? Sister Weir is also very powerful. Wu Hung thought about it and told them what happened last night. When they heard that the other party was also a necromancer and that a ghost had almost come in last night, their faces turned pale. Then what should we do? Minnie asked. The necromancer is troublesome. Once he is discovered, he will probably attack directly. So we need to go to a place where he can't find us. What place can't be found? The others also looked up. Mansion spell, do you remember it? Wu Hung looked at them. Yes, I remember it. Before, the mansion spell was tested in the yard, and they all saw it. Wu Hung continued, I will put you in the mansion spell first, and I will let you out after this matter is over. The mansion spell, its own function, is to provide a place for the traveling team to rest. Not only can others enter, but you can enter as well. If you enter and close the crack, then the next time you open it, the crack will appear at the position you left. If you don't enter and others enter, then the next time you open it, it will be the area around the caster. As for Wu Hung, he has never tried to enter by himself. When he first acquired the mansion technique, he didn't plan to really live in it. This time, it can be regarded as a place for the maids to hide. The maids looked at each other. Then let's go pack up. You don't need anything, Wu Hung said, anyway. All the supplies can be conjured up. Anweir said, food and daily necessities, and some valuables. No one is home. What if there are thieves? Anyway, we have the space ring, so we are not afraid of trouble. That makes sense. Okay, then you prepare, and take everything you need. Okay. Several people nodded, returned to their rooms together, and began to pack up their things. Wu Hung finished breakfast, and sat in a chair and waited for a while. The maids came down from upstairs. All the things were put into the space ring, so nothing could be seen from the outside. Are you ready? Yes, I asked the chef to prepare some food, enough for us to hide for a while. Minnie patted her space ring. Don't worry, it won't take that many days. Treasure Island is only this big. If we continue searching like this, we can force the other party out in 2 or 3 days. Yeah. Several people nodded. Wu Hung directly released modern Ken Mansion technique, and cracks and stone doors appeared. Behind the stone door, there is a solid iron gray stone wall, which is covered with gun turrets, machine guns, and machine guns pointing outward. At the bottom, there is a 2-meter-high doorway. Through the doorway, you can see the scene inside, which is empty. It was originally intended to be a hiding place for soldiers. It's so empty, Robe muttered. Wu Hung looked at the few people and asked, What do you want? A bed or a chair? And a light. Otherwise it's too dark inside. Wu Hang's mind moved, and changes began to occur inside. Floor carpet, huge soft bed, luxurious chandelier. Appeared instantly, making the empty soldier cave a modern mansion. What else do you want? Grassland, hot spring, and flowers. Wu Hung nodded, and the room changed again. The floor on the other side became a lawn, and at the end of the lawn was a hot spring surrounded by flowers. The modern house and the lawn hot spring are connected in the middle. Is it okay? Wu Hung asked with a smile. Several people widened their eyes. Wow, you can even make this. Go when it's over, I'll take you out. Andweir came over and gave him a hug. Master, be careful. Yeah. Minnie was the second one and hugged him. Master, we still have Rantan City, don't take risks. Annette and Robert were a little restrained and stood there hesitating. Wu Hung opened his arms. Come! One at a time. Annette and Robert also came over and gave a hug. The few people entered the mansion. Wu Hung closed his skills, and the cracks and stone doors disappeared. He arranged a few maids. Wu Hung made new arrangements for the skeletons in the manor. The alchemist skeletons and the mechanic skeletons were arranged to the zombie world. 1/3 of the skeletons were left in the manor to guard the house. And the rest of the skeletons, including the skeleton prophet, were brought to the association. In the association, I continued to discuss the action with Zalagwi. Both of them led the team out and participated in the investigation and patrol. When Wu Hung passed by the Nautilus Tavern, he called Philippa and Millicent together. In a deserted place, he opened the mansion spell and sent them in. Then he continued patrolling, investigating the cult, and the suspicious people wearing cloaks, or the smell of corpses and stiff walk, until dusk. Return to the association. Rest in the dormitory. Dormitory? Bed? Wu Hung put his hands behind his head, thinking about what happened today. A newly established Tianming cult made the entire Treasure Island dangerous. The confidence he had built up during this period suddenly collapsed by half. Relying on the zombie world, his level rose quickly, and the power of modern weapons was enough to kill high-level professionals. But when he met a profession like the Necromancer, who hid in the dark and didn't come out, he really felt a sense of crisis of being watched by the enemy. The intelligence agency on the island is much worse than the Old Barrel. At this time, Wu Hung thought of the Old Barrel Tavern at that time. At that time, under the leadership of the woman Macintosh, most of the intelligence of the entire port could be collected. Wait until this matter is over, and see if we can contact her. I can make her a regular employee, and I can be a big sister. There should be no problem, I thought to myself, and gradually fell asleep. I fell asleep. Lighthouse Street, residential area. A man in a black cloak quickly shuttled through the street, avoiding the patrolling beasts in the sky, and entered a dark alley on the side. After climbing over the wall on one side, then hurried for a distance, entering a courtyard. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, several figures came out of the darkness, with alert faces. It's me, where's Lord Salvi? In the room. Seeing that it was their own people, several figures returned to the darkness, and continued to be on guard. The cloaked man shook his clothes, quickly came to the front of the house, and knocked on the door. Come in. In the room, a low voice came. The man pushed the door open and entered. The house was not small, with a dining table, coffee table, and some glass decorations. It looked like the family was well off before. In the middle of the room, the great knight of the Destiny Church, who looked like a mummy, was sitting by the bed. On the wooden table beside him, a gray-white jade was supported by a copper frame, and behind the jade, there was a burning candle. The firelight shone through the jade, forming a circular magic circle on the ground. In the middle of the magic circle, 4 figures were kneeling, both men and women, maintaining a posture of repentance. Strands of blue energy gathered above the 4 people's heads, forming a hideous ghost in the center, struggling and roaring. The great knight Salvi used the power of the dead to wrap the ghost, and after taking it as a spirit servant, he took it back into his body. What happened? Salvi asked in a deep voice after everything was over. The man who came in calmed down and reported in a low voice, "Great Knight Salvi, now the people of the association are checking every house, and we may have to move to another place tomorrow." Salvi's voice was cold. "I really underestimated them in the battle last night, although there was no direct confrontation. But they were also testing each other's strength and ability. Completely different from the intelligence. Even the deacon and the island owner here were promoted by the association. But they were definitely not only at level 12. Otherwise, he would not have not killed any last night, and lost several church members and a ghost." The subordinates continued to remind him in a low voice. "The island has already started a carpet search, and it is very likely that they have asked for help from outside. Should we avoid the limelight and wait for a chance?" Salvi's voice became more gloomy. "Asking for help, the nearest association will take 4 or 5 days to come here, which is enough for us to play. But the island's defense may not be that easy to deal with." Salvi stood up, put away the items on the table beside him, and while releasing the ghost, he said, "Don't worry, kill a few of their companions first, and avenge our people." Chapter 532, You Have a Few Words. The Destiny cult was established not long ago, and it has no fixed territory. This time, it is considered to be openly fighting with the association. Even if I retreat now, the association will only issue arrest warrants everywhere. So, I am not in a hurry to leave. And unlike others, he is a necromancer, and has seen the whole picture of the island through ghosts. Lighthouse Street is prosperous, there are constant merchant ships, and the construction of houses and roads is also very good. And outside the residential area, various magic equipment is still being expanded. It was better than any island he had seen, or any coastal village. "Great Knight, what is your plan for tomorrow?" the subordinate asked again in a low voice. "You will know then. Let the others come back to rest. There will be ghosts guarding outside." "Yes." The subordinate retreated and closed the door carefully. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng and the team leaders went to the meeting room for a meeting. The assistant Yali brought several staff members and placed the breakfast they had ordered on the long table, one for each person, with vegetables and soup. Zalagui, wearing a golden armor, sat at the head of the table, and said while eating, everyone was not polite, and all sat in their seats and began to eat. Zalagui continued, "Yesterday, the team had already checked 2 residential areas and the tavern on the commercial street. Today, we will focus on investigating the remaining residences. In the areas that have been checked, we must strengthen the blockade of the roads to prevent those people from running back." After saying this, she continued to reassign tasks to each team, which was a kind of rotation. After the tasks were explained, Zalagui glanced at Wu Heng, who had finished breakfast, and said with a turn of the eyes, "Island Master Wu Heng, please tell everyone what they need to pay attention to when facing the Necromancer." When Wu Heng heard this, his eyes widened. "You say what you want to say. Why are you trying to lead me here?" Zalagui still kept smiling. "Just tell us some things to be careful of, so that everyone can be more careful." Wu Heng had no choice but to say directly, "The deacon asked me to talk, so I will tell you some of the information I already know, and the things that need to be paid attention to." Everyone put down their tableware, and looked over at the same time. Wu Heng continued, "The opponent's necromancer has more than 2 ghosts, which means he can better observe the situation in the city and avoid us. This is not good for our search. In addition, ghosts are aggressive, so we must be more careful. Second, the opponent has a means of attacking from behind, which may be the shadow of the necromancer. It is not possible to confirm it yet, because I don't know how to do it. If it is a shadow, be careful of dark places. Third, pay attention to the opponent's undead servants. Through last night's battle, it can be confirmed that the opponent knows plague insects and corpse explosion. Plague insects can breed poisonous insects in dead bodies, and after the poisonous insects die, they will release corpse explosion. If you find that the body suddenly swells or has abnormal reactions, immediately distance yourself to reduce the damage to yourself, Wu Heng said, and the people in each team kept wiping their cold sweat. Necromancer, this is too difficult to deal with. You can detect, but you have to be careful of your own shadow. Not only are the necromancers not afraid of death, they can breed insects for the second time, and the insects can explode. How can we fight this? There is no advantage at all. Shi Logui was listening on the side. At first, it felt okay, but as she listened, she found that the team leaders below were constantly wiping cold sweat. Their momentum began to gradually decline, and each of them seemed to be going out to die. Okay, thank you, Wu Heng Island Master. Shi Logui turned her head and glared at him with complaint. Wu Heng frowned, bewildered. You asked me to say it, why are you still glaring at me? Shi Logui clapped her hands. It's okay, we are responsible for searching and finding the target, fighting and attacking, mainly relying on the island owner's skeleton guards. We have so many people, and armored vehicles, the 18th level Pirate King, the pirate group of the Emerald Sea, we have killed them all. Would we still be afraid of this newly established cult? Everyone whispered, feeling that what he said was right. The other party may not have reached level 18, and on our side, we have already killed level 18 professionals. As long as the target is found, one shot will kill it without leaving any bones. Wu Heng took out a radio headset from his space ring. One for each team. And those who stayed in the association can also come and get one. If there is any situation, use this prop to inform everyone. I will show you how to use it. Everyone took one. And Wu Heng followed suit. Many people in the team had used it before, and it was very simple to use. After a basic demonstration, everyone knew how to use it. Just as everyone was fiddling with the headset, the door of the conference room was suddenly knocked. Then a staff member pushed the door open and said with a somewhat ugly face, Deacon, there is news from outside. There was an accident at the patrol pavilion in the northern district. The guards who stayed behind died, and all the skeletons died. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face suddenly changed. Zalogui's expression also became serious in an instant. She put the sword on the table on her waist and said, everyone proceed according to the plan. Wu Heng, come with me to the scene. The members of the remaining association strengthened the guard. Hula la. Everyone stood up and walked outside. Each of them separated and went about their own business according to the previous arrangement. It took about half an hour. The carriage of the association arrived at the North District Patrol Guard Pavilion. The Patrol Guard Pavilion is a place for the patrol guards to rest and change shifts. Usually a team of skeletons is stationed there, and then the patrol guards in the city take them on patrol. The patrol guards are selected by the association and the city hall, and the patrol tasks are currently assigned by the association. The two got off the carriage. When they looked up, they saw the block patrol guard pavilion and the crowd of onlookers. A guard ran over quickly, a middle-aged man with a serious expression and some weakness and worry in his eyes. He saluted and said, Island Master Deacon, there is no movement at the scene, everyone is inside. Go over. Entering the building, the tables and chairs were not moved much. There were 5 bodies, one with his head turned to the back, and the others were killed by cold weapons. There were also broken bones all over the ground. From the death calculation, one person had his neck twisted by a ghost, and the rest were killed by people rushing in from outside. However, this time, there was no corpse explosion or plague spell. The corpse was well preserved. Have you asked people around? Zalogui asked. The middle-aged guard said. We checked and asked, but no one saw who did it. When we were patrolling here, we came in to check and found this situation here. You found it? Well, we happen to be patrolling here. We usually meet and say hello. We can support each other if there is any danger. Zalogui nodded. Stay outside first. Pay attention to the suspicious people around. They may arrange people to observe this place in the crowd. Understood. The guard retreated directly. Zalogui looked at Wu Heng again. He is taking revenge on us. We killed his people yesterday, and today he will kill our people. It's more than revenge. Zalogui narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? It's impossible to question the corpse. To put it simply, the corpse has been questioned, and 5 people have been questioned. What exactly is he asking? Zalogui's eyes also widened instantly. Central area. The road leading to the central area has been set up with checkpoints. The patrolling guards are more frequent than before. The association also carried out defense, with several people in a group, as long as one person had a problem. The people around would gather here immediately to provide support. I also need to order lunch, just like in the morning, and send it directly to the association. Sir Yali stood in the tavern and ordered food for everyone. The boss responded with a smile on his face and wrote it all down on paper. Having a good relationship with the association is also good for the operation of the tavern. After ordering, Sir Yali put on a hood, with headphones hanging around her neck, and walked out slowly. As soon as she walked out of the door, she saw several tall figures blocking her way. It was cold and filled with a faint stench. Sir Yali's pupils widened, and her heart began to beat violently. She pretended to be calm and smiled. There are not many guests in the tavern. Please come this way. A hoarse voice came out. Sir Yali. Assistant Deacon. Chapter 533, I am really dead. After hearing the other party, he directly said his name and position. Sir Yali's face suddenly changed, and panic appeared in her eyes. She never expected that the enemy would be so arrogant, entering the central area, just opposite the association. Poof! Just as she took a half step back, a dagger pierced her chest from behind. A moment of pain, and then she felt dizzy. The negative energy of the dead carried by the dagger was constantly eroding her body. If you die, the elf butler will be very sad. Hee hee. A hoarse voice sounded, and a strange laugh was heard. Sir Yali vomited blood from her mouth, and endured the pain. Took out a short blade from the space ring and chopped behind her. The inky black shadow instantly dissipated and disappeared. Then, Sir Yali's body turned into a spirit deer, leaped a long distance to the inside of the tavern, and turned back to her original form, covering her chest, bleeding. The other party came to find her on purpose, to avenge Zalagwi. And in the morning, the news of the guard being killed was just to transfer the members of the association out, disintegrate the association bit by bit, and make everyone feel fear. Find another opportunity, and kill the people on the island. According to what he learned in the morning, he quickly turned off the headphones he was wearing, but his eyes were still looking at the opposite side, and said, Destiny Church Necromancer, this tavern is just opposite the association, you only have 5 people, are you not afraid that the association will surround you and kill you directly? After saying this, his body continued to retreat. Several figures at the door also followed in. I know your movements better than you do. Speaking of which, we finally entered the central area. We didn't come to find you at first. If you want to blame someone, blame that kid. He hid his family members, and he hid them too well. I can only come to find you. You are not bad. Actually, I don't have any elven dead servants. As he got closer, the necromancer saw fear, helplessness and despair in the eyes of the female elf. He liked this expression very much. The fear of living beings was also what he feared the most, but now it is gone. He was about to take a step forward. Tap, tap, tap. From all directions, there were dense and chaotic sounds. It seemed that countless people were gathering here, and the sound had been heard from afar. The reinforcements from the association have arrived. There are many people at every intersection. Another person walked in quickly, with an anxious tone. The necromancer looked again, took out the wooden bow, and the elf, who was still vomiting blood in his mouth. I was a little curious. How did she get the message out? She was right in front of me the whole time. The footsteps were getting closer, and he said directly, Kill her, and let's get out of here. Swish, swish, swish. The figure behind him ran out quickly, dodging the arrows, and rushed to the front of the female elf. Long swords pierced through her body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Sister, take care of yourself. After saying that, he collapsed directly, and the blood under his body pooled into a pool. The necromancer sneered, and walked slowly forward, ready to transform this good-looking corpse into his own servant. I was looking forward to seeing a corpse with such a good appearance. Even if it turned into a rotten corpse, it should be more pleasing to the eye than other rotten corpses. The wooden stick in my hand just raised up. Bang! The windows on both sides suddenly shattered, with the flying wood chips. The skeleton wearing leather armor directly held a weapon, and killed several people in the house. After a quick fight, the heads of the 2 rotten corpse servants were split open. They turned into corpses again. The necromancer's eyes condensed, looking at the fire in the skeleton's eye sockets. secretly surprised that the other party actually had such a high-level corpse. I'm afraid they are close to level 15. Seeing the skeletons rushing over again, the necromancer waved the wooden staff in his hand again, and a witch-like arrow shot out directly. The two servants beside him also rushed to each other, and they fought in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the believers ran in quickly. In a hurried tone, "Great night, the association will be here soon, there are too many people." The necromancer turned around and looked outside. Then he saw several directions, teams, with large groups of skeletons, gathering from different directions. Among them, you can see crossbowmen, and there are teams that push the crossbow cart directly. The necromancer's heart tightened. What's going on? Did they use some props? Or some special communication spell? How could they determine the location of this place so quickly? The teams coming from different directions were obviously all those who went out on patrol and returned. If they were really trapped here, it would be difficult to get out. He quickly looked around, and no longer cared about the bodies in the tavern, with the remaining corpses and church members. He walked out of the tavern directly, ready to meet the enemy. Seeing more and more people from the association, fear and hesitation appeared in the eyes of the necromancer. After thinking for a while, he said directly, "I will stop them. You go first, and then meet at the previous place." As he said that, he waved his long sleeves and wooden stick. Thick black clouds gathered in the air, forming a cloud full of negative energy of the dead. It covered all the surrounding areas. It blocked the vision, and the creatures who rushed into the cloud began to be eroded. The people of the Destiny cult began to quickly separate and flee in all directions, and then there were sounds of fighting and fighting. It resounded throughout the entire area. "He is a necromancer, kill him." A team rushed into the mist. Pointing at the black-clothed mage holding a wooden staff, he shouted an order. The skeleton warriors behind him, wearing armor and holding weapons, made a whoosh, directly bypassed the members in front, and rushed to the target's location. The necromancer quickly glanced at the opposite side, confirming that those coming over were only some low-level team members, and a large number of skeletons. With a sneer on his face, he said, "I've really been underestimated." He waved his staff slightly. One after another, the fire shot out and penetrated the skull. The skeleton running forward suddenly choked, and the soul fire in the skull swung wildly. The next second, the blue flames began to fade and turn gray. "You are free." Crash! The next second, the gray-white soul fire skeleton suddenly turned around, holding a weapon and rushing towards the skeleton behind him. In an instant, a melee began. The skeletons, who were originally on their side, kept waving their weapons and slashing at their companions. The sound of swords colliding and bones breaking resounded throughout the sky. The team members at the back also began to get in a mess. From time to time, someone's body became stiff and his neck turned backward. "Hurry! Save me! I'm possessed by a ghost. My neck hurts so much. Help me bend it back. Hurry! I don't want to die. Hurry up and notify the deacon and the island owner. We can't stop him." The skeletons were fighting, and the team members also got in a mess. The necromancer looked up at the sky in the distance and retreated into the black fog little by little, disappeared from everyone's sight. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Sheila Rose flapped her wings, and Wu Hung followed closely behind on a flying carpet. At the same time, in the radio headset, there was a chaotic voice. "There is a target fleeing to the east alley. Don't let them run away, hurry up. The target dead servant has been killed, there are no casualties. 2 enemies in the east alley, killed. We saw the necromancer, he can make the skeletons rebel, and the team members were also attacked by ghosts. The target disappeared in the black fog, and the search is continuing." The tavern was successfully occupied. The owner and assistant Shiryali confirmed that there are no signs of life. Wu Heng's eyes condensed, and he suddenly looked forward. Then, Zalagui, who was flying fast, trembled, and almost fell from the sky. She said in a cold voice, "Continue to surround these people, and kill them at all costs." "Yes," everyone answered in the headset. Approaching the tavern, the two fell from the sky one after another. Zalagui walked into the tavern quickly, looking at the body that was dyed blood red. Her pupils widened, and her face became even paler. She took off her hard guard and hung it on the other person. She continued to take out the potion, her arms trembling, and tried to feed it into the other person's mouth. The liquid medicine mixed with blood flowed out of her mouth and dripped onto the ground. Zalagui kept moving, Her eyes were empty, and she froze in place. Wu Hung followed closely behind her, and walked over quickly. He glanced at Zalagui and the corpse on the ground, and his face turned pale. "Let me see." Zalagui heard the voice, and raised her head stupidly. She didn't want to come. I shouldn't have let her come. Wu Hung didn't say anything, and released resurrection. The corpse was still lying in the other's arms. There was no reaction. Zalagui's face turned even paler, and the hope that had just been ignited also gradually dimmed as time went by. Ugh! Suddenly, Shiryali's body trembled violently, and she vomited blood mixed with mincemeat. The eyes of the two people also suddenly lit up. Wu Heng's body was running at a high frequency, and 6 identical clones were instantly created. The clones with undead power stepped forward to grab the other's body, and continued to release life support, while taking out the potion and feeding it into his mouth. The protective clone said, "The prophecy and the dead soul stay here. Take care of Shiryali. Zalagui, let's go out and catch people. The necromancer is about to run away, and similar things will happen later." "Okay. I'm going to kill him," Zalagui said angrily. "Arrange the skeletons to protect this place." And several people left quickly. The dead soul clone held Shiryali, while maintaining the spell, opened bottles of potions, and poured them into the other person's mouth. Unlike before when he was already dead, he began to swallow it this time. Although the movement was small, being able to swallow the potion was a good thing. Healing potions, strengthening potions, were poured into her mouth one after another, whether for Zalagui or because they were friends. Wu Hung didn't want the other party to really die here. After swallowing a few bottles of potion, Shiryali slowly opened her eyes, vomiting blood, and said, "Wu Hung, you are back?" "Yes. It's okay. I have already driven him away," Wu Hung said. "That's good." Shiryali's face was pale, and there was a smile on her face. On the other side, the prophecy clone was around the tavern, and after releasing several eagle eyes, he dragged the body of the tavern owner behind the counter back. The tavern owner's head was twisted back, and it seemed that he was also implicated. "Can you see if you can save him?" the prophecy clone said. "Ahem." Shiryali coughed up blood, and asked in surprise, "Why are there 2 of you? There is indeed something wrong with me." Chapter 534, Soul-Stealing Jade. The dead spirit clone looked at the corpse of the tavern owner. His brows slightly frowned. "This is more serious than Shiryali. Try it. If it doesn't work, forget it," the prophecy clone said. The dead spirit clone nodded, drank a bottle of mental potion, twisted the owner's head back, and released resurrection again. The tavern owner suddenly opened his eyes, and began to thirst violently. In his eyes, there was also the fear of having experienced death. He looked around in doubt, and then, with a bang, he lay back down. The prophecy clone went over to check. He fainted, but his life is fine. The tavern owner also came back to life from the dead state. Both clones were still a little surprised. After all, the skill introduction of resurrection is actually quite demanding. It must be within 1 minute of death. But it was much longer than that. It can no longer be explained by luck. "Then," he said with some doubt, "is it because of the level upgrade? The effect of this ability has also improved. How come they are all alive?" The doubtful thing is that his level has increased, and the effects of various skills have also improved. The rest of the skills either increase the duration or the range. Resurrection, which extends the effective time, can also be explained. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door. Several members of the association came in, carrying several wounded. "Island Master, the deacon asked me to send the wounded to you," one person said. Wu Hung glanced at the wounded and said, "I will keep them alive, and you give them medicine." "Okay." On the other side, the battle zone, with the addition of Wu Heng's several clones and Zalagui, the speed of the encirclement and suppression was also accelerated. The number of people in these churches was not large to begin with, and except for the Necromancer, the others were not a threat. After a relentless attack, the last cult member was pierced through the body by a sharp blade and died. The entire area was completely quiet. Several teams quickly checked the bodies and confirmed their identities. Soon, the captain of the 3rd team, Olin, walked back quickly. 5 living bodies, 4 rotten bodies, and the Necromancer is not here. Hearing this, Wu Hung and Zalagui frowned instantly. Not here. With so many people entangled here, chasing him closely, how could he possibly escape? The most dangerous one is the Necromancer, The rest are not important. Zalogwi gave an order directly into the headset. The Necromancer has escaped. Everyone search along the road. He is a mage and can't escape far. Notify us immediately when you find the target. If we can't catch him, we are all in danger. Yes. All the teams answered. With a whoosh, they quickly dispersed and began to search along the road. Zalogwi frowned and looked at the 4 Wahangs around her and said to the nearest one, "Take the corpse back first and see if the skeleton prophet can detect his location." This was also the only way. This is probably the only thing that can be associated. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. Collect all the corpses on the ground. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, Granda flew down quickly from the top of his head, maintaining his invisibility, and said, "I found a level 18 professional. Over there." Wu Hung looked in the direction Granda said. He immediately turned his head and looked, and then said to Zalogwi and the other clones in the distance, "We found the target. It's a level 18 necromancer." The eyes of several people were opened, and they were immediately tense. One of the clones said, "Level 18, ghosts will appear after death. Go to the tavern first, take the necromancer with you." Okay. Zalogwi also walked over quickly, with hatred in her eyes for the enemy she was about to face. "Then hurry up. Don't let him run away again." Behind the tavern, in an alley, a brown earthen coffin rose from the ground. Then the sand in the coffin dissipated, revealing a necromancer in a black robe. He quickly glanced around, and changed his hood to a different color. Released 3 ghosts like evil spirits, floating on both sides of his shoulders. "Go. Explore the surrounding situation. I want to avoid the search. Leave here first," the necromancer said. The ghosts were divided into 3 directions, rushing directly into the sky. The necromancer also began to avoid the search team under the guidance and began to leave here. Today's plan. There were some accidents. With his strength, he could kill everyone and leave safely, and then kill everyone in the association bit by bit. But he didn't expect the other side to support so quickly. The believers who followed him to the island were basically all killed there. But it wasn't a big problem. As long as he didn't die, the creatures on the island were enough for him to form a team of undead at any time. He looked back at the direction of the association, grinned and said, "We have plenty of time. I will slowly kill the people around you." After saying that, he continued to walk out quickly. He just took 2 steps, his body suddenly staggered, and he felt a strong force, which pushed him forward for a distance. Bang! Then, an explosion followed. The necromancer looked down blankly, and saw a hole in his left chest. There was danger. The necromancer's pupils widened, and his face was full of surprise. The body of the mummy made him unable to feel the pain of the living, but the flesh was still an important carrier. Snap! The necromancer's heart was pierced again, and his body staggered back 2 steps. Then, the necromancer rolled backwards, and a black mist instantly filled the entire alley, which was thick and lingering, blocking his vision. Buzz! The swarms of insects spread out, and there was a chaotic noise in the houses on both sides. A large number of residents, covering their heads and bodies, rushed out of the room and ran outside. The scene became chaotic again. Sure enough, the long-range attack stopped. The necromancer quickly found a shelter, stretched out his fingers, and tapped the burnt flesh. The wound began to wriggle, gradually shrinking, filling the wound and making it smooth. Then the bone armor began to appear on the body, gradually wrapping the whole body. He glanced at the chaotic crowd. He said in a cold voice, "Find the person who attacked me, kill him. If you can't kill him, control ordinary people, and kill him." Whoosh! The ghost flew up again, rushing into the sky. The necromancer continued to wave his hand, and a huge pottery jar appeared in front of him. Bang! The pottery jar shattered, and the corpses of various races that were squeezed together, scattered like piled fat, and rolled all over the ground. Dead corpse battlefield release. A large number of rotten corpses stood up, crowded in the alley. "They've chased us here, but you're still hiding. Aren't you afraid that it will bring shame to your association if it gets out?" While speaking, whoosh! The wind blew violently, and the fog in the alley began to dissipate. A golden light shot into the alley from a distance, condensed into a knight wearing armor and holding a lightsaber. Light element knight. The church? The necromancer frowned, and the light knight had already rushed forward, killing into the corpses. The long sword slashed across the corpses' bodies, and the flames wrapped around the corpses, burning them to a charred state and making them kneel on the ground. The necromancer waved his staff, and was about to release a skill on the light knight. Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded again. The necromancer's body was pierced by bullets one after another. The bone armor could not stop this attack, and the decayed body kept bursting with blood. Even if he confirmed the direction of the bullet, his body could not dodge. In this narrow alley, he was like a live target. Fear flashed in his eyes, and the necromancer quickly hid back in the bunker. Hearing the rotten corpses he summoned, being killed bit by the light night. At this time, the ghost came back with the information. The necromancer's pupils widened, and he shouted to the distance, "Wu Hung, come out, let's talk." There was no response from all around. The necromancer continued to shout, "You are not level 12, you should have reached level 15. You have been hiding your level, because you are afraid that the association will be jealous of our profession. At your age, it is indeed surprising, and also worrying. If you join our Tianming sect, I will make you the son of the church, a powerful woman, and various resources. We can secretly support you. You are still the island owner of the association, and you can also get our resources. You are so smart, you should understand what I mean." Seeing that the other party did not attack, the necromancer was also happy. "What do you think? We are the same kind of people. What opportunities do you have to communicate with those people in the association? They just discovered the profession of spreading faith earlier, and took the lead in establishing order. You killed so many people, and now you want me to join?" The voice sounded. The necromancer turned around suddenly, and saw a small path on the side, and a black-haired man in leather armor and colorful robes walked out. "He is here? Who is attacking him from a distance?" The necromancer frowned. From the information conveyed by the ghost, he should not be here. But he still answered, "The value of a person will increase with performance. You are worth the price I offer. You are a great knight. How can you be the master of this, if you say the Son of God? Then the Son of God, if you say support? Then support?" Another voice sounded. The necromancer turned his head again, and saw another Wu Hung, walking out from the right. His brows frowned instantly, and he looked left and right for 2 or 3 times. "Substitute?" He even prepared a substitute for himself. He replied, "With your potential, the leader will definitely agree to this. If you invite him, what about my sister's revenge? You killed so many people, and you still want to go back alive?" Behind, Shiro Rose fell from the top of his head, with white wings and a frosty face. And in his eyes, there was unconcealed hatred. "You?" The necromancer's face changed, and he knew that the matter could not be negotiated, and his voice was cold. "You are looking for death." Bang! The gunshot sounded again. The necromancer's head tilted back sharply, and the bullet pierced through his forehead. But his body still stood in the same place. He slowly raised his head back. The voice became even colder. "Let's die together." He suddenly thrust the wooden stick to the ground. Instantly, countless ferocious ghosts surged out of his body, like a huge tornado, dispersing layer by layer. The sky was filled with roars and screams. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the scene in front of them in surprise. There were so many ghosts gathered in his body, and from the looks of it, he couldn't control them even after releasing them. The dense ghosts, circling, roaring, gradually dispersed. "He's going to run," Zalugwi shouted loudly, and her figure rushed out instantly, rushing towards the target. Looking forward, the necromancer. His body was gradually wrapped by the brown earthen coffin, and he sank upright. Wu Hung on the side shouted distractedly, "Don't go over there. Leave it to me." Zalugwi stopped. Wu Hung took out the rocket and fired it directly. The rocket dragged the tail flame and instantly hit the earthen coffin. With a bang, the earthen coffin exploded, and the necromancer's body flew out from it. 2 more Wu Hungs appeared, holding submachine guns, aiming their rifles at the target, and pulling the trigger directly. Dense bullets crackled and hit the necromancer. The bone armor was shattered, and blood spurted out of his body. Amid the opponent's unwilling roar and the bombardment of negative energy rays, he was directly beaten into a pool of mud by the gun. The necromancer's ghost broke away from his body. Wu Hang's undead clone stretched out his hand and waved, and the bone cage instantly rose from the ground, forming a bone prison in the blink of an eye, trapping the necromancer's ghost and the large number of ghosts wandering around in the cage. And in the bone prison, a large number of ghosts began to become restless. They kept colliding with the bone prison and began to entangle and devour each other, as if forming a series of energy vortexes. "Quick, these ghosts have no intelligence. Let me out first, they will devour me." The ghost of the necromancer appeared, broke free from a fierce ghost, and shouted loudly, "You raised it, you deal with it yourself." Wu Hung said, You deserve to die." The necromancer cursed. You too. In the sky, there were other hideous ghosts, which were not trapped in the bone prison, flying around and attacking the residents around. The possessed people seemed to have lost their minds and attacked others around them. Some people even hit the wall and twisted their necks. Instantly, the chaos reappeared. Wu Heng asked Grinda to absorb the ghosts, and at the same time said to Zalagui, "Send the people from the association over, and start controlling the crazy people. The Necromancer is dead, and these ghosts won't live long." The latter nodded, and quickly issued orders through the headset. Wu Heng's eyes returned to the bone prison. The mutual devouring of the ghosts also gradually ended. There were only 2 ghosts left. One was a Necromancer, and the other was a ghost-like ghost. The levels of the 2 ghosts also soared after devouring the ghosts. Wu Heng did not want the ghosts to have too high a level. So the bone prison instantly separated and isolated the 2 ghosts. Amidst a wave of curses and ridicule, he put them into the magic soul pot. Zalagui released the strange state, and frost condensed all over her body. "It's over. Well, put the body away first, and the teams will come over immediately to organize the rescue of ordinary residents. There are too many ghosts." Wu Heng took off the space ring of the corpse, and wrapped the corpse in a straw mat, and put it away. Zalagui nodded, and walked out of the alley together, waiting for other teams to rush over here. When the teams arrived, Zalagui began to issue orders, and began to control and treat the possessed residents, waiting for the task to be handed down. Wu Heng and Zalagui then walked towards the association first, returned to the association. After saying something to Wu Heng, Zalagui went to visit Shiryali. Wu Heng stayed in Zalagui's office study. He took out the ring taken from the Necromancer of the Destiny Church, communicated with the spirit power, and checked the items inside. First, he took out a piece of gray-white jade. Recently, why do I always get jade? On one side of the jade, you can vaguely see the etched magic array, which looks like a natural pattern formed on the stone. Soul-stealing jade, special item. Effect: the array can extract the remaining soul power. Side effect: sacrifice. Description: a naturally formed special item, which can form an array through sunlight, and can extract the remaining souls from living beings and corpses in the array. The extracted remaining souls do not have the consciousness of living beings. Chapter 535, He Knows My Plan. Looking at the jade in his hand, Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. A naturally formed wonder, it is a very special kind of wonder. It has a special effect, but it will not have too serious side effects. From the description, it can be used to pass light through the jade to form a magic circle, to extract the residual souls of living beings or corpses. It also made Wu Heng understand why the Necromancer of the Tianming sect can release so many hideous ghosts. It must be due to this strange object. This guy is really lucky to get this kind of thing. In fact, think about it. This guy has many ordinary ghosts, but not one ghost like Xiao Xiao and Granda who retains their consciousness before death. Having perfect intelligence and communication skills is very important for both ghosts and servants. I looked at the description of the strange object again. It can extract residual souls from living beings and corpses. Do zombies count? They should count. They can all be transformed into skeletons, so they should not be counted as corpses. If zombies count, then I will get residual souls continuously. Even if it sounds, the residual soul should not be regarded as a complete ghost, but the number is enough. And this time the destiny teaches the mage of the dead spirit. I really woke myself. The level of ghosts is insufficient. It is easy to be devoured by the ghosts of other necromancers. As a result of the whole battle, Wu Heng didn't dare to release the small little. I did not let Glanda leave him too far away. Upgrade to the ghost. It is also what to do next. And the other party releases a lot of ghosts. Come to control the tricks of others nearby. It looks very powerful. You can also study it. Then, Wu Heng continued to take out some items and props. Money bags, daily necessities, some armor and weapons, which should be prepared for the dead servants. In addition, there are some props, badges, and a skill book. There is not even a bottle of potion. That's right, the other party is a corpse ghost. The body is no longer a living being, and it will not absorb potions. Wu Heng took a look at the props he took out, all of which are things that enhance the skills of the Necromancer. Compared with his own equipment, it is much worse. Especially the robe and belt, which are the first-level merit awards of the association. A newly established knight, who hides from place to place obviously cannot compare with it. It can be donated to the association, or sold through some channels, and it can also exchange for some money. Then, Wu Hung set his eyes on the skill book. The only one. Which looks a bit old. Earth coffin technique, description. It can form an earth coffin that wraps the body and sinks into the ground. When it is underground, it can slowly recover from injuries and mental strength. But the oxygen is thin. Wrapped in the earth coffin, it sinks into the ground. It seems to be the trick he used at that time. Is this also from the undead faction? After becoming a corpse ghost, the body is transformed by the power of the dead, and the spell direction can only learn the undead faction, and other factions cannot be learned. It is related to the coffin, and it does conform to the characteristics of the undead faction. I glanced at it roughly, and did not look at it carefully. When I go back, I will check it again and unlock the skills. Whether it is useful or not, I will learn it first. The last thing is, it is a crest. Judging from the style, it has a religious feature. It should be the emblem of the Tianming Church. The church is not very famous. But the emblem came first. He took a look at all of them, and threw the useless ones into the trash can beside him. The rest were all collected, even if he didn't have many other props. At least the space ring was good. 20 cubic meters. It was also very rare outside. Dong dong dong. After resting in the study for a while, there was a soft knock on the door. A staff member looked in, found Wu Hung, and said, "Master, Island Master, the deacon asks you to go to the morgue." "Okay. Thank you." The staff smiled. "I should do it." Wu Hung stood up and followed him out. Go down the stone stairs. Walk out of the stairwell, and see Zalogwi standing not far away, and 2 investigators from the association. Wu Hung walked over and asked, "Is Shiryali okay?" "Much better, but she was quite frightened. After all, she just came here, and has never experienced these things. She will be fine after a few days of rest," Zalogwi said directly. "Well, I'm glad she's okay. Write a report to the association in the next few days, tell us about the ghost, and ask if there are any props that can restrain the ghost. Bring some to us, or buy some." "Okay, I'll write it down and submit it with the report." Then he continued to look at the corpse and said, "Ask the corpse, and we'll decide whether to ask about the ghost or not." This is because he doesn't trust the Necromancer. You can ask ghosts as many times as you want, but there is no guarantee that what they say is true or false. It is different when you ask a corpse. The corpse answers with memories from before death. Unless the corpse has received false information, it will not lie or fabricate facts. You are the deacon. You have the final say. Which one should we start with? This one. Wu Hung directly released talk to the dead, and the corpse sat up. With cloudy eyes, he looked at the few people. Wu Hung gestured to her, and Zalogwi took a half step forward and asked directly, "Do you have anyone else outside?" The corpse replied, "There were some rotten corpses left at my residence last night." Rotten corpses? It seems that they did not expect that they would get into trouble today. When the Necromancer dies, both the corpses and the skeleton servants will die as well. What is your purpose in coming to the island? To kill the members of the association, to avenge the followers who died before, and to be angry because the association has issued wanted orders in various places. Things are pretty much as they guessed. The most direct reason for coming here this time is that their plan was ruined last time, and the association knew about the Destiny Church and issued a wanted order. Zalogwi thought for a while, and continued to ask, "Will there be other people coming later?" "Not sure." "What is your bishop's name?" "I'm asking for his real name." "Not sure." "Where was your base before?" "Saravina Port, a fishing village in the east." After answering the 5 questions, the corpse fell back with a bang. Zalogwi continued to signal the next one. Wu Hung released talking with the dead. The corpse sat up. Zalogwi asked, "Where is your bishop?" "Not sure." "Approximate location, or where he was last time?" The corpse thought for a moment, and replied, "Eastern part of the kingdom of Yeko." Zalogwi nodded, and waited for a while, so that the investigator had time to record the information. After the recording was finished, she continued, "Tell me about the Destiny Church. Who are the core members? Tell me what you know." Time passed little by little. Wu Hung released talking with the dead, and Zalogwi began to ask questions. Compared to any other time, this time, the questions were the most detailed and serious. It can be seen that Zalogwi really wants to find out the Destiny Church. Not just ordinary members, but the entire Destiny Church. According to the news, the Destiny Church entered the Yek Kingdom when the political situation in the Yek Kingdom was unstable. It developed believers and also recruited high-level professionals. At present, there is only one bishop, who is also the strongest person in the church. His level is unknown and his profession is not clear. 2 Great Knights, including a Necromancer. 5 Protectors, 15th level or below. If close, can also become Protectors. These are all the strong ones. The rest are ordinary believers. The number cannot give a clear wanted list. After Zalagwi finished asking, she looked behind her. Did you write it down? The investigator nodded. I wrote it down. Sort it out? And send it to my study. I will report it to the headquarters in the next 2 days. Zalagwi turned and walked out. Yes, Deacon. The 2 investigators followed him out. Wu Heng did not follow him. Instead, he found a separate empty morgue, took the Necromancer's body out of the space ring, and placed it in the middle of the open space. The body was beaten into a sieve, and it was a dry corpse, so it looked like a pool of rotten meat. He directly released the bone service technique to transform it. The power of the dead wrapped the body, and the flesh began to fall off. But the skeleton did not stand up. It just mixed with the fallen flesh and blood. It really doesn't work. According to the records in the Book of the Dead, the corpse ghosts transform their bodies into bodies similar to corpses through rituals. They no longer die, nor do they feel pain. The body is more like a container, which will not decay over time. This kind of body cannot be transformed because it has already been transformed. But after all, it is a level 18 corpse. And I am still a little unwilling. I tried it, and it really doesn't work. After a long time, the biggest gain is the soul-stealing jade. Let the skeleton tidy up the corpse and throw it out. Wu Heng also walked out of the morgue, said hello to Zalagwi, and went back to his residence, the island owner's manor. Wu Heng remobilized the defending skeletons and asked the remaining ones to spread out as much as possible to protect the manor. Then, he released the mansion technique, and cracks and stone doors appeared one after another. The scene behind was also revealed. In the room where the luxurious bedroom and the grass hot spring were combined, Anvir, Millicent, and Annette sat on the sofa on one side and chatted, with smiles on their faces. On the other side, Minnie, Robe, and Philippa were playing in the hot springs, wearing cute underwear. Their laughter filled the room. The door opened, and they were all stunned. Turning around, they were surprised to see Wu Heng. Wu Heng clapped his hands. We can go home now. Great. Let's go home. It's over. I knew Wu Heng was fine. Minnie and Philippa ran out first and threw themselves into Wu Heng's arms. Then, the other maids came out. And we were asked, Master, is the matter resolved? The others also looked up. Let them hide. It was obviously difficult for the enemy to deal with. But it ended faster than expected. It was just 1 day. And it was over. Dead. Killed at the entrance of the association. The assistant deacon almost died at the hands of the enemy. Wu Heng said softly. Ah! So dangerous, Minnie exclaimed. And we also looked a little solemn. She used to be an assistant. Generally, she would not be involved in any dangerous things. The other party killed the assistant first, which obviously means revenge. No wonder they hid them first. Pirates? Philippa asked curiously. Cult. Wu Heng patted the heads of several people, turned off the mansion technique, and said, Prepare dinner, Millicent and Philippa, go back tomorrow, and wait for things to stabilize. Yes, my lord. Millicent saluted. Philippa shouted, Minnie swimming? I'm going to prepare dinner. Who is like you, like a child? No, you were not like that just now. After dinner, several maids continued to chat in the living room. Wu Heng went upstairs again and entered his study. He turned on the air conditioner and sat on a chair. He released Xiao Xiao and Granda. Is it all over? Granda asked. It's over. All the people who came to the island died. There were also a few rotten corpses hiding. The necromancers were all dead. And they collapsed. Wu Heng said. That's good. Xiao Xiao widened her eyes, flew from left to right, and asked, What are you talking about? What rotten corpses? Who died? How come I don't know? Wu Heng smiled and explained. A necromancer came to the island. The ghosts in his hands were very powerful and fierce. So he didn't release you and let your Aunt Granda deal with it. Xiao Xiao was stunned, and quickly flew to him, looking into his eyes. Uncle, you don't trust me. Then he flew to Granda's side. He is biased. Glinda smiled, and said, It was really dangerous at that time. They were all ferocious ghosts, even scarier than those horror movies you watched. They were all over the sky, like a swarm of insects. Xiao Xiao shuddered. Then, he is more powerful than Uncle. How can you say that? I killed him. How can he be more powerful than me? He has many ghosts, and you only have the two of us. His ghosts are not as smart as mine, nor as good-looking as mine. Glenda smiled. Xiao Xiao said shyly, you are right. Nothing. I will go watch TV. Go ahead. Yeah. Xiao Xiao flew to one side. Glenda also went to the other side, picked up a book and started reading. Wu Hung was still sitting at the table. He began to think about what happened this time. Although the matter was resolved, the Heavenly Fate sect came to the island. But in the future, the Earth Fate sect, etc. might come to the island. The intelligence work on the island was indeed lacking. Millicent's Tavern could indeed receive some information from caravans and guests staying in the hotel. But it is still not comprehensive enough, even to say, in emergencies, it cannot provide effective intelligence. The old wooden barrel is still more reliable. The woman with 6 arms, although not a decent person, but from her contact, she has not done anything bad. Otherwise, Ayamai Luo would have chopped her off at that time. I want to get information about the port. Dangerous personnel, dangerous items. She is still more professional. If I can come back and work for the island owner's mansion, it would be a good thing. Wu Hung thought about it. From the space ring, he took out the rare item passionate quill pen and the ink bottle filled with the blood of living beings. He thought about the wording. He began to write on the letter paper. When a letter was written, it was full of red words. He put it in an envelope and placed it in his palm. He recalled the appearance and name of the old barrel leader Macintosh in his mind. The next second, the envelope suddenly disappeared in his palm. He sent it out. Wu Hung looked at his empty palm and raised his eyebrows. She really faked her death and got away. Bagank City, a mixed place for humans and the Bovila tribe. In a room on the 3rd floor of a bar called the Barrel Tavern, Macintosh, wearing dark purple pajamas, suddenly woke up from his sleep. He sat up from the bed and looked to the side of the pillow. He stared at the blank envelope. Macintosh's pupils widened instantly. A sense of crisis of being watched after a secret was discovered instantly rose from his heart. How is it possible? Chapter 536, Need the Leader's Blood Sample. Macintosh looked confused and stood there without moving forward. Leaving Treasure Island and getting away from the Emerald Sea was smooth. How could it be? Someone knew that I was still alive and handed a blank envelope to me. He hesitated for a long time. He walked over slowly, took the envelope and tore it open, and took the letter in his hand. The blood-red handwriting appeared in front of him. Mrs. Macintosh, I wonder if you will recall the life on Treasure Island like me when you unfold the letter. You don't have to worry too much. This is just a reply letter to the shark story. Time flies. Treasure Island is also undergoing earth-shaking changes. The residential area is expanding, and the shopping malls in the port are several times larger than before. Caravans from various countries, with goods and representatives, poured into Treasure Island, turning it into a veritable treasure island. The Old Barrel Tavern has changed its signboard, and is now a very normal tavern, but the business is much colder than when you were there. The Black Crow Nest and the newly established local gangs had some competitions for the port business before, and they did not integrate the port, which is much worse than you. Today's Treasure Island is no longer a turbulent pirate island, but a real trade transit station. And trade and development will have immeasurable development. Similarly, some wanted criminals have also set their sights on this place. And from time to time, members of the team will start to arrest people. Sometimes I think, if you are still on the island at this time, you will definitely make the island's security better. After all, you look indifferent, but you have a strong sense of responsibility. You love this island more than us outsiders, and hope that this island will develop better. If you are willing to come back, the island owner's mansion will give you support, help you rebuild the Old Barrel Tavern. I hope to have a chance to meet you. Your friend. Macintosh looked at the letter, his eyes gradually widened. The letter Wu Hung sent him. Because of the story of the shark group, she only wrote a letter to Wu Hung. The expression was still a little obscure. If you have not come into contact with the Pirate King and the Prophet Pirate, even if you see the letter, it is difficult to know what useful information you can infer. Moreover, the Pirate King's plan had already entered the final stage at that time. And even if he reacted, it would not succeed. But he obviously underestimated the association and Wu Hung, when she learned from some intelligence that the association had one, cleared all the pirates in the Emerald Sea, and Wu Hung became the island owner and Zalagui became the deacon. She was also somewhat shocked and unbelievable. She took a deep breath, and when the blood-red words gradually disappeared, she quickly glanced again. She landed on the sentence, "If you are willing to come back, the island owner's mansion will support you." His eyes narrowed slightly. Is this an invitation to return to Treasure Island? It's really different from the others. The letters disappeared by themselves. He casually threw the letters into the fire and burned them up. He walked aside, poured himself a glass of wine, and sat by the fireplace watching the burning flames. He had just bought the tavern. How did something find him again? How did he know that he wrote the shark story? He knew I faked my death a long time ago? Think about it. After he faked his death, the person in charge of the investigation was Wu Hung. Treasure Island. Macintosh murmured. I'm going back. I'm afraid it will surprise many people. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Hung first went to the association to check, confirming that nothing special had happened, and then arranged the armored vehicles that had been dispatched back to the manor. He also went through the boundary door of the study and went to the zombie world. On the other side was still his dormitory. He opened the window of the room to ventilate, and then took out the intercom to call Chi Han Kai. But after waiting for a long time, no one answered the intercom. This made Wu Hung frown. But he could still see the guarding skeletons and the base members working outside the window. There was nothing wrong with the base. Chi Han Kai was not here. Walking out of the dormitory, seeing a base member passing by, Wu Hung asked, "Where is Chi Han Kai?" Seeing that it was Wu Hung, the base members immediately became respectful. "Chief, the headquarters came to deliver the blueprints today, and Sister Chi went there with a convoy early in the morning. The blueprints from the headquarters have arrived. A few days ago, Chi Han Kai did say that the blueprints from the headquarters were also nearing completion. I almost forgot about it because of the Treasure Island. I thought about it. I said, prepare a car. I'll go to the airport to take a look." "Okay, leader," the base member said immediately. Not long after, an off-road vehicle drove over. Wu Hung called a skeleton driver and took him and the skeleton attendant out of the factory, headed to the airport. In the room, Chi Han Kai sat in the office chair, with her straight legs and leather boots resting on the table in front of her. They started to hurry at dawn, yawning one after another. Knock knock, the open door was knocked, and someone said, "Sister Chi, there is news from the radio station, saying that the captain of the transport plane is asking about the landing situation." "We have arrived." Chi Han Kai immediately became alert. "Let's go over and take a look." We went to the radio room together. As soon as we walked in, we heard a voice coming from the radio station. "This is the YS-202 transport plane, calling the Xinfu City base, Yantong City Airport. This is Yantong City Airport, please speak. We are approaching the sky above the airport, and found a strange beast hovering. We are about to return." The people in the radio room were all stunned. Chi Han Kai immediately picked up the microphone and said, "Don't go back. Those are our flying soldiers. Check them in the air. You can land normally." The other side fell into a brief silence. Then, with a slightly puzzled tone, "Is that flying monster yours?" "Yes. It's a dragon-shaped soldier. I'll let them leave the sky now. You can land normally." Then, he said to the big-headed skull behind him, "Let the skeleton dragon leave there." In the sky, the circling flying dragon left. A voice came from the radio again. "YS-202 requests landing. You can land. The runway has been prepared." Received. After hanging up the call, Chi Han Kai let a few people out. The people behind him whispered, "They are not very brave. They almost turned back." "Nonsense. Those things are flying in the sky. Who dares to approach them? And they notified us, which is quite decent. Why don't you have fighter jets to escort them? It's already amazing to have such a thing. And it can be used to exchange supplies. It has all kinds of equipment. And there is no need to come to our side to exchange food." "You are right." They walked out of the hall. A transport plane was seen from a distance, and the sky lowered its altitude. After a distance, it slowly stopped. The cabin door opened, and several figures walked down from it. Chi Han Kai also led people, and hurried over. There were 5 people from the other side. The leader was about 40 years old, with short hair and a square face, wearing a long down jacket, mature and steady. 4 people followed behind him. 3 of them were wearing short shirts and had empty hands, and one was carrying a black suitcase. The 5 people were observing the surroundings of the airport, with doubts and surprises in their expressions. Skeleton soldiers holding rifles and wearing leather armor. skeleton drivers driving forklifts to clear debris, and skeleton mechanics changing tires for vehicles. The entire airport is like a base made up of skeletons. It seems that skeletons can do all the work. This is completely different from the information collected from the radio station. Chi Honkai led people and walked over quickly. Chi Honkai, deputy leader of Shinfu City, welcome the leaders from the headquarters. Ha ha. The middle-aged man smiled, shook hands with her, and said, LV Chanon, currently serving as the Disaster Relief Corps, third-level commander, responsible for discussing cooperation with the Shinfu City base. Hello, Commander Liu. You're welcome. Just call me by my name. Chi Honkai smiled. Please come in. Let's go in and talk. Okay. Several people entered the airport lobby together and walked into the meeting room prepared in advance. On the long and narrow white conference table, hot tea and cakes were served. It was a bit simple, but in the end times, it was considered generous to bring these to fine guests. Chi Honkai and Liu Chang'an sat on both sides of the wooden table, and the others sat in the back. Liu Chang'an said directly, we brought a blueprint of the thermal power plant, 520 kilograms of gold, and 728 kilograms of silver. Chi Honkai nodded slightly, and the blueprint and gold were delivered. The gold seemed to be a lot, but in a commercial street were gold shops gathered in the province. It was enough to collect the amount. There was nothing to be surprised about. Okay, the exchange terms are still as we agreed before, Chi Honkai said. Liu Chang'an also smiled, and was afraid that he had come all the way here, and the other party would not be able to provide food. He looked behind him. Cooperate with the people of Chief Chi, and go unload the goods and count them. One person stood up, followed the people of Chi Honkai, and walked out of the meeting room. Liu Chang'an turned his head to look at the other side again. Show the list to Chief Chi. The suitcase was opened, and a list was placed on the table and pushed over. This is our exchange list. Whatever you need, you can order it according to the list. We can negotiate the price. Chi Honkai looked down at the content above. Rifles, machine guns, rocket launchers, radios, bulletproof vests are also on the list. It looks like an arms purchase order. Can the main station produce so many things normally? Chi Honkai asked curiously. This kind of thing is much more than when the provincial rescue team traded. Liu Chang'an hesitated and explained, not really. But there are still enough things. Taking some out for exchange can also support the combat power of various places. Oh, I see. What do you need? I need to go back and discuss it. Leave this paper to me first. Okay. Liu Chang'an nodded, and continued to take out 2 more pieces of paper from the suitcase, pushing them in front of Chi Honkai. He introduced, these are the other 2 things I want to talk about. The first one is the inspection of the superpowers. We have enough scientific personnel to conduct some inspections on the superpowers who have awakened their superpowers. Chi Honkai frowned instantly. Liu Chang'an immediately said, it's not a complicated matter. Just some blood samples will do. It can also better study what changes have caused so many superpowers in humans. Chapter 537, I admit it, don't waste time. Chi Honkai didn't answer, but looked down at the document in his hand. Protocol and instructions for testing superpowers. That is to say, the headquarters is conducting research on superpowers to see what changes have occurred, so that people have different kinds of superpowers. In the past, Chi Honkai would definitely support this work. I don't know how many people are waiting for the headquarters to develop a medicine, to find a way out for them. But now, some ideas have changed. In the base, only 2 people have awakened superpowers. My superpowers are not rare. The other party came here and said so. It is obvious that he wants Wu Heng's blood sample. Now, the base has developed to this point. The bases in 4 cities are relying on Wu Heng to support them. How can he take risks or encounter any unpredictable dangers? Commander Liu. This matter also needs to be conveyed to our leader. I will inform you when there are some results. Of course, Liu Chang'an said, and added, it's just normal blood collection and analysis, which is no different from blood tests in the hospital. If there is any breakthrough, it will be a major event that changes the current situation. Well, I will convey it truthfully, Chi Honkai replied lightly. Liu Chang'an continued, the second piece of paper is our training plan for superpowers. Survivors who are strong or have taken the first-level corpse core can be gathered together at the headquarters to undergo physical training, and then take the corpse core. The success rate can be increased by 10%. allowing more people to awaken superpowers. Chi Honkai glanced at the other party. This second thing is still about taking corpse cores and awakening people. It seems that the headquarters attaches great importance to this matter. Virus serum or something, hasn't it been researched yet? Chi Honkai asked directly, leaving aside other questions. The survivors now hope that serum will appear. Otherwise, the zombies will spread to humans too quickly. Ah, not yet, or it will take a long time to research it. Isn't this virus released by other countries? Chi Honkai continued to inquire. When the virus broke out, the radio station was full of curses. Even if you don't pay much attention to the virus war, someone will always mention it, and you will remember it in your heart. Maybe not, but a more mysterious virus, Lu Chan said. His tone became serious. Chi Honkai also sighed and said, I will report these things to the leader clearly. When there are some results, I will inform you immediately. Okay. I don't know what the leader of Shinfu City is called. His surname is Wu. Next time if Leader Wu is here, I will visit him in person. Commander Liu is too polite, Chi Honkai said, feeling a little proud. I'm afraid that this is the only civilian shelter that can make the headquarters so polite. As the two talked, the person who had just left came back. The transaction has been completed. Well, then we will go back first. If you need to order anything, tell us in advance and bring it together next time. Okay. Chi Honkai stood up to see him off. While walking out, Lu Chanan looked at the skeletons working around him. Can these skeletons do anything? The matter of the skeletons has also been circulated on various channels, and it is not a secret. But it seems that there is only the ability to control the skeleton here. The entire radio station was not heard of a second one. Chi Honkai said, most of the work can be completed, but it is still a little bit too pointed. What about quantity? This looks a lot. Chi Hansai's answer is even more vague. The quantity is okay, barely can protect our safety. Then your leader, what kind of power is this suitable for awakening? I don't know this. It's not convenient to ask. Ha ha, I have a lot of words, the upper year, I like to inquire. Go out of the airport lobby. Several people Lu Chanan boarded the plane. Then it started, and flew into the sky. After leaving, Chi Honkai took a look at the supplies she brought, and then walked into the hall. As soon as she walked back to the hall, a member of the base came down from the second floor. Sister Chi, the leader is in the room on the second floor. Please go over. Chi Honkai was stunned, and immediately turned back. Wu Hung came over. Okay. I know. He agreed and walked upstairs, pushed the door and entered the room. Then he saw Wu Hung sitting on the chair. Chi Honkai asked with a smile, when did you come? Just arrived. Then why didn't you go to meet the people at the headquarters? They raised a lot of things, and I couldn't answer them. Chi Honkai sat down on the side. Next time, and there's no difference between you going to talk and talking to me. Chi Honkai smiled, and then told him what the other party said. There was also a list of arms, and 2 agreements. In fact, he also heard the second half of the conversation just now, especially the blood sample, and the training plan for the psychic. In fact, none of them are suitable for us. Summoning skeletons is our professional ability, and has nothing to do with superpowers. And superpower training is to gather more people for the headquarters, and to gather all the capable people from all over the country. Chi Honkai said, the superpower training plan actually sounds good, but it is still incomparable with the medicine we have here. Wu Hung took a sip from the teacup and asked, do you think it would be better to have more superpowers? Chi Honkai thought for a while and said, everyone wants to be stronger, even if they don't participate in the battle. It is necessary to have a better body in the current environment. People with weak bodies in the base are very easy to get sick, and the medicines collected from the hospital will expire sooner or later. Wu Hung also began to think about this sentence. Is it just about good physique? We are not needed in the battle. I feel that I am in good health and have a higher ability to resist danger, which will be better. That makes sense. Wu Hung nodded and stood up and said, let's go and take a look at the goods shipped. If the headquarters asks about the 2 agreements behind, just say you don't agree. As for the weapons purchase, I will take a look at it later. Okay. The 2 walked out of the room together and went to the open space outside the airport and checked the drawings in gold and silver that were exchanged. A thick box of blueprints. In addition to jewelry, there are also gold and silver nuggets. This time the harvest is quite a lot. With a wave of his hand, he put it directly into the space ring. In the afternoon, he and Chi Honkai and others checked the vicinity of the airport, and then followed the convoy and returned to the military factory together. The blueprints were copied and backed up, and all the association manuals copied last time were collected. Then he passed through the boundary gate and returned to Treasure Island. Walked out of the boundary gate. When Wu Hung went downstairs, Minnie and others had already prepared dinner. Sitting together at the dining table, Wu Hung asked, "Is everything alright?" "Nothing is wrong. Everything is normal," Minnie replied. "And we are also said, basically everything is returned to normal. The death guards. The city hall is approving the pension, and it will be sent to their families in the next few days." "Yeah, I'm glad everything is alright." They had dinner together. Wu Hung went upstairs to the study. He sat down at the desk and released the two ghosts. "Ha, it's dark again." Xiao Xiao stuck his head out of the wall and sighed. Granda said, "Didn't you say that you would upgrade Xiao Xiao and me? Did you forget?" Wu Hung smiled. "I didn't forget. Some things got delayed today. I'll do it in the next 2 days." "Why are you in a hurry?" "I'm not in a hurry. I just felt that it was quite dangerous last time. It's still very important to upgrade the level." Wu Hung also agreed. "I'll try my best." "Yes," Granda agreed. Wu Hung continued to take out all the drawings he got today. "Thank you for your hard work." "What's wrong? Why are you so polite?" Granda looked at the drawings. "I have some drawings here. I need you to translate them. Then I'll ask the mechanic to make them." Wu Hung said. "Okay, I'll help you." Glinda agreed, put the drawings aside, and began to modify and mark them. Xiao Xiao was afraid that he would be assigned this kind of work, so he was surprisingly quiet, carefully flipping through the comics in the corner. Wu Hung sat on the chair, and began to ponder what Chi Han Kai said. The superpower plan mentioned by the main station reminded him of his arrangement for the two worlds at the beginning. Potions improve the physique of the other world, ensure that it cannot be replicated. Professional scrolls are given to trustworthy survivors to change their jobs, to improve their abilities. Ordinary people change their jobs to warriors, boxers, and other professions, and some scientific researchers can change their jobs to investigators, machine mechanics, and other professions. However, after a long time, this matter has been forgotten a little. You can change the jobs of Chi Han Kai and Li Yong first, see the effect, and then consider others. After thinking for a while, the sky outside the window has dimmed. Wu Hung returned to the bedroom and went to bed to rest. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hung went to the association and took out all the printed association manuals and association action guides. She logically took out 2 sheets and looked at them carefully. "It's well done. The handwriting and paper are good. When we do something, we must do it to the best of our ability." Wu Hung sat down and said confidently. She logically called the staff to move the manuals out. Some of them were placed in the association, and some were to be registered and sent to other resident associations in the area. Then, Sila rose up and said, let's go to the dungeon." Wu Hung frowned, remembering the imprisoned pirate friend Philippa. Following her, they walked out of the study, heading to the dungeon of the association. The dim dungeon was filled with a damp and rotten smell. The two stopped in front of a cage. Inside the iron cage, a disheveled, sloppy-looking man raised his head slightly and looked outside. When he saw Sierra in armor, and Wu Hung in robe and black hair, there was no sign of Philippa. Helplessness and despair flashed in the man's eyes. After so long, there was still no way. "Captain of the Flying Fish Pirates, Babuzi murdered, robbed and killed members of the association. Do you admit it?" "Heh, I admit it, don't delay." Chapter 538 agreed with the elders. Although Babuki was unwilling, he also maintained his last dignity. Every pirate knows what his final fate is, either die at sea, or die at the hands of the association. He was able to experience the Battle of the Emerald Sea, and died behind the Pirate King and various large pirate groups, which is already something worth boasting about. It's worth it. Hearing the other party's attitude, she raised her eyebrows, but still said according to the original arrangement, "Babuki, the association intends to give you a chance. It depends on whether you are willing or not." Just after adjusting his mentality, Babuki, who was going to die generously, suddenly stopped. He wanted to curse the association and say something like "Sea warriors will not surrender." But he swallowed it back. He asked tentatively, "What opportunity? No one wants to die. Otherwise they wouldn't wait for Philippa to find a connection for them. Hearing that there is a chance to live, they naturally want to grasp it." Zalagwi put her hands behind her back, looking at the other party. "We are investigating a cult recently. and we just need someone to be a spy. Your identity is very suitable. Babuki frowned and asked himself to be a spy for the association. Sure enough, it was the old routine of the association. But the association has always kept its promises in this regard. Philippa also relied on being a spy for the association to get rid of his pirate identity. What cult? I have never been in contact with cults, Zalogwi explained. The Destiny Church, a newly established church, there are not many people in it, and it is recruiting strong people from all over the country. If you join it at your level, you could almost get a position as a protector or a backbone. On the side, Wu Heng also understood why he came here. It turned out that he wanted to arrange Babuki to be a spy. With his identity, investigating the affairs of the Destiny cult is a good idea. Babuzi thought for a while. Are there any other options? Yes. Hanging. Or beheading. You are Philippa's friend. You can choose one, Zalogwi said calmly. But her words were a little scary. Babuzi wiped the sweat from his forehead. If you let me go now, won't they suspect me? They are not pirates. And they don't pay attention to the Emerald Sea. By then, your wanted reward will increase. And they won't have time to check your identity, Zalogwi replied. Babuki didn't have a good solution. Either die now, or go out and fight. Normal people would choose the second one. If he was lucky, and really got some information, it would be considered a meritorious service. Even if there was no information, he could live longer. What do I need to do to complete your mission? Babuki continued to ask. Just one. Find the bishop of the Destiny cult. If you can provide the bases of this evil cult in various places, or the identities of some backbones, you can also count it in the file, which will be helpful to you in the future. Zalogwi looked at him and said softly. Babuki took a deep breath. I agree. I am willing to cooperate with you. Let him out, Zalogwi said. Wu Heng looked to the side, and the skeleton attendant stepped forward to open the iron cage. Babuki walked out carefully looking at the two people, and the skeleton attendant behind him. Zalogwi threw a hood to him. Put it on, and go out with us. Babuki took it in his hand, and carefully put it on his head. They walked out of the dungeon together. He did not choose to escape, nor did he do anything else. This chance to survive is rare. He doesn't want to be thrown back into jail, or sent directly to the gallows. He went all the way to the deacon's study. He waited for a while. The door was knocked, and a team leader walked in, with a long sword on his waist. Deacon, Island Master. Zalogwi nodded, and signaled the sloppy pirate. Captain Babuzi of the Flying Fish Pirates, the association intends to give him a chance to make amends, to investigate the information of the Destiny Church, and hand him over to you, sign a slave contract with him, and collect some information regularly. After speaking, she took out the slave contract, put it on the table, and pushed it to the other party. The captain of the first team looked at the other party, without any surprise or doubt. It seems that he knew about this matter in advance. He nodded and said, yes, Deacon. Then he took out the contract, and signed it with the other party. After the signing was completed, Zalogwi continued, find an opportunity to release him, and tell him the detailed information of the Destiny Church. Yes. Then I will take him back first and send him off the island tonight. Okay. You arrange it yourself. The captain nodded and left the study with the pirate. After the two left, Zalogwi said, it will be easier to collect intelligence and record files if we hand him over to the first team. Wu Heng smiled and replied, you arranged it well. He can save his life. Which is also an explanation to Philippa. It is actually quite rare to get this opportunity. How can we ask for so much? Moreover, the Tianming sect involves 18th level professionals, and the other party's bishop will definitely not be lower than this level. Add to that the human sacrifice, and the killing of the association's deacon, the matter is already quite serious. Let Babuki go to get the news. He is lucky to have such an opportunity. Otherwise, he will definitely die. I am afraid you will not be satisfied. I will explain it to you. You can also tell Philippa at that time. But you can't tell anyone about this. It still needs to be kept secret, Zalogwi said with a smile. Okay. I will tell her then. Wu Heng nodded. Zalogwi continued, by the way, the association did not approve the port construction funds. They said that the association originally assisted the local security, and the port was provided by Treasure Island. It didn't even approve it. Wu Heng touched his chin. I feel that building a port is beneficial to both Treasure Island and the association. In the end, it was not approved. Well, I said no. If you say so. The association will have to build roads for other cities. You can't say that. A dedicated port is convenient for us, Wu Heng emphasized. Anyway, it's not approved. It's useless for you to tell me. Zalodwi pouted. It's okay. If it's not approved, we can build it ourselves. Wu Heng smiled and continued to ask, is there any news about the props to restrict ghosts in the association? It was just sent up. I feel that there must be corresponding props. But it is unlikely that they will be given to us for free. As long as there is, Wu Heng said. The two sat in the room and chatted for a while. Someone came to Zalodwi to report something. Wu Heng did not stay for long, said hello, and left the association directly and took a carriage to Lighthouse Street. The carriage moved forward slowly. Pulling the curtain of the carriage, you can see the patrolling guards outside the window. After the matter of the Tianning cult was over, the number of patrol guards on the island also increased, and the number of patrols increased. Wu Heng was also considering equipping each team with walkie-talkies and establishing a transmission center on the island, so that it would be more convenient to mobilize personnel. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the Nautilus Tavern, and Wu Heng got off and walked into the tavern. At this time, there were not many people in the tavern. There were only 2 tables of guests, drinking and chatting. Wu Heng greeted Millicent behind the counter, and went upstairs directly. He entered the innermost private room. As soon as he sat down, the door was pushed open, and Philippa, wearing a brown top and a beige long skirt, walked in directly. Seeing Wu Heng, she took 2 steps and rushed over. Wu Heng stood up and caught the figure that rushed over. If I can't react, you can jump out of the window. How can that be? Philippa looked up at him. I haven't seen you for a long time. The day before yesterday, you just came back from the island owner's mansion. Ah, really? I missed you so much. Philippa leaned into his arms. Wu Heng hugged her and patted her gently, saying, I came here to tell you that your pirate friend will be released in the next 2 days. Don't worry. Really? I have already chosen a grave for him. Wu Heng frowned. Do you want him to come out? Philippa immediately said, Of course I do. It would be better if he can come out. I will pick him up when he is released. Wu Heng lowered his voice and explained, You can't pick him up. Zalodwi gave him a chance to make amends, to collect some information. His identity is confidential. And if you pick him up, there will be problems. Philippa opened her eyes. Can he do it? Many people outside should know that he was captured by the association. It's okay. He is not a pirate from the Emerald Sea, and he is most likely to go inland. That's good. I can only help him with this, Philippa said. Well, what will happen in the end, it all depends on his own fate. Philippa held up the other's face and gave him a big kiss. Thank you. Dad, you are still the best. Wu Heng patted his waist and hips. You deserve it after your hard work. I really love to hear you talk, Philippa said, and began to take off her shirt. Wu Heng was stunned, grabbing her hand. What are you doing? What else can I do? Sleep? You? Philippa glanced down. Is it inconvenient today? What nonsense. I have to go out later. Let's go to the manor tonight. What about Millicent? Millicent? Wu Heng looked at her strangely. What do you mean? I'm worried about leaving her at home. So I'll go there during the day for the next 2 days. And you can make me feel comfortable then. Wu Heng pinched her cheek. From what you said, you sound like a bandit. Hee. I've told you the matter. I'm going to do something first. You can go to the manor whenever you have time. I'm always free at dusk. Okay, Dad. I remember. Wu Heng touched her head and left the Nautilus Tavern. He went to the expansion site to take a look. Various construction machinery was working quickly. Some construction workers began to build houses, and a large number of workers were helping on the side. The speed was quite fast, and it was estimated that it would not take long for this area to be completed. It could also be arranged to continue to expand in the future. Wu Heng stood aside and watched for a while, and then left the area. He went to the deserted wilderness in the distance, put on the train conductor's hat, and went to Lopez City. At the Snake Emblem Consortium, he met the person in charge. Ledeli filled out the commission form, ordered 5 fire furnaces of different specifications. Returned to the manor, the sky had already darkened. Just walked into the living room. Minnie came over. Master, have you eaten? Not yet, have someone prepare it. Okay, and Sister Shannara is speaking on the radio, you have time to check it out. Minnie said again. Has Shannara sent a message? It seems that the Wood Elves have also got results. Well, I'll go upstairs to check it out. Then I'll go prepare dinner for you. Minnie jumped and left quickly. Wu Hung went upstairs and walked into the radio room. He picked up Shannara's notebook and took a look. There was new content on it. I have talked to the elders. No problem. The representative of Starflower will come to you to discuss cooperation. Chapter 539. Someone is praying for the soul to be reborn. A few days ago, I had contacted Shannara. The Wood Elves had put her under house arrest. There were no restrictions on her food, drink and life. The only thing was that she was not allowed to leave the city. As for the Wood Elves, after investigating, Wu Hung was the largest customer of Treasure Island. They wanted to continue to cooperate with him. So they proposed that if they wanted to let Shannara go back, they had to maintain orders of no less than 200,000 gold within 3 years. How should I put it? There is a way to spend this money. We will let Shannara go back and let you be together. In Wu Hang's opinion, he had to rely on the food of the Wood Elves to supply the zombie world, plus some weapons and equipment, or the order of gunpowder and copper mines. It was not difficult to order a full 200,000 gold. So he agreed. Shannara has been discussing this matter with the other party these days. And it seems that there is an answer. Wu Hung picked up the microphone and tapped it gently. Shannara? Can you hear me? Soon. Shannara's gentle voice came from the other side. Yes. I'm drawing. How is the conversation with the elders? Wu Hung asked. After the chat. I can go back anytime. There will be caravan representatives to discuss the goods with you. 200,000 gold in 3 years is a bit stressful for Treasure Island. You exempted the caravans from tax. Shannara's tone was a little gloomy. It's okay. You coming back is better than anything else. I am not worth 200,000 now. Priceless. More than 200,000. Shannara's tone suddenly became a little gloomy. Starflower. There are still some adjustments. Now I am still the president of Starflower in name. But I no longer have the right to mobilize and manage. To put it simply, I am just a figurehead to maintain the face of the tribe inside and outside. It is not good to hear that the president is in love with a small island owner. Wu Hung listened and frowned. In other words, Shannara is now just a name without real power. To the outside world, it seems that nothing has changed. But in fact, she has stopped caring about things. Seeing that Wu Hung didn't say anything, Shannara joked. Do you regret not asking for more money from your sister? Anyway, I regret it a little. I should have earned the money for my future life. Wu Hung smiled and said, What's there to regret? With your ability. It's their loss. I hope so. Wu Hung changed the subject. When will you come back? I'll let Philippa pick you up. I'll make arrangements in the next 2 days and tell you in advance. Yes. That's fine. Wu Hung nodded, thought for a moment and asked again. I want to buy some ships. As cruise ships for Treasure Island. Any shipyards to recommend? You've seen the Starflower ships. They're big enough. Strong enough. The keels here are made of special wood. Enough for you to use. Of course the price is higher. Okay. Then order it from Starflower. Yes. Then, Wu Hung told her some of the things that happened on the island. When she heard that, she, Logwi's sister, was almost killed by the other party, she also cried out in surprise. Going to the island to assassinate the deacon of the association. This is really not something that ordinary people can do. The two chatted for a while, someone came to visit Shannara, and then hung up the call. Wu Hung went downstairs to eat, then took 2 maids, and went upstairs to rest. The next day, Zombie World. Taipei Commercial Street. Boom! After 3 bombings, the skeleton dragon roared back from the top of the head. On the street, the smoke and dust dissipated. The ground was full of broken limbs and walls. And blood and flesh turned into mud. But there were still nearly 1,000 zombies, gathering on the road, roaring and screaming, and rushing towards the side. Wu Hung looked at the battlefield in front of him, and gave an order directly. Prepare the spear formation. The spear formation that filled the entire road was all facing forward, forming a solid and tight wall. At the same time, he waved his hand at the rooftop of one side. A strong light lit up from above. In front of the spear formation, a circular magic formation was formed. This is the soul-catching jade flashlight made by Wu Hung. Soul-catching jade is a rare item obtained from killing the dead wizard last time. It can absorb the residual souls of living beings or corpses, but the triggering condition requires light to pass through the jade and project a magic circle on the ground. Wu Hung studied it for a long time. He finally found a flashlight of similar size, and tied the jade to the front of the flashlight. Just turn on the switch and shine it on the ground. The complete magic circle will appear. If used now, it can be fully displayed, which is much better than lighting a candle behind you to illuminate the stone. However, the effect in the sun is weakened. The location chosen by Wu Hung happened to be blocked by the building, and the magic circle was in the shadow. Whether this strange item is effective against zombies depends on this time. If it works, it will no longer be difficult to upgrade the level of your 2 ghosts. You can even cultivate a group of high-level ghosts. If it doesn't work, then we can only go to another world and find a way to transform with ordinary creatures or corpses. Thinking in his heart, a large number of zombies have swarmed in, roaring and crowding. They crashed directly into the spear formation. The body was pierced by spears, and the sound of clawing and sharp blades piercing flesh and blood resounded throughout the area. Wu Hung stared at the entire area. 2 ghosts, one on the left and one on the right, also waited silently. Will it work? If they really appear, what if we can't beat them? Xiao Xiao said with some worry. Remnant Soul is of low level. It's written in the book. Wu Hung said. What if the book is a lie? Wait until it appears. Just take a look first. Glinda added, also staring at the front. Yes. 1 person and 2 souls whispered. The battlefield ahead began to change. A remnant soul that was hideous and not human-like, like translucent smoke, slowly floated into the sky. It's true, it appeared. Xiao Xiao pointed and shouted. Wu Hung was also happy in his heart. Let's see what level it is. Less than level 5. It looks like only level 2 or 3. As he spoke, groups of remnant souls floated densely from the ground into the sky, looking hideous and confused, circling in the air. It was as if someone was on the ground, releasing countless bubbles. But it looked unspeakably terrifying. Not even level 5? Wu Hung asked again. Not even. Then go absorb it quickly. It's broad daylight, and it's another remnant soul that may not last long before dissipating. Wu Hung urged. Okay. Glinda flew out first, entangled a remnant soul, and swallowed it up amid the other's roar. Xiao Xiao clenched his fist and encouraged himself several times. At Wu Heng's urging, he also rushed into the battlefield and began to absorb. For a while, the skeletons and zombies were fighting below, and the 2 ghosts above began to hunt the remnant souls that were lifted into the air. Ghost level increased to level 10, physique +1, perception +1, intelligence +2. Ghost level increased to level 11. Ghost level increased to level 13. The 2 ghosts were upgraded one after another, especially Xiao Xiao, after feeling that there was no danger, began to chase the remnant souls. The levels were upgraded one after another. Now he didn't say he was afraid of ghosts anymore, chasing those unconscious ghosts, running all over the sky. In the distance, on a high-rise residential building, the sloppy girl, covered in a quilt, looking out the window, suddenly widened her eyes at this moment. She turned around and shouted, Mom, someone is giving salvation to the zombies. I saw their souls ascend to heaven. Chapter 540, Supernatural Phenomena. What are you talking about? Stay away from the window. Don't let the zombies below find you. Behind, I heard a woman's nagging voice. Really, in the direction of the explosion just now, there are so many souls. It must be the monks who are saving the zombies over there. Then you won't suffer anymore. The girl still looked out the window. The middle-aged woman behind her, who was also slovenly, followed her gaze, and looked into the distance. The empty sky. There are no souls. Occasionally, 1 or 2 bone dragons can be seen hovering in the sky in the distance. Don't talk nonsense. It's scary. Mom, was it this kind of bone-flying dragon that sent us food last time? The daughter asked again, looking into the distance. The mother pulled most of the curtains tightly, leaving only a gap, so that the scene outside could be seen. It looks very similar. I also hid in the distance and took a look at it, but I'm not sure if it's that kind of flying dragon. The daughter tilted her head and thought for a while. Could it be someone from Shinfu City, killing zombies there, and then saving the souls of the dead? How is that possible? Killing zombies is not that easy. Even the rescue team can't get in, let alone this kind of civilian base. But they are the only ones who sent us food. What you said is just slogan shouted on the radio every day. The daughter retorted. They will come to rescue us. The radio station said they are organizing troops. The daughter thought for a moment. I think we should go out and take a look. Those zombies have been led away by the battle in the distance. They should be safe. If we go downstairs, We will not be able to come back if we encounter zombies. We will not be able to recover by taking 2 cold medicines, the mother said. But? Let's talk about it later. We still have to be careful. As the mother and daughter were talking, a sharp electric current came from the radio station behind them, followed by intermittent, weak voices. This is the Shinfu City Rescue Team. We have arrived at Taipei Commercial Street. We have cleaned up the zombies in the surrounding area. Survivors nearby can approach us. You will meet skeletons when you come. They are our soldiers. Please do not attack or provoke them, so as not to cause unnecessary casualties. The mother and daughter turned around suddenly. There was surprise in their eyes. It was really the Shinfu City base. They really came into the city to rescue people. The main road of the commercial street. The battle between the skeletons and the zombies was over. The ghosts wandering in the sky were also chased and devoured by Xiao Xiao and Granda one by one. Wait until the last ghost was absorbed. Ghost level increased to level 15. Constitution +2. Intelligence +3. Ghost unlocked feature, supernatural phenomenon. Granda was upgraded to level 15. In terms of level, it reached the 3rd level. Wu Heng opened the ghost panel and glanced at the newly appeared feature supernatural phenomenon. Supernatural phenomenon, where the ghost wanders. It can actively affect the 5 senses of the surrounding creatures, making them feel strange noises. Coldness seeping into the hall where the fire is burning. Corpse stench filling the neat room. Or corpses crawling out of the cemetery. The ghost can control the type according to the corresponding scene. Wu Heng looked at the new features, frowning slightly. From the introduction, it seems more like an improvement of ghost fantasy. It affects the senses of living beings, whether it is a strange sound, or the cold seeping into the hall where the fire is burning, or the stench of corpses filling the neat room. It is all the influence of hearing, vision, and smell. It can't be said to be useless. It feels mainly for scaring people. Professionals in the other world are very sensitive to changes in the surroundings. Once such a thing happens, it will make the other party alert. The effect is not too big. It is enough to scare ordinary people, but it seems to be useless to scare people. Let's see where it can be used later. Uncle, it's all gone. Xiao Xiao flew down. After this upgrade, Xiao Xiao also reached level 13. The level difference between the 2 ghosts was quite large before, but now it is gradually narrowing. Wait until next time. You should also take a break, Wu Heng said. Oh, Xiao Xiao said, and then lay on his shoulder. Uncle, did you see me killing people just now? I was not so powerful when I was in kindergarten. What kind of kindergarten are you? No, I just played with other kids. Xiao Xiao floated to the other side again. I was really powerful today. Glenda also said, Xiao Xiao was very powerful today. Xiao Xiao smiled. As he spoke, the skeleton dragged various corpses over. Evolved zombies and deformed zombies were lined up in front of him. Wu Heng transformed them one by one, and then collected the dead cores that fell. After the transformation of the evolved zombies and deformed zombies was completed, he continued to release dead corpse battlefield along the way, transforming all the corpses into skeletons. They filled the entire street, as if they were so dense that there was no end. Chihan Kai, let the convoy come over and search the surrounding shops. Wu Heng pressed the intercom. Got it. The convoy at the rear started to move, driving along the road that the skeleton team had cleared. After stopping at one side, a large number of survivors got off the car and began to search the shops along the way. They took away the important items in advance. The survivors began to get busy. Chihan Kai came over from the back of the convoy and said, There are 13 survivors, all from nearby shelters. The last time we sent food to everyone. It worked. When they heard that it was our convoy, they all came over. Wu Heng turned his head and looked at the back of the convoy. At the rear of the car, a lot of people gathered. Both men and women, looking slovenly like wild men from the wilderness, lined up to receive some bread and fresh water brought by the convoy. Wu Heng seemed to have some feelings, looking towards the middle of the line. A little girl in her teens was staring straight at him. From time to time, she looked up into the air and at her shoulders. In her eyes, there was confusion and puzzlement. These people lived here before. They should all have good families. Chihan Kai spoke again on the side. Wu Heng turned his head and looked over. Well, count the ages and occupations, and assign jobs when we get back. If there are any special abilities, write them down separately. I see. I have asked people to register them. That's good. After standing by the road for a while, The survivors loaded various items onto the truck. When everything was almost ready, the convoy turned around and headed towards the military factory. On the way back on the truck, Wu Heng took a sip of water and asked, "How is Wang Haibing doing recently? He has been training the skeletons recently. He seems to be very serious. He is on time every day, as if he is at work." Wang Haibing's current task is to manage the power plant of the military factory and train the skeletons assigned to him. When power plants in other places are built later, these skeletons will also be assigned to maintain the operation of power plants in various places. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "Let him select a few skeletons who have learned well tomorrow, and I will take them away then." "Okay. I will tell him when I get back," Shi Hankai replied without looking away. At this time, the sky had darkened. The motorcade turned on the headlights, illuminating the surroundings. Wu Heng continued to ask, "Did the headquarters contact you again?" "I contacted them and asked what they thought about it. I told them that we would not consider the two agreements, and the exchange of materials between the two sides could still continue. They said something like it was for the good of everyone, and they saw that we were determined not to agree, so they let it go. Well, except for the transaction between the two sides, other things are of no help to us." Wu Heng said, "I know," Shi Hankai said with a smile. The convoy returned to the factory. Shi Hankai got off the car to arrange housing for the new survivors, and Wu Heng also returned to his dormitory. He opened the gate and returned to Treasure Island. He came down from upstairs. The hall was dark. It was already dark here, and the maids all returned to their rooms to rest. Wu Heng arranged the electrician skeleton he brought back to the courtyard first. He also asked the skeleton chef to prepare some dinner, and ate in the restaurant. Tap, 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 footsteps sounded. Anvir came down from upstairs with a pistol in her hand. Seeing Wu Heng eating at the dining table, she smiled. "Master, you're eating so late. Well, do you want to eat something together?" "No, if you gain weight, you won't like it." Wu Heng touched the soft fox tail. "Our wearer is cute even if she's a little fat." Anvir blushed slightly. "No way, there's so much competition now, I have to keep myself in shape." "What competition? You don't understand." Wu Heng continued to ask, "How is the city hall doing recently?" "Everything is good. The number of patrol guards has been increased, and the tax adjustment that was discussed before has been finalized recently. I'll show it to you in the next 2 days," Anvir said. Wu Heng nodded, and then asked, "I mentioned before that the energy plant. How is the construction going?" Anderwire thought for a moment, and said, "I heard that the progress is very smooth, but I haven't asked in detail at what stage it has reached. Let the dwarf designer come over tomorrow, and I will talk to him." "Okay. Then tomorrow morning, I will ask him to come over." "Okay." The two chatted for a while, and Wu Heng also finished the steak on the plate. Wiping his mouth, he stood up and said, "Wire, do you want to go together tonight?" Anderwire's eyes curved into crescents. "Okay. I'm a little afraid of the dark today." "Come. I'll hold you to sleep tonight." "Okay." In the early morning, Wu Heng yawned and went downstairs. After having breakfast together, Anvir went to the city hall, and Wu Heng was pulled to the courtyard by the other three maids. They looked at the garden they had renovated in the past 2 days. The original flowers and plants were all replaced with fruit trees. The garden was transformed into a fruit forest. They said that they could grow their own fruits in the future. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the three of them were talking about the benefits of growing fruit trees, the gate of the courtyard was knocked hard. Minnie looked out through the window and asked. Then she ran back quickly and said, "Master, it's the representative of the Star Flower Chamber of Commerce. He came to discuss ordering goods with you." Wu Heng was stunned. Shawnera had just told me about the Wood Elves, and the representative of the merchant group came so quickly. Either the Wood Elves had already discussed it and wanted to cooperate with me, or they also had a way to communicate quickly, and the other party knew that they wanted to discuss cooperation with me. Let him go to the living room. Wu Heng walked towards the living room. Minnie walked to the door again, and led him through the courtyard full of skeletons and armored vehicles, and went to the hall. In the living room, the male wood elf in a black dress bowed slightly. Starflower, the merchant group representative Seamus, greeted the island owner. His manners were elegant, like an aristocrat attending a ball. "Hello. Please sit down," Wu Heng said. The wood elf sat down beside him, and the cabwoman brought tea. After the maids left, the wood elf spoke softly. Master Island Master, I came here to discuss cooperation with you. Well, I know about this matter. I do have a batch of goods that I need to order from Starflower. That's great. The Wood Elf smiled immediately. It seems that things are simpler than he thought. Did you bring the order list? Wu Hung continued to ask. I brought it. The Wood Elf handed over a list of various goods, stood up, and handed it over respectfully. Wu Hung looked through it, took out a pen and began to mark the goods he ordered. First, food, then excellent armor and one-handed axes. Why are there no ships on it? Normally there are no ships on it. If you need to order, you need to apply for it separately. You are our important guest. As long as you report it, there should be no problem. The Wood Elf explained on the side. Wu Hung handed him the order form and continued, order 10 of your warships. Okay. The other party glanced at the order form, and his face was full of joy. 100,000 grains, 50,000 armor, and 50,000 one-handed axes. I'm afraid that the total amount of Treasure Island and coastal areas after the new year will not be as much as this time. No wonder the tribe attaches so much importance to the transaction with the other party. The Wood Elf immediately filled in the warships. My lord, after deducting the discount you enjoy, you still need to pay 53,520 gold coins. This is the agreement of the Starflower. After the Wood Elf calculated, he said directly, Wu Hung asked someone to count the gold coins, and he also signed the agreement. Then he continued, food and warships. I am in a hurry here, and I need you to deliver them as soon as possible. Sir, the quantity of your order is too large, and it needs preparation. A fleet cannot deliver it to you at once. Then deliver it one by one, and send the warships first. The Wood Elf thought for a while, nodded and said, that's no problem. I will arrange it for you, and send the warships to you first. Go to the city hall, and notify Anwell to inspect it. Understood, Sir Island Master. Then while waiting to count the gold coins, Wu Hung chatted with the other party, asked about the business environment on the island, and some opinions on the routes and port facilities. The Wood Elf was obviously a little reserved, and answered with some official words. After many counted the gold coins, the other party called in another person from outside, and after confirmation, collected them all. After another salute, he left the island owner's manor directly. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the dwarf designer came to the manor again. Under Minnie's guidance, he came to the hall. Wu Hung waited for the other party to sit down, and asked, the expansion area. It should be almost done. Right. It has entered the finishing work, and the construction will definitely be completed within this month, and the residents will be arranged to move in. Wu Hung was quite satisfied with the progress of the construction. The buildings in this world are not as exaggerated as those in modern times. Generally, ordinary residential houses are two-story. The mansions of the rich and powerful only have 3 or 4 floors. It's not that exaggerated. With the help of engineering vehicles, it will be faster. What's the progress of the energy plant and port I mentioned? The dwarf answered immediately. The plant has been completed, and the port will be completed within this week. Well done. I will inform you if there is anything that needs to be improved in the plant. Okay, sir. Wu Hung thought for a while, and then said, in the next few days, I will choose a separate building behind the city hall as a design institute for you, and you will be the person in charge. The dwarf's expression was instantly happy. He jumped off the chair, saluted. Thank you, sir. I will do my best. Treasure Island will be my second home in the future. Okay. Just do your best. Go back first. I will inform you sometimes. Yes, sir. The dwarf saluted again, and left the manor again. He got on the carriage, and left happily. In the afternoon, after seeing that nothing happened, Wu Hung said hello to Minnie, and went directly to the zombie world. He sat in his bedroom, and waited for a while. Chi Honkai came back from outside, and introduced the situation at the factory. Then he said, Sister Yang encountered some problems. What happened? Some refugees said that the people we recruited robbed and killed people, and they were the bandits in that area at that time. And our people denied it, saying that the other party had suffered losses in the previous transaction and framed them. They argued in the channel for several days. Other refugees also paid attention to this matter. If it is not handled properly, it may affect the prestige of our base. In the case of Doomsday, people who are often fierce and cruel are more likely to survive. Like Yang Etian and Shinjin long before. They are all such people. Strong, ruthless, and able to intimidate their subordinates. They can unite into a small force. Bullying survivors is much easier than fighting zombies. Everyone knows that the most important thing is to survive the apocalypse. However, neither the rescue team base nor some large bases will recruit these people to join. At most, they will ignore these things. Wu Heng did not expect that someone would report that there are such criminals among his people. What problems are you facing? I'm not sure which of the two is telling the truth. And there is no other shelter that can testify. There are also some bases that make some sarcastic remarks on the side, which is actually quite annoying. Shi Hankai said. What kind of sarcastic remarks? Wu Heng asked again. That is, something like protecting one's own people. When a big power develops, who doesn't have blood on their hands or something like that? Wu Heng was stunned. It's a bit like me in the past. Don't make fun of me. Wu Heng thought for a while, and said, I have a way. I will teach you. And you can teach Li Yang later. What method? Wu Heng put a clay sculpture on the table. Look into its eyes. Don't resist. And don't look away. Shi Hankai looked at the clay sculpture in a kneeling position. Frowned. It's a bit scary. But she still did as he said, and looked into the eyes of the clay sculpture. Wu Heng asked, What do you think of the current base? Shi Hankai said, The base is developing very well. As long as it develops steadily, it will sooner or later surpass the headquarters, and become the largest and most prestigious refuge. After saying that, Shi Hankai's eyes widened a little, as if she was a little surprised by her answer. Wu Heng then asked, Why do you want to follow me? Shi Hankai's face flushed. But she said unconsciously, You are beautiful, and have more potential. You are the best candidate now. When I joined, I hinted at you more than once. In the end, I discussed the last plan with Li Yang. Wu Heng saw that her face was congested, and covered the eyes of the clay sculpture with a handkerchief. His mouth immediately closed tightly. He stretched out his hand to signal her to wait for a while, until the side effects disappeared. Then he said, It can make people who look directly at it tell the truth. So magical? What's the principle? An ancient relic. Don't ask so many questions. As long as it works. Wu Heng continued, the side effect is that after asking the questions, you will be unable to speak temporarily. You can't speak for 2 minutes for 2 questions. The more questions you ask, the longer you can't speak. A lie detector. You can understand it that way. Wu Heng nodded. Okay, I'll send someone to deliver it to Li Yang tomorrow. Okay. Shi Hankai said shyly, I just told you. Don't tell anyone, not even Li Yang. Okay, our secret. Yeah. After saying this, Shi Hankai thought for a moment and said, By the way, the provincial channel was occupied by the provincial rescue team today, and they are attacking the city. Why did they suddenly think of attacking? Maybe we put pressure on them. We continue to enter the city to clean up the zombies and rescue the survivors. It's not good for them to not take any action. Shi Hankai analyzed. Yes, this is good for the survivors. We should have done this a long time ago. The longer we delay the zombies, the stronger they become. Jiuhua Street. The whistling sound that broke through the air resounded throughout the street. Then, grenades rained down like raindrops. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, and the huge explosions were deafening. The building shook violently, and groups of zombies were torn apart, and their flesh and limbs flew everywhere. The zombies screamed, and they looked around quickly, and saw the armored convoy coming from a distance. Instantly, they gathered into a torrent, roaring and charging forward. Boom! Bang! 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 Machine guns exploded, and machine gun bullets intertwined into a huge net. The zombies that rushed over fell in groups like wheat being cut, piling up into a large mountain of corpses. Machine gunner. Pay attention to changing bullets. Armored vehicles. Clear the deformed zombies ahead. Hold steady. We have made sufficient preparations, and victory belongs to us. One order after another was issued from the intercom. Everyone continued to pour ammunition quickly. Suddenly, the zombies that were charging forward suddenly stopped. They scattered in all directions, and all hid behind the buildings on both sides. The whole street was empty in an instant, and only the corpses left behind covered the ground. Everyone stared with wide eyes, somewhat at a loss. What was going on? Tens of thousands of zombies actually scattered and hid at the same time. What happened? Chapter 541. In front of us is the military factory of Xinfu City. The zombies dispersed, and the whole street was empty. Everyone stared with wide eyes, in surprise and suspicion, gradually becoming terrified. Ordinary zombies, how could they have the intelligence to avoid artillery fire? There must be high-level zombies, giving orders to these ordinary zombies. But even if it is a commander zombie, it is impossible to command so many zombies at the same time. The biggest possibility is that there are higher-level zombies in the dark. Keep alert, UVs, go around and take a look. An order came from the intercom. The muzzle of the armored vehicle was facing forward, the machine gunners were concentrating, fingers on the trigger, ready to deal with sudden dangers at any time. 2 drones rose into the sky. They bypassed the building in front, checking the situation of the zombies. The zombies are moving. They are moving in places we can't see, and they are going to surround us from both sides. In the intercom, the voice of the report was trembling. Tens of thousands of zombies have a commander. Then it would be a terrifying fighting force. Terminate the mission, turn around, retreat. The commander gave the order again. The vehicle started instantly, and retreated to the rear. When the convoy turned around and planned to leave directly, the group of corpses behind the building, like boiling, sounded deafening roars instantly. Speed up, retreat. The sound of running was heard. On the paths on both sides, a large number of corpses began to pour out. The road was filled with black masses, like a flood. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire and cannon fire rang out again. Bullets poured out like a rainstorm, hitting the zombies' bodies, splattering pieces of black blood. No need to aim, just shoot bullets forward, and they will hit the zombies' bodies. For a moment, under heavy firepower, zombies fell to the ground and died in groups. Crash, glass shattered, countless zombies jumped down from the top of the head, smashing on the roof and around the convoy. The car body shook violently, and the speed of reversing was hindered again. Zombies rushed out frantically from both sides and the back, and crashed into the convoy. Boom, boom, off-road vehicles and trucks were knocked over by the zombies. The steel bars of the car windows fell off, and the zombies rushed in, grabbing and biting. One car after another was overwhelmed by the zombies, and fell in an instant. Go out first. The orders were still being issued. Roars and gunfire rang out in the streets. 2 armored vehicles, with zombies hanging all over their bodies, broke out of the encirclement, moved away in the direction they came from. The zombies chased for a distance, then stopped, and watched the armored vehicles leave from a distance. Is anyone else coming out? Hello, please reply if you get it. The intercom asked several questions in succession, but no response was received. Inside the armored vehicle, there was also silence. Of the more than 20 modified vehicles, only 2 armored vehicles relied on their heavy defense to escape from inside. The other vehicles, without exception, all lost contact. What this means, in fact, there is no need to say more. When they came out, everyone thought of this result. But now that it really happened, it is still hard to accept. There was a long silence. Then someone spoke softly. How did the Shinfu City base do it? Maybe they were lucky. It was just an ordinary group of zombies. Maybe the zombies didn't follow us, return to the base first, and report the matter to the commander-in-chief. The armored vehicle accelerated again, moving towards the base. In the back, a figure like a giant beetle fell from the sky, looking at the direction of the convoy from a distance. Treasure Island, Association. He knocked on the door, and after hearing the response, he opened the door and walked in. In the room, there was only Zalagui, who was sitting behind the desk sorting out documents. Looking for me? Wu Heng asked. He had returned from the zombie world. Many said that Zalagui had arranged for a staff member to look for him. And since it was still early, she took a carriage to come and see him. Zalagui looked up at him, took out a hair band to tie up her loose hair, and then said, "Call a staff member in." Oh! Wu Heng opened the door and called a staff member who was passing by. Island Master. Deacon. The staff saluted. Zalagui said, "Go and call the 2 new deputy deacons." Yes. The staff answered and left. Wu Heng looked at Zalagui with some curiosity. Are the deputy deacons here? One arrived last night, and the other arrived at noon today. How is it? Is it powerful? The difficulties faced by Treasure Island are still not small, and combat effectiveness is very important. They are all level 12 professionals. 1 human, 1 dwarf, and they were transferred from outside. It is not clear what they are like. Let's see later. Zalagui answered. Level 12 is not a low level. It is still placed in a place like Treasure Island. If it were outside, it would be a level that could serve as a deacon. While the 2 were talking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with leather armor on his upper body and a long sword on his waist walked in. He was over 40 years old, with short hair and a clear facial contour. "Deacon." The man saluted slightly. Zalagwi nodded and introduced, "This is the owner of Treasure Island, Mr. Wu Hung, the flag-bearer of the Emerald Sea." The man looked at Wu Hung, and there was still some surprise in his eyes. Perhaps he didn't expect that the island owner and flag-bearer would be such a young human. "Skeeter from Tefsi City, meet the island owner." The middle-aged man bowed slightly again. "Welcome to Treasure Island." Wu Hung smiled and nodded. "Thank you, sir." Then the door was knocked again. Another dwarf wearing scale armor and a battle axe on his waist walked in. He was sturdy and strong, and his exposed arms were exaggeratedly muscular. He had short hair, deep eyebrows, and a long beard. His beard was well groomed, and it even had a beard buckle inlaid with rubies. Zalagwi introduced directly. "Dwarf, Gideon, level 12 dwarf warrior." Then he introduced to the other side. "Wu Hung, the owner of Treasure Island, the flag-bearer of Emerald Sea. Master Island Master. Welcome to join Treasure Island." The two greeted each other, and looked at each other's outfit curiously. Zalagwi continued, "Let's get to know each other, so that we can take care of each other if there are any actions on the island in the future." "Yes, Deacon." The two deputy deacons nodded. "Okay, you guys go and get busy first. Arrange your own accommodation, and then come to the association to officially start working." "Yes." The two of them bowed again, and left the study directly. There were only two people left in the study again, and Zalagwi asked, "How is it?" "Very good, looking quite stable and reliable." Zalagwi raised her eyebrows. "Now that you mention it, it's much more stable than when we started working. When Yimi Luo was in charge of the association, the whole association felt younger. Wu Hung is not too old, and Zalagwi is just an adult in the elves. And she still has a childlike face. The whole association looks young." The two deputy deacons this time. One is in his 40s, with the vicissitudes of life in his eyes, and a beard longer than his hair. The atmosphere of the association has entered middle age. Wu Hung stood up, poured himself a cup of elf tea, and asked, "How is your sister?" "She is basically fine. But she was scared." Zalagwi paused for a moment, and then said, "I wanted her to go back to the tribe. But she didn't agree. When Sher Yali was killed, Zalagwi regretted letting her come to Treasure Island from the tribe. Now, the person is fine, and he is probably afraid of any danger in the future. So he plans to send her back. I am worried about you. Maybe I will talk to her again in the next 2 days." Wu Hung returned to his seat and sat down. "I will continue to strengthen the defense on the island, and it will be safer in the future. I believe you, but it is better for Sher Yali to go back. You sisters can discuss it." Wu Hung did not persuade him much. The two sat in the study and chatted for a while. The association also started to get off work. Zalagwi and Wu Hung walked out of the association together, and each went back to their own residence. Back at the manor, dinner was already on the table. And Weir said, "Mr. Youssef said that the new area will be completed this month, and many people have come to the island to inquire about houses and shops recently. Should we sell them in advance?" Youssef is the name of the dwarf designer. Last time we talked about the fact that the expansion area was about to be completed. It is indeed time to sell it. "Okay, first, divide the area and price, and then sell it when it's ready," Wu Hung said. "Okay, then I'll go back and arrange it." And Weir nodded. "By the way, there are also those special skeletons in the courtyard. These few days, arrange for them to set up street lights along the road, and have people cooperate." "Okay, master." After dinner, several people went into the training room for training. When it got dark, returned to the room to rest. Zombie World, Provincial Rescue Team Base. In the dim room, an oval conference table was placed in the center. People kept sitting down, looking serious. At this time, a middle-aged man in a green long coat walked in quickly, glanced at everyone, and said, "I think everyone knows that the team failed to return." Everyone's eyes flickered, but no one spoke. The middle-aged man said again, "From the information from the returning personnel, we may have encountered zombies at the level of zombie kings, who can control a large range of zombies, issue unified orders, and have extremely high intelligence." As soon as this was said, there was a slight discussion below. "It can't be such a coincidence. We have only heard of the Corpse King in the headquarters." "Yes, we just entered the city, and we met the Corpse King?" The Shinfu City base entered the city and occupied the airport. How come we didn't meet the Corpse King? I heard Shinfu City and the headquarters report the appearance and characteristics of the Corpse King. Maybe we have met it. How is it possible? The first commander-in-chief patted the table. Quiet. Everyone quieted down and looked at each other again. Whether Shinfu City met the Corpse King has nothing to do with us. This time we suffered heavy losses. We need to reallocate tasks, form a new team, and mark that area especially, so that no one can get close to it. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. The loss is indeed huge. But it is not a big problem. As long as the base is still there, we can continue to exchange food with Shinfu City. The foundation will not be shaken. Tap, tap, tap. As they spoke, hurried footsteps sounded. A person rushed in and said, "A large number of corpses were found outside the camp. The number is increasing continuously. It is hard to count how many there are." Everyone in the conference room stood up suddenly, and there was an expression of disbelief in their eyes. Someone suddenly realized. It's not that the convoy escaped, but that they deliberately let the convoy out so that they could find us here. Go out and take a look. Everyone quickly left the room, quickened their pace all the way, and climbed up the wall. Under the silvery moonlight, countless figures could be seen swaying back and forth. Not attacking, just standing far away. More figures continued to gather towards the location of the corpse group. Everyone's heart was chilled. There were too many people. Tens of thousands? Or more. 1,000 people could fill a street. And there was no end in sight. Each team continues to defend. And use all the weapons you can use. Organize the masses and personnel to retreat in the rear. And the vehicles will take the scientific researchers, engineers, and children under 14 years old away. The ordinary people will be the second batch. And the remaining people will be the third batch. The order was issued, and the whole camp was in chaos in an instant. The crowd began to board the prepared trucks. Some people were carrying food and some necessary supplies. The two sides confronted each other for about 20 minutes. A deafening roar suddenly sounded. The roars of the zombies merged into one. Then, they began to attack forward in a huge crowd, like a torrent, surging and difficult to resist. Attack! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of grenades passed over from above, and smashed into the zombies. A violent explosion sounded, and flames shot up into the sky. Then, there was dense gunfire, and countless bullets poured down from the top of the wall. Large groups of zombies were knocked to the ground, tripping more enemies. But the zombie tide continued to flow, filling up the gullies that had been dug in advance in the blink of an eye, breaking through the barricades and roadblocks, and rushing towards the wall. The violent crashing sounds and roars merged into one. Commander-in-Chief, we can evacuate now. Let's evacuate. All the soldiers quickly boarded the trucks and left quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion suddenly sounded, and the entire base was covered by explosions and fire. And the zombies that poured into the city were instantly engulfed by the fire. The explosion was deafening, and the whole city was like a box of flash bombs. The flames illuminated the entire area. Blow them up. These damn monsters. That damn zombie king. If he had entered the city, he would have died. What a pity for our base. Everyone looked at the city on fire and whispered, "Roar, roar, roar." While they were talking, the sound of hurried footsteps appeared behind them again. The dense zombies rushed over from a distance again. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Someone picked up the intercom in a panic and reported, "Report. A large number of zombies appeared again in the rear, and are chasing the convoy." There was a short silence in the intercom. A questioning voice sounded. "Where does this road lead to?" "It's the military factory in Shinfu City ahead. If we go down this road, I'm afraid they will also suffer." The commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes. "We can't stop the car. Let's notify them in advance, and let them evacuate in advance." "Okay." Shinfu City. Military factory. There was a crackling sound of electricity coming from the radio. Provincial Rescue Team, calling the Shinfu City Provincial Military Factory. The dozing woman standing in front of the radio shuddered violently, picked up the phone and replied immediately. "This is the Shinfu City Military Factory, the Provincial Rescue Team. Please speak. The Provincial Rescue Team base has been captured by the zombies. Our convoy is retreating along Tianhua Road, with a large number of zombies following behind. Half an hour later, we'll pass through the area of your military factory. Please prepare in advance." The woman, who was still a little confused, woke up instantly. "Wait a moment, I'll go inform the leader." Then, She took out the intercom that was charging at the side and shouted, "Emergency, the provincial rescue team is approaching us with a large number of zombies, at most half an hour. Wait, we'll go now." There was a burst of hurried footsteps, and 5 or 6 people rushed into the radio room. The woman immediately recounted what had just happened. One of them picked up the microphone and said, "Provincial rescue team, why are you leading the zombies to our side? Take a detour to get rid of them." A low voice came from the radio. "I'm sorry, we entered this road when we evacuated, unless we stop, otherwise we can only move forward along the road." "Fuck, you are cheating people." No sound came out of the intercom, and began to remain silent. In the room, everyone's face was very ugly. It was not easy to occupy the space. Now we live well, and have 24-hour electricity, and have basically returned to our previous life. But now the rescue team is actually leading the zombies here, which is simply harming people. What should we do? The leader is not here. Sister Chi went to Shinfu City with a convoy this afternoon. Damn it, those rescue teams are not good at saving people, but they are definitely cheating people. Let's retreat first, and take people away from here first. Chapter 542, This is Hell. If we leave, what will we do with these skeletons? Except for Sister Chi, these skeletons will probably not listen to us. Then don't take them with you. Saving your life is the most important thing. How do we explain to Sister Chi and the king when we come back? We just run away like this. Then what do you think we should do? In the room, there was a brief chaos. After joining the base, the survivors had basically never confronted zombies head-on. Without the leader of the base, they were all discouraged. But from the perspective of several people now, more people think that they should leave first. Wait for Chi Honkai to reunite, and then take this place back. Just as several people were discussing in a low voice, a familiar voice came from the radio. "I am Chi Honkai, the deputy leader of the Shinfu City base. How many zombies did you bring with you from the provincial rescue team?" The voice was low and serious. In the room, it was quiet for a moment. Several people stopped arguing and focused all their attention on the radio. Soon, a voice with chaotic noise came again. "There are a lot of them. The specific number cannot be determined for the time being. It is estimated that it has exceeded 10,000 people. And it is also increasing on the way." The military factory listened to the radio, and the faces of the people were even uglier. If there are only 10,000 or 20,000, the number is about the same as the leaders entering the city to clear the zombies. Much less. We can't mobilize the skeletons. And we don't have the ability of the leader and others. When the zombies rush in, we will be infected if we are touched. Fuck. They are cheating us. This bunch of bastards. They disappeared after saving people. And now they see that we are doing well. They are leading us here. Be quiet. Listen to what Sister Chi says. Everyone quieted down again. Chi Hansai's voice sounded from the radio. "Are there any special types of zombies?" The rescue team replied. "We can see second level and third level deformed zombies. Judging from the behavior and movements of the zombie group, we speculate that the existence of the zombie king cannot be ruled out. But we can't be sure." The radio fell into a brief silence. Then, Chi Honkai said again, "Okay. You continue to move towards the military factory. I will have someone pick you up. Cooperate with them. Don't make any provocative or unnecessary movements, so as not to cause misunderstandings. Provincial Rescue Team. Thank you for the rescue from Shinfu City," the rescue team said. Chi Honkai did not continue to respond. Even if he said something like "pick up the rescue team" on the radio. From his tone, he could also hear Chi Hansai's dissatisfaction. In other words, Chi Honkai was able to keep his composure. If it were someone else, he would have cursed long ago. Then, Chi Hansai's voice sounded again. "Not with the provincial rescue team, but with the military factory shelter. By Qing. Sister Chi. I'm here. Bring Bone Demon number 1 here. And tell him I want to talk to him." "Okay." Bai Qing turned around and waved his hand. And someone immediately turned around and left. Not long after, the door opened again, and a figure in a white shirt and black suit walked in. Except for the pale skeleton, he looked more like a manager who was going to a meeting. "Sister Chi. Bone Demon number 1 is here. Please speak." The radio station remained silent. Chi Honkai said directly, "Bone Demon number 1. I am Chi Honkai. There are now more than 10,000 zombies approaching the base along the East Road. I need you to mobilize all the troops. Resist the zombies' attack. Protect the base to the greatest extent. and rescue the survivors who come over. In the room, everyone looked at the skeleton in the suit and saw it nod slightly. Bai Qing immediately said, "Sister Qi." It nodded. Qi Hankai continued, "You should also prepare. If there is any danger, leave first, and don't interfere with the actions of the skeletons. Understood? If there is anything, report to me at any time." Okay. After hanging up the communication, everyone began to act. The survivors prepared the convoy and told others to prepare for evacuation. The skeleton in a suit also walked out of the factory. And behind the factory, in the endless dead woods, the sound of trampling fallen leaves and passing through the bushes was heard. The skeletons with blue eyes flashing walked out of the woods and gathered in front of the factory. The provincial rescue team, the convoy. A whole row of vehicles moved quickly along the road. The zombies were still chasing them from behind, roaring and screaming, chasing the vehicles like crazy. "We are approaching the military factory. There is a roadblock ahead. We can see a large number of skeletons. They have made way for us." The voice of the lead vehicle came from the intercom. "Slow down. Drive through." The convoy began to slow down and drove straight into the queue of skeletons. As the convoy drove in, everyone's face began to look ugly. Under the moonlight, on both sides of the convoy, there were dense and orderly skeleton armies, wearing armor, and their empty eye sockets flashing with strange light. Spearmen, archers, one-handed axes, swords, different types of soldiers, standing in different squares, rose straight into lines. At a glance, there is no end to the army. This is hell. When the rescue team showed fear on their faces, the survivors of the military factory approached quickly, knocked on the car window. "Get out of the car. No weapons allowed." On the main road, the madly chasing zombies suddenly stopped. They fell down due to inertia, and then got up again, standing back at the back. Behind the corpse group, more zombies arrived one after another, forming an endless corpse group. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard. A figure with insect wings, which looked like a beetle, landed on a street lamp on one side. The street lamp shook, and a creaking sound was heard. A cold gaze swept over the skeleton in front of him. Then, an angry roar was uttered. The corpse group below also roared and screamed. Then, they began to charge, surging like a tide. Swoosh! 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 Dense arrows shot out from the skeleton camp. Large groups of zombies were shot into hedgehogs and fell to the ground in the rain of arrows, rolling, tripping the zombies behind. Then, more zombies rushed into the spear formation. Sharp spears pierced their bodies, bones collided with rotten flesh, and roars resounded through the night sky. Treasure Island, bedroom. Wu Hung suddenly opened his eyes, and his face became ugly. Experience +1. Experience +1. Experience. The dense experience prompts made him wake up instantly. He quickly put on his clothes, put on his armor, and walked to the study room on the side. In the dark, Xiao Xiao was watching TV, and Granda was sorting out drawings at the desk. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, he asked curiously, "Didn't you go to rest? I feel dangerous. You can go around the island and see if there is any fighting," Wu Hung said. Such a dense experience value is more suitable for fighting in the zombie world. But before leaving, he should confirm the treasure island first to avoid any problems. The two ghosts looked at each other, acknowledged, and went directly through the roof and left. After a while, they quickly flew back. "It's okay, uncle. Does it count if there are patrols to drive away drunkards?" "No, you come back first. We'll go over there," Wu Hung said directly. The two ghosts quickly got back into the body. Wu Hung opened the door and headed for the zombie world. After walking out of the dormitory building, I heard fighting and roars resounding through the sky coming from outside the factory. It was indeed here. Releasing the ghosts again. "Let's go see what's going on outside." Two ghosts flew out quickly, heading to the battle area. Soon, they flew back from outside. A large number of zombies are attacking this side, and fighting with the skeletons, Glinda said. The little student raised his hand, and added, "There is a level 18 zombie among the zombies, a cockroach zombie with insect shells and wings," Glinda said again. "Inside the yard, there is an extra convoy. All of them are new faces." "Let me take a look," Wu Hung said. Two ghosts entered the body, and the picture was shared. On the road outside the factory, dense zombies were rushing towards this side along the road, like waves after waves, hitting the queue of skeletons. The formation of the skeletons was like a solid steel wall. They resisted the opponent's charge again and again. Then, There were more convoys in the factory yard, and people gathered around. With just a rough glance, I saw the flag of the rescue team. Chapter 543, Come to see your grandfather. Did the rescue team bring the zombies here? Near the military factory, Wu Hung cleaned up the zombies, so it was impossible for him to be found by the zombies suddenly. It should be brought here by the rescue team. These guys are really looking for death. Now is not the time to think about these things. Let's deal with this battle first. Wu Hung released the two ghosts again. At the same time, pressed the intercom, said, Organize the team, replace the magazine for the skeleton dragon, everyone take action, don't gather together. The intercom spread, and the terrified survivors were instantly suffocated. The leader is back. As long as the leader is back, these zombies are not a problem at all. More zombies have also been cleared. Got it. Arrange for people to carry the solid iron bullets immediately. Speed up. Wu Hung urged, and began to walk outside. He took out the soul-catching jade flashlight and handed it to a skeleton, saying, Go, climb up the sentry tower, and shine the light on the place where the skeletons and zombies are fighting. The skeleton took the flashlight, and quickly climbed up the sentry tower on the wall, and turned on the flashlight. A strong light shot out, illuminating the location of the battle. Wisps of ghosts, like smoke, flew into the sky. Wu Hung walked quickly to the location of the suited skeleton, and said to the air at the same time, You go absorb the residual souls, and pay attention to the battlefield, remember to notify me if there is any danger. Got it, uncle. Don't worry, you won't be in danger. Two ghosts quickly flew to the sky above the battle. Wu Hung walked in front of the suited zombie, and said, The skeleton flying dragon has loaded the ammunition, let them bomb once, watch the distance. Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, a series of air-breaking sounds passed by from behind. The skeleton dragon rose to a certain height, and the iron rain from the sky smashed into the zombies. Boom, boom, boom. A roar like an explosion sounded. The aggressive zombies were instantly emptied. The zombie king hiding in the zombies in the distance also looked up at the sky in horror. After the skeleton dragon flew over, it circled half a circle and flew back again. Crash! The remaining zombies scattered again. Avoiding the main road, they entered the dead woods on both sides, and continued to rush forward. The flying dragon was dispatched for the second time, dropping iron bombs into the woods, and a large number of zombies died again. Push forward, Wu Hung ordered. The skeleton army began to move forward. The advantage of weapons and levels made this team like an indestructible wall, and they retreated little by little against the zombies. The spears in the front row were already full of rotten corpses. Roar! The zombie king roared again. Wu Hung was alerted instantly. Defend! The skeletons squatted down instantly, lowered their center of gravity, and pointed their spears forward. The next second, the zombies turned around and ran wildly into the darkness behind them. Chase! Swish! The half-crouching skeleton rushed forward. It began to chase the zombies. Glinda flew down quickly and said, The zombie king is over there. Wu Hung immediately looked in the direction he pointed. In the darkness, he could only see groups of zombies, but there was no sign of the zombie king. Taking out the magic carpet, flying into the air, Barrett pointed far ahead. Glinda, I can't see the target. Glinda flew out quickly. Hanging in the air, pointed to a position below. Bang! The explosion sounded. A row of zombies was instantly shattered, and the figure of the zombie king could be vaguely seen, and stumbled and fell. Then, Glinda gave another hint. After Wu Hung fired another shot, even Glinda's figure could not be seen clearly. Soon, the zombies on the entire battlefield disappeared without a trace. Glinda also flew back from a distance. Why don't you shoot it? It will die soon. I can't see it anymore. I can't see you anymore. What a pity. Glinda sighed, and then said, It's almost done. Half of its body is gone, but its recovery ability is still strong, and it can still run away. Collect some information then. It won't be difficult to catch it again. Yeah. Glinda nodded, and flew back into the sky. Wu Hung got off the flying carpet. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield, and Wu Hung also transformed into a zombie. Early morning. Wu Hung sat in the bedroom and ate breakfast. The door opened, and Chi Han I walked in from outside. After drinking a sip of water, she said, This rescue team seems to have a serious brain disease, and they have to run to our side, which makes me angry. In the second half of the night, Chi Han I also rushed back with the convoy. In the past, she would stay here, but yesterday afternoon, she took the convoy to deliver the rare item Sincere Clay doll to Li Yong, and she didn't expect to encounter this incident. How did they get these zombies? Wu Heng asked. Actually, even if Wu Heng didn't come, the skeletons in suits would be enough to deal with these zombies. The level and equipment of the skeletons also have an advantage, so it is impossible to lose. At least, those zombies last night could not have captured the military factory. Chi Hankai said, according to them. They arranged for the army to enter the city to fight with the zombies. But they didn't fight on the way and retreated. The zombies followed the retreating vehicles and found their base. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Is their base gone? It's gone. Everyone ran out, and then led the zombies to us. Chi Hankai sighed. They sent us a message half an hour in advance. But they really escaped to this road. And they still wanted to drag us down with them. Speaking of dragging down with them, Wu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. A provincial rescue team, if this is really the case, then there is no need for it to exist. Or killing their leader is not a difficult task. Who are the people in the rescue team? Chi Hankai thought for a while, and said, there are roughly 3 types. One is the rescue team headed by Commander Liu. These people have strong discipline and combat effectiveness. The second is Tianqing Group. They are the second largest force in the rescue team. They have a group of highly educated talents, who are proficient in mechanical research and development and manufacturing and related fields. It seems that no matter what type of machinery you want, they will develop the corresponding production line for you. That's what I heard. The third is ordinary residents. There are people everywhere. There are also many people who are patched together. Wu Heng listened carefully and nodded. This rescue team has some background, and has retained a group of high-level talents. According to the professions in the other world, they are a group of strange machine masters. Wu Heng asked, what are their plans for the future? I just talked to them. Commander Liu said that he wants to pass through our airport, and when the headquarters comes to trade next time, they will just follow the headquarters. Chi Hankai answered. Wu Heng nodded. This rescue team has a good plan. They brought the matter to their side, and in the end they have to use the airport to leave. Good things, they took all of them. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and said, because of them, we have also caused some panic and losses to us. In the future, when other shelters encounter zombies, they will learn from them, and lead them to other shelters. Will it not be a mess? Well, it's really not authentic. Wu Heng glanced at her and said, don't say anything to them first. When they want to use the airport to leave, they will leave the Tianqing group and their weapons and equipment. If the rest of the residents are willing to stay, we will take them. If they are not willing, they can follow them to the headquarters. What if the people of the Tianqing group are not willing? Chi Hankai asked. It doesn't matter whether they are willing or not. This is compensation for the losses we have suffered. They can't do anything for them. Wu Heng drank a mouthful of soup. Chi Hankai nodded. I understand. I will have someone contact Tianqing in the next few days to count the number of people. When they established the base, they really never forced anyone to do anything. Even when rescuing survivors, they would take them back if they were willing, and forget it if they were unwilling. This time, their attitude was obviously tougher. Let them pay a price for their actions last night. Have you eaten? Wu Heng asked. Not yet. Eat quickly. There's still a long way to go. What if you get hungry? Wu Heng said with a smile. Chi Hankai sat down opposite him and also started eating, chatting about other things. After breakfast, Wu Heng also asked Xiao Xiao to go to the rescue team and eavesdrop on some news. Privately, these people held 4 meetings in a row. They were all discussing the strength of the military factory and the next step to go to the headquarters. Regarding the battle last night, these people showed doubt and shock. Even though they had heard of skeletons before, they did not expect that there would be so many of them, and their fighting power would be so strong. They were basically suppressing the zombies. Among these topics, there was no discussion about what to do here. The most important thing was to maintain good relations. Don't make enemies. They stayed in the military factory until the afternoon. After confirming that there were no problems and dangers, they said hello to Chi Hankai. Then, they returned to the dormitory and walked into the boundary gate. Returned to Treasure Island. Wu Heng appeared in the study. 2 ghosts were released. Xiao Xiao and Granda, floating on both sides. One on the left and one on the right. In the battle last night, Xiao Xiao was promoted to level 15, unlocking paranormal phenomenon. Granda was promoted to level 17, 1 step higher, reaching level 18, becoming a 5th level professional. Wu Heng looked at Granda, who was about to read a book, and said, Granda, you are already level 17, try hard today, and directly upgrade to level 18. Granda looked up. You just came back. Are you going to go again? For the upgrade, Granda had no objection. The higher the level, the better. We got a few level 18 dead ghosts before. They take up space. You can absorb one first, and see if you can reach level 18. Glinda thought for a moment, nodded. Okay. They went downstairs together, and entered a room on the 3rd floor. Wu Hung took out the magic soul pot, placed it in the middle, and continued to release the bone cage. The white bones. Wrapped the magic soul pot. Then, activating the magic soul pot, a skinny ghost with fangs slowly floated out from it. A level 18 Blood Clan warrior. That is, the vampire in the sarcophagus of the Destiny cult. The ghost is level 10. Grenda is level 17, and absorbing level 10 is no problem at all. The ghost was a little confused, and then he saw Wu Hung outside. He frowned, and cursed, "Little bastard, are you here to see your grandfather?" Chapter 544, Memories and Unfinished Business. The Blood Clan ghost looked outside with anger on his face. For the necromancer in front of him, he was full of disdain and resentment. "Little thing, how long can you lock me up? Sooner or later, the clan will communicate with the association, and let me go. Then I will peel off your skin, hang you up, and collect your blood bit by bit." Even if he became a ghost, and fell into the hands of the necromancer, he still behaved extremely arrogantly. This was completely different from the interrogation of the other ghosts. Whether it was the soul of the 18th level island owner, or the soul of the great boxer of the God Punishment Church. Even if they had threatened, they did not dare to be too arrogant. But the Blood Clan in front of him acted fearless. Only the ghost was left. He was not worried at all if he was caught. At most, he would be locked up for a while. He believed that the Blood Clan would protect him. Wu Hung ignored him and looked at Granda. "Is it okay?" Granda said calmly. "No problem. His level is not high. I can suppress him." Xiao Xiao lay on Wu Heng's shoulder. "Will Auntie be affected? His brain doesn't seem to be working well." "Probably not." The Blood Clan ghost stopped cursing and mocking, and looked outside suspiciously. "Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean?" His eyes quickly swept over the two ghosts, and his eyes changed slightly. Restraining his emotions, he changed to a rational debate attitude, said, "What? Want to harm me? You can't explain to the Blood Clan then. You can talk to the Blood Clan about this matter. I still have a certain status. I can give you a generous compensation." No one outside paid attention. Wu Hung still looked at Granda. "Let's start, don't hold back." "Okay." Granda nodded. The bone prison opened a gap. Granda flew directly in. Seeing the scene, the Blood Clan ghost's expression changed. His eyes wandered around Granda, and Wu Hung said in shock and anger, "What are you doing? I am the prince of the Blood Clan. You angered me. Don't blame me for being rude." Granda said, "Wu Hung wrote a letter to your leader Lilith. She didn't reply. Do you think the Blood Clan really intends to save you? So much time has passed. The Blood Clan or Lilith, no news came, and most they just asked Zalagwi to transport the incomplete body back, to prevent Wu Hung from really turning it into a skeleton, which would have an adverse impact on the Blood Clan. And the existence of this Blood Clan soul was never mentioned at all. It also proved Lilith and the Blood Clan's views on him. You are talking nonsense. You are a ghost. How much benefit can you get from absorbing me? And you, a field envoy, have no right to talk to me before. How dare you do this to me?" The ghost screamed with all his strength and roared angrily. "If you are released, it will be more dangerous," Grenda said, and rushed forward. The two ghosts were entangled in an instant. Like two drops of ink of different colors, they mixed together and eroded each other. Outside the bone prison, Wu Hung and Xiao Xiao also looked nervously at the energy ball entangled inside. Even if Grenda had the upper hand, there would be no problem in theory. But it was still difficult to guarantee that it would be completely smooth. As he watched, time passed by little, and the entangled ghosts became increasingly blurred and difficult to distinguish from each other. At this time, a prompt suddenly appeared. Ghost level increased to level 18. Constitution +3. Perception +3. Charm +2. Unlocked characteristics, enhanced possession. Unlocked ability, touch of withering. Unlocked restrictions, unfinished business. The appearance of the prompt made Wu Hung happy. Sure enough, absorbing this complete ghost is more effective than absorbing the residual soul. Let Granda reach level 18. The improvement of his own ghost also solved the fear of the soul body. The reason why the Necromancer of the Fey Church was so difficult to deal with in Treasure Island was because the other party's ghost level was higher. It seems that Granda has not fully recovered. Wu Hung opened the panel and looked at the newly unlocked attributes. Strengthen possession. Strengthen the original possession function, intelligence. When the charm is lower than the ghost itself, it will forcibly take over the control of the body. Touch of withering. The ghost's attack will have corrosive damage, causing damage to the soul and the soul of the living. Unfinished business. The ghost is eager to fulfill his last wish before his death. If the last wish is not completed, it will not be able to enter the next level. A total of 3 new abilities have been unlocked. Enhanced Possession is an enhancement of the original Possession ability. Possession is the ghost's iconic ability and plays a significant role in the zombie world. Now it has been enhanced, it can also possess some high-level professionals. The second ability is called Touch of Withering, which can attack the soul, or the soul of a living being. The original ghost does not have the ability to attack. The ability to control objects and use a sword to cut people is also an ability that Wu Hung adds to the ghost through a ritual. This ability adds a way to attack. The last one is called Unfinished Business. From the description, it is the unfinished wish of the ghost before his death. Only by completing this wish can the level be further upgraded. Some of them are like inner demons. Moreover, it is quite similar to the hero shaping of the 18th level professional, which adds a limit to the level increase. Although the types are different, they are all stuck at level 18. Inside the bone prison, Grinda's figure gradually solidified, and she turned back into the image of a Western housewife. She looked down at her illusory hands. She looked at Wu Hung and Xiao Xiao outside. Wu Hung closed the panel and said with concern, "How is it? Are there any special feelings?" "It feels like I have become stronger," Grinda answered and then said, "I also received some confusing memories about this vampire." "Memory? Does it affect you?" "No effect. Just like the cartoons that Xiao Xiao watched. I just watched a scene. It's quite interesting. Do you want to see it?" Grinda looked at him and asked, "Can I see it too?" "You should be able to. Let's try." Wu Hung removed the bone prison, and Grinda turned around and entered Wu Hung's body. Then, countless messy and broken memory fragments were shared in his mind. Wu Hung also saw some of the past experiences of the Blood Clan ghost. When he was young, he bullied his own clan, wantonly killed creatures, raped women, satisfied his desire to suck blood in men. After he became an adult, his level was raised, his status in the clan also rose. And he began to plunder creatures, and raise blood slaves in the cellar of the mansion to provide him with blood food. The worst thing is to rob newlywed brides from all over the country. Organize blood feasts in the mansion, and let them wear wedding dresses or local wedding dresses, and have their throats bitten off by the vampires to suck their blood. Scenes flashed by one after another, and then the vampire ghosts, and the few scenes that were more vivid in my memory. In the cold and dark castle, an adult male vampire sat on the iron gray throne. Put away your bad habits. The association has already focused its attention on you. Don't cause trouble for yourself. The bitch Lilith brought her back. Ever since she joined that shitty association, she no longer considers herself a member of our vampire clan. The vampire ghost stepped forward in an angry tone. Her existence will only deepen the conflict between the vampire clan and the association. Give her to me. I need a woman to distract attention and ensure that she doesn't cause trouble outside. She is the eldest daughter of the Beshmet family. Don't provoke her." The vampire gritted his teeth and said, "Got it." The scene changed again. The woman in black armor, with a cold and beautiful face, slowly sat on the iron gray throne. The voice was cold. "Melanes, according to the blood race law, you wantonly killed residents of neighboring countries, raped and imprisoned girls of various races, and caused serious impact on the blood race. I declare that you will be permanently exiled. In the remaining years, slowly repent." "Lilith, you can't do this to me. You can't do this." Lilith waved her hand slightly. The blood-colored light swept across his body. The flesh began to dry up, and the male organ disappeared in a strange way. Chapter 545, No Face at All. Forming a dead flesh with complete skin. "Ahem, Lilith, you are a lackey of the association, a shameless bitch. If I can survive, I will definitely kill you." With curses, she was thrown into the sarcophagus, and the picture disappeared. It was the first time that Wu Hung knew what Lilith looked like. And the ghost he killed was a villain who did all kinds of evil. I didn't believe that. Some people were born to do evil, but after seeing his memory, I believed it a little. But from these pictures, It seems that we also know some things about the Blood Clan. In the Blood Clan, there are different families, and the original leader is not Lilith, but became the leader by usurping the throne. So there should be other exiled Blood Clan. Release Grenda again, floating aside, with a face full of interest. How was it? Was it exciting? Quite unexpected. Xiao Xiao asked. What did you see? Tell me, I love listening to stories the most. Let your aunt tell you. Wu Heng looked at Glinda again. Don't be too bloody, it will teach the children bad things. Glinda was about to start telling a story, but immediately held it back. Then I can't you tell it? Tell him about the bad things he did, and then he was exiled. Glinda nodded. Let's go to the study, I'll tell you. Okay. The two ghosts left through the roof, while Wu Heng cleaned up the surroundings. He collected the empty magic soul pot on the ground. Going downstairs, Wu Heng sat in the living room and read the Book of the Dead. The book did not record the ghost reaching level 18, but it mentioned the last wish of the soul. With the memories of their lives preserved, most souls would be eager to complete the unfinished tasks in their lives. For example, revenge after death, fulfilling a promise, or going to a place that impressed them deeply to take a look again. And the experiences that ghosts suffered when they died, to a large extent. They would also be afraid of the corresponding scenes. Glinda died in a fire, and he didn't seem to be afraid of fire. Xiao Xiao died in a zombie outbreak, and he wasn't afraid of zombies. No, Xiao Xiao was locked in a hidden place, and he didn't come out in the end. So he didn't die at the hands of zombies. Fearing this, his two ghosts didn't seem to have any psychological trauma. Not bad. Master, it's time to eat. Catwoman Robe waved from afar. Wu Heng got up and followed him into the restaurant, listening to the maids talking about the interesting things they encountered during the day while shopping, and continued to eat. The sky gradually darkened. Wu Heng finished his bath and walked into the study. The two ghosts were busy doing their own things. Wu Heng glanced at the ghost of the woman on the side. Glinda. Well, what's wrong? Glinda flew over and asked. Unfinished business, do you know? Wu Heng looked at her. I don't know. Is it also an idiom in your place? Glinda was a little curious. Unfinished business is the word that appeared on Glinda's panel. It seems that the ghost itself does not know. Wu Heng explained, that's right. You are a ghost now. Did you have any wishes before? I can help you realize it. Just as Glinda was about to speak, Xiao Xiao shouted, I want a big strawberry bear suit, and then put a skeleton inside, and let it be my bodyguard. How about it? This is a good idea. Right? After saying that, a proud look appeared on his face. It seems that he feels that his idea is very creative. Your wish will wait until you reach level 18. Your Aunt Glinda has just reached level 18. Let her speak first. Ah? Then I don't want it. Xiao Xiao flew back and continued to fiddle with the tablet. Granda said, I originally wanted a big house, where I could hold a dance party, and then plant a flower shed with all kinds of flowers. Now there is no need for that. I feel quite satisfied following you and Xiao Xiao. It seems that Xiao Xiao has led me astray. That's right. Even if you become a ghost now, you have to do it. Don't do things you are unwilling to do. Wu Heng emphasized it again. Granda thought about it, looked at him in confusion. I told you. Did you forget? Wu Heng frowned and thought quickly. His heart moved slightly. Glinda had said more than once that if her husband was still alive, she would let him find him and ask why she and the house were burned down. This must be it. Besides finding your husband? He is not my husband, he is my enemy. Glinda emphasized and then said, I don't have any other ideas, help me collect some books, so I can kill time when I'm bored. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. Glinda smiled. Seeing that he had nothing to do, she flew aside and continued to look at the books she had opened. Wu Heng sat on a chair, thinking about Granda. The unfinished business, basically, can be determined, but it is hard to say whether the other party is still alive. If he is alive, the rest of the things will be easy. Find him normally, ask the reason, and then avenge Granda. If he is dead, find the body. If there is still meat, ask the body. If there is only a pile of bones, summon them and vent Granda. It depends on how to find the other party. It is getting dark, and Wu Heng is a little sleepy. I got up in the middle of the night to kill zombies last night, so I didn't get enough rest. I said hello to the two ghosts and returned to the bedroom to rest. Late at night, on a small island in the Emerald Sea, there was no moonlight at night and bright torches. illuminated the surroundings. A large group of figures camped on the shore. In the depths of the island, you can see a large number of flying dragons, both adults and children, wandering around. At this time, a speedboat approached the shore. A figure in leather armor and a hood came down from the boat, walked quickly to the middle of the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "I found out that the pirates in the Emerald Sea were all killed by the association, including several pirate groups that ordered from us." Then, a voice sounded from the temporary animal skin tent. "All dead? Can the association kill so many pirates? I heard that the pirates collectively attacked Treasure Island and were killed by the strong men on the island." There was a Necromancer island owner. The strong man at that time was Imolo of the Elves. The man in the tent pondered for a moment and said, "So we are going back empty-handed this time? The leader might not be very satisfied with us." The reporting figure whispered, "However, we can rob a few ships and take the money and goods back, so it is not a loss." "What about Treasure Island?" "Treasure Island is not good. It is said that the association has left a lot of strange equipment, and anyone who goes there will be blown to pieces." There was silence in the tent again. "Okay, let everyone collect intelligence tomorrow, rob enough money for this transaction, and we will go back," which is also an explanation to the leader. "Yes." The next day, Zombie World. A low voice of discussion came from the radio. The rescue team survived. They were chased by the Zombie King and his horde of zombies all the way. They are really lucky. Listening to their conversation on the radio, they were rescued in Shinfu City. This rescue team is really inhuman. They led them to other people's side. They don't care about their dignity. Don't talk nonsense. You are killing yourself. I am Lu Huaqiang. You don't allow me to tell the truth. If you have the guts, come to me. After Wu Heng came over, he turned on the radio and listened. He heard the discussion about them and the rescue team. It seems that saving the rescue team is not without benefit. The discussion outside is not bad. Wu Heng listened, and the door opened with a creak. Shi Hankai walked in. She took out a list and handed it over. 2 days later, the plane from the main station will come to pick up people. Let's see if we need to order anything. We can also ask them to bring it with us. Wu Heng glanced at the items on the list. These howitzers only provide shells. No launchers? Chapter 546, looking forward to your performance. If it's not written down, it probably doesn't exist. Shi Hankai stood up and poured him a glass of water. Wu Heng looked at the list again and said, 50 sniper rifles, 100 heavy machine guns, 2,000 machine gun shells, 500 grenades. That's it for now. Shi Hankai returned to the table, took out a piece of paper, and began to record. Wu Heng returned the list to her. First order these, then ask them about the selling prices of various weapon production machinery drawings, and let them add them to the list. Okay. Shi Hankai put away the paper she had recorded. How are the rescue team? Are they honest? Wu Heng asked. Wu Heng was still wary of these people. They said they fled to the road leading to the military factory in a hurry. But it is not ruled out that the people on the radio wanted to drag Wu Heng into the water. Shi Hankai sat down on the side. They are all relatively honest. And they eat the same as us. In addition, we can use electricity freely here. And there are electric heaters in winter. It won't be difficult to keep some people if we persuade them a little bit. In the past 2 days, Shi Hankai also asked people to inquire about the original life of the rescue team. Food is distributed by quantity. It can't be said to be the minimum amount. But it's still not enough to feed people. And there is no electricity or heating. We are almost like primitive people. The living environment is much worse than here. That's good. Shi Hankai continued. The last incident is also a reminder for us. I have arranged sentries on several roads that must be passed through the factory. If someone comes or there are zombies, we can send back the news in advance. That's good. The sentry should have been set up a long time ago. Also, the roads outside the factory are being rebuilt. And the street lights in a certain area outside the factory are also being rerouted. They can light up at night and see farther. Shi Hankai and her friends obviously had a meeting and made detailed arrangements for some surrounding conditions. Wu Heng felt that streetlights were unnecessary. The guards were all skeletons, so whether there were lights at night or not would not affect much. But now there was enough electricity, and it was not a big problem to just restore the streetlights on the road outside. Okay, I'll do as you said. Okay. Shi Hankai smiled when she saw that her ideas were all agreed. After talking about the factory, Wu Heng asked, last time, I asked Li Yong to send all the skeletons transformed from the deformed zombies here, How is it going? They are already here, in the woodland behind the factory. Chihonkai replied. Come on. Take me to see. The two walked out of the dormitory together and headed for a forest outside the factory yard. The big guy wearing iron armor, the second guy, and the other large skeletons transformed from deformed zombies filled the entire open space. These were all skeletons transformed from deformed zombies. Among them, the second and third level strength deformed skeletons were the main ones, including the big guy skeleton and the crawler skeleton. The commander, the big head skeleton, was not included. He still stayed in various places, responsible for helping the survivors manage ordinary skeletons. They are all here. 220 in total. I didn't expect that we would kill so many deformed zombies, Chihonkai said on the side. Yes, there are quite a few. Wu Hung waved his hand. A crack suddenly appeared on his side, and the stone door opened, revealing a luxurious bedroom and a hot spring in the middle of the grass. Then, the scene inside began to change. All the items disappeared, and it became a simple and empty soldier cave. Everyone go in and wait. As the order was issued, all the deformed skeletons took action. Pushing each other, they walked into the soldier cave of the stone gate. After entering, they all stood still. Wu Hung asked a few skeletons that were crowded together to move some distance away, and then closed the mansion technique. Everything disappeared. Chihonkai widened her eyes, looking back and forth at the place where Wu Hung and the soldier cave disappeared. New superpower. This is definitely a new superpower that she has never seen before. At the main station, they are still persuading people here to send blood from superpowers to better develop superpowers. Just kidding. The superpowers of our leader are probably the most comprehensive and the most diverse. They are also needed to help develop them. Let's go back. After the deformed skeleton was put away, Wu Hung continued. Chihonkai followed behind him and walked to the back together. In the afternoon, the two had lunch in the cafeteria. Chihonkai introduced in a low voice some important personnel of the provincial rescue teams, including some management, the team leader, and the technical staff of Tianqing Group. Wu Hung ate while listening to Chihonkai's introduction. There were many people from the provincial rescue team, but I didn't meet any familiar people. The only thing worthy of praise for the rescue team's escape this time was that they didn't give up on ordinary people. Even though the convoy was divided into several batches, they still took everyone with them. After lunch, the two returned to the dormitory. Chihonkai took off her coat, revealing a white turtleneck sweater with a high chest and a flat belly. She gathered her hair, her face slightly red. I'm going to take a shower. Don't worry. We have plenty of time before dark. Wu Hung also took off his coat. Chihonkai's face turned even redder. Yeah. Wu Hung sat on the bedside, waiting for Chihonkai, and thinking about the next plan. If everything goes well, Treasure Island will be able to complete the power supply in the next few days. By then, some production chains can also be built on the island. The research and development and design of production equipment will require some professional personnel to complete, and those people from Tianqing Group will have to stay. In the past 2 days, Chihonkai has been trying to win over these people. If they are still unwilling to stay, Wu Hung will force them to stay. Come to design the production machine for me. Thinking in my heart, the bathroom door opened. Chihonkai came out wrapped in a white bathrobe. Do you want to wash again? Wait for me. Wu Hung took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom. Yes. Chihonkai nodded, knelt on the bed, and began to spread the bedding on the bed. Wu Hung entered the bathroom and simply rinsed. When he came out again, Chihonkai took the initiative to get up and leaned over. The two of them were close together, caressing each other. Come here. Lie down. Chihonkai pulled him to lie down on the bed. Chihonkai loosened her bathrobe, revealing her fair, beautiful body. With her bare white feet, she walked vertically upward from one side of the wall. She walked all the way to the ceiling, above where Wu Hung was lying. Her body was hanging upside down, and her feet were firmly grasping the ceiling. Wu Hung looked at her. What kind of show is this? It's a little out of reach. Chihonkai looked up and said. Wu Hung looked at Chihonkai hanging upside down, put the pillow behind him on his waist, and moved up a distance. Chihonkai blushed, stretched out her tender red tongue and licked it lightly, then put it into her mouth. The footsteps hanging on the ceiling moved, and began to slowly circle, returning to Treasure Island. It was already dusk. Wu Hung came down from upstairs, and the kitten girl Roby jumped and waved. Master, it's time to eat. Yes. Wu Heng walked towards the dining table. The dinner was quite rich, and several people sat together, eating and chatting. And Weir chewed gently and said, Master, the street lights have been erected, but they seem to be broken, and they don't shine like in Rentam City. In the past 2 days, the electrician skeleton and the engineering team on the island have set up electric poles and street lights in the central area. Prepare for the power supply of Treasure Island later. It's different from the one in Rentam City. You'll see the effect in a few days. Wu Heng explained. Oh, I thought it was broken after it was installed. It's not broken. You'll know when the time comes. The effect is better than the one in Rentam City. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Andweir said with a smile. After dinner, the maids rested for a while, and went to the training room for training. Wu Heng was in the study room, unlocking the earth coffin technique he got last time. Then he chatted with the two ghosts in a casual way, asked Grinda if she had any other last wishes. But after chatting, Grinda's last wish was really to burn her husband to death. Wu Heng asked about her husband's appearance and name. Take a piece of paper and write it down, and wait for a chance to investigate. At midnight, Wu Heng returned to the room to rest. The next day, in the morning, after breakfast, Wu Heng stood in the courtyard. The staff in his hand condensed the spell. The earth element under his feet began to boil, gradually forming an upright earth coffin along the body, wrapping the body. Then, the earthen coffin began to slowly move down with him, sinking all the way to the ground. At the sinking position, only slight traces could be seen, which was not so obvious. Wu Heng was sealed in the earthen coffin, and his surroundings were dim. The narrow coffin also restricted his movements. The air began to become thinner, and breathing became a little difficult. After waiting for a while, adjusting the spell, the earthen coffin began to slowly rise to the ground, and the earthen coffin collapsed. The vision was restored. Wu Heng turned his head and saw Minnie, Annette and Roby, each holding a shovel standing there. Chapter 547, Why Revive It? What's wrong? Wu Heng asked. Minnie asked, Master, are you okay? Wu Heng touched the other's head. Don't worry, it'll be fine. What is this new spell for? Minnie was curious. Wu Heng thought for a while. At critical moments, you can hide yourself, or ambush the enemy. Oh, I still don't think it's very useful. One more skill, maybe it can be used someday. Yeah, Master is right. Dong dong dong. While the few people were chatting, there was a knocking sound at the gate. Minnie walked over quickly to open the door, turned around and shouted, Master, Deacon Zalogwi is here. Then, he brought Zalogwi in. Why did you think of me? Wu Heng walked over. Zalogwi said, Pirates appeared on the sea, and I came to discuss it with you. Pirates? Newly established? Wu Heng asked. The two walked into the living room together, and sat down on the sofa. Annette, the lop-eared rabbit, brought tea and cakes. Zalogwi continued, No. The fleet that docked yesterday sent news that 5 pirate ships without flags appeared on the Lingaxi route. And they had flying dragons. And their combat effectiveness was not weak. Some ships have been robbed. Flying dragons? 5 pirate ships. Since the last time Philippa led the fleet to clean up along the route, there has been basically no news of pirates. This is the most peaceful period in the Emerald Sea. So soon, there are pirates again. The pirate groups that can have flying dragons are all big pirates. And we killed them all. Zalogwi shook her head. This is also what I am worried about. It may be missed at that time. Or it may be a pirate group from other seas. Then, she took out a tattered and blood-stained leather armor. This is a pirate's. Let's see if the prophet can find out anything. Wu Heng took it. Okay. Wait a moment. Okay. Let me know if there is any result. Wu Heng took the leather armor and went directly to the 3rd floor and entered the room where the skeleton prophet was. He did not ask the prophet to check the leather armor in his hand, but took out the emerald sand table. The reason why he did not let Zalogwi come with him was that he did not want her to know the existence of the emerald sand table. It was not that he was afraid that she would covet it. Zalogwi's character and his relationship were still very good. The main concern was that if the information of the strange object was leaked, it would bring him unnecessary trouble. The emerald sand table was like a map from a god's perspective in the entire Emerald Sea. You can see the movements, routes, and even flags and types of any ship. It is not useful outside, but it is a magical artifact in the Emerald Sea. The reason why the Pirate King can challenge the association is also because of the existence of this strange object. Take out the emerald sand table, and look at the situation on it. No obvious pirates are seen. So you focus on the Lingaxi route and start searching along the route. After looking around, you find 5 huge cargo ships on the shore of Scorpion Claw Island. Anchored at the edge of the island, a flag with a green background and red dragon wings was hoisted. It was not the pirates' black background and skull flag. But there were only 5 ships on the entire route, and the flag was a type they had never seen before, so the target was obvious. Wu Heng put away the sand table and went downstairs again. Shi Logui was still sitting in the hall, looking at the paintings hanging on the wall. How is it? Wu Heng said. The flag with red dragon wings on a green background. Do you know what force's flag it is? Zalogui frowned and recalled. The flag of the dragon trading team. The pterosaurs of the pirates in the Emerald Sea were bought from them. Ah? The pirates bought their dragons? I haven't heard of it. I also know some information, but I haven't seen it, Zalogui explained, and then said, they should be here to sell flying dragons. And I don't know why they started hijacking ships. What are your plans? Lead the team to go out to sea in the afternoon. The Emerald Sea has just calmed down, and we can't let these guys mess up. Zalogui picked up the teacup and took a sip. Wu Heng also agreed with this idea. Recently, more and more caravans have docked at Treasure Island, and the business environment is also getting better. We can't let these guys make the caravan feel the route is dangerous again. After thinking for a while, he said directly, Treasure Island can't be without people. You stay and take charge, and leave the rest to me. Shi Logui felt that it made sense. Take 2 teams with you. No need, they are all skeletons fighting. Wait for my good news. Okay, be careful. Yes. After a brief discussion, Shi Logui left the manor and took a carriage back to the association. Wu Heng began to make some preparations. Then he put on the train conductor's hat, boarded the train, and filled in Scorpion Claw Island on the itinerary. The ghost train went back into the void and disappeared. Scorpion Claw Island. Wu Heng sat aside and waited for a while. Granda and Xiao Xiao flew back one after another. More than 400 people, no slaves or hostages were found, but there were more than 40 flying dragons. Xiao Xiao added, there is a 15th level professional, picking his toes in the house over there. It's so dirty. Let me see, Xiao Xiao. You don't need to see that. TSK. Xiao Xiao crossed his arms and pouted. Grenda smiled and entered his body, sharing the scene. A temporary tent was built on the shore, and there were indeed quite a few people. There were also quite a few flying dragons not far away. They did not fly into the sky, but fell to the ground in groups. Wu Heng released Grenda. He began to assign tasks. Xiao Xiao, help me keep watch. Grenda, you are responsible for those flying dragons. Do you need the evil sword? Grenda shook his head. I don't think so. Wu Heng nodded, looked at the other side. Xiao Xiao, do you have any questions? Xiao Xiao clenched his fist. No problem. Okay. Then prepare for battle, Wu Heng said. And the 2 ghosts quickly separated and flew away. Wu Heng stood on a high place, looking at the gathering of tents below from a distance. Raising the staff in his hand, a huge crack and stone door suddenly appeared. The moment the crack appeared, it also attracted the attention of the enemy in the distance, who shouted to their companions, picked up their weapons, and looked at this side vigilantly. Wu Heng glanced ahead and gave the order. Bomb the crowd and the stone house over there. Bang, 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 bang. The machine gun behind the stone door began to spit out dazzling flames. The tents and stone houses suddenly exploded, turning into fragments all over the sky. The gathered enemies screamed and wailed, fleeing in the chaos, pierced through their bodies by the splashing sand and stones, and fell one after another. The entire gathering place of tents disappeared, leaving deep pits all over the ground. Go down, kill all the enemies. Wu Heng ordered again. Clatter, a large number of deformed skeletons, pushed out from behind the stone gate, like mad beasts, stride down, and fought with the remaining enemies who were not dead. On the other side, several figures climbed onto the back of the flying dragon. More than 40 flying dragons flew up to the sky in an instant and circled in the sky. A human riding a flying dragon shot out the crossbow in his hand, then took out an alchemical bomb and lit the fuse. Damn undead. Blow you to death. Blow who to death? An illusory face appeared in front of the other party. Without waiting for a reaction, it directly drilled into his body. The grenade that had just been lit was put back into the bag full of people. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the fire engulfed the man and the dragon. The charred corpse fell from the sky. Then, the ghost left the body again, and entered the body of the next enemy. He raised the long sword in his hand, and stabbed it hard into the back of the dragon's neck. The dragon felt pain and bled. It fell to the ground with him. The whole sky was in chaos. Dragons fell from the sky one after another. Even the dragons that felt something was wrong and wanted to escape fell into the sea after flying for a distance. The battle lasted about half an hour. The whole island gradually quieted down. Only the tents burning with fire still made crackling sounds. The battle was simpler than expected. Even the strong man who picked his feet in the novel, Wu Hung, didn't see him. He should have been blown to pieces in the first round of artillery fire. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. Some of them jumped directly into the sea to salvage the bodies that fell into the sea. Soon, the bodies were neatly arranged on the shore. Wu Hung walked around the dragon corpses, picked up 3 dragon corpses with swords piercing their necks. Tie up the wings and legs of these 3. The skeleton immediately took action, picked up the rope, and tied the dragon's wings and legs together tightly. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Glinda, on the other side, also said, "You have quite a few hobbies." "What do you mean?" Xiao Xiao was even more curious. Wu Hung said, "Don't talk nonsense to a child." "Isn't it? Then what are you doing?" Wu Hung didn't explain much, and released resurrection spell on the 3 dragon corpses one after another. The dragon's body trembled slightly, then opened its eyes, from death to serious injury. "Why are you saving them?" Chapter 548, for fighters escorted. 3 flying dragons, from death to serious injury. Those that were finally killed, now they are revived again. Tie them up tightly. Wu Hung ordered, and explained to the ghost beside him. "Take them back first and see, we will decide whether to raise them ourselves, or use them for some experiments." "Okay, just make up your mind," Glinda said. Xiao Xiao no longer paid attention to this, and flew straight to the cargo ship on the shore. The skeleton tied up the seriously injured flying dragon twice more. Wu Hung opened the mansion technique, and let the skeleton drag the seriously injured flying dragon in, and throw it into the corner. The mansion technique was closed. Wu Hung continued to look at other ordinary human corpses. According to Zalagui's guess, these people were all members of the dragon trafficking team. But the purpose of coming here, and why they robbed the ship, were still unclear. He found a corpse at random, and released talking to the dead. The corpse suddenly sat up, and looked over here with cloudy eyes. Wu Hung asked directly, "What is your purpose in coming here?" The corpse replied, "Come to Emerald Sea, to sell some trained flying dragons to pirates." Sure enough, it was just as Zalagui guessed. The dragon trading team came here to sell flying dragons. Wu Hung then asked, "Why rob merchant ships?" The corpse replied, "The pirates disappeared, and this order could not be completed, so we thought of stealing some goods to make up for this loss." At this point, the matter was actually very clear. These guys couldn't find the pirates, and didn't want to go back empty-handed. So they started to harass the caravans on the route. With more than 40 flying dragons, plus a leader of level 15, the caravans on the route really had no strength to fight back. However, they were unlucky. The island they chose to stay on was a place recorded by the ghost train. There were 3 questions left. Wu Hung thought for a while and asked, "Are these flying dragons cultivated by you?" "Yes. Flying dragons trained and grown in childhood will obey the orders of their masters." Wu Hung touched his chin and nodded. "The flying dragon that was just rescued, I didn't see whether it was male or female. I don't know if I can continue to cultivate it here." Wu Hung then asked, "Where do you live?" The corpse replied, "Khazar City in the Emerald Sea." The last question. "If you die, how will others find you?" The corpse paused. "Probably not. There are several dragon trafficking teams, and some have disappeared in the past. We will arrange for someone to find out roughly, and if there is no news, it's fine." 5 questions answered. The corpse lay back on its back. "Wrap up the dragon's corpse, and gather all the broken items around it," Wu Hung ordered. The skeletons took action, picked up the straw mats they had taken out, and wrapped up the dragon, collected all the broken tents and other debris around it, and piled them aside. Wu Hung first put the dragon's corpse into the space ring. Then he began to release the dead corpse battlefield. The gray-white light circle spread, the flesh and blood fell off, and the skeleton slowly stood up from the ground. The transformation of the corpse was complete. Wu Hung cast grease on the pile of debris beside him, and continued to cast fireball. He set it on fire. The fire started, and it burned all around. When the fire was over, Only ashes were left on the ground. Wu Heng led the skeletons and began to check the ships docked on the shore. This kind of ship was very different from a pirate ship. The ship was very dirty and filled with a sour smell. Nothing. They are so poor. Xiao Xiao flew back, a little disgusted. These flying dragon corpses and ships are a big harvest. Wu Heng said. It's not easy to sell them. These people are not as good as pirates. Xiao Xiao was dissatisfied. Next time there is a chance, go catch pirates again. Wu Heng then reassigned tasks to the skeletons, and each of them went to the remaining ships. When everything was ready, he ordered to return. At noon the next day, 5 ships docked at the port dedicated to the association, and after explaining to the ship manager, they took a carriage to the association. At this time, many people gathered in the association hall. Looking at the notice board, some people were discussing forming their own mercenary team. Wu Heng went all the way to the deacon's study, knocked on the door, pushed it open and walked in. In the room, Assistant Shi Yali was sorting out documents. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, she immediately smiled. Master Island Master, thank you for saving me last time. Is your injury healed? Rest at home for a while. Wu Heng said. Being saved from death is not an ordinary injury. Even if the potion in this world has special effects, it is not so easy to recover. I won't do any heavy physical work. I can come here to accompany Zalagui. Shi Yali said softly. Wu Heng nodded and continued to ask, where is Zalagui? She went out. I think she will be back soon. Please wait for a while. Shi Yali brought tea and sat down. She chatted with him. First, she asked about the family situation, and then asked why he hadn't started a family yet, when he should have started a family at his age. How did you get on the path of a necromancer? What plans do you have for your future? Wu Heng was asked with some sweat on his forehead. It felt like being blocked by an old lady at the entrance of the village in the modern world, collecting gossip and information. Just when he was looking for a reason to leave, the door was pushed open again, and Zalagui walked in a hurry. As soon as one foot stepped into the room, her eyes fell on Wu Heng. Why haven't you left yet? Wu Heng said. I came here to tell you about this. Zalagui put the helmet aside, frowned. Come back and talk if there is anything. Pirates can't stay in one place for a long time. Once they leave, it will be difficult to find them on the sea. No, I'm back. And the people have been killed. Wu Heng saw that she was a little anxious, and said immediately, Back? You mean, you have killed those pirates? Shi Yali frowned. Killed them. Just as you said, I came to deliver flying dragons to the pirates, but I didn't find the pirates, and I didn't want to go back empty-handed, so I robbed merchant ships on the route. Then, Wu Heng told the story again in detail. Shi Yali sat down, staring at him. Are you sure you went? Why would I lie to you? I brought back all 5 ships, and they are parked at the port. Wu Heng leaned back, picked up the teacup and took a sip. How did you get there, so fast? Shi Yali asked. Don't worry about it, just get the job done. Shi Yali glared at him, then said, Where do you think they came from? Khazar City, I heard it's outside the Emerald Sea. Shi Yali drank tea, thought for a while. I'll report to the headquarters, and let Khazar City local association, to communicate this matter. Wu Heng also thought about it. Okay, you can arrange it, anyway. When I killed them, I handled the scene, and they arranged people to investigate, but they couldn't find us. Okay, you are professional. Shi Yali praised expressionlessly, and then said, When the number of ships increases, appropriately increase patrols on some routes to prevent new pirates from appearing. Well, we got 5 ships this time, and I also ordered a few ships from the caravan, and then organized the cruising fleet. Okay, the sooner the better. I know. After talking about the matter, Shi Yali asked about the several metal poles erected in the central area. Wu Heng kept it a secret, and only told her that it was part of the island's development. After a while, she would understand what it was used for. The two chatted for a while. Wu Heng left the association, and Zalagui began to write a report, preparing to submit it to the association. Returned to the residence. Several maids went out to greet them. In addition to Minnie, Annette and Robert, Philippa also came out of the house with a parrot on her shoulder. After the 3 maids finished their coquetry, Philippa pinched her waist and said, What do you mean by going to sea without me? The captain? It happened suddenly, and there was no need for a ship to go to sea. So I didn't call you. Wu Heng said. Philippa looked unconvinced. You and Zalagui went out alone. Didn't you want to take me with you? Did you? Wu Hung put his hand on her shoulder, and the parrot flew to a branch nearby. He hugged her and walked into the room, saying, "What are you talking about? She didn't go either. The mission was a bit special, and we didn't go out by boat." "That's fine. I'm a captain after all. Take me with you when you go out to sea. There's no point in staying on the island." Philippa smiled again when she heard that the other party really had a reason. She returned to the living room and waited for a while. Lunch was served. While eating lunch, several people chatted casually. Wu Hung continued, "Philippa, the port has brought back 5 large cargo ships. When the time comes, you can modify them and we can use them to patrol the route." "Okay, I'll go after lunch." Philippa asked again, "What did you do before?" "You can understand it as selling livestock." "I know, the inside of that kind of ship is very smelly. When we hijacked the ship, we were annoyed by that kind of ship. We couldn't clean it even with a brush. Let Skeleton do it and clean it up." "Understood." Philippa nodded. After lunch, the maids discussed with each other and followed Philippa to the port to see the ships. Wu Hung returned to the study, passed through the gate, and headed to the zombie world. Walked out of the dormitory building. After standing at the door and waiting for a while, Chi Honkai came over from behind. "What are your plans for today?" Wu Hung shook his head. "Let's go to the dead woods behind." "Do you need a car?" "Not yet." The two went to the dead woods behind together, surrounded by a large number of skeleton troops. Wu Hung took out all the dragon corpses one by one and placed them on the open space in front of him. Chi Honkai looked at the dragon corpses, and his eyes gradually widened. So many! The role played by the skeleton dragons in the battle is irreplaceable. After a few waves of air bombing, 80% of the zombies can be dealt with. Now the skeleton dragons are arranged in 2 locations: the military factory and the airport. Some of them are not enough. The appearance of so many dragon corpses in front of us will definitely take the base to a higher level. Wu Hung counted them carefully, a total of 38. Directly released dead corpse battlefield, the flesh and blood of the flying dragons fell off, one by one. The skeleton flying dragons stood up from the broken flesh. The body shook, rotten flesh splattered everywhere. Skeleton flying dragon, level 12. Skeleton flying dragon, level 13. Skeleton. All the flying dragons basically remained at level 12 or 13, which was pretty good. "Stay where you are and wait." Wu Hung gave the order directly. The restless skeleton flying dragons gradually calmed down. They curled up one by one, lying in the open space between the trees. Wu Hung continued to look at Chi Honkai. "Send a few to the airport when the time comes." "Okay." Chi Honkai nodded. "Also, I remember Zhang Qi has come up with the design of a machine gun on a flying dragon. Let him arrange someone to send it over. Let's study whether it can be done." "Okay. I'll contact them when I get back." The two returned to the base. At dusk, they returned to Treasure Island. 3 seriously injured and dying flying dragons were dragged out of the mansion. Wu Hung and his companions squatted aside, looking at the 3 tightly tied flying dragons. 2 males, 1 female. Wu Hung said, "From the situation under the belly, it is still possible to identify the gender of this flying dragon. Does the master want to keep them?" Lop-eared Rabbit Annette asked curiously. "When we killed the dragon trafficking team, they bred these flying dragons from childhood. We can also try." Wu Hung stood up again and asked the skeleton to throw the 3 flying dragons into the iron cage beside. "I originally planned to keep them in the zombie world, but there are many rescue team members there recently, and they will leave when the time comes. I still don't want them to know too much." "Do you need to prepare some food for them?" Minnie asked. "No, as long as they don't die, they will starve for a few meals first." "Okay. Let's go back." "Okay, master." The second day, Zombie World Airport. In the conference room, Commander Lu frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Deputy Leader Chi, what do you mean by Tianqing Group's people staying? Are you trying to rob people?" Chi Honkai looked up at the other party and said directly, "We invite people from Tianqing Group to stay and join our Xinfu City base. Of course, if you disagree, it can also be understood as robbing people." Bang! Commander Lu punched the conference table. He said angrily, "You are being too unreasonable? You can't say that. You led the zombies to our side. If we hadn't responded in time, we would have suffered with you." Chi Hansai's tone was flat, and there was no change because of the other party's roar. "Chief Chi, I have already explained it before. I fled to that road in a hurry." The other party said again. Chi Honkai said, "We accept the reason. But everyone must take responsibility for the mistakes they made. You don't think that it's a small matter to almost kill us? We can discuss this matter again. And we can't forcibly detain people. Right? And before leaving, Commander Lu said. Chi Honkai shrugged. For some things, we also have to make temporary decisions. Commander Lu took a deep breath, stood up and said, I will go back and discuss with others. I will give you accurate information before leaving. I will give you half an hour. If you can't convince your own people, we also have our own way. Humph! Wait for my news, Commander Lu said coldly, turned around and left. After Commander Lu left, Chi Honkai stood up and walked outside, and walked into a room next door. Commander Lu went back to the room assigned to him. Pushing the door open, the rest of the people in the room all stood up. Commander, what did the other party say? Commander Lu had a gloomy face, and said in a cold voice, Connect the radio, I want to contact the main station. The radio has just been put away. Someone whispered. Do as I say, Commander Lu said in a serious tone. Yes. The other party replied, and immediately began to assemble the radio, and after the assembly was completed, it was debugged. It is ready to use, the staff on the side said. Commander Lu directly replaced the other party, picked up the microphone and said, This is the Yantong Provincial District Shelter, calling the main station. This is the main station. Please speak. Commander Lu took a deep breath and said directly, We originally planned to go to the main station via the passenger plane that arrived at the Yantong airport. Yes, the passenger plane is already on the way, and it should be arriving soon according to the time, the other party said. Xinfu City Base promised to provide an airport, but only let some of us leave, and forcibly detain some technical personnel. Commander Lu took a deep breath and continued, We thank Xinfu City for the rescue and help provided. But these technical personnel are going to the main station to provide technology, and cannot be forcibly detained. Please ask the main station to communicate with the other party. ZZ. The electric current sounded. Another man's voice sounded. This is the YS-202 transport plane. I am the third-level Commander Lu Chanon. We are approaching the sky above Yantong City, and there are 4 fighters escorting us. We will bring the Yantong rescue team and technicians back to the main station. Commander-in-Chief Lu and everyone in the room were delighted. Thank you, Commander Lu Chanon. I am relieved now. Chapter 549, Stay, the Holy Monk in the Small Temple. Bringing the brothers from Yantong City home is also one of the purposes of our trip. Lu Chanon's voice was low and serious. Commander Lu and the people in the room also breathed a sigh of relief. Continued to hold the microphone and said, Then we will wait for Commander Lu to arrive. We have arrived above Yantong City. Now pack up your things and prepare to leave. Got it. Just as it was received, Chi Hansai's voice suddenly came out from the radio. In order to ensure the safety of the leaders of the headquarters, we will arrange air units to escort the transport planes. Please do not make any provocative and offensive moves to avoid danger. As soon as these words came out, the radio station suddenly became quiet. Everyone in the public frequency band can hear the content of the call. But after all, Chi Honkai is the one being talked about, so it is still a bit awkward to speak at this time. Escort, Commander Lu and several people in the room all frowned. Do they have planes too? Just now I saw, there is a civilian airliner outside. It should be their skeleton flying dragons. I have also paid attention to them these days. There are only 2 or 3 in total. There is no danger, several people whispered. And a man near the window only felt the sunlight shining in the window, intermittent. Looking out in confusion, my pupils suddenly shrank. Listening to the nonchalant conversation of several people in the room, I reminded them. Come and take a look, there are so many skeleton dragons. The discussion stopped, and they walked to the window in confusion. Looking up at the sky, large groups of skeletons, like swallows leaving their nests, rushed into the sky in groups. They began to hover over the airport. The momentum was terrifying. Everyone's eyes widened, feeling incredible. There were so many of these monsters. How can they have so many? Last time, there were only 2 or 3 of them fighting zombies. What a terrible superpower. Commander Lu's face became even uglier. He thought to himself, it's over. The planes from the headquarters will definitely not be able to suppress Chi Honkai, and he will not have the opportunity to continue the negotiation. This time, he has completely messed things up. In the sky, YS-202 transport plane. In the airborne communication, the voice of the accompanying fighter plane came. There are a large number of flying targets approaching this side. The distance is 200 meters, and a large number of skeleton flying units can be seen visually, exactly the same as the flying dragons seen last time. The number is more than 20. In the transport plane, Lu Chang'an's face also looked ugly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Through the glass in front, you can also see a large number of skeleton dragons flying towards you. It sounds like more than 20 is not a lot. But in the sky, the dragons spread their wings and have covered all the sight. Pick up the communication microphone. No need to attack. We are here to trade with them. Our mission is to exchange food. Don't have any conflicts. And keep the normal speed. Received. Received. Lu Chang'an wiped the sweat from his forehead. His eyes were a little vague. Xinfu City Base obviously heard their conversation. Arranged for the dragons to show their strength. What a fuss. I thought that we had brought fighter planes this time, which would deter the other party. Now it seems that the other party is not only not afraid of me, but also not as strong as we expected. The radio once again reported the accompanying fighter plane. The Falong did not attack us, and it was flying along beside us. LV Chang'an nodded and said, "Contact them and request to land." The captain picked up the microphone and said, "This is the YS-202 transport plane, request to land." "You can land." The plane began to lower its altitude and landed on the runway. Outside the airport lobby, Chi Honkai and others, standing aside and waiting. Someone sneered. Once the flying dragons went up, they all spoke softly. "Don't talk about them," I was shocked. Fortunately, the king got so many flying dragons, otherwise they would have been so arrogant. They have fighter jets, but don't go to rescue people, but come to our side to show off. Chi Honkai saw the plane landed, the door opened, turned his head and said, "Don't talk about it, they are coming." After that, he took a few people up, welcoming the people from the main station. The people who came this time were the same people as last time. And the leader was the third-level commander, Lu Chang'an. Deputy Chief Chi. Lu Chang'an smiled. "Commander Lu, please come in, have some tea and rest." Chi Honkai gestured. "Thank you." The people walked into the hall together. No one mentioned what happened in the radio station just now. Entering the conference room, someone brought tea. Lu Chang'an said directly, "According to the request of Deputy Chief Chi, we brought 50 sniper rifles, 100 heavy machine guns, 2,000 machine gun shells, 500 grenades, in addition to 200 kilograms of gold, all of which were exchanged for food. I'll have someone check it first." Chi Honkai tilted his head and instructed to the side. Someone immediately went out and took people to check the goods brought in. Lu Chang'an picked up the teacup and took a sip, then pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know if the leader of the base is here. I have come here twice, and have not formally met him. Our leader is not here. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." Chi Honkai smiled at the other party. "It's still what I said last time. The two things of training and developing superpowers. I don't know what concerns the base has. In fact, the implementation of these two things will benefit everyone, and even make a huge contribution to the future of all mankind." Lu Chang'an's tone gradually became higher. Chi Honkai glanced at the other party and said decisively, "We will not participate in these two plans. Commander Lu, there is no need to say anything more." This, Lu Chang'an hesitated, but nodded. "We will not force it. We respect the opinions of all places." The two said. The door knocked again. The person who had just gone out to count the goods came back. "Sister Chi, the quantities are all correct. There is no problem." Chi Honkai nodded. But she did not plan to settle the grain. Instead, she looked at Lu Chang'an again and asked, regarding the matter of the provincial rescue team, "How does Commander Lu want to deal with it?" Lu Chang'an raised his eyebrows slightly, looking directly at the other party. "We received an order to pick up the provincial rescue team and leave here. Let's just say it directly. It will only waste time to go around. The people of the provincial team can leave at any time. Tianqing Group and some ordinary survivors who don't want to leave. We will keep them," Chi Honkai said directly. "Deputy Chief Chi, now is a critical moment. It is time for everyone to unite to fight against difficulties. How can you do this? Aren't you afraid that the outside world will have a bad reputation for you? Have you not received information on the frequency band of Yantong City? If you have a chance, you can listen to it. Who are the bases cursing at? The provincial rescue team led the corpse group and the third-level deformed zombies to our base, which almost killed us all. We have been well fed and well provided for a few days. Now you want to pat your butt and leave? Who is not united? Lu Chanan was choked by the tone of the words. Thought for a while. And then said, "These technical personnel will only get corresponding development and platforms at the headquarters. When the time comes, we will take them back and share the technology." Chi Hankai said directly, "The people from Tianqing Group will stay. And you can take the others away. The transactions between the two sides will continue in the future. There is no other explanation. This is also the order I received." Lu Chaolan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect the other party to be so tough. But it was obvious that the other party had made up their minds to take the person down. "I want to talk to Commander Lu of the rescue team to discuss this matter." "Okay. Go and invite Commander Lu over." Soon, Commander Lu walked in with a gloomy face. Chi Hankai stood up and said, "You guys can talk. And let me know when there is a result." "Yes." Lu Chaolan nodded. Looked at Commander Lu again. Stood up and shook hands. "Please sit down." Chi Hankai walked to another room. There were skeleton soldiers guarding the door. And the door was closed. Push the door and walk in. In the room, there are 7 people sitting or standing. Seeing Chi Hankai coming in, they all stand up and cast doubtful and uneasy looks. "Chi, is there any result?" The man in a down jacket on the outside and a suit on the inside said, "This man is the representative of Tianqing Group, Gao Rong. Sit down and talk." Chi Hankai said. Everyone sat down again. Chi Hankai slowly said, "I plan to let you stay. You should know about this." "We know," Gao Rong replied. "Things have gotten so bad, and people are under house arrest. How could they not know?" Chi Hankai continued, "What do you think?" Gao Rong's body was still straight, and he replied, "Thank you for the rescue from Xinfu City Base, and the help during this period. We will always remember this kindness, but we also promised Commander Lu that we would go to the headquarters with him." "I'm sorry, Chief Chi." Chi Hankai remained calm, and said in a flat tone, "You are a smart person. The headquarters came to me to exchange food. Do you think the situation will be better than ours? People from all over the country gathered there? There must be a lot of people. You took those people there to starve?" Everyone in the room frowned. The plane from the headquarters came this time. Not specifically to pick them up. Otherwise, they would have gone to the original base long ago. And why would they wait until now? The main purpose was to exchange food and take them all away. Chi Hankai continued, "Stay here. You are the technicians. The monks in the small temple. And the materials and equipment will be provided to you first. When you go there." Chapter 550. As Church Chi Hankai glanced at the people in front of him again. Smiled and said, "Does the headquarters base need technicians like you? When you go there, you will just help out and do some ordinary work. The credit may not fall on you. So why do you have to squeeze into one place? Maybe you are thinking about safety issues. The headquarters has enough troops and is safer. But you have seen these days that our base has more troops and more bases, which is enough to ensure your safety." Everyone's eyes began to change, thinking about what Chi Hankai said. The headquarters assigned tasks. And we went there to make efforts for the development of mankind. Gao Rong still said. Chi Hankai smiled. "Commander Lu took you there, which is a merit. You took those technicians there. Except for starving and filling some vacancies. What else is there for?" Then his eyes fell on the others. "I can guarantee that you will have enough food in the future. And those with families can live a stable life. No matter where you are. You will contribute to mankind." Gao Rong still frowned. And did not say anything else. The others also frowned. Seeing that no one spoke, Chi Hankai continued, "I just want to tell everyone that we value your abilities, and invite you to stay and think about it carefully." After saying that, she glanced at Gao Rong, who was in deep thought with a cold look. The other party's expression froze and his eyes wandered. Chi Hankai retracted her gaze, opened the door and left. After leaving, there was a low voice behind the door. Chi Hankai walked out of the hall and looked at the plane parked on the runway. Not long after, someone walked over quickly. "Sister Chi, Commander Lu and the man surnamed Lu are out. Let's go. It's time to have a result." Chi Hankai walked back to the hall. Lu Chang'an and Commander Lu had already walked out. Commander Lu said directly, "Deputy Chief Chi, we are deeply sorry for what happened before. And we will find a way to make up for it in the future." Chi Hankai waved his hand. "Let's talk about this matter first. How did you discuss it?" Lu Chang'an said, "Let's let the people of Tianqing Group choose this matter. Who to go with depends on their wishes. Go and bring Gao Rong." Chi Hankai turned around and said. Lu Chang'an and Commander Lu were both happy. It seems that the other party also agreed to this method. Soon, Gao Rong, who was wearing a suit, was brought over. He glanced at the few people and nodded slightly. Commander Lu couldn't wait to say, "Representative Gao Rong, we respect your ideas. Do you plan to go to the main base with us, or continue to stay here?" Gao Rong's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect that the negotiation between the two parties would end with him making the choice. His eyes swept over the faces of the few people. Commander Lu's joy, Chi Hansai's indifference, and the different expressions of the others. Everyone looked at him, waiting for the final result. He took a deep breath and said, "We have just discussed and decided to stay at the military factory to help rebuild Yantong City." "What? Gao Rong, what are you talking about?" Commander Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chi Hankai nodded with satisfaction. "Gao Rong, go back." "Yes, Chief Chi." Gao Rong turned and left. Chi Hankai continued to look at Lu Chang'an. "Commander Lu, do you have any questions?" Lu Chang'an glanced at Commander Lu on the side. "Until now, I still can't figure out what they are doing. I still don't know whether the other party will follow you or not, and things have become so awkward." "No problem. It seems that everything is a misunderstanding." Commander Lu wanted to speak. Lu Chang'an interrupted him sharply. "If there is anything, wait until we get back to the base and talk to the people above. Don't interfere with our normal transactions." Commander Lu stopped talking. Chi Hankai nodded and ordered, "Count the supplies and settle the food for Commander Lu." The people behind him began to move. The cargo on the plane was unloaded, and the settled food was transported onto the plane. After everything was over, Lu Chang'an did not mention anything else. He boarded the plane with the rescue team that was willing to go, and took off directly. Chi Hankai asked people to sort out the supplies, and went to a room on the 3rd floor. In the room, Wu Heng sat in his seat and waited. The people at the main station left, and the technicians also stayed. Chi Hankai breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Heng could see the development of the matter clearly through the ghost, including Chi Hansai's departure, Lu Chang'an and Commander Lu's private conversation. It can also be heard that the two are afraid of their own military strength. If it weren't for the sudden increase in the number of flying dragons, although I'm not afraid of them, I still have to do more. It's still necessary to show a certain strength. Well done, more thoughtful than I thought. Wu Heng praised. If it were him, he might have arrested Gao Rong, and if he didn't agree to stay, he would have killed him directly, and then replaced him with someone else to lead those technicians. Of course, Chi Hansai's approach was better. She explained the pros and cons of both sides, and the people of Tianqian Group made their own choices. Chi Hankai smiled and said, "I'm also afraid that those people won't think straight. If they really don't agree, you'll have to step in at that time." Fortunately, they agreed, Wu Heng said with a smile. "Yes." Chi Hankai also nodded. "Let's go. Let's pack up and go back early, so that we can arrange accommodation for those people." "Okay." The two walked out of the room and collected all the ammunition and gold that had been transported. Near noon, he led the convoy and the rest of the people back to the military factory. Chi Hankai went to arrange rooms for the new personnel and prepare the equipment needed for work. Wu Heng also passed through the gate and returned to Treasure Island, the island owner's manor. Wu Heng went downstairs and saw several maids gathered in front of the iron cage where Fai Long was imprisoned. They said something to the iron cage. "Don't get bitten." Wu Heng walked over. "Master." Several maids stood up and saluted. Minnie explained, "Today I went to Lighthouse Street and bought 2 props to communicate with Fai Long." As she said that, she took a bracelet and a headband from Rob's hand. Beast-to-Friend bracelet, description, makes a beast/monster with a certain intelligence believe that you have no ill intentions. The beast target must be able to see and hear you. Psychic command headband, description, allows lower creatures with a certain intelligence to receive your mental commands and understand your thoughts, but cannot read the other party's thoughts. Wu Heng glanced at it, and the information appeared. These 2 items are not bad. Neither of them is a high-level item, but judging from Fei Long's attitude, it should still have a certain effect. "Are they obedient?" Wu Heng asked. "Very obedient." Minnie glanced at the cage. "You can use props to communicate, but don't let them out, to avoid any danger," Wu Heng instructed. "Understood." Minnie then asked, "Does the master want to eat?" "Now that you mention it, I'm really a little hungry. Then I'll go prepare it." After saying that, she quickly ran to the kitchen. They had dinner together. They also had simple training in the training room. As the night got dark, Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng took a carriage to the association, knocked on the door, entered the butler's study. Still only the assistant Shi Yali was sitting in the room. Master Island. Where is Shi Logui? Wu Heng asked. After breakfast, the staff of the association went to the island owner's manor, saying that Shi Logui was looking for him. Took a carriage and came here. Shi Yali smiled and said, Shi Logui went to the front desk and will be back soon. Yes. As soon as Wu Heng nodded, Shi Logui opened the door and walked in. After looking at Wu Heng, he handed the letter in his hand to him. Your letter. And a Lin Bingyu Fu, which belongs to Lilith. Lilith? Is this because of the last time he killed a Blood Clan member? Or is it because of the information he provided several times? Put the Lin Bingyu Fu aside first. Take out the letter, tear it open, and pour it into the palm of your hand. The first thing that falls out is an iron gray badge that looks like a bat wing and a battle axe crossing. It appears in the palm of your hand. Sheila Rose watched from the side and said in surprise, the badge of the Holy Ash Church Law Enforcement Team. The church? Chapter 551, Want me to kill someone? Wu Heng looked at the elf girl beside him with a puzzled look. Shi Logui explained. This is the badge of the Blood Clan's Holy Ash Church Law Enforcement Team. I heard that it is composed of some specially trained priests and people with special abilities, dealing with some matters related to religion and law and order within the clan. After explaining, she also looked at Wu Heng in confusion. Why did they give you this badge? Wu Heng shook his head. I don't know, I just heard that the Blood Clan also has a church. For this world, Wu Heng is trying to accept it, but he still doesn't know much. Just like the names of people in this world, complex names, you can't remember them even if you say them 2 or 3 times. But locals, you can remember them after introducing each other once. See what the letter says. Shi Logui sat down beside him. Wu Heng put the emblem on the coffee table in front of him, and continued to turn over the envelope. A letter fell out. Wu Heng Island Master. The Emerald Sea is a special place. Pirates, religious chaos, early family changes, exile of 4 family criminals. I grant you the status of law enforcement team. You have the right to investigate and deal with improper Blood Clan personnel to safeguard the honor of the Blood Clan. You can investigate and report. Or you can kill directly. The letter comes with a map of the exile location in the Emerald Sea. Investigate the seal. If there are signs of breaking the seal, you can execute the law enforcement team. May the care and trust be conveyed to you through the pen and ink. Wu Heng frowned and read it. He handed it to Zalogui again. Let me show you. It's written for you. I can't read it. Zalogui hesitated. It's not a love letter. There is no secret. Zalogui heard him say this. And she was also curious about the content of the letter. He took it and read the contents. Wu Heng picked up another map, which had 4 locations marked on it. According to the letter, these 4 places were the locations of exile. One of them was killed by himself, and Lilith wanted him to check the other 3. After reading it, Zalogui handed the letter back, looked at him and asked, Did you know Lilith before? No. Wu Heng explained. When we first came to serve as deputy deacons, I solved a blood feast case on a cargo ship. At that time, I was afraid that the people of the secret society would retaliate against me, so I wrote a letter to Lilith and told her about it. When Wu Heng was in Ratam City, he had some contact with Lilith. At that time, it was because I found the blood cup, a rare item of the vampires, and handed it over through Slater. After arriving at the treasure island, I was too far away from Slater, so I wrote a letter myself to report the matter of the blood feast. The purpose was also to let Lilith find trouble with the secret society. Zalogui did not ask more questions, frowned and thought for a while. She gave you the identity of the law enforcement team. It seems that she wanted you to check the other places where criminals were exiled. Yes. Wu Heng nodded. Then do you want to go and take a look? Wu Heng thought for a while. In the Emerald Sea, we'd better take a look. If these exiled vampires really escape, we may be in more trouble. Zalogui also nodded in agreement. Now let's check if there is any problem. The other party is still in the coffin. Once he is released, or escapes for some reason, it will not be so easy to deal with. I will make arrangements at that time, and go out to sea to have a look. Sure, Logui said. Okay. Wu Heng put away the letter and map, and then said, Prepare paper and pen for me. I will write a letter to the other party, and send it back. Sure Yali brought paper and pen. Wu Heng wrote a polite thank you for the other party's trust. And then, asked for other accessories of 100 soldier set. Lilith is the leader of the Whisperers. And she is at the headquarters of the association. So she must know about this kind of thing. It can be regarded as collecting some interest in advance. A badge and an identity can't do everything for you. Why don't you practice your handwriting? Zalagwi frowned. Everyone has his own style. Your style doesn't look like a mage at all. Wu Heng put the letter into the envelope. Sure, Yali took it up and sent it to the front desk for him. Wu Heng then looked at Zalagwi. Then teach me to write next time. I see that your elf's handwriting is very beautiful. Zalagwi looked at him suspiciously. Wait until you have time. The matter was finished. Wu Heng did not stay in the association for too long. He walked out of the hall and returned to his residence. Back at the island owner's manor. It was almost noon. The maids prepared lunch. Wu Heng sat in the living room, thinking about the law enforcement team and the matter of checking the 3 exiles. From the degree of Zalagwi's surprise, it should be a rare thing for humans to be appointed as the Blood Clan law enforcement team. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you can understand the reason. The law enforcement team has the right to enforce the law and arrest criminals who kill blood clans. This kind of power is not a trivial matter for any race. Wu Heng is a foreigner. Even if he has done something beneficial to the blood race before, he should not be appointed. There is also the matter of checking the Emerald Sea and the exiles. Why not let the blood race law enforcement team come over and say hello to us in advance and accompany us for a while? Wu Heng thought quickly in his mind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. She wants me to kill them. Wu Heng's mind flashed. His style of doing things several times was to kill people first, and then report the matter to the higher-ups. Whether it was the Blood Feast's pale-blooded people, and from Wu Heng's previous style of doing things, he basically killed people first, and then reported to Lilith. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes. She didn't ask me to check if the exile was still there, but to kill him directly, to clear up some potential concerns for her. This can also explain why the Blood Clan law enforcement team was not dispatched to check. Instead, she appointed a foreigner like me to investigate some exiled criminals. Good girl. Let me clean up her troubles. Wu Heng figured it out instantly. Master, it's time to eat. Robe waved his hand. Wu Heng collected his thoughts, stood up and walked into the restaurant to eat. After having lunch together, Wu Heng put on the train conductor's hat in the courtyard and headed for Lopez City. Snake Emblem Consortium, VIP room. Wu Heng sat in the room and waited for a while, and the beautiful elf Lei Dilly in a dark green silk dress opened the door and walked in. Smile with face, gift slightly. Wu Heng nodded, asked directly, Is the items I ordered? Rayleigh smiled confidently. I have all been sent yesterday. I just don't know where you are otherwise. I will let you send you. Wu Heng glanced a little surprised. I ordered 4 different specifications of flames of different specifications. The delivery time with the last order, it's almost the same. Seeing him doubt, Rayleigh explained, I arranged a few places to catch up at the same time. The complete time is not much worse. Wu Heng nodded. I feel that this woman is pretty savvy. In his cooperation with her, except for the props for changing the appearance, the other orders were all going smoothly. It formed a sharp contrast with the consortium of Treasure Island. One was not good at anything, and the other tried its best to complete every time. Where is the goods? Wu Heng asked. Come with me, it's in the warehouse at the back. Ledelai stood up, took him out of the VIP room, and walked outside along the corridor. All the way to the warehouse, opened the iron door to reveal 4 unassembled flame furnace buildings. Wu Heng looked around, and saw that there was nothing wrong. He put everything into the space sachet. After putting it away, the two returned to the VIP room. Ledelai sat back on the sofa, crossed her long legs, and showed her white calves under her skirt. Does the customer need to fill out any other orders? Wu Heng said. Then fill out the commission for collecting corpses. It's the same as before. Okay. Ledelai bent down and filled out the commission herself. Wu Heng glanced at the other party and asked, What are the indicators for this year? Lei Dilly looked over and said, Commission completion indicators, performance indicators, and gold exchange indicators. How much gold do you need? Lei Dilly's eyes flickered. More than 200 kilograms. A bit too much at the beginning of the new year. Wu Heng nodded and said softly, Let someone prepare gold coins. I will complete the gold quantity for you. Lei Dilly's eyes widened instantly, and then became enthusiastic. Really? I like smart and capable partners, and I am willing to help you solve some problems. Wu Heng said in a calm tone. Okay. I'll have someone prepare it right away. Ledelai left immediately and asked someone to start preparing. On Wu Hang's side, seeing the other party's excited look, he also felt amused. The gold was shipped by the headquarters in the past 2 days. Perhaps to save space for transportation. The jewelry was squeezed into a ball. It was impossible to sell it as a finished product. During this period, Wu Hang had to build a small island and purchase a large amount of materials from the caravan. Even if he didn't have the other party's performance, Wu Hang would exchange it for gold coins that were easy to calculate, helping the other party to complete the performance, and also bringing them closer. The next order, the other party will be more attentive. After Letty Lee finished explaining to the staff, she returned to the VIP room and started chatting with him. In her words, she was more interested in her identity as a distinguished guest. A pair of eyes also looked at the other party from time to time. Soon, bags of gold coins were brought in from outside. In front of Wu Hang, they began to count. Guest, I will calculate the privileges of your emblem and settle 6,700 gold coins for you. Okay. Wu Hang took out the gold directly and handed it to the other party. Both parties checked the coins in gold and were very satisfied. Letty had completed the annual performance at the beginning of the year, and the remaining time, whatever she did, was extra. It would also be easier. Wu Hang got the coins for easy settlement, and also showed off his assets in front of the beautiful elf. Wait until all the settlements are completed. Wu Hang stood up and said, I won't bother you anymore. Regarding the commission, Miss Letty will take care of it. You are too polite. Sir, I will try my best to help you complete the commission. Wu Hang nodded. If there are cavalry like last time, you could also help me keep an eye out for them, either privately or by order. Letty smiled. Within the rules, I will help you keep an eye out. The two walked out of the consortium building while talking. Lady Dilly saluted again, and Wu Hang walked directly out of the city. In the deserted wilderness, the ghost confirmed that no one was following him, and boarded the train, returning to Treasure Island. It was almost dusk. Wu Hang returned to the island owner's manor, and took all the skeletons related to the electrician, the strange machine master, and the big-headed skeleton who had been on standby for several days, and went to the built power plant. The building here was prepared before. The 3-meter-high courtyard wall, and the built warehouse in the courtyard. Wu Hang took out all the prepared accessories and machinery, and the strange machine master checked the drawings and kept giving orders through the big-headed skeleton. A large group of skeletons started to move, and began to assemble various equipment and parts. Wu Hang stood aside and watched. It looked lively, but he really couldn't help much. A large number of skeleton guards were dispatched from outside, and machine guns were set up on the wall to completely protect the place. You guys are busy here, Wu Hang said to the big-headed skeleton. There was no response. Wu Hang returned to his residence for the time being. The next day, early morning, Wu Hang slightly opened his eyes, and lifted the thin blanket covering his waist. Annette, with her white drooping ears, knelt on one side and served carefully. Master. Good morning. Wu Hang gently stroked her cheek. Are you up so early? I'm in Ratam City. I've heard from other slave sisters that many people like to be woken up like this. I got up a little earlier. Are you satisfied? Annette held her cheek and rubbed it gently. Satisfied? Annette is so good. Thank you, Master. When I was taking a bath last night, Annette came in with a bath towel around her to serve. At night, I rested in the room with him. I agreed to follow Wu Hang here, but I already knew my fate. It was just a matter of time to accept it. Wait for the two to finish. Wu Hang pinched the other's soft ears. Okay, it's time to get up. Master, I'll help you. After getting dressed, they went downstairs together. After breakfast, Wu Hang went to see the power plant. It was not completely completed, so he came back, went upstairs through the boundary gate, and went to the zombie world. Zombie world, conference room. Wu Hang sat in the main seat, with Chi Han Kai and Gao Rong, the new representative of Tiancheng Group, on both sides. After asking about the other party's living conditions, he brought the topic back to the construction of the base. Chi Han Kai said first, I have already started to work on spring farming, with sufficient farm tools and personnel. Even if Wu Hang is constantly buying food, farming still needs to be done, in order to avoid some accidents, which will cause the other world to be unable to purchase food, and the zombie world will starve again. As for the land, all kinds of related agricultural vehicles are very sufficient. There are also enough skeletons, so we can cultivate on a large scale. Wu Hang still remembers the potion of the wood elves, which can promote the growth of plants and can be used when the time comes. After Chi Honkai finished speaking, it was Gao Rong's turn in a suit. Gao Rong said, "We suggest that we start with the production of the military industry, including the increase of the bullet production chain, the production of firearms and weapons, and the resumption of production of light industry. The clothes and quilts outside seem to be sufficient, but if they last for 3 to 5 years, they will be completely eliminated. We must complete independent production before that." Wu Heng nodded, and what the other party said was what he thought. "Well, let's prepare according to what you said. In addition to the military industry, we have some electronic drawings of other light industries, which are designed for customers before. If there are similar types, we can improve them and make them," Gao Rong said confidently. "Okay. In addition, I need a newspaper printing device first. Not an ordinary copier, but a large-scale printing machine like the one used by newspapers." Hearing this request, Gao Rong frowned. According to his idea, newspapers are completely unnecessary. Besides, the survivors are all modern people, and this kind of thing has long been eliminated. "Chief, is the newspaper necessary?" Chi Honkai said, "Just do as the chief said, design this first, and it won't affect other things." Gao Rong glanced at the two of them, nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'll do it as soon as I get back." Send Gao Rong away. Wu Heng took out the flame furnace. Let Chi Honkai organize a convoy, together with Wang Haibing, to go to various cities in Xinfu City to restore electricity. In the afternoon, Wu Heng went to the city. After clearing a group of zombies, he returned to Treasure Island. Night fell. Swish. Street lights suddenly lit up, illuminating the central area. The light was steady and soft, illuminating the originally dark road, as if daylight had arrived. The residents on both sides, after carefully checking the situation, walked out of the house carefully, looking at the light source above their heads with disbelief and surprise. Chapter 552, The Old King is Dead. I thought it was daybreak. Are these new lighting props? They put these things outside. They have been erecting these poles for the past few days. I thought they were going to hang some flags, but they are doing these. How many new things does this new island owner have? Fried beans, garina slices, dried fish, beer, champagne. The people gathered outside were gradually attracted by the lights and gathered together. A large number of skeletons began to patrol, forcing some people who climbed up restlessly to slide down obediently. Everyone was curious about the effect of the light, and was surprised that Treasure Island actually put this kind of thing outside for others to use. Props that can illuminate are not rare, but they are still scarce, and can only be used by some powerful people. The caravan representatives living in the central mansion analyzed the types of magic props and the future development of Treasure Island. The deacon's mansion. The second-floor window. Zalagui, wearing a loose nightgown, stood in front of the window and looked at the bright street outside. At this time, I also know the purpose of the poles erected on the street before. It's really unexpected. The Elf King City is not as spectacular as it is now. Shiryali came from behind and sighed softly. Lagui glanced at her sister and said, "If you have seen him bomb hundreds of pirate ships and light up a street, you won't be surprised. Do you know that he set up such props in the central area?" Shiryali was puzzled. "I don't know. He is the owner of the island. He doesn't need to tell me about the island construction." Lagui replied calmly. Shiryali smiled and put her arm around her sister's shoulders. "If you don't keep an eye on him, what will happen if someone else takes him first? I think you should go back and find a man to marry." Lagui shook off the other's arm. "To be honest, I think he is more than level 12. Being appointed as the island master by the association at this age is already a rare genius among humans. Moreover, as the level increases, the lifespan will also increase. It's just that when he gets old, he won't be as good looking." Shiryali muttered to herself. Zalagui widened her eyes, looking at her in disbelief. I didn't expect him to think so far ahead. He really intended to hand her over to Wu Heng. Shiryali noticed his gaze. "Why are you looking at me? If you don't take the initiative, what will happen if someone else spots you in the future? Can you be like his little slaves and be a maid who accompanies him? Are you serious? You've only known him for a few days." Shiryali shrugged. "I can't help it. I only have a sister like you who can give you the favor of saving my life. Give yourself to him. What do you think I should do? Are you willing? Then you can come to me and cry your heart out. I can't stand you." Zalagui was silent for a moment, turned around, picked up the armor and put it on. What are you doing, so late at night? Shiryali asked. Out on patrol, I can't talk to you. Shiryali said. I'll go with you, it seems quite lively outside. Shiryali also put on armor. The two of them walked out of their residence, while whispering to each other. The next day, Lighthouse Street. The bard stood on a wooden box on the street, holding a notice in one hand, and spoke loudly. The street lights in the central area, officially completed in the central area. Street lights can provide lighting for the roads, promote traffic flow, facilitate night patrols, and reduce the chance of crime at night. Everyone whispered. It turned out that thing was called a street light. The name is simple and easy to remember. The bard continued to speak loudly. This kind of street lamp is not only exclusive to the nobles in the central area. The island owner promised that it will also be gradually installed in Lighthouse Street and various residential areas. Then all residents will experience the convenience of this magic prop. At the same time, the island will increase patrols to prevent all possible violent incidents. Anyone who attempts to endanger the life and property safety of the islanders will be the target of arrest and killing by the guards. The third point is the construction of the island and patrols on route safety. Treasure Island will form an escort fleet to escort all caravans going to Treasure Island and create a good business environment for caravans from all over the world. I hope everyone will work together to create a happy and beautiful home. After the voice fell, the whole audience remained silent. This kind of props will also be set up for ordinary residents. The island owner wrote a report to ordinary residents. This seems different from before. The island owner said, let's build our home together. Wow, the whole place was boiling instantly, and everyone started talking. Tavern private room. What? He wants to set up this kind of street lamps in Lighthouse Street and the port? A caravan representative paused and looked at the person who just came in with a puzzled look. Yes, this morning's news, the leaflets distributed by the island owner's mansion. Another representative raised the leaflet in his hand. Really? It's clearly written on the propaganda, and some bards are also reading about it. It's already been said, so how can it be false? The other party took a sip of wine and then said, it also says, forming a fleet to escort the route, creating a good shipping environment. Last night, the central area was as bright as day, and it lasted all night. It disappeared in the early morning. Everyone was surprised, and felt the courage of the island owner, and the magic of the new props. And today, the entire Lighthouse Street and the port will be equipped with this prop, and the route will be escorted. This is different from last night. If this can be implemented, the entire island will be open day and night, even at night. The caravans can dock. Several people were silent, and read the leaflets one after another. One person stood up. I have something to do, I will go back first, and we will meet again tomorrow. After that, he turned and left. Another person also stood up and said, I will also tell the caravan about this matter, and we will meet again next time. While talking, the others also reacted. They all stood up and left. Association. Shiryali frowned and looked at her sister. Did he really come from a small place? Is he lying to you? Shiryali put the flyer aside. It's written in the association's information, with the time and signature of the local deacon. How can it be fake? Then where did he get all these strange props? Shiryali suddenly remembered. He said that they were from his hometown, and because of some changes, he came here. Shiryali sat aside, supporting her chin and thinking for a while. Then he must be a royal noble, the tone and spirit of his speech, not like an ordinary person. Keep an eye on him. Shiryali glared at her, repicked up the flyer and read it again. The island owner's manor. The notice was sent out early in the morning. Wu Hong looked at his gradually growing reputation. Reputation. Level 18, 9117/48,000. Since the street lights came on last night, Wu Heng's reputation began to increase gradually, and it increased to more than 9,100 points during the day today. He increased his reputation by almost 2,000 points, and it was still rising slowly. All the islanders of the entire Treasure Island knew that he had become the island owner. In this case, it was still rising. It seems that fame is not just about letting everyone know you. The degree of recognition should also be counted in fame. This is also a good thing for Wu Heng. He can continue to gain fame through the improvement of the management locations of the two worlds. The direction of Treasure Island is to develop in accordance with modernization. Post more notices to accumulate fame. Wu Heng thought, if the notice is effective, then the idea of newspapers will definitely be effective. When selling it, the price cannot be too high. Everyone should be able to afford it. The content should not be too boring. It should mainly promote Treasure Island and my own situation. It is better to serialize some comics and novels so that they have to buy them. One Piece is not good. They are all like Yuri. It will be difficult to become a pirate after watching them. Ask Minnie and the others what kind of comics they like. The newspaper will also be sent to various places through caravans. I don't believe that my reputation will not increase at all. I don't believe it. My reputation cannot meet the standard and I can't become a hero. After Wu Hung thought about it, he stood up and walked out of the room. Minnie! Wu Hung went downstairs and called softly. In the courtyard, Minnie and 2 other maids were feeding the dragon in the iron cage. The dragon, which was originally seriously injured, has recovered and seems to be 2 times fatter than before. The food in the island owner's mansion is really... You can make it fat no matter what you feed it. Minnie handed the bowl of food for the dragon to Annette, wiped her hands, and ran in quickly. Master, do you want to eat something? No, I can't eat all the time. Wu Hung sat down and said, I plan to set up a newspaper. Do you think it is better to serialize some comics or novels? What is a newspaper? Minnie's eyes widened. It is a kind of newspaper distributed to the public. It will publish some events or situations of various countries. In a corner, it will serialize comics or novels. Minnie pondered for a moment and whispered, Master, the dialogue and story of a comic page can take up a lot of space. I feel that novels are more suitable. Oh! Minnie is right. The serialization of the story must also be coherent and have a certain story. Although comics are expressive, the corner of the newspaper is not enough to accommodate the pictures and dialogues. You can't just cut a page of a comic book and send it out. It won't become a story. You make sense. Wu Hung agreed. Minnie smiled and said, This is my feeling. Whether it is suitable or not depends on you. As for novels, what kind of novels do you think are suitable for the current market? Wu Hung asked again. Minnie has never read novels in the modern world. Comics are mainly patterns, and Minnie can understand them after learning some Chinese characters by herself. But novels are a bit difficult. They are densely packed with words, and are difficult to read. Minnie frowned and thought for a moment. Women like to read stories about princes and princesses, or some love stories between nobles. And the more popular ones are the adventure stories of the teams published by the association. This is similar to modern novels. The female market likes romance, while men like passion and adventure. Wu Hung nodded. I know. I'll choose one when the time comes. Yeah. The 2 chatted about the newspaper. Minnie went out to continue feeding the dragon with others, and Wu Hung took the skeleton to the power plant to check the situation. The entire power plant is like a protected fortress. There are skeletons guarding the walls, and they are equipped with rifles and machine guns. Inside the yard, there are well-trained skeletons, who are proficient in power plants, operating the entire power plant. In fact, power plants do not necessarily need to be guarded like this. But this world is different. Power generation is a new thing. If it is not guarded, there will always be curious and smart people coming to mess up. Just like last night, many people were arrested for climbing the poles to see why they were glowing. After confirming that there are no problems, it can be fully operational. Return to the residence. Wu Hung returned to the manor. It was already noon. He looked at his reputation again. Reputation. Level 18. 12217/48,000. The effect of the leaflet is still very good. After one morning, it has exceeded 10,000. Now it seems that the growth rate is not that slow. Subsequent newspapers will be distributed to various places. If you promote yourself more, the effect will definitely be better. While Wu Hung frowned and thought, Minnie came down from upstairs. Master, in the radio room, Sister Wen Manshaw has replied to your message. Okay. Wu Hung got up and went directly upstairs. The last time we contacted each other was when we just came back from Rentam City. I went up to the 3rd floor and entered the room inside the radio station. I picked up the notebook with the location of the Wenmancha radio station and took a look. The handwriting was not dry yet, so it should have been just written down. Under the coordination of the orc shaman, several mining agreements in my hand have been negotiated with various tribes, and mining can be carried out immediately. Promising more jobs to the orcs has also become a popular topic. I heard that many chiefs of the orc tribes have gone to the shaman, and some have even sent me the best furs and gems. Who said that orcs are more practical? I think they also know how to give money and gifts. In the past few days, a large number of Yeko Kingdom residents have poured into Rentam City. At first, they were thought to be enemies arranged to enter the city. After some investigation, They were just ordinary residents and some businessmen and dignitaries. They came to Ratam City with assets, bought properties, and seemed to be planning to settle down. Wu Hung took a look. The matter of the shaman minerals was something he had discussed with the orc shaman in Ratam City. It has only been settled now. And it seems that it is not as simple as it was said at the beginning. A large number of Yeko Kingdom residents appeared in Ratam City. And the port of Nitalii City in Yeko Kingdom has been closed for a long time. Pick up the phone, Wu Hung said, when Manshaw. Can you hear me? A somewhat happy voice came from the other side. Master, I can hear you. Hearing this voice, Wu Hung also felt a sense of longing in his heart. And asked, how is your health? How is the baby? When Mancha's voice, with a smile. Everything is fine. Don't worry. It's just that my milk is full recently. And you are not here. What are you talking about? As if I want to eat? When the baby comes out, there will be no master. I can still compete with the child. Hee hee. When Manshaw laughed softly, Wu Hung continued to ask, why did a large number of residents of the Yeko Kingdom go to Ratam City? When Mancha's voice became serious. Some dignitaries are fine. They came with money to buy real estate and shops. The rest came in and formed several new gangs to compete with local gangs for territory. Many people died. Have you found out why they gathered in Ratam City? When Manshaw paused and said, it seems that the old king died. Chapter 553, Chaotic Situation. When Wu Hung heard that the old king was dead, his brows also frowned. This little thing in the Yek Kingdom has been going on for a while. The old king was unconscious and woke up, and the whole kingdom was affected. The news this time was that he was dead. I didn't feel too surprised. Is the information reliable? Wu Hung asked. It's all privately circulated, but I feel there is still a certain possibility. We can't feel anything, but the residents and wealthy merchants in these kingdoms will definitely not run out for no reason. When Manshaw analyzed, Wu Hung then asked, is there any direct relationship between the king's death and their escape? When Manshaw said, according to them, there are different parties in the city. The army, private soldiers, and guards have become unstable factors, especially those merchants, some of whom have had their property confiscated for no reason. Anyway, the internal chaos is a mess, and they are all trying to find a way out. Wu Hung thought that the fight for the throne was just the princes leading their troops to kill each other. Whoever wins takes the throne. This is also played on TV. Now it seems that it still affects ordinary people. Are you in any danger? Wu Hung asked. I am not in any danger here. The guards you left for me when you left are enough to suppress the city of Ratam. And the kingdom of Yeko may not have the energy to care about me. When Manshaw said in a relaxed tone. When he left last time, Wu Hung left her 6 level 15 skeletons and 2,000 level 10 skeletons as personal guards to protect Wen Manshaw. These level 10 skeletons are all skeleton warriors promoted from the zombie world. There are no special professions, but everyone has fought their way up from level 1. And their weapon and armor specializations are all above proficient. In a place like Ratam City, protecting Wen Mancha's safety is not a problem. Is there any news from Slater? Wu Hung continued to ask. Deacon Slater came a few days ago, formulated the business direction of the Golden Cat, and then returned to Blackstone Town. I heard that the situation there is not very good, and I also found news about the cult's missionary work, and I am investigating it. When Manshaw replied, in a small place like Blackstone Town, there is a cult. I'm afraid that the Yek Kingdom doesn't have patrolling guards. Be careful. If you are in danger, go to the association and hide. Then I will pick you up. Okay. Ratam City is still relatively safe. I will take care of myself if there is danger, When Manshaw said, and then asked, are Minnie and Ware okay? Do you miss me? They are all fine. They also said that when you are not around, no one gives them pocket money. Wu Hung said jokingly, we are the island owner's maid. How can we be short of this little money? Who would complain about having too much money? When Mancha's tone became gentler, when the baby is about to be born, will you come back? I'll go back, and we'll name the baby together. Okay. When Manshaw smiled. That's it for now. If there is any danger, go to the association. Everything is based on safety. It's okay even if the city is gone. Got it. Ended the call, and hung up the phone. Leaning on the edge of the table, thinking about the news that When Manshaw had passed on, combined with the information I have collected during this period, the possibility of the old king's death is very high. In fact, I didn't feel surprised when I heard that he was dead, but I felt that he was finally dead. What the kingdom of Yeko was like had nothing to do with him. Even if there was a civil war, it would not affect Treasure Island. There are many new gangs in Rentam City. We should also pay attention to the Emerald Sea. Maybe more pirates will appear. I thought about it quickly in my mind. I opened the door and went downstairs to have dinner with the maids. In the training room, Wu Heng looked at the maids in training and waved. Come here. The 4 maids stopped what they were doing and walked over quickly. Especially the droop-eared bunny girl, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, and her weapons and armor collided with each other, making a clanging sound when she walked. Master. Several people saluted. Wu Heng took out the strange instructor long sword and said, This is a strange long sword, which can help the user to train. If you want to practice swordsmanship, you can use it by yourself. When using it, do not resist the feeling of being controlled by your body. Except for me. The boxer, the other professions, can also use long swords. Even a ranger has the possibility of close combat. As for Wu Heng, his swordsmanship has reached the advanced level, but he has not yet reached the master level. Now the opportunities for training are starting to become fewer. So he took out the strange object and anyone who has time can use it. Thank you, Master. Several people thanked him. And we knew the effect of this strange object and felt happy. Annette and Robert also felt novel and excited because they could use the strange object for training. Several people took turns to try it. I went upstairs to rest at night. The next day, Zombie World. In the conference room, Wu Heng sat in the main seat. Chi Hankai and Gao Rong sat on both sides of the conference table. Chi Hankai said directly, I have 2 things to say. The first is the news from Xinfu City. Wang Haibing has completed the restoration of electricity. The remaining 2 cities will be powered on after checking the lines and confirming that there are no problems. The second thing is that someone reported the survivors in the base last time. The previous robbery of supplies and killings, Sister Yang used the truth clay sculpture to check, and it can be confirmed that this incident did happen. And the situation is quite bad. There are 4 people in total. Sister Yang directly executed them. The survivors who joined the base later will also be checked later. The truth clay sculpture is a rare item sincerity clay doll. If you look into the eyes of the clay doll, it will answer real questions. This strange item was obtained from the inspector of the association. I never dared to use it in the other world, fearing that it would cause trouble. Last time, Li Yang wanted to investigate the matter of reporting the survivors of the base. So she asked Chi Hankai to pass it to her. Now there is finally a result. Moreover, Li Yang showed a courage that had never been seen before, and directly executed the person. Leave the clay sculpture with her. Newcomers to the base should be checked regularly, and those who are in a bad state should be cleared out. Wu Heng said directly. I understand. I have finished what I want to say. Chi Hankai said. Gao Rong cleared his throat and said, What I want to say is, regarding the newspaper printing equipment, we checked the electronic archives we brought with us. We have provided corresponding equipment to a printing factory in the city before. We can go and check the condition of the machine. Even if it is a little damaged, it will be faster than remaking it for us. Where is the printing factory you are talking about? Wu Heng asked. It is in the north. There is a commercial street of an advertising company. It is behind the factory. Gao Rong took out a map and pointed roughly on it. Chapter 554, It's not a good idea to change the name. Wu Heng glanced at the time. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, there's plenty of time. Anything else? Gao Rong said, There's also the matter of the weapons production chain. We need some weapons to confirm the specifications and dimensions. We have weapon drawings. If you need anything, let Chi Hankai make a backup copy for you. Okay, then I have nothing to do. Gao Rong closed the book on the table. Wu Heng nodded and said, Chi Hankai, prepare the convoy. Let's go to the printing factory Gao Rong mentioned. Yes. Chi Hankai took out the walkie-talkie and began to explain the task. The survivors outside began to load the trucks and prepare. Soon, the convoy and the skeletons were assembled. Wu Heng and Chi Hankai took a truck. Gao Rong followed and got on the next truck, and went to the printing factory in Sherbei. On the truck, Wu Heng asked, How do you feel about the people in Tianqing group? During the meeting, Gao Rong also reported the problems normally. But he is not always here after all, and there are some things that he still needs to ask Chi Hankai how he feels. Chi Hankai thought for a while. No problem. These people don't interact with others much. They are busy with their own things, and only come out for lunch. After a while, I want to arrange some skeleton apprentices for them to learn some skills. Chihonkai glanced at the side. Will it cause rejection? You should get in touch with them first and introduce examples of other people teaching skeletons to work. The skeletons will not replace their positions even if they learn. Wu Heng said. That's fine. After we go back, I'll take Gao Rong to the electrician to have a look. Yes. Wu Heng nodded. Chihonkai continued. On the radio station, there are survivors from all over the country every day who come to our frequency band to talk, and it's so noisy. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. What are you noisy about? They want us to go to their city to clean up the zombies. Many people have also recommended important local resource points, and they can't wait for us to go there immediately. They also said that as long as we join us, they don't want anything, but just give us food. It's quite pitiful, Chihonkai said. Wu Heng frowned slightly. As the development progressed, Wu Heng did need to clear the zombies to gain experience, and also needed to establish connections with more survivors, to increase his influence, to accumulate reputation. But the problem now was that he was a little too busy. Yantong City had not been completely cleaned up, and the zombie king that the rescue team had attracted last time, he didn't know where he had gone. He wanted to rescue survivors in various cities, so that more people could survive. But he really didn't have time for the time being. I'll go back and think of a solution. You guys explain to the survivors first. We are also planning. Let everyone hold on until we get there. Wu Heng sighed. Chihonkai also smiled. I'll tell them when we get back. The convoy continued to move forward. Not long after, it approached the area where it was located. The lead car also received news that wandering zombies appeared. Dang dang. The door of the printing factory was pushed open. Roar. In the dark factory, the roar of corpses came, and several zombies rushed out of the factory, bearing its fangs and claws, with a burst of stench. Puff puff puff. As soon as it approached the door, the zombie was stabbed to the ground by the spear. The spear stabbed out again and again, killing the zombies that rushed over. Then, Wu Heng took the skeleton into the factory and looked around. The walls of the factory were covered with bloody handprints, and the ground was covered with blood stains. In the middle, 3 printing machines can be seen. Wipe off the blood stains, and you can vaguely see the GC6180 model printing machine. The whole machine is not as big as imagined. The length is about 4 meters, and the width is more than 2 meters. The guide chain at the back is slightly longer, about 4 to 5 meters in length. After confirming that there is no danger, Wu Heng took out the intercom and said, Chihonkai, bring Gao Rong here. Got it. Footsteps sounded, and Chihonkai brought Gao Rong over. He frowned and looked at the situation in the room, and said, Go and see how the machine is? Okay. Gao Rong walked in quickly and began to check. Not long after, he walked back. He said, No problem, we need to debug it when we go back. Wu Heng nodded and said to the skeleton beside him, Remove the fixing screws. The skeleton stepped forward, and Gao Rong took 2 steps back, making way. The skeleton removed all the screws, connecting the machine to the ground. Wu Heng then waved, and directly put away the 3 machines. The sudden disappearance of the machine startled Gao Rong. Just when he was about to react, he saw that Chihonkai looked normal, as if nothing had happened. He tried to control his expression, but he subconsciously took a half step back. New superpower. The leader of the Xinfu City base has more than just the superpower of controlling skeletons. The superpower is indeed magical. After all the machines were put away, Wu Heng took a few people and went to the rest of the warehouse to take a look. The door of the warehouse was opened, and there was a warehouse full of paper and ink. This trip was not in vain. These things are enough for me to use for a while. After they were also put away, the convoy began to return, all the way back to the military factory. The machine was handed over to Gao Rong for debugging and cleaning. He passed through the boundary gate and returned to Treasure Island. Dinner. Wu Heng wiped his mouth, looked at Underwire and said, Wire, I plan to set up a newspaper, and the newspaper will be printed in the next few days. You can sort out some content to be published in the city hall and hand it over to me when the time comes. I heard about the newspaper from Minnie. In terms of content, what do you need? Underwire asked doubtfully. The policies to be announced on the island, the direction of development. Didn't we say last time that we were going to change taxes and sell houses? Write them down, and then go to the association to copy some of this year's guidance manuals. Let's send one out first to see the effect. Wu Heng said while thinking. Okay, I'll prepare it when I get back. After talking about the matter, several people gathered together and chatted for a while. Then they returned to their rooms to rest. Returned to the study. Wu Heng stood in front of the bookshelf, looking up at the books on it. In addition to some skill books, there are also collected novels and comics. Grenda floated over and said, "Are you choosing the novels to be serialized in your newspaper? Well, do you have any recommendations?" Wu Heng asked. Grenda's hobby is reading. On the entire bookshelf. Except for the skill books, the rest of the reading materials are basically what she reads. Moreover, she is proficient in the writing and language of both worlds. So there are no restrictions on reading. I remember that the detective novel I read some time ago was pretty good. Grenda gently hooked her hand, and a complete collection of Sherlock Holmes detectives flew out and floated in front of the two. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that Grenda would recommend this book. Grenda continued, "The name and occasion are more suitable for this place. And some of the cases described are also quite attractive. But it needs to be modified to make it look more like a work in this world." What to change? Place names, descriptions of some things. Many things do not exist in our world. The most important thing is the image of the protagonist. It would be better if it was changed to Wu Heng. Wu Heng scratched his head. It is understandable to delete some incomprehensible items, but changing the name of the protagonist is a bit too much. Grenda walked around half a circle, came to the other side of him, and said, "You have already copied it. Why do you still care about these? And what is the purpose of serializing this novel? It is not really just to occupy a space in the newspaper, is it? If the newspaper can really spread according to your plan, the protagonist of the novel is you. Your reputation will also increase. Do you still want to be a hero?" Wu Heng frowned. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. What Andy said makes sense. You copied the homework. It would be even more strange if you didn't change your name. Wu Heng looked at Xiao Xiao again. Her analysis was unique, but he didn't know how to answer. Originally, leaving a paragraph of the novel in the newspaper was to increase sales. After all, serialized novels are still more attractive. But in Grenda's mind, it was to serialize Wu Heng's personal story. Once it became a bestseller, her own reputation would definitely increase. Create the image of a meticulous detective. This kind of story is not uncommon in this world. The association supports level 18 professionals and distributes this type of story content to various places. Most of the stories are told through adventure and solidarity. Wu Heng suddenly hesitated. What Grenda said makes sense. Since the story has been copied, it must be spread in accordance with one's own greatest interests. But I always feel that changing the protagonist's name to my own is a bit too shameless. Don't worry about it. I'll revise it for you tonight. You can take a look at it then. Seeing him hesitate, Grenda said directly, "You want to revise it? I've written some works before. Don't worry. It's no problem." Grenda's tone was still somewhat confident. Wu Heng nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you." "Okay." The two souls chatted for a while. Grenda returned to the desk and began to revise the novel. Xiao Xiao flew to the side to play games on the tablet. Wu Heng went back to his bedroom to rest. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng sat in the living room and watched the skeletons erect some garden lights in the courtyard. Xiao Xiao, who had been out wandering, flew back from outside. He said hurriedly, "Uncle, I saw the ant with 6 arms. She brought people to the island. Sneaking around." Chapter 555, The changes are not small. The ant with 6 arms? Macintosh? 6 arms are the characteristics of the Bevola tribe. The only ant that Xiao Xiao can recognize is Macintosh, the leader of the Old Barrel Tavern. The letter that I wrote to the other party some time ago is coming here now? Let me see. Wu Heng waved. Xiao Xiao circled half a circle above his head and went straight into his body. Then, the picture was shared from his mind. The initial perspective was looking down at the entire port from the air. In the state of spiritual vision, everyone had different degrees of light on their bodies, representing their own level. Soon, Shishu's eyes fell on a group of people. The leader was level 15, wearing a hood and a loose cloak, and followed by 3 people, all of whom were close to level 10. After the group came to the island, they looked around. Then they went to the Old Barrel Tavern, now called the Golden Sail Tavern. After entering the tavern, they booked a private room. They went upstairs directly. In the private room, several people took off their hoods to reveal their original faces. When Xiao Xiao recognized the other party's identity, then she flew back directly to inform herself. It's her. She's so brave. She came directly to the island. Wu Hung muttered. He released Xiao Xiao again. Floating aside. It's her. I said she was faking death and escaping. Look. It's true. At that time, the person suspected to be Macintosh left the island at night. And it was Xiao Xiao who discovered it. This time, she was caught again, just after she arrived on the island. Xiao Xiao is so lucky to have her. Xiao Xiao is really amazing. Wu Hung praised her. The little head was slightly raised. Arms folded. Looking a little proud. Wu Hung thought for a moment. And said hello to Minnie. He took a carriage and headed to the association. In the private room of the Golden Sail Tavern, Macintosh sat at the table and used the prophet's ability to send several items. He then placed the items one by one beside him. Knock. Knock. The door rang, and 3 figures walked in quickly. One person said, Chief, we have heard that the owner of Treasure Island is Deputy Deacon Wu Hung. All the pirates in the Emerald Sea were killed by him with a new type of equipment. Now there are no pirates in the Emerald Sea. Another person added, I went to the Black Crow Nest Tavern. They are much more honest than when we were there. I heard that the gang has disbanded, and they only do ordinary business. They don't even sell hallucinogens. And the streetlights in the central area are the same as during the day at night. They are said to be newly developed props by the association. They will also be used in Lighthouse Street and ordinary residential areas in the future. This Wu Hung, what is his background? It's even more exaggerated than when Imola was there. Several people talked one after another, and roughly explained the information they had found out. The entire Treasure Island has undergone tremendous changes since they left. It has only been a few months since they left. The changes are a bit too big. Macintosh had heard almost everything, and waved his hand to signal for silence, and then said, Have you found out any major events or any recruitments? Recently? One person said, I heard that. A necromancer came to the island some time ago, and it took several days to kill him. He should be a high-level professional. The city hall is recruiting clerks, patrol teams, as long as they are the natives of the island, and the remuneration is said to be not low. Macintosh's eyes moved slightly. It seems that the other party wrote to him and helped him collect intelligence. Let's eat first, and then go to the central area to see if there is any effect of the street lamp thing. Okay. The 3 agreed and started to eat. They had just taken 2 bites. The door was knocked again. Several people were stunned and immediately alert. Macintosh immediately put on his hood, and one of them opened the door. The captain of the association team, Kavina, stood at the door, and his eyes swept across the people in the room, and finally fell on Macintosh. Said, Mrs. Macintosh, the owner of Wooing Island asks you to go to the association. In the room, everyone's face changed. They never thought that. The other party had already set their sights on them. This Treasure Island, is the intelligence so well informed? Then why did they come back? You stay in the tavern. Macintosh instructed his men, and then looked at the door. Let's go, I'll go with you. This way, the carriage is already parked at the door. Kavina made way for Macintosh to go out directly. Take a carriage, and rush to the association. In the association, in the meeting room, the air conditioner blows out cool breezes, making Macintosh exclaim, You have a really good life. Some small things. Wu Hung brewed 2 cups of tea, and handed her one. When did you find out I was on the island? Macintosh took the cup and put it on the table. Just when I got off the boat. Macintosh looked at him deeply. Did you write the letter I received? Well, isn't there a name on it? Macintosh asked in confusion. You are so good at gathering intelligence. Why did you ask me back? Are you teasing me? Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, unexpectedly. The other party asked this question first. Xiao Xiao found her today, which was a special case. But we can't always watch from the port. Moreover, not all enemies can be identified by their levels. The methods are different. What do you think? Do you want to come back to help me? Wu Hung asked directly. What do I need to do? What can I get? Macintosh was unusually calm, and his words were like gang negotiations. He did not show any fear for the young island owner. Wu Hung said, What you have to do is to help me collect intelligence on the island and help the island deal with some dangerous things. What I can give you, in addition to a place to live and a place to rely on, is an identity. You are no longer a gang leader, but a backbone official of Treasure Island. Do you trust me? Macintosh asked back. What can be gained and what to pay? I have thought about it before coming here. Otherwise, I would not bring people to the island directly. I will sign a slave contract with you, Wu Hung said. Macintosh's eyes narrowed instantly, and his tone was slightly mocking. Wu Hung Island Master is so arrogant. Just saying a few words to me. You want me to sign a contract to sell my body, or you let me come back just to insult me. I have some secrets, and I need my subordinates to be more reliable. Macintosh's eyes quickly swept over the skeleton servants behind him, and asked, What if I don't agree? That's nothing. I am also happy to see you alive as a friend. Wu Hung smiled. I don't quite understand. What do you mean? Macintosh stared at him, and seeing that he really had no intention of detaining him, he said, I will think about it. Whether I agree or not, I will inform you when the time comes. I just hope you won't embarrass us then. Judging from the tone, it is more likely that he will refuse. It's good to stay on the island for a few days and see the changes. Okay. Nothing else. I'll go back first. Macintosh stood up, wrapped himself tightly again, opened the door and walked out, without waiting for Wu Hung to get up. The door opened again. Zalagui looked in. That was a woman just now. How do you know it was a woman? Wu Hung asked. From the way she walked, I knew it was a woman. After saying that, she looked at him in confusion. What are you doing in the conference room? She asked this question. It felt like she was caught doing something bad. Wu Hung said, That was Macintosh just now, didn't you see it? Macintosh? She's back. What are you doing here? Zalagui walked in and closed the door of the conference room. I want her to join Treasure Island and continue to collect intelligence for us, Wu Hung said directly. Zalagui frowned. Because of the matter of the Necromancer of the Destiny Church? Well, when Macintosh was on the island, the intelligence of Treasure Island was quite good. If she can come back to help us, it will be easier to find out if there are any dangerous people on the island again. Wu Hung said his thoughts. This kind of thing, in fact, does not need to be explained to Zalagui. But both of them are responsible for the safety of Treasure Island. There are many battles, and the team of the association is more combat effective. It is better to explain it to the other party. Zalagui sat down, pondered for a while, and had some doubts. She has a lot of connections with pirates. Isn't she afraid of sending our information out? Chapter 556, Blood Clan Fleet. Wu Hung slapped his thigh and said, You see, we are thinking alike, so I just told her and asked her to sign a slave contract, but she didn't agree. Ah, Zalagui coughed dryly. You asked Macintosh to sign a slave contract with you. She is a level 15 professional and has been the leader for so many years. Ah, am I not worthy? Wu Hung asked back. She didn't scold you. I felt like she scolded you in my heart, but I almost said it out loud. Zalagui smiled. I was just saying, it seems that this matter has no result. Let's train a new one to collect intelligence. Well, she hasn't replied to me yet. She said she would stay on the island for 2 days to see the situation. If she refuses, we can support one ourselves. Zalagui nodded and looked at him with some doubts. You are not attracted to her. Are you, like this type? Forget it, it's all for Treasure Island, or you can sign the contract with her. Wu Hung said immediately. You are the island owner. What's the matter with me signing it? Zalagui said with her arms crossed. She is a deacon. She may be transferred at any time. Even if the other party agrees to sign, it is not suitable for her to sign this contract. Wu Hung took a sip of the teacup, leaned forward, said in a low voice, Is there any news from the Yek Kingdom recently? No. What news did you get? Zalagui also came over and asked in a low voice. I heard that the old king died. Zalagui frowned instantly. Is it true? Who said it? Is it reliable? You forgot, I also came from the kingdom of Ko, and my former friends are still there, and they also heard it from other people. Zalagui pondered for a moment. It's really possible. There has been no news from the kingdom of Ko for a long time. The news should be blocked. On our island, we should also be careful to prevent new pirates from appearing. Okay. Squeak. The two of them approached and whispered, and the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Shiryali looked at the two people whispering in a short distance, and her steps suddenly stopped. She closed the door again. Zalagui glared, and immediately stood up and said, I'll go back first. Remember to let me know if there is anything. Okay. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. When I have time. Zalagui opened the door and walked out, quickly chasing after Shiryali, who was walking away. Wu Hung also put the cup back into the cabinet beside him, and went to the city hall with the skeleton, and visited the newly built Design Institute. Together with the dwarf designer and several other designers, we discussed the future construction plan. The main thing was the location of several new factories. The location needed to be marked in advance, and roads needed to be paved to facilitate transportation. As dusk approached, Wu Heng returned to the island owner's manor. Inside the island owner's manor, after having dinner with several maids, he went straight upstairs and walked into the study. Glinda was still rewriting the novel, while Xiao Xiao was watching cartoons on the side, giggling. The ghosts are really good, at least they don't affect his intelligence. The two ghosts ignored him. Wu Heng didn't care about them either. He returned to the bedroom, and lay on the bed and began to think about the past 2 days, and the future development. Everything is going well in Treasure Island, and the future development will be industrialization. It is best to combine mechanization with various runes, and create energy-saving and efficient rune equipment. The Yinhua power plant gave Wu Heng a lot of inspiration. The furnace replaced the fuel heating, not only reducing the cost, but also eliminating the pollution of smoke and dust, which made Wu Heng quite satisfied. For the rest, Wu Heng also thought about whether he could combine runes and equipment to make something similar. He could study this aspect. Also, the construction of factories, drug development, golden cats, and entertainment streets should all be accelerated. These things also need to be implemented one after another. For the zombie world, one is to continue to recruit talents in various fields, which is basically competing with the headquarters for talents. Talents are helpful for the construction of both worlds. The second problem is to clean up the zombies in each city and rescue the survivors. According to Chihan Kai, the survivors in each city came to his channel for help. Wu Heng really wanted to rescue more people, and it would also increase his reputation. But the country is too big, not to mention the inconvenient transportation. Even running from city to city is not an easy task. Moreover, he had to go into the city to clean up the zombies and arrange the rescue of the survivors. With his arms behind his head, he said, "Let the skeletons disperse, and I will clean up the zombies in the surrounding cities." It seems feasible. When the skeletons kill zombies, Wu Heng can gain experience. As for high-level skeletons, they already have a certain level of intelligence, so it is not a problem to disperse and clean up the zombies normally. The number of skeletons reserved in each city is also over 1 million. Skeletons alone are not enough. We also need to arrange big-headed skeletons that can be commanded, and a team of survivors. You can transfer the jobs of people you trust, and let them lead the team to try to kill zombies on your behalf and rescue survivors. You can try, then see which job is suitable for killing zombies. I thought about the problem quickly in my mind. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Late at night, Emerald Sea. On the dark sea, the cold moon shines. A fleet with huge blood-red wings, moving forward quickly. The hull broke through the sea surface, raising waves. A figure stood at the bow, standing tall, with red eyes. The sea breeze blew, and the black cloak fluttered in the wind. At this time, another figure quickly walked up from the deck and said softly, "Master, Treasure Island is ahead." According to intelligence, the island has been assigned to a deputy deacon by the association some time ago. The murderer who killed Lady Melanus is most likely the deacon on the island. The figure on the bow looked at the light in the darkness in the distance and said, "Bypass the island. Our goal is to rescue other elders of the family. We will deal with them later." "Yes, respected master." Check the map and speed up. Lilith also copied a copy of this map and may have arranged people to go there. We need to go faster. "Yes." The servant turned around and went downstairs and shouted, "The master has ordered to move forward at full speed and let all the slaves get up and work." As the order was issued, the fleet accelerated again under the cover of night, heading towards the destination. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng went to the zombie world. After listening to Chi Hansai's arrangement, Wu Heng looked at Gao Rong. "How are those printing machines?" Gao Rong said, "2 of them are fine, but the ink in the ink cartridge has dried up. I am cleaning it, and it can be used after cleaning. The remaining one cannot be started. I am still looking for the reason, and I will replace the parts later to see the situation. 2 are enough, at least enough for the printing quantity of Treasure Island. I'll arrange a few skeletons for you. Teach them how to write content and layout in the next 2 days, and complete the printing of the whole set." Gao Rong nodded. "Okay, these are not difficult." Wu Heng continued to look at Chihan Kai. "Is everything okay at the base?" "Nothing. Everything is running normally." "Yeah. Then, Wu Hung went to the warehouse and collected all the bullets produced in the past few days. Then he checked the time, passed through the boundary gate, and returned to Treasure Island. Wu Hung walked downstairs. Then I saw Philippa, also teasing the dragons. Maybe they were originally sold to pirates, or maybe it was the effect of the beast-turning friendship bracelet. The dragons didn't look that fierce. On the contrary, they were quite obedient. Wu Hang's first plan was to feed them corpse cores and see what happened. Now that the dragons are so obedient, it's a little hard to start with. "Philippa!" Wu Hung shouted. Philippa turned around, pushed the parrot on her head away, and came over hopping. Said, "I came early. Minnie said you were still resting. I waited for a while. How is the fleet going?" Wu Hung sat down on the sofa. Philippa sat on his lap naturally. The 5 ships of the dragon smuggling team last time have been modified. No one can tell whose ships they are. They are also armed. And all parked in the newly built port. "Yes. You are still very serious about the things on the ship. What are you talking about? I was also a captain back then. And I was in control of the overall situation," Philippa emphasized. "Get ready, we'll go out to sea later." "Go out to sea, okay, then I'll go back and prepare, and then we'll meet at the port," Philippa said excitedly. "Well, don't be late, and don't tell anyone, including Millicent." Philippa clenched her fist. "Don't worry, I know what to do." After saying that, she left quickly, with the parrot following behind. Wu Hung also explained to Minnie and others, put on a cloak and veil, and took a carriage to the dedicated port. Chapter 557, Corrupted Corpse Shark. The location ahead is on the map. We call this place the Eye of the Angry Dragon. It looks like an eye from the sky. I wonder if the sarcophagus you mentioned is here. Philippa slid down from the mast and said casually. Wu Hung stood at the bow and looked ahead. He saw that the sea ahead was pitch black, which was obviously different from the color of the surrounding sea surface. Is it that the eyes can't see it? It's more like ink dyed this area black. Is there any danger? Wu Hung asked. The sea beasts here are quite fierce. If someone falls into the water, they will be attacked. Philippa glanced at the skeletons on the boat. If they go down, they will probably be attacked. Wait a minute. Don't let the boat approach, Wu Hung said. Philippa nodded, turned around and passed on the order. The boat floated around this location for a while. And Glenda, who was arranged to investigate the situation, flew back from underwater and directly entered Wu Heng's body, sharing the underwater scene. The underwater area of the angry dragon's eye was completely dark, even though the sun was shining brightly above. Only a little sunlight could penetrate, making it dim. Glenda went down all the way and saw 3 giant sharks of considerable size, circling below the ship, like underwater guards. They bit and swallowed some nearby marine creatures. Continuing down, he saw a sarcophagus half buried in the mud, with intricate runes and carvings carved on it. The blood from a turtle whose body was bitten to pieces slowly gathered towards the sarcophagus. And all around, there were also human skeletons and large pieces of fish bones. It was like a cemetery under the sea. Seeing this, the shared picture ended. Wu Hung also released Glenda again, floating around invisibly. From the picture just now, the 3 exaggerated giant sharks should be the fierce sea beasts that Philippa said. It has been circling several times. Philippa walked over. Wu Hung said, there are 3 large sharks below, looking very fierce. Is there any way to kill them? Just 3? 3 also noticed our ship, right under our ship. Philippa raised his eyebrows, rolled up his sleeves and said, there is a way, we will eat shark meat tonight. As he said, he walked to the side and began to give orders to some skeletons. Soon, several barrels filled with gutted fish were brought over. They were thrown directly to the side of the ship. The barrels floated on the sea, and the blood dyed the surroundings red. Soon, a huge shadow became clearer underwater, and 3 ferocious sharks broke through the sea and began to fight for the floating barrels. Fish spear, Philippa ordered. Click! With the sound of machinery, the crossbow began to adjust its angle, and the crossbow string exploded. The giant crossbow arrow connected to the chain whistled out, instantly nailed into the bodies of 3 giant sharks. The giant sharks began to struggle violently. The chains pulled the hull and began to shake violently. Shoot, and kill them directly. Wu Hung held a fence and gave the same order. Bang, bang, bang. The skeleton standing on the edge of the deck directly pulled the trigger, and dense bullets shot at the struggling sharks like a rainstorm. In the blink of an eye, the sharks were drowned by bullets. The gunshot stopped, and 3 dead giant sharks floated on the sea, connected by crossbows and dragged behind the hull. Great, your weapon is the best. Philippa's face was full of excitement. Let's fish out the coffin first, and we'll talk about the shark later, Wu Hung said, and then said to the skeleton beside him, go down, and tie up the sarcophagus below more tightly. Plop! Several skeletons jumped off the deck, pulling the iron chain and swimming towards the seabed. When they resurfaced, Wu Hung ordered the boat to pull the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus buried in the mud was pulled out, and pulled onto the deck little by little. Wu Hung and Philippa both looked at the sarcophagus. The khaki stone, with complex patterns carved on it, has silt on it, but no barnacles attached to it. Do you want to take it back? Philippa asked. Wu Hung recalled the contents of Lilith's letter, and became more and more certain about what she wanted him to do. He said, not taking it back. Check the status of the exile inside. With a slight wave of his hand, the skeletons around him began to gather around, with their guns pointed at the sarcophagus. Then, he asked the skeletons to try to open the sarcophagus. All the crowbars and chisels were used, but the gap in the sarcophagus remained closed, without any signs of loosening. Go and carry the sarcophagus to the bow. The skeleton carried the sarcophagus to the bow, and Wu Hung took out the machine gun. Boom! The machine gun fired, and it hit the center of the sarcophagus. Smoke and dust rose, and the sarcophagus exploded. The sea breeze blew away the smoke and dust, and a woman with a pale face, and sunken brows and cheekbones, appeared in sight. She had long hair like a waterfall, and was wearing a black dress, with bright red embroidery on the collar and cuffs. The originally gorgeous appearance was affected by the machine gun, and was covered in blood. The next second, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, and a bloodthirsty red light flashed in her eyes. Ah, the scorching sun made her wail, the wide sleeves covered her head, and her eyes swept around the skeletons. The eyes moved quickly, and her voice was hoarse. Necromancer, save me, you will get rich. Shoot! Bang bang bang. Several sniper rifles behind her, and the rifles around her fired at the same time. The bullets penetrated her head and body. The vampire woman, full of horror, fell to the ground and died instantly. Then, the bone cage rose from the ground, trapped the fleeing ghost, and put it into the magic soul pot, while the ghost struggled and cursed. Wu Hung took out a straw mat. Wrap up the body. The skeleton stepped forward and wrapped up the body with the straw mat. Wu Hung put it directly into the space ring. Philippa, with a parrot on her shoulder, walked over. These sharks are smashed. There are not many edible parts. Don't eat them, if you want to eat anything. Go back to the island, these will be transformed into skeletons, and they will escort you when you go out to sea. Wu Hung looked at the shark corpse dragged on the side of the ship. The bloody smell in the sea attracted some small fish. If we delay for a while, it may attract sharks or ferocious sea beasts. Hearing that they will escort us, Philippa's eyes lit up. The mage is really smart. Can the fish skeleton swim? The current is a bit strong, so it won't be carried away. After hearing this, Wu Hung, who was about to cast a spell, paused. It makes sense. For ordinary land creatures, their hands and feet will still exist after transformation. For marine creatures, it won't be only the fish bones left after transformation into skeletons. It is still difficult to determine whether the tail fin will be retained. Rotten corpse, can you accept it? Wu Hung asked. I don't care, as long as it's useful. Wu Hung nodded. Corpse spell released, the wounds on the shark corpse began to scab over, turning into a rotten corpse with atrophied muscles and exposed shark teeth. Rotten shark, level 9, the level is not low. Almost reaching level 10, entering the next stage. Follow the fleet, Wu Hung said, and then said to Philippa, let's go to the next location. Philippa shouted loudly, and the ship started again, heading to the next location on the map. It was late at night. The ship arrived at the second location, in a hidden stone cave. After the ghost explored, Philippa stayed on the ship. Wu Hung went straight over with the skeleton. Dancing lights throw it out, lighting up the entire stone cave. At the far end, an open sarcophagus stood in the middle, and the remaining traces of the ritual could still be seen on the ground around it. It escaped. Xiao Xiao appeared on the side. No, it was rescued by someone, locked in the sarcophagus, and it was impossible to hold the ceremony, Grenda said. Xiao Xiao flew around the sarcophagus. Auntie, what you said makes sense. Wu Hung also walked over to take a look. It seems that we are a step late, and the ceremony was just held recently. Let's go around to see if there are any bodies. Chapter 558, Covering Strike. The two ghosts instantly dispersed, flew out of the stone cave, and began to search. After a while, Xiao Xiao and Granda flew back. We found a head down there, a human head. Let's go out. Back on the deck, the head was also salvaged. The rest of the body had been eaten by fish, only the head was stuck in the cracks of the stone, and was not eaten. The dead talk release, the head opened its eyes. Wu Heng asked, "Who performed the ritual to kill you?" Lulu. The head spat out a lot of mud and sand, and spoke indistinctly. "A blood clan, I heard someone call him Master Emika." "How many people came with him?" 3 ships in total, with quite a few blood clan, maybe hundreds of people. Wu Heng then asked, "Do you know their plans later?" The corpse replied, "To find other sarcophagi." "This sarcophagi is the first one they opened?" "The first one." "The last question. Among the vampires, what is the highest level?" "Not sure." After answering the 5 questions, the corpse closed his eyes. "But the matter has been investigated. Not only them, but also a fleet of vampires arrived at the Emerald Sea. Their purpose was the opposite of theirs. To rescue all the people in the sarcophagus." Philippa came over and asked, "Is someone trying to steal our lives?" "There is a team of vampires, unlike us, who are here to rescue people," Wu Heng explained. "Then let's go quickly, we can still stop them." "Well, let's go to the 3rd location. Don't show the light outside on the way, so as not to be noticed." "Okay." After giving the instructions, go to the 3rd location again. The next day, at noon, heavy dark clouds covered the sky above the island. Under the dark clouds, a row of vampires in cloaks are constantly busy. In the built wooden shed, a vampire in an old dress opened his huge mouth, revealed his sharp fangs, and bit a slave's throat tightly. He sucked blood in big mouthfuls. The slave's struggle gradually weakened, and finally his limbs fell down, and his body went limp. The vampire threw the body aside, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a white handkerchief. His movements were slow and elegant. Fresh blood is still the most delicious. On the other side, another vampire watched him finish sucking blood, and said, "Lilith still controls the vampires. You must conceal your identity when you return to the vampires. If she catches you, it may be very difficult to deal with. We know what to do. With a little effort, we can regain control of the church, and her position will be unshakable." The vampire in the old dress said calmly, "The family has been suppressed too severely, and it is difficult for us to tolerate her. She will pay the price for her decision." As the two talked, the old servant came over and saluted respectfully. "Master, the ceremony is ready, and can be opened at any time." "Well, let's start the ceremony." The 2 vampires stood up and walked to the middle. Several slaves were pressed down and knelt in front of the sarcophagus. The old servant said, "Begin the ceremony." The sharp dagger cut the slave's throat. Blood gushed out in a big drum. It gathered and flowed towards the sarcophagus. Crack! The gap of the sarcophagus loosened, and the lid of the coffin suddenly opened, revealing the long-haired and pale-faced vampire inside. Roar! The vampire inside the sarcophagus let out an angry roar, venting out the suppressed emotions in his heart. The vampire in the old dress spoke softly. "Be quiet, Emika, let us go," and the anger in his heart is waiting to be vented on Lilith and her people. "Lilith, I want to let her taste the pain of loneliness and hunger." "Okay, adjust yourself, pick a slave you like, have a good meal, and then we will go to save Aquilina." The vampire walked out of the sarcophagus. He pulled up a slave and bit through his throat. The rest of the slaves were so scared that their legs swayed and they curled up. Just when they were about to continue their actions, someone said, "There is an association ship approaching." Everyone was startled. Although they said they wanted to seek revenge on Lilith, they had to hide first, slowly recover, and look for opportunities in the dark. "How many?" "Only 1 ship. It is approaching us, flying the flags of the Association and Treasure Island. Sink it. And if there are any alive, bring them back as sacrifices." "Yes." On the deck, Wu Heng took out the machine gun and ordered the skeletons to prepare for battle. He did not go directly to the 3rd location last night. Instead, he confirmed the location of the Blood Clan ship through the Emerald Sand Table and rushed over directly. Whether the other party took the 2nd coffin or not, catching them first is the most direct way to solve the problem. "There are ships coming. 3 in total. Without flags," Philippa shouted loudly. Wu Heng looked around and saw that there were not many people on the deck. There were only a few scattered people preparing the equipment on the ship. Philippa, command the attack, Wu Hung said. Philippa said he got it. And then shouted, kill them for me. Boom, boom, boom. The machine gun began to spit out flames. Wherever the shells passed, the hull exploded, and wood fragments flew everywhere. The sniper rifle began to shoot at the lookout and the personnel operating the equipment. The machine gun fired directly, while wailing and fleeing. The enemies who fell into the water were attacked by the corpse sharks and torn into pieces. There was no suspense in the battle. When the gunfire stopped, the sea was full of broken wooden boards. Great! Philippa punched. On the island, the vampires all widened their eyes at this time. They looked at the scene in horror. No one spoke, but just stared blankly at the Association ship approaching again. During the period of exile, the Association has developed so fast. Has it developed such a powerful prop, or some special strange object? Luckily, we didn't get on the ship to attack. Let's stay on the island and wait for them to attack. Glinda returned and got into Wu Heng's body. The situation on the island was also shared in Wu Heng's mind. 2 level 18 vampires, 1 level 15 vampire, and the rest were level 5 and 10. Wu Heng frowned. This vampire is so strong. 2 level 18, 1 level 15. If they were placed outside, they would definitely be top-notch. He looked up at the island covered by dark clouds, and vaguely saw the vampires standing on the island. In the daytime, the combat effectiveness of the vampires would be greatly reduced, and they needed to block the sun. At night, the fighting power of the vampires will be improved. It is also because of this that the vampires call themselves the Sons of the Night. They are all hiding on the island, and have no intention of attacking. Should we attack them? It seems that those guys are quite cowardly. Philippa observed the situation of the island through animal training. Don't rush. They have high-level professionals. Don't rush up first, Wu Heng said. What should we do? Bomb them first. Ah? Philippa was curious. Wu Heng waved his hand casually, and a huge stone door and crack appeared from the side of him. Below was still the gate of the soldier cave. Above, there were howitzer barrels set up one by one. Beside the barrels, there stood a skeleton warrior holding a grenade, waiting silently. Target the center of the island. Adjust the angle, and prepare to cover the attack, Wu Heng said directly. The skeleton immediately took action. Adjust the angle of the barrel, and aim at the island in the distance. Start bombing. Boom, boom, boom. The dense sound of firing sounded, and one grenade after another broke through the sky and fell to the island in front. Then, there was a series of deafening explosions. Howitzers rained down on the island, flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. Trees broke, and rocks and dirt flew. The island was covered in flames and smoke. The vampires who were ambushing on the island were engulfed by the explosion, and in the blink of an eye, most of them were killed or injured, and their limbs and arms were scattered everywhere. Roar! Follow me and kill them! Seize the boat and leave here! A vampire shouted. Get on board. The rest of the vampires also roared loudly, with bloodthirsty and angry eyes. Ta-ta-ta! The remaining vampires began to run fast and furiously. When approaching the coast, the black bat wings spread out instantly and rushed into the sky like a ghost, with the scorching sun above their heads, and rushed towards the ship with the Association hanging on it. When they flew into the sky, looking at the large number of skeletons on the ship, their brows furrowed tightly again. Dead servants? Bang, bang, bang. While frowning and thinking, the explosion sounded again. The equipment in the skeleton's hand spit out tongues of fire and swept towards the figure rushing towards them. Puff, puff, puff. In the dense bullets, the vampire's body turned into blood mist, entering a state of self-preservation. The bullets continued to shoot at the blood mist. Soon, the vampire reappeared under the dense attack, with fangs exposed, and roared ferociously. Bang, bang, bang. The machine guns that were set up also followed suit and fired. The bullets were like a rainstorm, piercing the vampire's body and wings. It fell into the water with a crackling sound. The shark circled and began to bite the body that fell into the water. I found you, little wizard. In the air, the vampire in the old dress murmured coldly. His eyes fell on the figure wearing a wizard robe, controlling a strange device. It was certain that the other party was the owner of this undead fleet. The Necromancer. I'll go kill him. And you go attract those skeletons. The old vampire in the old suit said. Okay. Several people responded quickly. Then, The vampires dispersed again, attacking the ships in different directions. Wu Hung seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly turned his head to look. He saw a vampire, like a ghost, rushing towards him. Is he going to kill me first? The machine gun turned around and suddenly fired into the air. Bang! 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 The shells whizzed out and shot towards the opponent's position in the blink of an eye. And at the moment the shells hit, the Blood Clan's body suddenly dissipated into blood-colored smoke and disappeared. Almost at the same time, Wu Hung only felt a chill and danger coming from behind. Ha! A black figure appeared from behind, with its head close to its shoulders, and its fangs biting towards its neck. Wu Hung didn't think much. The body leaned to the other side, and hit with an elbow. Bang! A dull crash sounded. The vampire behind him took a few steps back, looking at the necromancer in front of him, was somewhat surprised at the speed of his reaction. Wu Hung was also somewhat surprised at his ability. When he killed the first level 18 vampire. But he killed him directly. And the vampire in front of him showed an ability that was almost instantaneous. It was similar to the effect of the strange item Condensed Mist Evil Sword. But it did not require mist, and the distance was farther. It was more like a surprise attack ability. Caxiu, go help Philippa, don't let her die. Wu Hung said directly. Caxia rushed forward, and suddenly changed direction. Rushing to the opposite side, turned directly, and ran to Philippa's location. Wu Hung quickly cast a spell on himself. Bone armor wrapped the whole body. The opposite vampire sneered, "You should worry about yourself, little mage." As he said, he walked quickly. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his hand, and took out a machine gun. He started to shoot at the target. The bullets were fired quickly. And the vampire's figure, at the moment the bullets hit, collapsed into blood mist, and appeared from the front. The bullets were still fired. The body of the vampire, while collapsing again and again, quickly approached. The blood of the young mage, it's exciting to think about it. Chapter 559, I Saw My Father. The vampires can turn into blood mist, which Wu Hung had seen before. This ability can reduce physical damage to a great extent. It can be very useful for escaping, and in some special environments. But the vampires in front of me use their abilities so frequently, like flashing, which is the first time I have seen them. The ability of a level 18 vampire? It is really special. Where did these weapons come from? Are they new items from the association, or weapons from your country? It doesn't matter. When I taste your blood, I can also know your experience, and then find your family and friends little by little, and let them become blood food. Do you want to give your body to other mages, as a bargaining chip to help me? Every time the vampire figure appeared, he would say a sentence. The necromancer in front of him has become his prey to be slaughtered. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly, and continued to shoot backwards. He didn't believe in his heart that this ability could be maintained forever, but it was still maintained for the time being. Bang! A larger blood mist dispersed, and the vampire disappeared. Wu Hang's eyes condensed, and as his body rolled forward, the vampire appeared beside him. He was also level 18. And his physique, strength and agility were not lower than those of melee professionals, even though his melee skills were not high. But with strong attributes, the body can quickly burst out power and move faster. The vampire missed again. His brows also wrinkled. Wu Hung rolled and stood firm. His body swayed at a high frequency, and 6 identical figures appeared in the blink of an eye. While quickly dispersing, the undead clone released Weakening Ray, Disease Ray. The rest of the clones, machine guns and rifles, began to fire more intensively. When the vampire saw the sudden appearance of the clone, there was a little confusion in his eyes. A necromancer actually fought alone, and entangled with him for so long. He concentrated and quickly distinguished the 6 clones, while confirming that he could not distinguish the real body and weaknesses. His body turned into blood mist again, and flashed to appear in the distance. He pulled away, and had to go to support other places first. Wu Hung saw that the other party was about to leave. He reached out, and took out a badge, and threw it towards the other party. Glenda! The ghost flew down from the top of his head, and the moment it entered the body of the vampire, he turned around and grabbed the throne emblem. The possession lasted only a short moment, and the ghost was driven out of the body. The vampire frowned, stopped, spread his palm, and looked at the emblem on his palm that clearly had the characteristics of the church. Holy Church? Are you from the Holy Church? A necromancer? Then, the vampire's eyes suddenly shrank, and his expression gradually became terrified. He threw the emblem away as if it was hot. His skin began to turn red, and a lot of heat began to appear in his mouth and nostrils. Huh? His body suddenly burned. The vampire began to wail and struggle in fear. He turned into blood mist again and again, and changed back to his original form again and again. The flames were still burning in his body, turning him into a fireman. The wailing sound spread throughout the whole area. The other vampires fighting also watched this scene in horror. Bang, bang, bang. The dense bullets were fired again and hit the opponent's body densely. This time, he did not dodge the bullets again, nor was he able to turn into blood mist. The vampire struggled, ran to the edge of the ship, trying to escape into the sea. Stop him! Karanmu supported himself with one hand, released the cloud and mist technique, and appeared behind the vampire in the blink of an eye. The evil sword slashed horizontally, with a sound of puff, cut into the neck, but not completely cut off. The vampire screamed and roared, grasping at the opponent. The evil sword slashed again. It cut across the neck, and the head fell to the ground. Wu Heng's undead clone stepped forward quickly, and the bone cage rose from the ground, trapping the fleeing ghost. Amidst the curses and roars, it was put into the magic soul pot. Wu Heng picked up the emblem, and glanced at the charred corpse on the ground. Bone art release. The charred flesh fell off, and the vampire skeleton with flesh membrane on the bat wings slowly stood up. Skeleton blood assassin, level 18, level 18 assassin. Isn't it called a thief? Why is it called an assassin? Wu Heng didn't have time to think about it. Follow me. After saying that, he rushed to the other side. Another level 18 vampire fought with Caxiu. One after another blood-colored spear, condensed from midair, shot at Caxiu and other skeletons around. The ability displayed is different from the continuous flashing just now. It is more inclined to magic moves. Blood spear, blood ball, and wriggling black tentacles. Blood magic was cast one after another, and the skeletons that were hit had their bones corroded, and then exploded. It was difficult for Caxia to attack air units. He could barely cope with it. But there was no better way. Kill him! Wu Heng ordered. The figure of the skeleton blood assassin disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared behind the opponent, and his sharp bone palm, like a sword, stabbed the target's back. The vampire just wanted to dodge. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets shot into his body. His body hesitated for a moment, and his claws pierced his back. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed out of his mouth. Wu Heng threw the elf magic carpet to Caxiu. Go kill him. Caxia rode the flying carpet into the sky, jumped high, and rushed directly to the target. Below, the undead clone held the staff and released dead corpse battlefield, and the gray-white light circles spread out. The dead vampires around turned into white bones with huge wings and stood up one by one. Kill all the vampires. Whoosh! The skeleton vampires rushed into the sky and rushed to the rest of the vampires around and fought in a group, protecting the clone, looking around. Finding the skeleton attendant protecting Philippa, asked, "Where is Philippa?" The skeleton turned his head and looked at the cabin behind him. Wu Heng walked in directly and saw the iron coffin standing upright in the corner of the cabin. Iron Maiden coffin, a strange object that can trap the enemy. Once trapped, the person inside cannot open it. It is somewhat similar to the stone coffin that the vampires used to trap the exiles, except that the Iron Maiden coffin is a strange object, and the stone coffin is a kind of magic prop. Wu Heng stepped forward and opened the handle outside. The coffin lid suddenly opened. Philippa staggered out, her armor corroded, blood oozing from her mouth and nose. Seeing that it was Wu Heng outside, she was relieved. "How is it?" Wu Heng supported her. "Just now, I saw my real father." Philippa looked horrified. "Don't talk nonsense. Where are you injured?" "I was hit by that person's magic, and I felt the blood reversed." Caxia held the other party, and I locked myself up. Philippa took out 2 bottles of potion and drank them all. Wu Heng touched her head. "You stay here first, and go out after it's over." "Are those bats dead?" "Soon, I'll call you then." Outside the cabin, the battle between the vampires and the skeletons was gradually coming to an end. The level 18 vampire was killed by 2 level 18 skeletons in the sea, and the ghost who tried to escape was swallowed by Granda and Xiao Xiao. Wu Heng's undead clone released dead corpse battlefield again, and the newly dead vampires turned into bones and flew into the sky. "Dock!" Wu Heng shouted. The boat slowly approached the island. In the sky, a large number of skeleton bloods were flying, landing on the island. Wu Heng ordered to start cleaning up the battlefield on the island and collecting corpses. The bombing of grenades also left the island full of wounds. The skeletons landed on the island and began to gather all the corpses scattered everywhere by the explosion. Wu Heng removed the effect of 100 Soldiers' robe. His clone disappeared. And a headache came. When the side effects disappeared, the corpses were also collected. 2 bodies were selected for dead talk. After a brief questioning, the whole incident was basically clear. The leader of this fleet was called Emika, a level 15 professional, in charge of the 5th Fleet of the Scarlet Knights. He was a more outstanding young generation of the Badley family. After learning that one of the exiles was killed, Lilith copied the location of the other exiles and guessed that they might have to be killed. So she brought her trusted fleet to release these exiles. As for the creatures used for sacrifice, some were bought slaves, some were fishermen captured along the way. The whole operation was carried out in secret. So when Wu Heng's ship was discovered, it had to be sunk no matter what. Otherwise, the news would reach Lilith's ears. After asking about the matter, Wu Heng wrote down the names mentioned on paper, so that he could report to Lilith when he returned. Recently, there was no way to get rewards through the association. I hope Lilith will not let me down. After everything was done, Wu Heng continued to release the dead corpse battlefield. And the rest of the corpses were transformed into skeletons. Didn't you say that the corpses of the vampires were not allowed to be transformed? Philippa came over with the parrot. I will arrange it in a place where no one can see it. Don't tell anyone. If someone asks, just say that it was a battle at sea and was eaten by sharks. Wu Heng instructed. Okay. I will say that it was blown to pieces. And then the sharks ate the corpses. And the excrement was eaten by small fish. And the excrement of the small fish was eaten by shrimps. Philippa said. You don't have to be so meticulous. Philippa patted his chest. Don't worry. I've always kept my mouth shut. After a simple search on the island, all the fallen flesh and blood were thrown into the sea. And the skeletons were sent into the sea to salvage the items in the sunken ship. After almost dealing with everything, everyone began to return. The harvest this time was not small. Among the corpses of the vampires, there were 3 level 18 corpses, 1 level 15, and more level 10 and lower skeletons. Among them, 2 were directly transformed into skeletons, and 1 was collected in the space ring. After returning, transform again. Level 18 corpse, you can't buy it no matter how much money you have. You can improve your strength directly. Even if this world cannot use it, there is a rare race protection bill. You can also use it directly in the zombie world. 2 days and 1 night trip. The ship docked at the exclusive port of Treasure Island. Philippa got off the ship with the parrot in her arms, and went to the ship manager to register. Wu Heng opened the gate, and let all the vampire skeletons enter the gate, and go to another world. After all the vampire skeletons went in, Wu Heng also got off the ship with his own skeleton, and took Philippa to a carriage to leave the port. He dropped her off at Lighthouse Street, and went to the association himself. Chapter 560. Fuck, it's his. Deacon study. Wu Heng drank a sip of flower tea, and recounted what happened during this voyage. When she heard that the Blood Clan released those exiles, each of whom was level 18, she Logwi's chubby face also tensed up, and became serious instantly. What happened in the end? Wu Heng drank another sip of tea. Dead, at sea, I bombarded them all and killed them all. Where is the Blood Clan fleet you mentioned? She Logwi continued to ask. It is the 5th fleet of the Blood Knights. And the leader is called Emika, a 15th level professional. Wu Heng said softly. Zalogwi's face was still ugly. If Wu Heng had not met them this time, he would have released these exiles. It would be fine if they returned to the Blood Clan. At least, they could solve their own affairs. If they did not plan to return, but messed around the Emerald Sea, many people would die. Whether it was Treasure Island or other villages and towns. What do you think about the future? Zalogwi continued to ask. Wu Heng glanced at the other party. It seems that there are also some families within the Blood Clan, fighting each other openly and secretly. This time I destroyed their plan and killed the fleet. I may be retaliated by the Blood Clan. Be careful on the island. Well, I will tell each team to pay attention to this matter. She Logwi nodded. The last time the Necromancer retaliated, Sher Yali was almost killed in the city. So, be careful about this kind of thing. The Blood Clan is not a small sect like the Tianming sect, but a real big clan. Then, Zalogwi asked again, do you plan to report this to the association? Reporting it will also be a deterrent to the vampires. Originally, Wu Heng did not want to tell the headquarters about this. It was not on the association's wanted list. And it also involved the internal affairs of the vampires. But Zalagui was right. If it was reported, there would be problems. We could also use the headquarters to put pressure on the vampires. If we did not report it, when something happened, we would have to explain the matter from the beginning, which would be very troublesome. You write a report to the association, saying that the vampire ships sacrificed people in the Emerald Sea. I will write a letter to Lilith, saying this from the perspective of inspecting the exiles. Wu Heng thought for a while and said. Zalagui thought for a moment, nodded and agreed. Okay. Sure. Yali came over from the side, prepared paper and pen for the two of them. She began to write. Lilith and Beshmet, during the mission to check the status of the exiles at the 3 locations of the exiles, we encountered other Blood Clan fleets. They first salvaged the 3 sarcophagi of the exiles, and captured fishermen along the way as living sacrifices to open the sarcophagi. The ships of Treasure Island clashed with the Blood Clan fleet. After losing several large warships and skeleton attendants, the target ship was sunk and the crew was killed. The bloody battle zone attracted sharks, which devoured the bodies and rammed the ships. The scene was extremely chaotic. According to the subsequent investigation, the leader of the team was called Imika, the captain of the 5th Fleet of the Scarlet Knights. The purpose of this time was to release several exiles from the Emerald Sea. I don't know the other party's reasons, nor can I guess the other party's ultimate goal. I just feel that someone is against the leader. Please, Lilith, be careful of potential enemies in the dark. The owner of Treasure Island, Wu Heng. After writing, Wu Heng checked it. Sheila Gui, who was sitting at the desk, also put down her pen. Have you finished writing? I've finished writing. Take a look. Wu Heng handed it to her. Sheila Gui also handed her own to the other party. The two looked at each other and confirmed that there was no problem with what they reported. It was just that the angles of description were different. And there was no big difference. After confirming that there was no problem, put it in an envelope. Sure. Yali took it and sent it to the front desk. It will be mailed out with other letters. After sitting in the association for a while, Wu Heng also got up and left. Returned to the island owner's manor. He pushed open the door and walked in. Several maids surrounded him directly. They gathered together and asked if he was injured. Although every time he went out and came back, the maids asked about the same things. But in fact, it was good for Wu Heng to have someone thinking about him. It was much better than when he rented a house in Blackstone Town at the beginning, when he was alone. Is everything fine at home these 2 days? Wu Heng asked. Nothing. It's just that Sister Chanela talked to you. You weren't there at the time, so I chatted with her for a while. She said she was coming back. Minnie said softly. Really? I'll go see. They walked into the hall together, and the maid helped to take off the armor on their bodies. Wu Heng simply washed up, and then went upstairs to the radio room. He first glanced at the record book. Then he picked up the microphone and said, Is Mrs. Chanela here? Soon. A slightly lazy voice came from the other side. Hate. Calling someone madam again. Wu Heng smiled. I heard from Minnie that you are coming back. Well, I have this idea. Do you welcome it as the island owner? Of course I welcome it. How are you coming back? I mean, what ship are you taking? Wu Heng asked. The other party thought for a moment. It should be the fleet of Starflower. I don't have any real power now. I just want to save face. I can't mobilize ships even if I am the president. It's fine as long as you can come back. I'll let Philippa pick you up. It's too far. Wait until we get to the port to see the situation. If there is really no ship coming, you can arrange it for me, Shannara said. Okay. I'll listen to you. The two continued to chat about the recent situation. They hung up the chat. Go to the zombie world, bring the prepared printing machine over. Select a factory building in the courtyard as a temporary printing workshop. Night falls. After dinner, Glinda handed him the revised novel and the edited newspaper. Wu Heng took a look and was a little surprised at Glinda's ability. The summary and arrangement are really good. It is almost the same as modern newspapers. The novel in the corner is still the predetermined detective collection. The name is changed to Wu Heng, and the appearance is also changed to black hair and black eyes. Wu Heng felt a little embarrassed after reading it. Glinda and Xiao Xiao both felt very good, and the association's propaganda stories also used real names and appearances. However, Wu Heng made it up. The others, most likely, were true. After checking it from the beginning, confirming that there was no problem, Wu Hung took it out and gave it to the skeletons in the printing workshop, who asked them to copy it and then start printing. The next day. Take a look, Treasure Island Express, you can know the major events and strange things in the world even if you sit at home. On the main road of Treasure Island, figures came one after another. The newsman held a newspaper in his hand and shouted loudly, "Quick news? What's it for?" Someone passing by asked curiously. "This is called a newspaper, which collects all the major events in the world and integrates them in the newspaper." The newsman explained. "This thing is good, give me one. 65 coppers. You still need money, forget it, this thing still needs money." The person who asked the price turned around and walked away muttering. Then, people kept asking. But few actually bought it. Golden Sail Tavern. A bard quickly read the contents of the newspaper. He drank a mouthful of throat-soothing herbal tea, shaked his neck, and walked directly to the wooden platform in the middle. He clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He said, "Today I bought a newspaper on the road. It is a reading material with text sold by the island owner's mansion. The content on it is also quite rich. I will tell you about it." A guest below frowned and shouted, "What is it? The pirate story, or the street lamp story?" Someone took over. "I guess it's the street lamps, which has been publicized for several days." The bard said, "Everyone listen to me, this content is worth 65 coppers, it's a bargain for free. You still need money. This thing. Humph. Then tell me, you want to pay for it, I really want to hear it." The bard gathered his thoughts, glanced at the newspaper, and read, "The port of the kingdom of Yeko is blocked, and ships are not allowed to enter or leave. Recently, a cult fleet entered the Emerald Sea, sacrificed people, and was killed by the Treasure Island fleet. Houses in the expansion area are now on sale, and can be purchased at the City Hall. Treasure Island is recruiting fleet sailors and patrol personnel." The discussion gradually began below. The kingdom of Yeko has been sealed for a long time. Another human sacrifice? No more pirates, but here comes the cult. Recruiting sailors, I feel the same. This newspaper is not worth the price. I don't think it's a big deal after hearing it. You only buy it when you have too much money and have nowhere to spend it. The bard, while everyone was talking, drank a sip of tea and clapped his hands again to quiet everyone down. When the voices gradually became lower, he continued, "Why rush? There is another story below, you must be interested." Everyone frowned and shut up. The poet spoke confidently and began to tell the story in a low voice. "When I stood at the door of the Criterion Tavern, someone suddenly patted my shoulder. I looked back and recognized him as Little Stanford, who had worked as an emergency worker under me when I was in the hospital in Rentam City. Poor guy. After listening to my unfortunate experience," he said sympathetically, "What are you doing now?" "Looking for a place to stay," I replied. "See if I can find a few rooms that are both comfortable and reasonably priced." Stanford said, "What a coincidence, someone said the same thing to me today." "Who?" "It's a guy at work." This morning, he was still complaining to himself, saying that he had found a pretty good house, but he hadn't found anyone to share the rent with him, and he couldn't afford the high rent by himself. "Great," I shouted. "If he really wants to find someone to share the house with him, then I'm exactly what he needs. I also like to have someone to keep me company." Little Stanford looked at me with strange eyes while drinking. "His name is Wu Hung, and his appearance is very rare here." "Rare? Isn't he a human?" "I'm not talking about his race, but his appearance, black hair and black eyes. I've only seen him in the city, and he looks like this." Wow, when the drinkers who were listening to the idle story, they were boiling like an explosion. Wu Hung? Black hair and black eyes? Shit, island owner. Chapter 561, They Have No Money. Wu Hung? Isn't this the name of the island owner? The appearance matches, so it should be him. Is he writing his own story? The sudden discussion of the drinkers interrupted the bard's narration. The bard on the stage just smiled at the discussion of the drinkers below, and was very satisfied with the surprised reaction. When he saw this story, he had the same reaction. "Shut up." Someone stood up and shouted, and then looked at the stage. "Go on. I want to hear what story is in this newspaper." The drinkers gradually quieted down, waiting for the next story. The bard took another sip of water and continued to tell the story. In the following story, Watson and Wu Hung rented a house on Baker Street together. And through Watson's perspective, Wu Hung's personality traits were shown in the story. He was silent, had a regular life, often stayed in the dissection room and laboratory for a whole day, and liked knowledge in other fields. The story should be written in his early years, before he changed his job. When he was young, he liked to dissect corpses. I guess his original job idea was to be a coroner. Some conservative families want their family members to change to some clerical jobs. The current necromancer is also suitable for him. It is rare for someone so young to become an island owner. As the story was told, the following people also discussed in a low voice. The bard continued, and in a conversation between the two, Wu Hung in the book mentioned that he was a detective. And in the questioning with Watson, he easily guessed that the messenger was a light infantryman of the kingdom. The people in the audience frowned slightly. The word detective was a little unfamiliar. But after listening to the following conversation, he also learned about the specific profession of detective. A kind of identity similar to a case investigator. Just now, I felt that the other party was planning to become a coroner. Now I feel that the original direction of employment was investigator. The story continues. Watson found it hard to believe that the other party could infer the other party's identity just by looking at him a few times. Then, another thought flashed through Watson's mind. Perhaps the whole thing was arranged by him in advance, and the purpose was just to dazzle him. Watson questioned Wu Hung's guess. Wu Hung smiled and explained that the messenger had calluses on his hands, and a sword and a flag were tattooed on his wrists. His behavior also revealed the temperament of an infantryman. His tone of voice and his head held high made me believe that he had served in the army. In addition, the mark on his hand confirmed that he was from the light infantry. The drinkers raised their eyebrows when they heard this. So that's how it is. Sure enough, even though they knew that this was a plot designed in the story, it might not have really been like that at the time. But this reasoning was also well-founded. Moreover, the case solving in this world was crude to begin with, and being able to explain all this based on physical characteristics, posture, and tone of voice. It was already very exciting. Watson couldn't help but admire, and Wu Hung threw the letter in front of him. Watson picked up the letter and began to say, a murder occurred on Lariston Garden Street, and invited Wu Hung to investigate. Here we go. The bard stopped telling the story, and picked up the teacup to drink water again. There was silence below, and everyone was waiting silently. Time passed little by little, and seeing that the bard still did not speak, someone shouted, keep talking and you keep drinking. That's right, are you a turtle? You drink water so vigorously. The bard took another sip, and said, I'm done, and the story ends here, and there is one last paragraph, and the subsequent story, which will be serialized in the next issue, which means that the following content will have to wait for the next issue of the newspaper. Damn, this thing is divided into upper and lower issues. I talked a lot of nonsense in the front, and finally a case appeared, and that's it. What a crappy newspaper. Why did it stop here? Everyone cursed, venting their anger. The story is stuck here, which always gives people a feeling of being stuck. If not, this is still on the island. I would like to curse the island owner outside. Or don't post it. It will be stuck in paragraphs. After a round of complaints and scolding, everyone calmed down again, started drinking and eating, and continued to discuss the story. Wu Hung, with such a strong observation ability, it is indeed suitable for him to go the path of a mage. The last time the pirates attacked Treasure Island, it was his guess. Otherwise Yimi Luo would not be able to stop so many pirates on the island. What do you think? Why did he write this in the newspaper? Maybe he wanted everyone to know him a little bit. Many people on the island questioned his profession. He liked to dissect corpses and beat corpses with a stick. It looks even more perverted. All necromancers are like this. The second floor of the tavern. A window facing the hall, the window was open, and there was a faint gaze looking down. Macintosh picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Somewhat surprised, the other party would publish his story in the newspaper. And it was so detailed. Of course, the content of the story is still somewhat questionable. If one could really guess a person's occupation and intentions by just looking at him, Wu Hung would not have to go to the Old Barrel Tavern to buy intelligence before. Now he has called me here again to continue to help him collect intelligence on the island. Knock. Knock. The door knocked, and a strong man walked in. Big sister, I bought the newspaper, 65 coppers. A man handed the newspaper over. Macintosh took it and read it carefully. The subordinate said, he is quite narcissistic, publishing his own story. Macintosh smiled and said, he is so young, from an ordinary member, and was promoted to the position of island owner within a year. Anyone would be narcissistic. That's right, fortunately. I listened to Big Sister and didn't have any conflicts with him. Macintosh didn't answer, and his eyes were still on the newspaper. After listening to the story, there was nothing special about it. But the Wu Hung she knew was not such a flamboyant person. He would disguise himself when he went out. Why did he suddenly publish such a story? It will be serialized later. What is the purpose of doing this? Macintosh doesn't think that a person who can sit in the position of island owner would publish his experience because of narcissism. Hero creation? A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She has reached level 15 now, and is preparing for the issue of hero creation. And Wu Hung did this. The only reason she could think of was hero creation. Sister, we have already agreed with the fleet, and we will be able to leave with the ship this afternoon. Another person opened the door and walked in. Macintosh put the newspaper on the table. He said, "Go and tell the fleet that we will not leave, and will stay for a few more days." His subordinate was stunned, and immediately agreed. Okay. After saying that, he turned around and left. Macintosh turned his eyes back to the downstairs, and put the newspaper into the space ring. Association Deacon Study. Shiryali pushed open the door, and handed the newspaper in her hand to Shilagwi. Look at this, someone sells it on the roadside, it's called a newspaper. Shilagwi took it and looked at it, the big words at the top read Gold and Silver Express. It should be the newspaper that Wu Hung mentioned to her some time ago. He really made this thing. Shiryali was brewing tea on the side, while saying, "Look at the story below, is it the same as his previous experience? Is it so powerful at first?" Shilagwi looked at the content below, and frowned. "I don't know. But he did come from the Yek Kingdom. He only got the professional scroll last year. Why did he publish this story?" Shiryali turned her head, and looked over. "I feel like you are not worthy of him." Island Master's Mansion. Wu Hung looked at his reputation, which had increased by several hundred points. Granda flew back first. Not many people buy newspapers. I think we can send some to the association and the city hall, so that people there can buy some, and take the lead in buying. While talking, Xiao Xiao also flew back. He shouted, "Uncle, they say that only fools spend money to buy newspapers." Xiao Xiao, be more tactful. Your uncle has a bad heart. They don't have money. Chapter 562, Imperial Edict, and rolled up. Wu Hung glanced at Xiao Xiao. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's the first day of sale, and it's a new thing. It's definitely not accepted immediately, but it will be fine later. In this world, you can eliminate a group of people just by knowing how to read. For the rest of the people, I heard that writing something on paper will sell for 65 copper coins, so it's normal that they can't accept it for the time being. But on Treasure Island, in addition to ordinary residents, there are also many caravans from various tribes and forces. Spending a few dozen coppers to read the information is not a big expense. When do you plan to release the next issue? If you delay it for too long, others may forget about it." Grenda continued to ask. 3 days. The city hall will also collect the latest information and news, and then release it together with the novel. Wu Hung said, "I will also change the next chapter back by then." "Do you want to release more?" Grenda said. "It depends on you. If you release more, the workload will be greater." "It's okay. We don't need to rest like you. We can help you get it out." Grenda smiled. "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." After lunch at the island owner's manor, Wu Hung opened the boundary gate and headed for the zombie world. Walked out of the dormitory building. He saw a large number of vampire skeletons gathering around the dormitory building. On the ground, on the roof, or hovering in the air. The survivors passing by were all a little cautious. "All follow me," Wu Hung ordered, leading a large number of vampire skeletons towards the outside of the factory yard, all the way to the woodland behind. Let the vampire skeletons land and wait. Wu Hung took out another vampire corpse from the space ring. This corpse was the first exile he found. The moment the sarcophagus was opened, he asked the skeleton surrounding it to shoot and kill it directly. He hadn't figured out how to deal with it at that time, so he put it in the space ring first. Later, he encountered the 5th fleet of the vampires. In order to kill those vampires who could fly, he transformed all the other corpses into skeletons during the battle. Now there is only this one left, so he doesn't have any psychological burden. It's time to transform. The reasons have been given to Lilith. Anyway, there is no corpse, and no skeleton. Bone art released, the flesh and blood on the corpse fell off. A skeleton slowly stood up. Skeleton blood mage, level 18, now it seems that the overall strength of the Blood Clan is really not low. Is it easy for the Blood Clan to level up? It shouldn't be. The Fifth Fleet killed so many people, and the level is not that high. And Lilith is really cruel. When the pirates reached level 18, the association pardoned them. Lilith directly sealed her 4 level 18 kin. This woman can't be messed with. She looks difficult to deal with. Continue to check the attributes of the Blood Skeleton. Skeleton Blood Mage. Attributes: Constitution 42, Strength 35, Agility 55, Intelligence 48, Perception 40, Charm 25. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul Flying. Expertise: Leather Armor Specialization, Advanced, Cloth Armor Specialization, Master, Staff Specialization, Master, Dagger Specialization, Advanced. Skills: Blood Magic, transformed into Blood Mist, Blood Plague. Blood Magic. Blood magic formed by dark energy, often attacks with blood spears, blood missiles, etc. Transformed into Blood Mist. Can transform into Blood Mist state and move. Blood Plague. Forms a unique area. The plague in the area is integrated into the blood, causing lasting damage. When you are in the area, the effect of blood magic increases by 100%. The vampires in front of you are obviously mages. But in terms of attributes, they have more characteristics. Agility and intelligence are the highest, and constitution and perception have reached more than 40 points. This race, except for sucking blood and fearing the sun, is really quite powerful. In terms of characteristics, high-level souls already have higher intelligence and comprehension. It can be said that, completely close to, a single individual. The next characteristic is flying. That is, the vampire's own flying ability, which is also the most practical point for Wu Heng. Whether they can fly is actually very important. Next is the skills. A very good point is that 3 skills of the vampire mage are retained. The skills of the previously converted mages are all cleared, and they need to learn necromancy again. According to the introduction, blood magic belongs to dark energy magic. From a certain perspective, it is the same type as necromancy. It may be that the development direction is different. There are 3 skills in total: blood magic. It is to release dark energy type blood spear, blood missile. I have seen it in battle. Transform into blood mist. Change into blood mist form to move. It is more useful for advancing or escaping. The last one is blood plague. The plague in the area is integrated into the blood, causing damage, and casting spells in the area. The effect is 100%. This move should be the same as the domain of a level 18 professional. And the plague is integrated into the blood, refers to living beings. Undead has little effect on the plague. Overall, it's pretty good. Come here. Wu Heng looked at another vampire skeleton figure. The skeleton blood assassin, who can flash continuously. He checked his attributes. The previous ones are not much different. Mainly look at the skills. Skills: transform into blood mist, shadow thorn, blood domain. Shadow thorn. Transform into blood mist, appear around the locked target, and assassinate. Blood domain. The assassination attainment has reached a high level. For a certain period of time, you will form a personal domain around you, and be immune to attacks. The characteristics of the blood assassin are still very clear. It is to assassinate. And you shoot, and the opponent will dodge. It belongs to the blood domain, and for a certain period of time, you are immune to attacks. Even if you don't use the church emblem at that time, to kill him, when the time is up, his skills will be invalid. You can kill him. But I have to say, this skill is really quite intimidating. After reading the attributes, Wu Heng said to the blood assassin, from now on, you will be called Blood Clan number 1. To the 2 blood mages, you will be called Blood Clan number 2. You will be called Blood Clan number 3. The 3 of you come back with me, and the others will wait here. After Wu Heng finished speaking, he returned with a few skeletons. Back to the factory yard. Chi Honkai was already standing at the door waiting. Watching him coming, he glanced at the 3 winged skeletons again. Newly joined skeletons? Yes, Blood Clan number 1, Blood Clan number 2, Blood Clan number 3. Wu Heng introduced them, and then said to the skeletons, I am not here, and I will follow her command. Chi Hansai's tone was puzzled. Blood Clan? Don't you feel like the vampires on TV? This name is easy to remember. Wu Heng explained. Oh, I thought you really killed a few vampires and brought them back. How could that be? Let's go to the meeting room first. After entering the meeting room, Chi Honkai reported what happened during his absence. The main station came to conduct another transaction. They brought howitzers, machine guns, gold, and exchanged for food. No one mentioned the last incident of Tianqian Group. The attitudes of both parties were as if nothing had happened. The transaction went smoothly, and some intelligence was also shared. The second point is that the power supply has been restored in the remaining cities, which means that they can use electricity freely. The third point is that Tianqian Group is still developing mechanical research and development in the field of firearms and ammunition. Zhang Qi was also transferred from the old factory area in Xinfu City to help with model simulation. Wu Heng was quite satisfied with the development here. The report was over. Wu Heng said, I plan to select a few people to go to the remaining cities with the skeletons to clean up the zombies and rescue the survivors. Let other people in the base lead the team. It may be a bit difficult. Qi Hankai frowned. Living in the end times, everyone has the courage to face zombies. They are not as scared as they were at the beginning. But if the people in the base face the zombies like a tide, I am afraid that few people can withstand this pressure. I'm not letting them lead the team. Wu Heng organized his words and explained, I let the skeletons with command ability lead the team to fight the zombies. And the accompanying base members are responsible for the survivors they meet and report to us at any time. Qi Hankai suddenly realized. That should be no problem. I recommend the people I brought out from Dong'an Village, and the people from Sister Yaheng's auto repair shop. These people have complete trust in us, and it should not be a problem to complete this task. Then you can discuss with Li Yang. Select a few people to send here, and I will talk to them. Wu Heng said. Qi Hankai nodded. I understand. I'll go talk about this later. The important things are finished. Wu Heng continued to look at the other party. He thought for a while, took out a rolled-up scroll and placed it on the table. Qi Hankai raised his eyebrows. He looked at the thing in front of him in confusion. Imperial Edict? And it's rolled up. Chapter 563, I'll do whatever you say. When Wu Heng saw the career scroll for the first time, he only felt that it was just a rolled-up painting. Qi Hankai directly said an imperial decree. It's called a career scroll. You open it and try it. Wu Heng said directly. Although the career scroll was a plan made a long time ago. But in this world, it's hard to say whether it can work. How to try it? And does this scroll have any special effect? Qi Hankai picked it up and took a look. The surface of the occupation scroll is covered with a layer of embroidered silk. It looks quite gorgeous. If it works, it can change your body. If the potion changes your body temporarily, this scroll will plan a long-term path for you to improve. Wu Heng explained. The biggest feature of the other world is the variety of occupations. As the level increases, you will also improve yourself. Everything depends on your potential and diligence. So good. Qi Hankai's eyes lit up. Short-term and long-term improvement. It sounds like the long-term one is more reliable. Moreover, if someone else said that a scroll could improve a person's body, they might think that this person was driven crazy by the end of the world. But Wu Heng could say this. And Qi Hankai had no doubts in his mind. There are too many magical things. And this is nothing. Well, I'll help you look at it, and see if it can be used. How to use it? Qi Hankai asked. Just open the scroll directly, you will feel a subtle feeling, don't have any psychological burden. Okay. Qi Hankai stood up, walked to the side and glanced at Wu Heng tear open the scroll. The moment she tore it open, a ray of light penetrated into her body. The whole person's temperament and state changed, and her eyes became sharper and brighter. How is it? Wu Heng asked. Qi Hankai looked at her hands. It seems that there are some changes, but I can't tell where the specific changes are, but I feel that my eyesight is better, and my body is lighter. It seems that the scroll is also effective in this world. I'll arrange a sparring partner for you later. You'll become stronger and stronger if you keep training. Wu Heng said. Okay. Thank you. Qi Hankai smiled and thanked him. Wu Heng prepared a ranger scroll for her. One of the more common scrolls on the market. In fact, with Qi Hankai's awakened ability, she is more suitable for the boxer profession. After all, the leg strength is strengthened, and the punches and kicks are more powerful. But Wu Heng considered it, and still did not choose the melee profession. The enemy they faced was a zombie. And the danger was not just being scratched or bitten, but also being infected if the blood flew into their mouths or eyes. It would be fine to just do some commanding or reconnaissance work in the back. There is no need to take risks for such things. Why be polite? We are all family members. Qi Hankai smiled, walked over slowly, and sat on his lap. Then I have to thank you too. Wu Hung put his arm around her waist. How do you thank me? Chi Han Kai blushed slightly. You tell me. I will do whatever you ask for. Wait for Li Yong to come over in 2 days. Chi Han Kai's cheeks became even redder, and she leaned gently into the other's arms. It was almost dusk, returning to the island owner's manor. Walking down from the upstairs, several maids came over to pay their respects. Many came over and said, Master, the 5,000 bow arms and bow strings we ordered last time have all been delivered. I asked Skeleton to move them all to the warehouse. These are the materials for the compound bow. After the drawings came out, the production of the compound bow was arranged by Wu Hung in 2 places. The bow arms and bow strings were ordered from the elves in the other world, and the rest of the accessories were made in the zombie world. One is to prevent the blueprint from being leaked, and the second is because the bow arms and bowstrings in the other world are easier to use. Take me to see. Wu Hung followed Minnie to the warehouse, opened the door, and revealed the bow arms and bowstrings stacked in wooden boxes. After a rough inspection, he confirmed that there was no problem. He put them all away and sent them to the zombie world later. What would you like for dinner? Master? Whatever. Just add more of what you want. Yellowtail lionfish soup, a seafood platter, roast beef, and beef patties, Minnie said as she thought. Sure. It's quite rich. Then I'll ask the chef to prepare it. Minnie jumped and walked towards the kitchen. Wu Hung went to the zombie world again. He sent the purchased bow arms and bowstrings over, and arranged for people to assemble them. At dinner, Wu Hung said, Wire, did anyone in the city hall buy newspapers? Someone brought them over, and everyone took turns to look at them, and they were all discussing your story. And Wire said with a smile. Wu Hung picked up a piece of crab meat, put it in his mouth, and said, Tomorrow at the city hall, arrange a place to sell newspapers. It doesn't have to be too big, just an iron rack will do. Glinda suggested that people in the city hall should be forced to buy newspapers. Wu Hung felt that it was not appropriate. After all, some of the information above was compiled by the city hall. Let them buy it, and make it a self-production and self-sale. Wu Hung still planned to set up a newspaper selling place in the city hall, so that residents who went to do business, if they wanted to buy, they could buy it from there. Okay. And Weir replied. After dinner, several people went to the training room for training together. When it was late at night, Wu Hung first glanced at Granda, who was rushing to finish her manuscript in the study. I returned to my room to rest. The next day, zombie world. Wu Hung distributed compound bows to the skeleton archers stationed outside. The original wooden bows were still used, and these compound bow archers were newly added skeletons, which was considered an expansion of the troops. Wooden bows, compound bows, strong crossbows. This was the current configuration of the skeleton archers. After distributing the weapons, Wu Hung returned to the factory area. From a distance, I saw Chi Han Kai and the representative of Tianqing Group, Gao Rong, standing at the door waiting. Seeing him coming, she took the initiative to greet him. Chi Han Kai said, Last night, I talked to Sister Yang. Because it was a public frequency band, we didn't say too much details. She will bring people over in the next 2 days. After saying that, her face was still a little red. Well, just notify them. Wu Hung nodded. Then, Gao Rong stepped forward and said, Chief, we have compared the map of the entire Yantong city with Deputy Chief Chi in the past 2 days, and divided the entire urban area into several areas. Wu Hung nodded. You say? Gao Rong took out a map, on which there was a basic area, which was circled with a red pin. Said, This is the clothing, shoes, and hats factories, many of which were OEM factories for some brands before. The equipment must be quite complete. This is the automobile industry, auto assembly, engine manufacturers, auto parts, and the like. This should be the inspiration from the last newspaper copy. Finding these equipment from outside also saves the trouble of research and production. To put it in a good way, there is time to focus on the research and development of firearms. Okay, Chi Han Kai prepares the vehicle. Let's go to the clothing factory first, and occupy it first. Wu Hung said. Good. Chi Han Kai should answer. Start through the intercom, put the order. After a while, the team and the skeleton gathered at the door of the factory. Wu Hung and Chi Han Kai boarded a truck. Gao Rong brought 2 technicians into the carriage behind, rushed to the area of the clothing factory according to the map. Nympho. Boom! The dense solid iron bomb fell into the corpse. The streets rose heavy smoke. After bombing, the remaining zombies continued to rush forward. The body is penetrated by the spear, hanging on it. Still struggling to move forward, some grasping the spear, keep pulling away. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere, and rotten flesh flew everywhere. The sound of bones breaking and skin being pierced by sharp weapons resounded throughout the area. As the zombies died, the residual souls floated from the ground to the sky. Xiao Xiao, it's your turn. Today is all yours, Wu Heng said to the air. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and flew out directly, rushing to the residual souls in front of him. Grinda reached level 18 and was stuck on unfinished business. The residual souls in front of him also belonged to Xiao Xiao. As Xiao Xiao absorbed the ghosts, the system prompts appeared immediately. Ghost upgraded to level 16. Constitution +2. Agility +1. Perception +1. Ghost upgraded to level 17. Intelligence +2. Perception +2. Chapter 564, A Fight Inside? I have been leveling up 2 levels. I am also approaching level 18. Uncle, there are no more. Xiao Xiao flew back. Yeah. Wu Heng nodded, and at the same time gave orders to the surroundings. Clean up the battlefield. Swish. The skeletons behind him started to move. They started to clean up the battlefield. Evolved zombies and distorted zombies were dragged over, and the ordinary zombies were piled aside. The corpse cores were collected. Dead corpse battlefield was released, and the skeletons on the whole street stood up. Joined the skeleton team behind. The team continued to move forward. The previous battle led away the zombies in the entire area, and the rest of the road was much smoother. Only some scrapped cars blocked the road. We needed to get off the car to clean up, and then continue forward. All the way to the clothing factory area Gao Rong mentioned. Garment factories, shoe and hat factories are all gathered here. Several people walked into the first factory area. The gate opened, and 2 deformed zombie dogs rushed towards them. The skeleton boxer strangled their necks in midair with 1 hand each, and they died instantly. The body was thrown aside. Gao Rong and the other 2 technicians, only then did they realize what was happening, and cried out in surprise, and took a half step back. Then they realized that they had been killed. Let's go in and take a look, Wu Heng said, and took the lead to walk inside. The others also followed closely behind. They walked into the factory together. All kinds of equipment covered with filth appeared in front of them. After confirming that there was no danger in the factory, Wu Heng said, Gao Rong, you take your people to check the equipment here. We will go over there and take a look. If there is any danger, call us on the intercom. Okay. Gao Rong nodded. He took his people to check the equipment. Wu Heng took Chi Han Kai to the warehouse area at the back. Warehouses were opened one by one, revealing clothes of different brands. These will be shipped back in due time, and distributed to everyone during the holidays. Okay. Chi Han Kai took out the walkie-talkie, and started loading the fleet. He stood at the door of the warehouse, and waited for a while. Gao Rong came back with his people, and said, it looks fine from the outside. Whether it can operate normally, we need to test it with power. Wu Heng frowned and thought for a while. Don't worry. Go to the other ones to have a look. Okay. Several people went to the other factories together. They checked one by one. After the inspection, they arranged for some skeletons to stay behind. The rest of the people boarded the truck and started to return. On the truck, Wu Heng rethought about the garment factory. At present, there are 2 options. One is to restore the power supply in that area, so that all the equipment can be produced in the original factory area. But the disadvantage is that the supply of fabrics in the later stage will be very troublesome. Wu Heng needs to purchase fabric materials from Treasure Island, bring them to this world, and then transport them to the factory. In the zombie world, the clothes of the survivors are enough for the time being. The production of clothing is more about selling to people in the other world, and having its own industry and market. The second plan is to transfer the equipment to Treasure Island, when the material transportation and production will be simpler. The problem is that some skeleton training needs to be arranged. Those equipment seem to need to be operated. Bring some photovoltaic panels over tomorrow, and after power is turned on, let Gao Rong and others check the equipment. Wu Heng looked aside. Okay, I'll have someone prepare it tonight, and we'll go there tomorrow morning, Chi Han Kai replied. The convoy returned to the factory. The rest of the people went to have dinner, and Wu Heng also returned to the island owner's manor. The next day, in the morning, take a look. The second issue of the Gold and Silver Express is on sale. The situation in the Yet Kingdom is serious. The Tianming sect is officially designated as a cult organization by the association. the latest series of the great detective story. On the stone platform of the flower bed, the newsagent waved the newspaper in his hand. The shouting instantly attracted the crowd passing by. The second issue is out. So soon? What's wrong with the Kingdom of Yek? There have been no caravans from the Kingdom of Yek entering the island recently. Buy one? Let's take a look. No. Come on. Let's get together and take turns to read it. Yes. Let's get together. Soon. Some people gathered around the newspaper seller. Some bought individually, while others pooled their money to buy a copy together to see what was on it. It was all text anyway, and it was useless after one person finished reading it. The next person can continue to read. More people are buying. The newsagent also smiled, and his business finally got better. Sabin held the newspaper he bought in his hand, and squeezed out of the crowd in a somewhat embarrassed manner. I stayed up late with Marin last night, so I got up a little later than usual. Because I came out late, I saw the new issue of the newspaper sold by the newsagent. Last time in the tavern, after reading the first issue of the newspaper, the business in the tavern got much better. As more people come to the tavern to listen to stories every day, his treatment as a bard in the tavern has also improved. This time, the second issue has been released. Not only is the price acceptable, even if it is sky high, I will buy one myself. It may change my fate. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked to a corner. When he was young, he was also a rare person with talent in the village. He had a good voice and a good memory. He could remember some content in his mind after reading it once or twice. After changing his job to bard, he was proficient in performance and language use. And his performance was even better. The village collected money and sent him out of the village, hoping for a different future. But after he came out, he found that it was not what he imagined. His talent had no advantage outside. He took a boat to Treasure Island and found a job in a tavern. To make a living temporarily. He would not starve to death. He found a corner where no one was. Sabin opened the newspaper and read it carefully. When he read the story, he took out a pen and marked the key points and dialogues on it. It was convenient for me to give a speech. After reading it carefully twice, then he put the newspaper into his arms and stood up to look towards the direction of the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung Island Master, my future depends on your story. Approaching the tavern, Sabin frowned. It was still morning. There shouldn't be many people in the tavern. But looking from a distance, there were quite a few people gathered at the door, men, women, old and young, chatting around the door. Good morning. Sabin politely saluted everyone. Is there a fight inside? Mr. Sabin, we are all waiting for you. Are you late today? A familiar guest said. It's not too late. There's still some time. You waited for me all morning. Is there something going on? Sabin looked around with some suspicion. Although he was a professional, bards were not good at fighting. If so many people hit him, he might die. What else could it be? Isn't the second issue of the newspaper published? Everyone is waiting for you to read it. Someone explained. Sabin was instantly relieved. It's good that they are not here to hit me. Go in quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Someone pushed him from behind, and he staggered, and pushed open the door of the tavern and rushed in. The light was dim, but Sabin's eyes suddenly fixed. The bar was full of people, and there was no empty seat. Let's get started. Mr. Sabin. Sabin took a deep breath. After releasing his good speech, heroism, and loud voice, he strode onto the wooden stage. He coughed lightly, signaling the audience to be quiet. He glanced at the seated guests, and the eyes looking in from the window outside. With a smile on his face, he said, everyone, today's newspaper begins. Chapter 565. I'm afraid that my aunt will chop them up. Island Master's Mansion. Wu Hung looked at the reputation on the panel, and raised his eyebrows slightly. This time, the speed of reputation growth is much faster than the last time, or even doubled. Is the story popular? But it's just the second issue, and there are less than 6,000 words in total. However, it can't be popular at this time. I doubt it in my heart, but my reputation is really increasing. It seems that Glinda's decision to change the protagonist of the story to himself is correct. As long as it helps with reputation, changing the protagonist's name is fine. Thinking in his heart, Xiao Xiao flew back from outside. Floating in the air, said, Uncle, the newspapers are selling really well today. I went to the port and all the newspapers were sold out. Such good sales? Thinking again. Places like ports are places with a large flow of people. People who come to the island look at it strangely, it is normal to buy a copy and take a look. People who leave the island will stay on the ship for a longer time. Buying a newspaper can also kill time. Now, they all have money? Some bought individually. Some bought with a few people. Xiao Xiao answered. It is also a way to save money if several people pool their money to buy a copy and take turns to read it. It is also a way. As long as everyone likes our newspaper. It is good that several people pool their money to buy it. Wu Heng said. The main thing is to improve reputation. And the effect is not bad. Even if it does not make money. As long as the reputation can continue to grow. This newspaper will continue to be serialized. Xiao Xiao flew to the other side. Leaned against his ear. And whispered, I also heard someone scolding Aunt Glinda. Saying that she has a bad heart. And they also want to find out who wrote it. And want to break her legs. They definitely don't know that Aunt Glinda has no legs now. Why? Wu Heng asked. They said the ending was not in the right place. And the story ended there. Which made them feel uncomfortable. Wu Heng understood. The problem of the chapter being broken. He had read the novel rewritten by Glinda. And the story was still the original story. But the ending was broken. Glinda must have learned this from reading modern articles. Don't tell your aunt. Lest she gets angry. Xiao Xiao nodded. Yeah. I'm afraid she'll take a sword and chop them. Lighthouse Street Tavern. Fuck. It ends at a critical moment again. I want to punch him a few times. This ghostwriter has bad intentions. The newspaper took our money. And deliberately ended here. It's so hateful. He deserves to die. If I know who broke the article, I will burn her. A dwarf with a red beard slammed the table and cursed loudly. Pa! As soon as the words fell, the crisp sound of slaps reverberated throughout the tavern. The man who stood up and cursed looked at his hand in surprise, and then touched his painful face. Why did you hit yourself? I don't know. The red-bearded dwarf was stunned in place. His face was burning from his own slaps, and his angry eyes became much clearer. Thinking carefully, he sat back in his original position carefully. He whispered a few words of apology to the people around him. He stopped talking and drank his head down. The island owner's mansion. Glinda also flew back. Said, the newspaper sold well this time. There were people reading newspapers along the way. I think we can print more. People come to the island every day. They can buy newspapers. It could also help people on the island develop the habit of reading newspapers. Wu Heng estimated in his mind. Before the next issue comes out, this second issue will continue to be sold. Printing more is indeed possible. You are right. Let's print more. Take the two ghosts downstairs and go to the printing machinery factory. Give the skeleton workers a task. And continue to print more copies of the second issue of the newspaper. When do you plan to publish the next issue? Glinda asked again. It should be published a little later. 7 days. Because the time is too tight. The city hall cannot collect intelligence. And our newspaper cannot just update the story. Yeah. That's right. Glinda nodded. And then said, I think it will be more popular if we publish a separate one that only updates the story. That's a novel. After giving the task. After leaving the printing room, Robe ran over to call him to eat. He followed the maids to the restaurant. After lunch, he returned to the study and went to the zombie world. After walking out of the boundary gate, he was still in the dormitory. Wu Heng glanced out the window, picked up the intercom charged in the side cabinet, and called Chi Han Kai. Soon, Chi Han Sai's voice came from the other side. Sister Yang is here. We are in the meeting room. Li Yang brought people here? She moved quite quickly. He pressed the intercom. I'll go there now. Picked up the down jacket on the hanger and put it on, and went out to the meeting room. In the conference room. On both sides of the long conference table, there were quite a few people sitting. Chi Han Kai, with her confidants, Gao Rong and 2 other technicians, sat on the left side of the conference table. Li Yang, with a few others, sat on the right side. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, everyone stood up and greeted him. Wu Heng sat down at the first seat, and the others followed. Each of them reported the situation. Li Yang asked, Sister Chi said that we need to arrange people to participate in cleaning up the zombies? Wu Heng nodded and looked at everyone. He said directly, recently, the survivor bases in various places have sent us rescue requests. Although we are not a rescue team, we are developing well now. If we have the ability, we should still help the survivors in other areas as much as possible. Everyone nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. Wu Heng continued, so, I plan to form 2 pioneering teams. Follow the railway tracks. Enter the cities along the way in both the forward and backward directions. Clear the zombies. And rescue the survivors. Everyone present frowned. Except Jihan Kai. No one else knew about this plan. Even Li Yong was only notified to select people from the base to participate in the zombie cleanup. And the specific situation was not clear. After all, the content of the radio station is public. And some things are not convenient to be announced directly before a decision is made. Now that they have heard the details, they are a little confused and worried. Li Yong thought about it and asked softly, "What are the responsibilities of the base personnel in forming a team?" Wu Hung explained. "The main battle will be completed by the skeletons, and the selected people will follow the skeletons. They do not need to participate in the battle directly. Their main job is to communicate with the rescued survivors, report the itinerary and progress at any time, and arrange supplies and other things. It can be understood that, in addition to fighting, you are responsible for everything." Huh? People on both sides breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they don't directly participate in the battle, they are also doing the rest now. Jihan Kai and Li Yong, each of you choose a captain, who will be responsible for this matter. Jihan Kai took the lead and said, "On our side, Bai Qing will be in charge of this matter." On the side, Bai Qing stood up. He was less than 30 years old, and was an old man who came from Dong'an village with Jihan Kai. He was considered Jihan Kai's confidant. "Leader, I guarantee that the task will be completed. Well, you know the process. This kind of thing should not be difficult." "Yes." On Li Yong's side, several people gathered together and whispered. Soon, Li Yong turned around and said, "Hong Dedong is leading our team." A middle-aged man with a beard stood up and said, "My lord, I will ensure that the mission is completed." Hong Dedong was also one of the people who joined the base earlier. "Well, you two stay here first. I will arrange the skeletons, and you can get familiar with them." "Yes." The two nodded. The work of the skeleton logistics team was completed. Wu Hun continued. "Jihan Kai, tomorrow we will go to the original site of the provincial rescue team and seize the control of the railway. You arrange the convoy." "Okay." Jihan Kai nodded in response. After the meeting, everyone walked out together. Just as they walked out of the corridor, there was the sound of footsteps chasing behind them. Xiangzi ran over quickly and said, "My lord, I have a new blueprint. Can you see if it works?" Another blueprint? When he was at the Xinfu City base, Xiangzi had a rich imagination. There were quite a lot of designs, such as the Iron Wolf Whisk and the Zombie Power Treadmill. Some were useless, but some were actually pretty good. For example, the solid iron bullet was proposed by Xiangzi. Although he did not invent it, he had an idea. He went outside and asked the people in Yanshan shelter for information. It has been used until now, and it is still very useful. Let's take a look. "Why are you sneaking around like this?" Wu Hung asked. "Sister Hong won't let me mess around." After saying that, he took out a small book from his pocket. After opening it, you can see the pattern on it. The first page is a few flying dragons. Xiangzi introduced. The first plan is to add machine guns to the skeleton flying dragon. The inside of the sternum is just right as a magazine. A large number of bullets can be stored. There is also a flamethrower. The oil pipe runs along the neck to the mouth. The chest cavity is the fuel tank. The mouth has a flint. Open the mouth and ignite the oil gun with the flint. Create the effect of mouth spraying fire, which can burn zombies in a large area. Chapter 566, Skeleton Anti-Stab Suit. Wu Hung looked at Xiangzi's drawings. The drawings of the machine guns are not to put the machine gun on the dragon's back, but to hang it on the belly of the bone dragon. A diagonal downward angle. The second picture is a flying dragon spraying oil, which is drawn more simply, and you can see the flames coming out of its mouth. If the oil burns this, what if the flames explode along the oil pipe? Also, the flames are too big and the body is burned, and it is impossible to transform into a skeleton. Wu Hung said. "How about the machine gun?" "The machine gun seems okay. Why is it hung below?" Xiangzi explained. "Putting it on the dragon's back, it's hard for the machine gun to tilt downward at a large angle. Plus, there are many tall buildings in the city. It's hard for the zombies on the street to aim, so it's more convenient to hang it below." "How to control it?" "The humanoid skeleton sits on the dragon's back, using a handle-like method, to adjust the direction and shoot. I have a picture here." Xiangzi turned another page. A humanoid skeleton, sitting on the dragon's back, holding a handle in his hand, can control the machine gun below. The method is similar to that of a bicycle. Turning the handlebars, you can adjust the direction of the wheels. I feel good you can study it. Wu Heng nodded. It really feels good. Right? I said you could understand our creativity. Xiangzi was a little excited. Anything else? Wu Heng continued to ask. Xiangzi continued to flip back and said, this is iron bull armor. The last time we killed a deformed bull skeleton, with iron armor on the outside, with machine guns on both sides, and skeletal-like stab-proof clothing. Wu Heng said, let's talk about the stab-proof clothing. This stab-proof clothing is similar to the stab-proof clothing we looted, high-density blended fabric, with steel plates wrapped in front and back, and leggings and crotch guards on the lower body, enough to defend against zombies, and the production will be very fast, weaving the fabric, making the protective plates, and then sewing the inside. Stab-proof clothing, Wu Heng felt it was okay. The armor customized from another world has a long production cycle, and costs a lot of money. This simplified version of stab-proof clothing is faster to make. That's okay. Then, Xiangzi introduced many of his own analysis ideas. But some of the latter ones were too exaggerated. The Flying Dragon machine gun and stab-proof clothing are more reliable. After thinking for a while, he said, I will give you a skeleton flying dragon. And a skeleton who knows how to make machinery to help you. Try to make the machine gun flying dragon and the stab-proof clothing. Make a finished product first, and let me see what it looks like. Okay. Xiangzi was a little excited. And lowered his voice and said, King, you have to tell Sister Hong. I'll tell her that you stay for a while. Okay. After Xiangzi finished speaking, he left happily. It was late at night. In the bedroom, Li Yang tore open the scroll, and the light penetrated into her body. I feel like my body has become more agile. As he said that, he jumped on the spot. Wu Heng smiled and explained. You and Chi Han Kai use the same type of scroll. Go back and train harder, and your strength will get higher and higher. It was the same as Chi Han Kai. Li Yang curled her lips. You are really not partial at all. Chi Han Kai smiled and walked over, and put his arm around her shoulders. Okay, sister will remember your kindness, and I will give you the good things first in the future. That's not what I meant, I was just teasing him. Li Yang said with a smile. Then, Chi Han Kai whispered a few words in her ear. Li Yang looked at Wu Heng suspiciously. Then she followed Chi Han Kai, and walked into the bathroom behind her. Soon, the bathroom door opened. Two women walked out one after the other. Chi Han Kai was wearing white underwear, a plush bra, and a plush foxtail behind her, while Li Yang was wearing black underwear, hollow lace, and her skin could be seen. Both of them were a little shy. Chi Han Kai hesitated, squatted on the ground, and made a soft meow. Li Yahong's eyes widened a lot, looking at Chi Han Kai, who suddenly imitated the cat's meow. Then she coughed lightly, and also meowed. Wu Heng was stunned. Looking at Chi Han Kai's outfit, she should be a fox. Why did she change into a cat? But it doesn't matter, I have the real one at home, and this role-playing can also increase some fun. Come here. Wu Heng waved. Li Yang walked in front of him, sat sideways on his legs, and kissed him gently. Chi Han Kai crawled over slowly, knelt in front of him, and put her arms on her legs. Wu Heng enjoyed Li Yahong's enthusiasm, and reached out to stroke Chi Han Kai's hair. The next day, in the morning, the convoy and the skeleton army gathered at the gate of the factory. After getting ready, the convoy, surrounded by the army, rushed to the old site of the provincial rescue team. The army arrived nearby in a mighty manner. The convoy began to wait in the rear, while Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to form a formation and get ready. He stood in the middle of the skeletons and waited for a while. Grenda flew back from a distance and said, There are a lot of zombies. There is a level 18 zombie king with scars on his body. He should be the zombie king who escaped last time. Let me see, Wu Heng said. Grenda got into the body, and the picture was shared. The whole area was densely packed with zombies. Unlike the zombies wandering around, they gathered in various places like the army, but not so orderly. In a half-collapsed building, a zombie king with black keratin on his body and insect wings on his back appeared in front of him. On his body, some scars after healing can be seen. It should be the zombie king that was led to the vicinity of the base by the rescue team last time and escaped again. Release Granda again and continue to be on guard. Wu Heng gave the order, let the skeleton flying dragons go out, fly higher, and bomb directly. Whoosh! A series of air-breaking sounds were heard. 5 flying dragons flew forward in a row. At the same time, The corpses in the distance also discovered the movement here. Like boiling water, they began to rush towards this side. Dense iron bullets fell like heavy rain. Thick smoke rose up. Large groups of corpses were covered by iron rain. The battle continued. Solid iron bullets and arrows, like a rainstorm, fell into the zombies. The spear formation also lowered its center of gravity. Prepare to fight against the incoming zombies. Uncle, the zombie king is coming. Hiding in the zombies, it looks like he wants to launch a sneak attack. Xiao Xiao and Grinda flew down from the sky one after another, reminding. A sneak attack, it seems that. This zombie king likes sneak attacks. The last time I heard from the provincial rescue team, the zombie king secretly followed them and found the location of the base. He led the zombies to launch the attack at night. The wisdom is not low. Wu Hang's mind moved. Mirror image activated. 3 phantoms that looked exactly like himself appeared. This was not a real clone, but an image created by an illusion skill. 2 of the phantoms disappeared. Only one of them remained, standing in front of Wu Hang. Wu Hang pointed to one side, and the phantom walked straight over, climbed onto the roof of a scrapped car, pointed at the skeletons randomly, as if giving orders. Wu Hang stood among the skeletons, waiting silently. About 20 minutes. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The figure of the corpse king suddenly appeared from the sky, flapping his wings, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, and pounced on the illusion. Bang! A muffled sound. The roof of the car dented, and the pounced illusion was shattered. The corpse king's eyes condensed, turned around and flew into the sky backwards, trying to escape from here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded all around, and large groups of skeletons with huge flesh wings appeared from all around, and surrounded it in the middle. Chapter 567, Skill of Resurrection. The sudden appearance of the vampire skeletons made the corpse king look surprised and bloodthirsty. It seemed that he had not expected it. Among these skeletons, there were also flying skeletons. The strange eyes swept over the giant winged skeletons that surrounded them, and the half-human, half-insect mouthparts made a harsh and deadly sound. Roar! The corpse king roared, and took the lead in attacking, flapping his wings quickly, shooting at the nearest vampire skeleton like a cannonball. The 2 arms waved like arthropods, trying to tear the opponent from the air. The Blood Clan skeleton turned into blood mist with a bang, reappeared from not far away, unharmed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, a series of air-breaking sounds were heard. The Blood Clan skeletons around threw out blood spears. Some of them hit the corpse king's body, breaking, and some penetrated the body. A thick and sticky liquid flowed out. The corpse king roared angrily, flapped his wings again, trying to break through the siege. The Blood Clan skeletons always surrounded the opponent in the middle, keeping a certain distance. Blood spears, bloody missiles, kept flying out, exploded on the body of the corpse king. Puff! In the melee, a figure appeared behind the corpse king like a ghost, with 5 fingers together, instantly piercing through the back of the heart. With a bloody hand, it was thrown from the chest, crushing the heart in the hand. The corpse king struggled hard, throwing the enemy behind him away. His body quickly fell to the ground. The moment he landed with a bang, countless blood spears, followed by smashing down. Then a large number of Blood Clan skeletons followed and landed, rushing forward, completely submerging the corpse king. Dead, he didn't get up. Glinda flew back to report. Almost at the same time as he spoke, the zombies that were attacking in a roundabout way were instantly in chaos, and rushed straight over. The zombies on the main road began to crowd and push, and fell one after another, and rolled into a ball. The skeleton dragons continued to bombard, and the archers shoot freely in front. Wu Hang immediately ordered. Whoosh! The skeleton dragon flew over the head, and the solid iron bullets fell from the sky. The dense arrows turned into the sky, and shot out from the back. The zombies fell to the ground one by one. They rushed onto the street one by one, and continued to charge forward. They crashed into the spear array. The sharp spears pierced through the rotten bodies. The zombies still roared, struggled forward, trying to catch the enemies in front. A large number of zombies fell. The wisps of residual souls glanced at the sky. Xiao Xiao rushed directly from the sky, and began to devour the residual souls above the array. As Xiao Xiao continued to devour, the system prompts also appeared. Ghost upgraded to level 18, Physique +2, Perception +4, Intelligence +2. Unlocked feature, Strengthened Possession. Unlocked restrictions, Unfinished Business. Xiao Xiao finally reached level 18. Since I got the soul-stealing jade, the improvement speed of my two ghosts is extremely fast. It is much faster than when I upgraded myself. After level 18, the ghost's attributes increased by 8 points. Perception increased by 4 points. It seems that Xiao Xiao is more inclined to reconnaissance work. Unlocked a feature enhanced possession. And restricted unfinished business. It is the same as when Grenda reached level 18. But it lacks Withering Touch. The effect of Withering Touch is that it can directly attack the soul body, or harm the soul of a living being. Xiao Xiao is not unlocked. Maybe it has something to do with the difference between the two worlds. Anyway, reaching level 18 is a good thing. After returning, I will ask Xiao Xiao what his last wish is. Maybe, Xiao Xiao will get rid of unfinished business earlier than Grenda, and continue to improve. The ghost has reached level 20, I wonder if he can become a hero. Looking at the battlefield again, Wu Heng ordered. Push forward. Clang. The skeletons in the spear formation stood up, pushing the remaining corpses back little by little. The skeleton axemen following behind chopped and killed all the zombies that escaped through the gaps. The battle was over. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. The corpse of the Corpse King was also dragged back by a skeleton. It was covered with blood holes and looked miserable. In this battle, the blood skeletons showed significant combat power. They made up for the lack of aerial combat. Although the level of the skeleton dragon was not low, its size and flying method made it difficult for it to stay in the air and fight. After taking a look at the corpse, he directly released bone servitude, and the skeleton Corpse King stood up from the broken flesh. From now on, you will be called Flying Demon number 2. Go to the side first. Wu Heng casually named it. The wingless skeleton Corpse King in a suit is called Bone Demon number 1. And the Winged Corpse King is called Flying Demon number 1 and Flying Demon number 2. There are now 3 Corpse King skeletons. Flying Demon number 1 shook off the broken flesh on his body, flapped his wings and flew to the side. His empty eye sockets looked around, moving back and forth. Wu Heng collected the corpse cores on the ground and continued to transform the rest of the zombies. A large number of skeletons stood up on the ground, filling the entire area with crowds. The skeletons were reorganized. The skeletons moved out of the way. The convoy came through the gap in the middle, and headed to the abandoned provincial rescue team base in front. A ruin could be seen from afar. The ruins were everywhere, concrete blocks and twisted steel bars, as if they were twisted into a ball by a giant. The rescue team said that the bombs in the base were detonated during the evacuation, killing the zombies that rushed into the base. Chi Honkai explained on the side. A charred deep pit can be seen, which should be the location where the explosives are piled. They are also very cruel. They even buried bombs in the base. I guess there was a plan to go to the headquarters long ago. When this base was established, it was built as a temporary base. Chi Honkai analyzed. That makes sense. The convoy did not enter the ruins, but slowed down on the main road outside. Let Gao Rong point the direction. We have to get back before dark, Wu Heng said. Chi Honkai picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, Gao Rong, where is the station? Gao Rong's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Turn left at the intersection ahead, and then drive forward to see the station. Chi Honkai also gave the order. Drive as Gao Rong said. The convoy began to turn left and continued to move forward. A dense army of skeletons followed behind, and a large number of Blood Clan skeletons flew around the convoy. Rush forward. The location of the convoy was not far away. After more than 10 minutes, they saw the simple building. There was no danger in the building. After passing through the hall, they could see the railroad tracks and the rescue team's train. For this train, everyone still had a deep memory. The first train in Xinfu City was largely modified by imitating this one. The iron plate was thickened, and there was an exaggerated ramming angle in the front. Now that the rescue team has left, this train has become their trophy. Check the condition of the train, and search nearby for any supplies, Wu Heng ordered. Everyone immediately took action, checking the vehicles, and confirming whether there were any supplies left in several warehouses. Wu Heng also took the skeleton and looked around. Chi Honkai came back from outside and said, there is nothing wrong with the train. In several warehouses, there are some equipment and tools, no special supplies. I will leave some skeletons to occupy this place, and the subsequent transportation can be carried out by rail. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded. After confirmation, Wu Heng arranged some skeletons to protect the place. Everyone got back on the car and returned to the military factory base. After arriving at the military factory, everyone was busy, and Wu Heng also returned to his dormitory and walked into the gate, the island owner's manor. After having dinner with the maids, Wu Heng went upstairs again and returned to the study. Glinda was revising the manuscript at the desk, and Xiao Xiao was watching cartoons at a table next to her, laughing foolishly. Wu Heng poured himself a cup of tea, walked over and took a look at Xiao Xiao's animation. I've watched it several times, and I still like it so much. I asked Aunt Yang to download a new animation for me, and she said she would bring it to me next time she comes. Xiao Xiao said, "You are quite good at making arrangements." Wu Heng sat down on the side, looking at Xiao Xiao, then asked, "Xiao Xiao, do you have any wishes?" Xiao Xiao reached level 18, and also had to find a way to solve the problem of unfinished business. Wishes? I don't have any, it's fine now, I feel very happy. Xiao Xiao thought for a while, said. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. It's not possible without it. Didn't you say last time that you wanted a huge pink bear doll? Then let the skeleton be in it, as your bodyguard. Wu Heng said. Too childish, I just said it casually. Xiao Xiao replied. Wu Heng drank a sip of tea. Xiao Xiao has reached level 18, Uncle must fulfill one of your wishes. Just like Aunt Glinda did last time, you think about it carefully. Glinda looked up at this side, then lowered her head, continued to revise the manuscript. Xiao Xiao thought for a while. Can it bring my father and grandfather back to life? This? I don't have such great ability, change to something simpler. Wu Heng said immediately. The little father and grandfather, when Wu Heng met them, had already turned into zombies. Later, they attacked him, were killed by the skeletons, and turned into skeletons again. Later, he couldn't even tell which skeleton they were. He probably fought with the zombies, and was shattered. Moreover, even if he could find them, he couldn't be resurrected. Then it's really gone. It would be great if we can be together in the future. When you die, Uncle, and my mother dies, we will be ghosts together. Granda said not far away, your uncle can't die. We live in his body. When his life is over, we will perform the corpse ghost ritual. Anyway, the whole island is yours. Thank you for thinking so far. Wu Heng was speechless. What are you talking about? You even arranged your funeral. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao smiled, then flew away with the tablet, as if to avoid being disturbed by Wu Heng. Wu Heng looked at Xiao Xiao, and thought in his heart. Glinda's unfinished business, it can be confirmed, is about her ex-husband. And Xiaxi's side, it is very likely to be her mother. The only relative in the world. You definitely can't turn her mother into a ghost, but you can take better care of her. A better life, or some support. After thinking for a while, the two ghosts had their own things to do. So they returned to their rooms to rest. Zombie world. Military factory. Radio room. Chi Honkai sat on a chair, her legs and leather boots resting on the edge of the table. The person in charge of the radio station, after debugging, said, Sister Chi, we have entered the Galha City frequency band. Some scattered chattering sounds came from the radio station. Chi Honkai sat up and took the microphone. She cleared her throat and said in a deep voice, we are the Shinfu City base. As soon as the voice came out, the entire radio station suddenly became quiet. All the conversations disappeared. Chi Honkai continued, we will go to Galha City the day after tomorrow to launch a rescue operation. All bases and survivors who have heard the news, please be sure to meet the following conditions. 1. If you encounter a skeleton wearing armor and holding a weapon, please do not panic. They are our leader's special soldiers, and the main combat force of the base. 2. Do not attack or provoke the skeleton under any circumstances, otherwise you will be attacked. 3. In a conspicuous place, hang a red sign, or other obvious information that can confirm the presence of survivors. 4. After the zombies are cleaned up, you can go downstairs and approach the rescue team actively. Don't touch the skeletons. Contact the rescue team in the rear. Brothers and compatriots who receive the message, hold on until we arrive. Hula. After Chi Honkai finished speaking, the frequency band of Galha City instantly boiled. The few conversations seemed to be suddenly flooded with a large crowd. Noisy and chaotic. Is this the base of King Yanluo? Are you really coming? We may not be able to hold on for much longer. Chi Honkai took a deep breath, picked up the intercom. Wait for us. We will pick you up to the safe base when the time comes. Thank you. Shinfu City base. Li Yong, who had just returned, washed her face. She also went to the radio room, adjusted the frequency band, and said directly, "This is the main base of Shinfu City. According to the arrangement of the leader King Luo, we will arrange a rescue team to go to the Taichung City to carry out rescue. The following are important points to note. Survivors who are listening, please listen carefully. 1. The skeletons wearing armor and holding weapons are our soldiers. Please do not panic or make dangerous moves. 2. The same words were said. 4 or 5 seconds passed in the radio. A small, doubtful voice sounded. Really? Really? We will continue to rescue people all the way north." Then, a sobbing sound came from the radio. No one continued to speak. The next day, association. After Wu Heng walked into the deacon's study, he took off his hood. Shi Logui looked up at the other party and jokingly said, "Oh, our great detective is here. It's just a false name. You're looking for me." Wu Heng put his hood on the coffee table and sat down on the sofa. Shiryali brought tea and snacks, then sat not far away, leaning on her chin and smiling at him. Shi Logui said, "Chief Lilith wrote to you, and gave you a reward in his name. Seemingly he is quite satisfied with your actions." Wu Heng paused while drinking tea, somewhat surprised that the other party had given him the reward so quickly. Or in the name of an individual. What reward? Aren't you a detective? Guess what it is? Wu Heng looked at the other party, suspiciously said, "Skill book? Linbing Jade Talisman?" Shi Logui raised her eyebrows. "Well, I guessed too correctly." After saying that, she didn't let him guess any more. She took out the items directly. There were 3 in total, corresponding to killing 3 level 18 exiles. As for the first exile who killed the Tianming sect, it seemed to be forgotten by default. Wu Heng looked over there. His eyes lit up. A pair of boots, a skill book, a jade talisman. Boots of the 100 Soldiers, unique item. Effect, adapt to body changes, the power of Sanshan. Side effect, unable to enter the state of nothingness. Description, leather boots made of special materials, like decorative accessories. Boots of the 100 Soldiers suit. The last time I wrote a letter, it seems to be useful. I asked about the 100 Soldier suit, and the other party sent me an accessory this time. The leader of the headquarters. Can he distribute the association's rewards in his own name? Or, after she is replaced, will she give them to him? The latter is more likely. It is not difficult for a leader to have several first-level meritorious people under him, sitting in that position. It should not be because of such a thing that a rumor of taking the association's rewards will spread. The first one is very satisfying. Wu Heng continued to look at the second one. Awakening Soul description. This spell can be used as a safety measure to wake up the soul of a living creature after its death. The dead body will awaken its soul in the sacrificial ghost, and the soul awakens voluntarily, and after awakening, it will replace the sacrificial ghost. An insurance measure for the awakening of souls. The soul of the corpse awakens in the sacrificial ghost. It's not reincarnation, it's reincarnation. Why give me this skill? What does it mean? Chapter 568, I'm not that perverted. When Wu Heng looked at the skill book, Shiryali came over with the document. She introduced 100 Soldiers Combat Boots, an accessory for the 100 Soldiers robe. The effect is that as long as you step on the ground, you can absorb the power of the land to replenish your own physical strength. The second effect is that the strength will be increased, about 50% of the original, and every clone can have this effect. As he spoke, Wu Heng set his eyes on the boots again. The power of Sanshan in the effect is actually this effect. As long as you step on the ground, you can restore your physical strength by absorbing the power of the land. This is really a bit exaggerated. Wearing shoes must be stepping on the ground. Who would hang them on the body? The second is to increase the user's strength. This also has a certain effect on Wu Heng. After all, he has a certain melee ability. The most important point is that this is the accessory of the 100 Soldiers robe. After the clone effect appears, all clones have the same effect. This set is really good in every aspect. What about the side effects? Wu Heng asked. The side effects described on the panel were a bit vague. Shiryali explained. Side effects are that the user cannot use any form of fast movement, including void movement, space movement, turning into mist and other effects, all of which cannot be used. Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine, he doesn't know how to do these. Then, another idea came to his mind. The user cannot use the ability to move quickly, should not include entering the boundary gate. Right? I can try it when I go back. But it's not a big problem. If there is a limit, it won't be a problem to take it off and go in again. Does this 100-soldier suit have any other accessories? Wu Heng continued to ask. He has collected 4 types now. Each one is a first-level merit reward item. It can be considered a treasure no matter where it is placed. He was also curious about how many there were. Sir Yali flipped through the file book and said, "It seems that there is also a wizard's crown. There is no clear record on it, so it cannot be completely confirmed. There is another crown. Actually, it's not much different. A person can only wear so many things. Clothes, shoes, belts have appeared. There is no place to wear more." Wu Heng nodded. "I understand. Let's continue." Sir Yali continued to introduce the next reward, skill book. Awaken the Soul, a 5th-level ritual spell of the Necromancer faction, which can use the sacrificial ghost to a corpse without a soul after death, and arouse the ghost of the corpse. The higher the level of the sacrifice ghost, the better the effect. 5th-level skill, that is. A spell of level 18. After Sir Yali's introduction, it became clearer. That is, after a creature dies, if there is no soul, other souls can be used as a substitute. Forcefully awaken the ghost of the dead creature. This is actually quite powerful. Below level 18. Not everyone has the opportunity to become a ghost. With this skill, some people can be awakened. It is a skill that can be saved. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in my mind. With this skill, can Shishi's mother also become a ghost? How old is the corpse? Can it awaken the soul? Wu Heng asked. Sir Yali looked at the document carefully. It's not written there. You can try it when you have a chance. Oh. Okay. Sir Yali turned another page. The 3rd item is the Limping Jade Talisman of Lilith Leader. When you are in danger, you can crush the Jade Talisman. The power inside will help you. The introduction of the 3 rewards ended. Sir Yali closed the book. Seeing that Wu Heng had no problem, she walked back to her office. Wu Heng put away the reward, looking at Zalagui. No reward for you. She was the deacon of Treasure Island, so she had a share of the credit. How could I be treated like you? You only gave me a Limping Jade Talisman. That's good too, Wu Heng said. After all, Zalagui didn't participate in the battle. She got a reward just sitting at home, which was already good. Thanks to you. You're welcome, Wu Heng said with a smile. Then he picked up the letter on the coffee table, torn open the envelope, and poured out the letter. Wu Heng Island Master, in this incident, you performed very well. With your firm belief and talent, you completed the task perfectly. The 5th Fleet secretly went to the Emerald Sea and attempted to release the exile. The clan has begun to investigate, and it won't be long before there will be a result. Once it is found that other people are involved, they will be cleaned up and dealt with. Afterwards, you will continue to investigate and supervise the actions of the Blood Clan outside as a law enforcement team and collect relevant intelligence. I have prepared 3 rewards, which have been distributed to you through the association, to compensate for the losses you caused in this battle. I hope you will maintain this enthusiasm and focus, forge ahead, and perform the duties of the law enforcement team. Lilith and Beshmet. The letter was written by Lilith, but there is no substantial content in it. It mainly praises this action, stopping the 5th Fleet, and there is enough reason to kill several exiles. It seems that Lilith is quite satisfied. The letter also mentioned other people who might be involved in the Blood Clan. It seemed that her actions had ruined the plans of some people in the Blood Clan. She should also pay attention to it, lest the other party dare not trouble Lilith and turn to her. What did you write? Zalagui asked with wide eyes. Wu Heng handed it to her. Take a look. Lilith said, I have talent, and am a rare talent. Zalagui did not refuse this time, and took it and looked at the content above. The evaluation of you is not low. Zalagui finished reading. Put the letter away. Do you want to reply? Write one. After all, the reward given this time is quite good. Sir Yali brought the letter paper. Wu Heng began to write. The content was relatively simple. He thanked Lilith for her trust. He would do his best to fulfill his duties as a law enforcement team in the future. If there were any exiles, he could also arrange for him to investigate. After writing, he put it back into the envelope. He gave it to Sir Yali and sent it outside to be mailed. The letter was over. Wu Heng leaned on the sofa and took a sip of the teacup. Shiragui asked curiously, Who came up with the newspaper? I came up with it. How do you feel about it? Wu Heng asked back. Why did you think of distributing this kind of thing on the island? Wu Heng glanced at the other party and said, Don't you think that distributing newspapers has a great effect? For example, The information published in newspapers is more accurate and reliable. In the past, some gossips became more and more outrageous. But now they are mainly in newspapers. Shilagwi raised her eyebrows. If you put it that way, it seems that it really has a certain effect. In the past, any intelligence in news, as soon as various news were spread, became more and more outrageous. It is possible that the same thing. There will be 4 or 5 versions on Lighthouse Street, now that this kind of newspaper has come out. As long as the accuracy of the information is maintained, it can indeed guide residents' information and curb some rumors. Very impressive. You can even think of this. Shilagwi praised. Wu Heng smiled and said, not bad. Mainly these information can be collected and sold for money. I praised you for nothing. While the two were talking, Shiryali also came back from outside. Sitting sideways on the armrest of Shilagwi's chair, she put one hand on her sister's shoulder and asked, why did you think of publishing your story in the newspaper? Shilagwi had long golden hair, a round face, beautiful and delicate features, and a pair of big eyes that were unusually bright. Only when talking about work, she showed her sharpness. The elder sister Shiryali, with short blonde hair, soft facial features, and always smiling eyes. The two sisters look similar, and sitting together is a pleasure to watch. Wu Heng said, at first, I just wanted to serialize some stories to promote newspaper sales. Someone suggested that publishing such stories could also change the islanders' views on me. Shilagwi smiled and said, you are quite confident. And you know that your story can be so popular. Wu Heng was still somewhat confident that the story would be popular. After all, the Great Detective Story Collection is a global bestseller in the modern world. In this alien world where there are not many novels, it is not surprising that it is popular. However, I did not expect that it would have such an effect after the second issue. Shilagwi asked, does Watson really exist? Did he write this story? Why haven't I seen him? Wu Heng replied, stage name. The name in the novel. I will introduce you to each other when I have the chance. Shiryali then asked, do you really like to hit the corpses but with a stick? Artistic processing. I am not so perverted. Chapter 569, I used to be a pirate. Shilagwi asked again. When you didn't get the necromancer profession, did you really plan to change your profession to a coroner? Maybe. I can't say for sure. Who is the murderer? Is it that woman? It's meaningless to tell it in advance. The third issue will be published in 2 days. I'll have someone send you the latest one then. The two sisters were like reporters, asking one question after another. There was no work-related matter. It was all about the newspaper and the serialized stories on it. Fortunately, Wu Heng had read the detective collection and knew the content. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. He chatted with the two for a while. They drank 3 or 4 cups of scented tea. Wu Heng also stood up and said, I'm going back. I'll talk to you next time. Well, I have something to do in the afternoon. Shilagwi smiled. I'll come to see you in 2 days. Shilagwi and Shiryali smiled and nodded. Wu Heng put on his hood and veil. He walked out of the study, leaving the association. Wu Heng took a carriage and headed for Lighthouse Street. As time went by, the entire Lighthouse Street became more lively, the population continued to increase, and the vendors on both sides of the road kept shouting. At several newspaper vendors, people were asking for newspapers. Newspapers were also being sold continuously. Wu Heng got off the carriage at a location with more people, and walked inside on foot. He passed 2 pubs along the way. On the sign at the door, it was written that a notice of when a detective story would be presented would be given. It seemed to have become a regular program. In fact, a large number of residents on the island are illiterate, and this kind of speech by the bard is the best way to understand the story. After walking around for a while, Wu Heng took the skeleton and turned directly into a taming shop on the side of the road. The boss was an elf man, wiping the claws of a gray-headed eagle at the counter. Seeing a customer coming in, he smiled and said, Customer, please come in. Come and see the taming. Wu Heng walked into the store. The boss put the gray-headed eagle back into the cage beside him, followed behind him, and asked, have you chosen the type of taming in your mind? Or let me help you analyze it. Tell me, Wu Heng said, and his eyes also looked at some taming animals around. The beasts that rangers train are usually birds. The whole room is filled with cages and birds. It feels like entering a zoo. Is the owner of the beast a high level? The boss asked. Not high level. Just change jobs. The beast needs to be docile and after the beast is raised from infancy, it will be closer to the owner, the boss said, and then asked, then is it more important to focus on combat or reconnaissance? Wu Hung said, reconnaissance. I recommend the roaming pigeon or the owl. The roaming pigeon is docile, has a long flight time, and is good at finding water sources, minerals, or some special targets. The owl can see at night, is smart, is good at hunting, and its reconnaissance ability at night will not be affected. He recommended the owl again. The rangers around him, most of the tamed animals are owls. Then let's go for an owl. Pick a young one, one that is in good physical condition. Wu Hung smiled. Please wait a moment, the boss said, and walked into the back room. Not long after, he came with a bird cage, with a white feathered little owl, curled up in the cage cautiously. Sir, 72 silver coins. Wu Hung took the money directly, carried the owl and left. He did not continue to walk around, called a carriage, and went directly back to the island owner's manor. Returned to the residence. The maids went out to greet him. Seeing the owl in the hands of the skeleton behind him, Minnie asked curiously, Master, a new tamed animal? I bought it for someone else, feed it some food. Wu Hung said. Okay. Minnie took the cage and went into the house to feed the owl. The little owl was still very obedient. It was quiet in the cage. 3 maids formed a circle, and each took turns feeding it. Wu Hung glanced at the maids and said, Minnie, I'm going upstairs, call me if you need anything. Okay, master. He went straight upstairs and opened the door and walked into his study. In the study, the desk was occupied by Glinda, who was rushing to finish a manuscript. Xiao Xiao, who was in charge of going out with Wu Hung today, also showed up and went to watch cartoons. Wu Hung sat down at a side table, took out the reward he got today, and put it beside him. The first item was 100 soldiers' combat boots, which were accessories for the 100 soldiers' robe. It looked clean. He found some alcohol and disinfected the inside. Then he put it on his feet. The size was just right, and there was no inconvenience in moving around. With his feet on the ground, he could clearly feel a weak energy spreading all over his body along the soles of his feet. He was continuing to recover his physical strength. With a thought, he immediately dispersed into 6 identical clones. One clone asked, Is the effect of recovering physical strength still there? Yes. Is yours still there? Another one answered in return. Is mine still there? And you should also have the effect. Yes. Several clones said in succession. Let's end the clone first. The longer it takes, the greater the side effects will be. Okay. After saying that, the clone shook at a high frequency, and Wu Hung became a single person again. Wait for the side effects to disappear. Glinda looked over and asked, What are you doing? Xiao Xiao also looked over, testing the new item. Wu Hung answered, What item? A pair of boots, which is a set with 100 soldiers' robe, which can restore your physical strength after you put it on. Wu Hung answered, It sounds good. It is quite good. Wu Hung glanced at the 2 ghosts. You come back first. I will try to see if I can go to the zombie world. The 2 ghosts nodded and went directly into the body. Wu Hung opened the gate and walked in directly. After confirming the side effects, he walked back again. After releasing the ghost, they went about their own business. Wu Hung took off his boots and put them at the door, and sat down on the wooden chair. He was quite satisfied with this strange item. He was also glad that he had accepted Lilith's task. And not only did he get 3 level 18 vampire skeletons, 3 ghosts, but also got the reward of a set of accessories. It was a huge profit. I wonder if there are any more vampire exiles, he whispered softly. Glinda, who was not far away, looked up, and then returned his gaze to the book. Wu Hung also picked up the skill book Awakening the Soul beside him, and began to read it. It was different from a normal skill book. This skill was a ritual spell. In addition to the spell itself, it required a ritual to cooperate. Sacrificing a ghost was a must for the ritual. As he read the skill book, Wu Hung also had some understanding of the skill. The skill effect is that it can awaken the soul of the corpse. But it is not without restrictions. One is to wake up voluntarily. If the soul is unwilling to wake up, the ritual will naturally not work. The second is that the corpse is within 120 days at most. If it is too long, it cannot be used. Although I can't think of where it can be used at present. But multiple skills are a good thing after all. The skill book turned to the last page. The prompt appeared. Unlock skill, awaken the soul. No pressure. Put the skill book back on the bookshelf at the back. After sitting in the study and waiting for a while, there was a sound of food coming from the door. Wu Hung went downstairs to eat with the maids. The next day, Zombie World. In the meeting room, Chi Honkai and Gao Rong both glanced at the bird cage beside them. There was a flash of confusion in their eyes. Where did the owl come from? Chi Honkai, you tell me the situation first, Wu Hung said. Chi Honkai retracted his gaze and said first, the train has already departed this morning and will go directly to Gao's city to clean up the zombies. Bai Qing brought a total of 20 survivors and was responsible for logistics. There were no problems when they set off. They were also using the radio to keep the news flowing. Wu Hung asked, what about Li Yong? The people on Sister Yahong's side have also set off. They set off from Xinfu City. The journey will be farther than here. It is expected to arrive in Taichung City the day after tomorrow. Wu Hung nodded. Let them send back news frequently and prepare for logistics supplies. Understood. Chi Honkai nodded. Gao Rong, how about you? Gao Rong said, the equipment in the garment factory has been tested. There are no problems. The skeletons you left behind can also control the machinery. How is the research and development of firearms machinery going? Wu Hung asked. It's progressing very fast, but there is still some time before results. Hurry up. Okay. Gao Rong nodded. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, Chi Honkai, notify Zhao Yanqiu in Xinfu City to transfer to work here. Chi Honkai nodded. Okay. Let's leave it at that for now. Go and do your own thing, Wu Hung said. Gao Rong stood up, took his documents and left. In the meeting room, only Wu Hung and Chi Honkai were left. He took the birdcage and handed it to Chi Honkai. I chose a tamed animal for you. Try to establish communication with it. Tamed animal? Communicate? Chi Honkai looked at him with confusion and puzzlement. Blackstone Town. A village nearby. The kingdom has been uneasy recently, and there is little communication between villages and towns. As if they were all closed in on themselves. In a simple room, Benny, dressed as an ordinary village woman, was looking at the newly delivered news in her hand. When she saw the news in her hand that was much later, she smiled. He was appointed as the island owner by the association, which is amazing. After reading it once, she quickly destroyed the paper. Her eyes showed longing. As long as I can find useful information about the cult, I can also join the association, and then I will go to Treasure Island, which will definitely surprise him. She thought to herself. A companion shout came from the door. Benny, lunch break is over. Hurry to the church. Otherwise the elders will be angry again. Okay. Benny took a deep breath, stood up and walked out. She went to the central building with other people who gathered around. Put on a black robe. Open the door and sit in a circle, preparing for afternoon prayer. At this time, the elder came in with a new figure. He coughed and introduced. This is a believer from the Emerald Sea. And now he is appointed as an elder. Elder Babuki, introduce yourself. The figure glanced at everyone present. The low voice said, my name is Babuki. I used to be a pirate in the Emerald Sea, and later followed the great knight Salvi. Chapter 570, Why do you mention him every day? Zombie World, Conference Room. The white owl flew half a circle in the room. Chi Honkai, whose vision was shared, opened his mouth wide, and his face was full of disbelief. I can see the owl's perspective. I see myself, I have awakened a new ability? Wu Hung sat aside, watching Chi Honkai exclaiming from time to time, smiled and said, this is the benefit of using the professional scroll. You can also understand it as the scroll helping you awaken your ability, and if you practice diligently in the future, you will have other abilities. Chi Honkai expression was still surprised. But she also understood what Wu Hung meant. This was not her own awakened ability, but the ability she got from using the occupation scroll last time. She didn't need to take any corpse cores or potions, but just tore open a scroll, and she had new abilities. Corpse cores could be explained as changing genes, but tearing a scroll was too exaggerated. Moreover, according to what Wu Hung meant, as long as she trained hard, she could awaken new abilities later. It was still sustainable. She glanced at Wu Hung quietly. She was glad that she had chosen the right person. The little owl fell into her arms, and Chi Honkai held it carefully. So, this little guy is mine? The contract was established. Tamed animals also have a kind of dependence on their masters. The little owl now behaves very close to Chi Honkai, and it is no longer curled up like at the beginning. It's yours. Give it a name, Wu Hung said. Chi Honkai held the small owl, looked at it carefully, and said, White. Let's call it Tangyuan from now on. It sounds nice. Chi Honkai smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. Wu Hung smiled. Chi Honkai held the little owl in her hands, looking at it carefully, with a face full of love. Wu Hung glanced at the time, and then said, have someone prepare a car, I'm going to the garment factory. You go by yourself? I'll drive you there. Chi Honkai said. No need. I'll have Skull drive over to take a look and come back, it won't take long. Wu Hung said directly. Chi Honkai didn't say much. He picked up the intercom and started giving orders. Then the two walked out of the meeting room, and stood at the door, and waited for 2 or 3 minutes. A truck drove over. After changing the driver, Wu Hung took the skeleton attendant and got in the car, and drove directly out of the factory. To the garment factory. The area around the garment factory was cleaned up. The snow and debris were all cleaned up. Wu Hung led the skeletons into the factory, and a lot of skeletons were gathered inside, and arranged. 2 mechanics were responsible for comparing drawings and recording equipment, and the remaining skeletons were ordinary skeletons, who were learning to use equipment. They walked around the factory. Let the electrician skeleton cut off the power. And Wu Hung passed through the factory door, and opened the boundary gate. He walked into the boundary gate, and went to the island owner's manor. He left the manor, and went to the factory built on Treasure Island. He opened the boundary gate again, and connected the factories in the 2 worlds. Move the equipment in. Be careful. Don't damage it. Wu Hung ordered. The skeleton, who had been prepared for a long time, began to act. He moved the packed equipment into the boundary gate. Wu Hung considered the establishment of the factory for 2 days, and still chose the other world. Here, Wu Hung can purchase cloth raw materials for production. If the factory is still set up in the zombie world, the purchased materials need to be sent to the zombie world through the boundary gate. If the number of factories continues to increase in the future, Wu Hung may not have to do anything. He delivers various materials to both worlds every day. It is more convenient here. Transporting equipment is the most laborious. After settling down, it will be convenient to purchase materials and sell finished products. The skeletons were busy, and the clothing factory in the zombie world was emptied. Wu Hung asked the skeleton mechanic to assemble it, and the electrician skeleton was responsible for connecting the lines. He returned to Treasure Island. After all, after the boundary gate was closed, he could not help much. Returned to the island owner's manor. Minnie helped him take off his coat and said softly, Master, Sister Chanella has sent a message. Please go and see her later. When did she come? Wu Hung asked. It was morning when I saw her. So the time should be not much different. Minnie hung her coat aside and said with estimation. Wu Hung nodded. I'll go upstairs and take a look. Shall I prepare some lunch for you? I'm not very hungry yet. Let's eat together in the evening. Okay. Minnie smiled. Wu Hung went upstairs and entered the radio room. Looking through the record books one by one, only the record of Shannara had a small paragraph. I've arrived at the coastal port, and am preparing the ship to go back. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Picking up the phone, he said, Shannara, can you hear me? Shannara's voice came from the other side. A little lazy. Yes. Why are you talking now? Wu Hung smiled unconsciously. I went out in the morning. You know, I am a busy island owner. I have an island to worry about. Show off, Shannara said with a smile. And then said, Tonight's ship. I will go back then. How can you still have time? Where is your own ship? How can I have my own ship? I am just an honorary president. I don't have so many privileges. I will follow the Star Flower to the Treasure Island ship, and go there together, Shannara said. It seems that, after losing the real power, all the independent ships were taken back. Wu Hung said, I will give you a new one when we get back, which is better than theirs. There is no use for me to have a ship, and I will have fewer opportunities to go out in the future. If others have it, you can't be worse off. Chanella's tone was even more smiling. I didn't realize that you were so caring. Wu Hung changed his tone and said, I will let Philippa pick you up. No, it will take too long. If I want to wait for her, I will have to stay for several days. Chanella refused softly. Wu Hung took out the emerald sand table and took a look. On the routes of the Emerald Sea, there were no suspicious ships. It was unlikely that he would encounter pirates. However, recent incidents involving the dragon smugglers, the Blood Clan fleet, and the cult all occurred in the Emerald Sea. They were all unstable factors. Who knows which forces supporters came to look for someone, and become pirates by the way. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? I'll ask Philippa to pick you up halfway, and then escort you, or change the boat back." This time, Shannara didn't refuse. "You seem to be very sincere." "I agree." "Okay. Pay attention to the boats then." "Yes." Shannara changed the subject, and asked leisurely, "Do you miss me?" "Yes." "What do you think of?" "Let me hear it." Wu Hung hesitated, and said in a low voice, "I always dream of you in my dreams. The kind of dreams that are hard to say out loud." "Hate. That's all you can say," Shannara said coquettishly, and then whispered, "Just wait until I get back." "Then do you miss me?" Shannara said in a light tone. "Yes." "No. You can't be so anxious to go back. What do you miss about me? Tell me." The other person paused. The tone changed. "Why do I feel like I didn't learn bad things from you? Why can you ask me? But I learn bad things when I ask you. How old am I? You're just a kid." The two chatted for a while. Shannara had to go out to buy some necessities for the ship, so she hung up. Wu Hung went downstairs and chatted with several maids. At dusk, Anvir came back from outside. They ate together in the restaurant. Then they returned to their rooms to rest. Last night, it was windy and rainy. The island on the sea is like this, suddenly. The wind and rain came quickly and frequently. When the day dawned, the whole treasure island was shrouded in a damp atmosphere. The branches were hung with jade beads, and the eaves were slowly dripping with raindrops. Gradually, the number of pedestrians on the road increased, and it began to become lively. On the road, the newspaper seller rode a strange two-wheeled vehicle, and dragged a huge package behind him. He stopped at several busy sections of the road. He opened a backpack on the back seat of the car, and held the newspaper in his hand high. The third issue of the Treasure Express. The city of Nidal encountered civil unrest. The port was blocked. Fireworks soared into the sky. The latest decision of the association headquarters. Come and take a look. Clatter. As the hawking sounded, a large number of people rushed over here. Residential area. What are you doing in such a hurry? The third issue is on sale. Go to the tavern quickly. You can still get a good seat. Then hurry over. I heard that someone got a good seat last time, and sold it for 1 silver coin. Then forget it. Let's go! Golden Sail Tavern. The tavern is different now. It is no longer a place where guests come only at night. Nowadays, there are guests all day long. There are many people listening to stories in the tavern. And there are even more people who listen to stories for free outside. As soon as the boss walked out of the door, he saw many people rushing over here. He was shocked at first. Then, he guessed that the new newspaper was on sale. He asked the bartender to add more tables and chairs, and shouted, "Is Sabin not here yet? Someone go out to greet him, and tell him that the new newspaper is on sale." "Okay." A bartender rushed out of the door, and rushed in the direction where Sabin used to come. After walking a few steps, he saw the bard Sabin, holding a newspaper in one hand, and a scones in the other. Walking quickly over. "Mr. Sabin, the boss asked me to tell you that the third issue of the newspaper is on sale." Sabin raised the newspaper in his hand. "I bought it, let's go." The two squeezed through the crowd and strode into the tavern. Several states were added to themselves. Sabin's chest was much higher. It's really good to be noticed. "Good morning, everyone. I'll tell you about the information in the newspaper first, and then we'll read the detective story." Black Crow's Nest Tavern. The bard read the plot in the detective story. "What does this prove?" Gregson said contemptuously. "It means that the writer wanted to write a woman's name. That is, Rachel. But for some reason, he did not finish it. I can guarantee that when the case is fully revealed, there will definitely be a woman named Rachel involved in the case." Nautilus Tavern. The bard stood on the stage, playing 2 roles. "Then how did you determine the height of one of them? Is it your inference, or a guess?" The bard turned to the other side again, playing the role of Detective Wu Hung, showing confidence, answered, "It's very simple. You can infer a person's height from the size of his steps. This does not require any complicated calculations. When people write on the wall, they will instinctively write above the horizon, and the words on the wall inside the house are exactly 3 feet from the ground. This is too coincidental, and it seems like a child's game. Then how do you infer his age? If a person can easily cross 2.5 feet, then he is definitely not an old man. What about fingernails and Indian square-headed cigars?" The words on the wall were written by a person with his index finger dipped in blood. with the help of a magnifying glass. It was found that some of the wall powder was scraped off when writing, which means that the person's nails were not trimmed. I'm not bragging. No matter what brand of hallucinogenic grass leaves, I can tell them apart at a glance. The bard kept talking above. Everyone below listened silently. Some people were puzzled. The old man's explanation is wrong. Professionals' abilities improve. The difference between age and body is not that big. A level 18 boxer has endless strength, and he doesn't look old at 100 years old. Are you sick? When the story was told, Wu Hung hadn't changed his job yet. He must have investigated ordinary people. A level 18 professional uses you to investigate, and it's okay to kill people directly. Shu, keep listening. And at the counter, Philippa rested her chin on her hand, listening to the bard's speech, while checking the newspaper. Wu Hung is really amazing. I really have a good eye. Golden Sail Tavern. Sabin paused on the stage. He saluted everyone first, and then said, the follow-up story will be serialized in the next issue. Then he added, everyone, the newspaper serializes here. It has nothing to do with the tavern. The audience was silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly there was a commotion. Fuck, it's a critical moment again. I just got into the state and you're done? When will the 4th issue be released? I feel bad. Association Deacon Study. Sure, Yali frowned and asked, does he really judge a person's age by the size of his steps? This is a bit far-fetched. At least he should distinguish the occupational characteristics. She Lodwi closed the newspaper and replied, he said that there are not many professionals where he lives, and his energy is developed on weapons called machine guns. Then he said, you should also know about the attack of the pirates on Treasure Island. He deduced the fake death of the leader of the Old Barrel Tavern, and the matter of the Pirate King of Occam. Sure, Yali raised her eyebrows. Zalodwi smiled. The butler at that time was Emilo, and the whole incident was sorted out and deduced by Wu Hung. I feel that it is not difficult for him to catch an ordinary criminal. If you say so, it should be related to the environment he lives in. Sure, Yali said, and then hissed. You are quite protective of him. I just said some judgments. Zalodwi's eyes were not at all empty, and asked, why do you mention him every day recently? Wu Hung was lying on the recliner in the courtyard. Annette pinched her shoulders, Robe pounded his legs, Minnie picked up some fruit and put it in her mouth. Wu Hung opened the panel, and the reputation on it kept increasing. Level 18, 134567/305000. Reputation, level 18, 29171/48,000. 3 issues of the newspaper raised the reputation to 29,000. In the next 2 days, it is estimated that it will reach 30,000. But problems also began to appear. The rise in this 3rd issue seems not as strong as the 2nd issue. I wonder if it will be slower later. And this is just level 18. There is still level 19 of fame to come. In other words, it is obviously not realistic to rely on Treasure Island alone to become a hero. It is also necessary to expand the scope of dissemination. It has been proven that the stories of great detectives are still quite popular. Even if there are some details that are different from this world, the story is just a story, and no one will take it too seriously if it is just mentioned. If it is popular in Treasure Island, it should be effective outside. If you want to distribute it outside, the newspaper is a bit difficult. When the ship delivers the newspaper, the news and intelligence on it are already outdated. You can wait until all the stories are serialized, bind the books at the cost, and distribute them to various places.